Something is coming.
Hi! 왔다요! Hi
It's
guys.
building, rising
I'm
from
here.
within. It fuels the determination
Good
to
morning.
battle against impossible odds.
I just woke up by the way. What's up? Yeah, what's up? Hi. Good morning이다요. 열렸다. 어서오세요.
Within.
Within. 드디어 티원이 finally T1 is playing. It's 4 a.m. in Korea. I just woke up at 3 a.m. Good morning, guys. Huge.
It awakens here.
Red Bull for T1?
It awakens.
T1 outfit is ready? 다들 T1 원 준비 되셨나요? Good morning. Okay, first of all, we have to watch Koi.
2025 live from Vancouver, Canada.
Have to
It is
cheer
the
for
very
EU,
last
right?
Day of the first stage of the bracket stage, and today
EU,
we have two
EU,
best of fives
EU.
for you, not one. We see BLG here. They are going to take on one of the, I don't want to say last hope because G2 is still here, but a big hope for Europe in
T1 경기 보려고
And of
회사
course,
사표 던지고
the
왔다.
long-awaited Faker Day is also here. We have CFO versus T1 later, but we're gonna start off with Movistar Koi with Elyoya.
괜찮으신 거
here,
맞죠?
but maybe most importantly today, Jojo Pyun. Hello.
Oh, he's back!
He's back. I'm shocked.
Canada.
Joined by Raz and Kobe. Definitely so. Are you jealous that we got him?
A little bit. We're going to stop him at the border. He's not leaving again.
So I was actually really proud to send him off. You know, our North American export, and he's done so well for himself. It's actually worked out for both of us. So you know what?
Okay, I can take that. I can take that.
Nice. Okay, I like it. I like it.
A good
Let's take a look at the bracket because why did I say it's kind of an important one for Europe? Because this is a very difficult matchup, BLG versus MKOI, but we do want one team to stay in the upper bracket if possible. But of course, if you missed it yesterday,
EU's last
the
hope.
4th of July, Raz, what will we have?
North America versus Europe, baby. It's back again and a perfect day. I cannot wait for
It's
that.
crazy.
4th of
I
July
don't
as
even
well.
know how that happened. The script is too good.
It really is. The script writers are working overtime.
They are. Let's see what they do today.
9시까지
though.
어떻게
And
버티지?
yeah, it's Movistar Koi on the international
한번
stage.
지금
wait a
가서
minute.
주무시고 오셔도 될 것
I
같은데
feel like
오히려
is
그게
it
나을
back?
수도 있어.
I feel like I've seen this team before.
Okay.
아, good
okay.
morning입니다.
Listen.
Whoa.
Good
I know
morning
you
and good
remember
morning
the
for
Mad
Koreans
Lions era, but
and
this
Asians.
is different, okay? This is a new team.
Or
They're
Australian.
Movistar Koi now. Remember the name. This is how it's supposed to be
Yeah.
UK
said.
job, understood.
Yes, and what I think is really important here is that in this new era, we have Elyoya at the helm. Elyoya, who, I mean, we tried to discuss yesterday, like how we see Elyoya. It's how you see Inspired. That is who Elyoya is
Oh my
for
God.
us. It's
좀만
absolutely
다가올게요.
insane, you know, for spring
Bye.
champion to rookie of the split, going
Good
to every
evening.
single
Hi.
international tournament. He's a boss, and he took the responsibility in this roster to say this can be
바이와 하이를
something that
같이
I work
하는
on as a
레전드
captain.
방송.
I'm gonna be a leader. I'm gonna make it happen. And hey, they won spring.
Leader?
And I love how proactive he
Leader.
is. You know, he's not scared of like skipping camps to go for ganks, doing the level 3s. So really excited to see him on stage here.
Yeah, especially with
MKOI
how
lock-in winning
he
youth
and
1647,
Alvaro
right?
have just performed incredibly well. I still remember in my mind game 2
Go on, have
versus
some
G2,
faith, guys.
Alvaro
Have some
like
faith.
having an insane rel ulti. I feel like he has been
아,
really good
어서오세요,
for the team.
정민님.
Same with, of course, the
어.
captain
I
of that
always
squad,
say, if you
Elyoya.
see him lock in Nico or Rakan,
T1 경기 시작되면 페미님이 소리 질러서 깨워주겠지? 아, 제가 또 소리 지르는 거 장인이라서 깨워드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
Yes, BLG absolutely dominated the plans. They were a step above every
T1,
single
my
other
turn.
team there, including G2.
If you wake up 4 a.m., it's a miracle coup going on. That's what I'm saying,
Look at some of
Twiki.
the stats that they racked up. You know,
Oh yeah, I think it's
first
like
blood
too
percentage,
loud.
straight control,
Pass voices
arrow
are a little bit
control.
loud, so I'm gonna turn on the sound
blessings
a
there.
little
That
bit.
is the feet upgrade, so the boot upgrade
Much better.
every single game, as well as Otacon.
Much better.
Yes,
So-
BLG definitely favorites.
Oh, yeah, I know I saw that match versus G2 as well. I'm going to need some copium because they
I got
might not be the first seed, but
Please.
Copium and a
they'll
Look
be
like
copium.
they're playing with their food.
You
They're
know
good.
me, I love underdogs, and there are angles because BLG did show some mistakes even in the games that they were winning versus
Yeah,
GAM particularly.
yeah,
I thought
yeah.
GAM did a very good job, especially early game. They got into a lot of good positions. Levi, very proactive jungler. Maybe, you know, Elyoya also can do that. But let's pull up this clip here because this one doesn't even have to do with some of the early game, you know, ganks
When you
and
see
stuff that they
tomato
did.
flavor,
This is
you
just
know it's
something that
time.
sometimes we see from BLG where Gam have
The
actually
little
grouped
baby.
up, and they're going to make a strong
yeah.
play to the bottom side of the map.
Oh, yeah.
Citrus on here too, so they're sending a full 5 because BLG just had reset their Ezreal as well as their Annie out to the other 2 lanes. So BLG have the
Tion's
option,
gonna reintrust
we
the kite.
could just push and keep going for the other 2 lanes, but instead they say we're going to try and fight this.
No
So we
way they
actually
lose to
run this
CFO
clip
today,
here,
guys.
And
If
sometimes
T1 loses
they
to
do
CFO,
take fights they don't
I'm going
necessarily
bold.
have to. Gam here are set up to tank the tower
I'm
with
going
the
bold.
Scion. Very good dive for them. So instead of
We have to
BLG
take out the
just
boldy
keeping
knight.
Annie up on the top side and kind of playing to the other side of the map, they teleport in. The delay of the teleport, then
Okay.
Ezreal's also super late to this. And sometimes
티원이
even when
티원이 오늘
BLG were
만약에
up 3
CFO한테
dragons,
진다?
they were in a pretty good position. They will
대머리가
take some
되도록
fights that they
하겠습니다.
don't have to. So you can
Boldy
push
knight.
ESU, you can attack those side
페비나이트가
lanes.
아니라
You can
볼디 나이트가 되는 걸.
Up that
I'm humping
hopium.
the opium. I'm humping it. We need it. We
Give me
need
a
it.
hit. Give me a hit.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
What are they doing?
Spider-Man!
I wash my hands, don't you worry about it. So, but one of the most important and I think coolest matchups we're going to have today is, of course, that Canada native Jojo versus Knight in the
Jojo
mid lane.
조조핀.
Today's
큰
feature is
결심을.
presented by Mercedes-Benz.
그
It's
정도로
Jojo
절대
versus
질
Knight.
일이 없을 것
Last
같은
year's
그런
finalists are looking
느낌.
back in form as Knight and BLG dominated the play-in stage, taking apart both GAM and G2 in a perfect 6-0 run. Now Knight needs to bring down
G2.
another European team to advance to round 2.
G2 got
But he
destroyed.
won't
Do you
be
think Koi has a
facing
chance?
another EU mid. Jojo Pyun, the LEC's first ever NA import, has led MKOI
NA import!
Not only did he take down G2 Esports in the final, he's done something even
Jojo
more,
Pyun?
uniting the fans of both regions.
Oh yeah, I gotta
The
post on
Canadian
Twitter
mid
that
laner
I'm
finds himself
streaming.
with a
It's like,
difficult
guys.
first step. A showdown with one of the best mid laners in the world on home soil. Will Jojo Pyun help MKOI overcome their international demons? Or will Knight start marching towards his 3rd straight MSI final?
That's why this matchup I'm looking forward to the most, because both these guys are so damn good. Knight's like solo kills per game is off the charts, and he even kind of continued that in play and being able to get a solo kill on Caps as well.
Yeah, and one of the
Why
things
do you keep dropping these facts?
I gotta have to.
one of the things I want to point out
Jojo.
on this graphic is that K plus
과연
8 at 14
북미
for Knight
미드
at 2.7 is the
유럽으로
highest
가서
among all mid laners
유럽
coming to this
에디시를
tournament.
우승한
You have to be very
북미
careful
미드
if you're fighting
조조편이
early skirmishes
나이트
around
선수를
Knight.
상대로
I might
언제
even,
어떻게
warn
할지
MKOI,
굉장히
like,
궁금하거든요.
maybe go gank the side
Very
lanes
curious
instead,
how
you know, go for
Jojo's gonna play
Rocket
tonight,
on, or go
honestly.
gank Bin like Levi did, because it can be dangerous
It
there.
can, but I feel like in the first game, maybe they're like, we're up to the challenge. We got to try. And I want to talk about Jojo Pyun a little bit because you have the experience of him in NA. And I think it took a little while for him to find his form again. And it is no wonder. You step into a team where you have all Spanish speakers. Of course, they're speaking English with him, but you're trying to adjust to everything. A new city. And he's my most improved player in Europe for coming into the spring split out of winter. And I'm really curious to see how he can show that on the international
Yeah,
stage.
watching from North America, it has been really fun to see the growth of Jojo over there. Because in NA, he was always mechanically gifted. He was always a playmaker.
Yeah.
And so seeing this synergy kind of build with MKOI and really blossoming in spring and taking over playoffs has been super fun to watch. I mean,
sec,
even in
guys.
some of the games that they're losing, he's looking for the
1
angles.
second,
he's finding
guys.
some plays.
Did you see his builds?
I am
also?
Yeah, and I just want to see that, like, because he had that, like,
I
really
am
strong in lane. He was
trying
always an
to
incredible
get my
laner.
link.
Then when
What
the
is my
winter
YouTube
split hit,
stream
and all these
link?
guys
One
please
sec.
bring it back. It's just a little cold now, but he's bringing it back.
Trying to
He's
get
a
my
lot
YouTube
harder
stream
coming
link.
into the spring split.
Yeah, you see
I have a
it, he's
feeling
just
that BLG
really,
have been
accustomed to the team and they're working together. They
Yeah,
also
I think we all have that feeling, but maybe today Koi will be like, no, you guys are wrong with that feeling.
All
No, no, no.
eyes on him
No, no,
today, and
no,
I'd
no,
love to
no,
hear
no,
from
no.
him ahead of the match today in the Verizon game day interview.
There it is.
In the Verizon game day.
Jojo, thank you for joining me ahead of today's
There it
series.
is.
How do you feel
There it
today?
is.
You've been getting ready for this, playing against BLG. What's the mood like?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's pretty confident. Scrims have been going pretty well, but we can't get too overexcited, and we can't do what every Western team is doing, where we win
There
one
it
game
is.
and then we get too excited and we drop the rest. So we just have to keep on the momentum going and not get too excited if we win, and yeah, just not disrespect them, but at the same time, don't take them so serious like they're too good or something, you know?
We had enough game 1 Andy so far, so yeah, hopefully not you guys today. Playing at home, obviously, I feel like it's gonna be extra exciting for you.
I like
How
their
do you feel
jersey.
about
It's
that?
cool. I
Yeah, I mean, it feels
honestly
amazing
think
to be here. It's been the first international in Canada since I don't know how long.
17.
2017, a long time. So I don't even remember what I was doing in 2017. But
2017.
I'm very glad to be here. I don't know if we're gonna get the home buff. I think I'm gonna get the home buff, but I hope my team will get the home buff. I mean, they're a European team, but they have me, so I guess that's how it works, right? So I for sure think we're gonna get much more
Home
confidence
buff
and
for
just
EU.
excitement from playing here. So I'm very excited to be here.
You were telling me that
Home
you've played
buffing
in front
coming
of
for
your family
Jojo
before.
Pion? Is that what happened?
Obviously, international events hit
2017. What was
different. Do you have a
Jojo
message for
doing?
them
He was
if
probably
they're
like a
gonna be with
kid.
us today?
Yeah, just don't embarrass
pretty
me
young,
too much
isn't
if
he?
you guys do the interviews. And I mean, I hope you enjoyed to watch me play.
What were you guys
Jojo,
doing on
thank you so much.
2017,
Best of
guys?
luck
I
today.
was
Thank you.
I was in college.
Where's
Don't
the
listen to
family
that man.
cam?
College night. College night feviknight. 2017년도 여러분 뭐 하셨나요, 다들?
Clearly enjoying his time over there so much, and I remember
다들
even
뭐
when they
하셨나요,
first announced that he was
2017년도?
going over,
저는
he
대학을
pulled up
다니고
Duolingo
있었다고.
on his streams
Yeah.
every
대학
single time,
나이트가
and, you know, practicing
대학
Spanish,
나이트?
really getting into it.
Yo hablo español. But yeah, he's awesome. We're really happy to have him. And we're looking forward to how he can do here in his hometown. But I do think we need like more of an edge, you know? It's not been going too well for Europe and
대학
NA.
나이트.
Is there anything that I can look forward
Big nerd
to?
night.
Ooh, I
저녁을
think the
하고
champion
있었다?
pool has to be a point. The top lane
Skipping
champion.
school?
Straight to the top.
Okay,
We're going
okay.
straight to the
Amazing.
top.
All right, so this is Bin.
Okay.
This is Cher.
All right,
and
but we're
then
missing something. We're
Those
missing
look-
something.
hang on.
We
Crying
have
for
to
SKT.
spicy.
We don't.
Maybe with
I
some
don't.
Merwin spice. What do you-
We don't talk about
you
SKT
missed. What do you-
2017.
Aurora. We're slapping with the Aurora. We got the
Braggers.
Cannon, all right? Why not? We got the Nico in there. If you
What
have
did
a
we
few more,
try?
throw 'em in there.
Champion pool?
Drop the karma. There's-
Not the karma. Oh, we have an important one. G
I
actually
mean, what are they
We got the
doing?
Vex, so we'll throw the
And
Vex in there as
also,
well.
this one might be.
Oh, Nidalee, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
That Nico, by the way, could be an AD Nico. I like the AP Nico a little better. So,
Okay, so actually my
고등학교에서 공부,
because it was last year,
아직.
all the way back in winter. The fiddlesticks top that he used versus
아직
Giant X, because I
시작하기에는
wanna see some, like,
3분이 남았네요.
fiddlesticks nocturne
3 minutes until
competition.
the game
You're
starts,
getting that
guys.
fear synergy, getting the extra move speed, turning out the lights, some really, really spicy stuff. I hope that we get to see the most fun.
We're supposed to do
Oh,
this. I don't know
there
where
we
the big
go.
one is. It's okay.
They all
We get
fell.
the picture. So let's see if that gives us an edge or not. And also, let's see how the fans have voted at Mastercard GG on X. They what? Okay.
let's go!
Okay, allegedly,
T1.
they are calling the match
T1!
for Movistar
T1,
Pool.
That's what I'm
T1,
talking
T1,
about.
T1.
61.1% of the votes. What are they huffing? I want some.
It's the truth. That's what they're huffing.
The
It's
goal.
just fact.
That's crazy.
They drew a goat.
Their track record is 80% correct. So you can vote every day. at
Wow, we
Mastercard
can't
GG and
argue
X
with
to look
those
your predictions.
stats.
That's
I'm a fan of
crazy.
it.
Yeah,
You
MSI
know
merch
what?
is like
I
popping
really
off, I
love
think.
Canadian fans. Have I said
MSI
that
merch.
before?
No, but you know what? You're an honorary
고트.
Canadian today. You're straight from Saskatchewan. and
실제
I
염소를
appreciate it.
그리시면
I came into this
어떡합니까?
one thinking
고트요.
that it was going to be
고트가 염소긴 해,
like
근데.
BLG taking this one 3-2.
Korea has the loudest
You guys have
fans.
inspired me. I'm changing that one straight to MKOI.
Really?
Flop before the games even began.
He self-reported a flop. He didn't even
MKOI?
have to say
Yeah,
that.
I did it.
He could have just said.
Me, T1, me. Thanks for 39 months, really appreciate 30 and the 9 mods.
For BLG.
I don't think.
I
Come
hope.
back to me family.
Well, I'm kind of considering like that one game is going to be the first game, and
안
it's going to
보여.
go.
No.
That's not gonna happen. We talked about the other ones.
We
But
talked
Jojo was aware of that.
T1.
He's aware of the first game trap. There you go.
Yeah, MKOI 3-2.
I feel like you got a couple. I already have a Timo arc in it. But yeah, if you guys go, you should 100% buy a Timo hat.
Let's see. We can believe in our boys. We always
And
have
get
to.
some T1
So let's
merch
see
on
how
it.
they do. I'm super excited.
T1
It
merch?
does. There is something in the air about this probably. or
해외도 T1 팬이 참
hopefully being
많구나.
close.
아, 제가
Hopefully
생각하기에는
being a 5
e스포츠
game, because
역사상
we've been left wanting a little bit after those game ones.
해외
looking through
국내에
what you had to
드물어서
show us,
제일
Professor Kobe,
인기가
just
많은
like the
팀이
kind
아닌가.
of the
T1?
holes in
T1이 제일
BLG's
인기가 많을 것
armor.
같아요.
There were a few points that I had noted too. Like there were a few solo kills happened from Kiaya. Kiaya's incredibly
Best of one needs to
solid.
come back
So
for
I just wanna
EU.
see if BLG's coming in strong, if they learned any lessons coming
What do
into
you
today.
mean?
But they haven't seen.
Are you telling
what
me
the
that
MKOI boys have
EU
cooking.
What Mino
best of one
can do, what a
Andes?
fun match.
EU
I
NA
hope we get
best
some
of one
trash talk
Andes.
back and forth as well. BLG, of
Punching
course,
bag is wearing
already
T1 hoodie
warmed up,
because it's really
already
soft on my
cruised
hand.
to the stage
You're
here in
you're
Vancouver.
punching
And
T1?
that's the thing. G2 didn't
yeah.
even win the first game, and they
Punch.
still lost the series. So like, how do you
Thank
overcome?
you. How do you overcome that?
this curse?
With the power of Canada for Jojo Pyun. It's time for MKOI versus BLG.
Let's go. 시작이 나요. We're starting. Can Koi take a game off BLG? Yes or no, guys? Okay, but Koi MKOI like bot lane? Like how good is the bot lane? Because I don't know. I think if MKOI can outplay the bot side, then I think they can win. Elka and On were looking kind of weak in the early game. Like their laning phase was really balanced, right? Super? Super? More like super.
Vancouver, please welcome today's teams to the stage. The champions of the LEC, Movistar KOI, and the world's 2024 finalists, the LPL's Billy Gaming.
야, 오늘 예상하는데 BLG 3대0 예상합니다.
Welcome everyone
라고 하고
to
싶은데
another day
또
of
G2
MSI
1세트
2025.
G2 생각하면은
Happy to be joined here by
유럽도 잘할 수 있긴 한데 뱀픽이 되게 중요할 듯해요. 오늘 뱀픽 과연 어떨지. 오늘 T1이라 빨간색으로 입으신 건가요? 네, 맞습니다요. 어서오세요.
Eager and excited to see this matchup, and of course we've heard
T1이면은 또 T1 전용 응원 빨강색 입어서 토마토
they just
토마토
dominated in the play-in stage.
Oh yeah.
누가 이길 거냐? BLG가 압도적으로 이길 것 같긴 한데 한번 봐야 될 듯.
They got feats in all 6 games. They barely lost any dragons. They were getting every first tower except for
BLG
one.
jackets are sick.
Yes, this team is looking
I
really,
feel like
really strong.
a lot of the
That being
teams have
said,
really good designs.
There were some
Like,
holes, I will say, in the gameplay, they did drop some early game advantages. They almost
really
lost
good
that
uniform
one game
designs.
to G2. We saw some really kind of openings, I think, in the game.
I'm not too big of a fan of like the color. I don't really like the color
But
design.
then BLG shows up.
Not color, like as in like red, green, blue.
So
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like the color on the neck.
Is MKOI going to be able to bring a higher level? If they create those advantages, will they be able to match BLG?
That's what I'm talking about, right?
Will they be able to have better objective setups to
Like,
really
the
hammer home any advantages they get and turn those into wins?
And here's the thing, Spring
You mean
has
palette?
been the
No.
split of surprises.
No.
for
I'm
MKOI.
like the thing on the neck.
Largely
A little like
domestically
formal
sat
thing.
outside the top 3. There were question marks around would they really be able to contest the title.
Added a Canadian mid laner.
That may
Yeah,
be,
Joey-
I mean, in
Jojo
spring they
Pyong
really
is,
did
like,
come
wearing a
together
sweater.
in playoffs. They really demonstrated
아니,
how
얼마나
good
춥길래.
their preparation was.
Yeah, like
And that for
like
me
this one,
is the
this
thing
one, this
that
one.
I'm most looking forward to. We've got a lot of footage
Color.
of BLG.
Color.
We've seen nothing
Color.
of MKOI coming
Color.
into this tournament, so that is a big advantage that they're going to have coming into this best of 5.
Color.
Looking
I'm
forward
not that
to
bad.
what they've prepared for us today as we jump into our
Well, it's literally the same
Champions
thing.
Select
Color
presented by
and
Omen
color.
HyperX.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting one. I think a lot of people eyes on Elyoya for if he can create a big advantage over Beishwan. Beishwan obviously, is a strong jungler, but Elyoya has been incredible for them in the LEC. He was the finals MVP. This guy has been playing at that really, really high level for such a long time. And people are counting on him to really be able to step up at the international level to prove his worth at this stage. I also have to say, I was so impressed by the development of Supa and how good he was looking in playoffs. Him and Alvaro were, I think, really, really impressive.
Certainly
Banning
we'll see how
Poppy.
they are set up in game 1.
Tarzan
Is
Poppy
Annie gonna be
was
taken away from Knight?
menaced
The Talia
yesterday.
respect gonna come
Poppy
through
승률
from
진짜
BLG.
높아요, 근데.
It is one of Jojo's go-to preferences in the mid lane. When we think of Jojo
Konglish?
domestically, the
Korean
Talia and Ahri
English?
have often been his 2 big champions.
It's not even
That means
Konglish,
for things
guys.
like Vi, Xin Zhao should be
My
junglers that we're
accent is,
looking at in this
impeccable.
game 1 to set up for Elyoya and Jojo to have that innate synergy.
Basically
Engage
a
support for
professional
Alvaro, things
English
like the Rel,
speaker.
the Leona, the Rakan. We'll see how high they are. And the Vi, as we were just talking about, going to be taken away. I wonder if that does lead towards a Xin Zhao priority, or maybe even an Ahri early pick to take it away from Knight now that the Annie has been taken off the board.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, with
You're gonna
the
first
Vi
pick Talia
off the
or
table,
what?
are you willing to
설마
support
탈리아
Ahri
선픽은
because
안
someone
하겠지?
like Knight, obviously Annie is gone.
Oh wait, they banned Talia feviknight. What are you doing?
Instead, it is going to be the Yone. This is
It's
obviously
4
a
a.m.
big
here.
pick for
Alright,
Jojo,
just woke up in the
especially his
morning.
time in NA.
4
He's
a.m.
always known as a
새벽
melee
4시라서
mid laner,
정신이
a
없는
guy
점.
who really is a
탈리아가
specialist on
밴드에
the
있는데
south.
탈리아
Volley,
선픽은
Yone
뭔 소리야.
really can excel on those champions. And this is a champion that has been consistently banned out through all of MSI.
I think MKOI also want the Gwen. It's one of Mewin's personal favorites.
Oh,
He didn't
just
have
have
the
FF,
best
honestly. Just
performances
have
on
FF.
it in playoffs, but throughout his career, it's been something that he's always run towards.
아니
I wonder
판테온
if
판테온
Koi now
럼블?
thinking about a Sejuani Gwen topside.
정신이
something that
나가죠,
synergizes
이미.
well. It is obviously
Let's
very
go next,
short
guys.
range, but it's very powerful in terms of the early skirmishes. As BLG have gone
오늘
for the
first pick
Rumble on
is
the top
cool,
side.
but I don't know
I
if
think
it's
Bin-
good.
It seems that lots of pundits have mixed
It's
opinions
cool.
on Bin's Rumble, but at the very least so
cool, yeah.
far at this tournament, he's been stellar on the champion. His Rumble, his use of the
They
Rumble
already
ultimates
got
have
the
been very
Exodia.
impactful. Ooh, but the Galio,
Galio into
response
Rumble.
instead, so they're not going to go for the Gwen even though it
럼블
was left
상대로
open. Instead,
갈리오가
they wanna
나오는
have that
게
Galio counter pick.
Yep, Galio, standard answer here for the Rumble. I do also really like it as a pairing with the Yone.
The
because they
Teemo
can fly
Sage.
in with the ultimate, and then Galio comes
the
in over the
Varus.
top, really allows you to put pressure onto that back
이게 티어
line
1
here.
딜이죠, 바루스.
A lot of power
Varus
picks
is
here
tier
for
1
MKOI
ADC.
in the first game,
Yeah.
being able to get the Galio answer, being able to get that
Tier 1
Varus,
ADC, by the way.
most highly prized AD carry in the patch these days. It is going to be the Aurora answer, though, from Knight, and we'll see how he looks on it, because, gotta say, Shanks was scary yesterday.
I think BLG have gotten themselves a very comfortable top side. It's a very nice transition from the early into the mid game. They spike incredibly hard in the mid game. They can also go for a bit more of a scaling bot lane if they want to have some late game insurance. But also, this is a type of
Okay, one sec,
composition that gives
guys.
them a lot of
I'm gonna
proactivity
swap
in the
over.
early game. This is a team that loves to try and force those early
I'm gonna
dives
swap
on
over.
side lanes. They love to try and skirmish you early. And this is also just a
There we
great
go.
matchup
That
for
way I don't
the
get cut
Aurora
off
in the mid
when I
lane.
like wave.
So I think
my
BLG
hand.
have started off strong. They're
To
going
the
to
right,
remove the Xin Zhao
to the
away
left.
from the pool. I think they should also consider something like the Maokai or the Sejuani. We consider them kind of EU classics, the kind of safe
EU
defaults that
classic?
provide a lot of team fight value, and also both that can synergize very well with the Yone as well.
Classic.
See, Xin taken off the table. Jin as an answering ban here,
MF
looking
is
to.
probably going to follow as well.
Yep, it is an LPL Classic, definitely something that they do play really, really well. It is one of the most played for Elk in the LPL. Ezreal, of course, I think the champion that he is most well known for, but can be considered to be a fairly difficult matchup into the Varus, who are going to be getting pushed in. So instead, it is going to be that Ezreal ban.
드롭스
So they
때문에
are really
멀티를
just trying
보는
to take away
중이라고?
comfort
한국어
here from
중계?
Elk.
아.
Of course, the AD carry
드롭스 받으려면 그냥 소리
very
끄고
open. It feels like you
켜놔도
have so many
받던데요?
options available to you. They may look to try and
제가
grab an
다
early rail
해봤습니다,
if they want a little
드롭스.
bit more engaged to also deny that away from
칼리
MKOI.
자르는 게 좋지 않냐고?
Of
요즘
course,
칼리스타
the bot lane pool is still very
픽이
open, but we discussed the MF just provides you with a lot of
예전에
team
그
fight
느낌이
value,
아니죠.
very solid laning into the Varus as well. And while it can still fall short in the matchup, depending on what support you
옛날에는
decide to go
칼리스타가
for,
오히려 바루스보다 티어가
just-
높았는데 요즘
again, it
바루스가
synergizes
1티어를
nicely with this very
떡상하고
powerful
이제
mid-game
칼리스타를
spike that
막
BLG's composition is
챔프
going
좀
for.
없을 때
Absolutely.
그럴 때
And
나오는 것
once you
같아.
get your bloodthirster, you get that one item.
챔프가 좀 없을
We
때는
don't obviously know if Supa is going to play poke or if he is going to play
드롭스
hit,
전문가
but
패비?
you can shrug off
공짜는 또
any
못
poke that
참거든.
is going to be coming through from that Varus once you're on your bloodthirster.
I mean,
And
Kallista's
Aurora
just
sets
not
up
that good
really,
right now.
really well, you know, being able to
Compared
go
to
in,
Varus,
you know,
like
throw
Varus is
down
like
the
tier 1
ulti,
ADC,
and being
best
able to
ADC
actually
in the
set that up
tournament,
with the bullet
MSI.
time. You have the Pantheon ult, you have the Rumble
Oh,
ult. The only thing
wait,
they really need to
they're bringing
pair
out the
it all together
Maokai.
is something
EU
like that Rumble.
Maokai,
I think
huh?
that's why we see
G2
kind of
loves
the
Maokai.
counter pick of the Alistar. You know, MKOI saying
We're
we
gonna
know
see
where
another
you are
Maokai
looking to
game from,
go, and we are going
EU
to try
team.
to answer that in advance. I don't
근데
think
G2도
we would get an eco
그렇고
here. It
유럽은
would really
이런
help
조합을
out
되게
for the
좋아한다.
2v2, so if they were going
마오카이에다가
for priority on
바루스에다가
that 2v2, I think it makes
이제
sense, but they are fairly
좀
AP heavy.
AP가
and they
좀
don't
부족하지
have really much of a
않을까라는
front
생각이
line,
들
so something like
정도로
a more
그런
traditional
조합이
RDD support
나오더라고요.
makes sense to me.
G2도
Everyone
마오카이
definitely fits the bill.
트타로 한 판
A lot of
이기고
mobility on the
마오카이
engage coming through from the Rakan, being able
바루스
to lock
이렇게
down both
픽을 하는
the
거죠.
Yone
Very
and potentially
tanky,
Varus on the back line, who
kind of
this
interesting
composition,
pick
I wouldn't be
from
surprised to see him
G2,
play
but
the
I
poke,
think
but
not
then
G2.
I think
MKOI,
about the amount
very
of
similar to
damage that they
G2.
have,
So
Galio's, yeah, exactly. If you do go for the poke, I don't think you're going to be very reliant
at least he
on Jojo.
loves
If they do
Maokai.
go for the poke build, it's likely that we'll get the AP Maokai
But
as
they
well,
love the
just to
tree.
add to
They
the
love the
damage
tree, guys.
portfolio from the side of MKOI. But I will say that this is
피가
a very
나쁘지 않다.
EU draft that they've
일단은
gone
뭐
for. The
이
Maokai priority
유럽-
pair alongside the Yone. This is something we saw a huge
유럽에서
amount
되게
domestically.
인기 있는
The Varus
조합이라서
also just very
이거는
strong laner. But I feel like BLG
I think
responded
Koi's
well.
on
They've got
comfort
good
picks.
matchups kind of
They're
across
playing
the
comfort
board.
picks.
And I do feel like that, again, we talked a lot
Jojo
about this
편
mid-game
Yone.
spike.
I think it really
I wanna
depends on
see
how Jojo
BLG
편
be
plays.
proactive
On
in
the
the early
Yone.
game. Set up for those early dives. Try and
We'll see
leverage
how
the
it
fact that
goes.
you're going to have push in the early game. And
조조 편
look to try
선수가
and fight the
요네를
skirmish against the
나이트
Koi. You probably want to scale a little bit more.
선수한테 어떻게 할지가 제일 중요할 것
We could see
같은데
Galio also go a more aggressive build, and if they want to go
선픽을 할 정도로의 밸류가 나와야 되거든.
Add in the damage.
First
Because
picking
BLG,
Yone means like Like you have
yes,
to kind
they have a
of.
lot of damage, but they are not that tanky.
You have to
either,
win
so
lane,
you
you have to
don't
do
need
well.
to have incredibly high DPS on the MKOI side. It's not like there's a sign or
Become-
something you're having to punch through. about as tanky as it gets really is the Pantheon. So it's not going to be, I think, too much of an issue there. Have to see
Hello,
how
feviknight,
MKOI
excited
is
to watch
going
them
to come
play.
out in this
Hi,
game number
monkey.
one. Both G2 and FlyQuest were able to come out hot in their series. take
유럽
down
픽은
that first
평소 못
game,
보던
and
조합인
then
것
it was
같아요.
the
뭔가
gentleman's
이거
sweep, 3 straight games going the other way.
작년 패치에서
So we'll
나오는
see
그런 것
if it is
같은데.
going to be a repeat, or
AD
if MKOI
미드에다가
can
이제
really
마오카이
step up
정글.
and bring us into this new era of the LEC.
마오카이 너프
Show
많이
us
받아서
that it is no
LCK에서는 별로 안
longer the
나오죠,
time
마오카이.
for G2. It is the time for MKOI to take center stage.
1티어 정글러들이
Honestly, I'm just really
없으면은
excited to see
나오는.
Jojo playing on the international stage representing EU, but also just the fact that he's here in his home country. It's a really big opportunity, and right now he's working with Elyoya to get a bit of information in the early game.
Kuro, you're cheering for BLG.
Ward has been placed by BLG on the bot side of the map.
Any NA fans hate
So
watching
far,
EU today?
too
What's going
chaotic.
on?
Information gathering is the main priority here for MKOI.
Okay, how many people are cheering for
It's gonna be
BLG?
Yellow Blade, so it won't be common, but should be lethality.
Anyone cheer for
But talk
BLG in
me
the
through
chat?
it, Eddie, MKOI.
I mean, at the beginning of this year, we saw the introduction of Jojo.
알리가
While their
빈결이다.
winter split
어.
wasn't the strongest performance coming into spring, they were really competing at the top of the table, and then coming into playoffs as the 3rd seed. they had a
BLG
very
3-0
impressive run.
incoming.
They took down winter champions KC
Only
in
for
intense
the pick
5-game
games.
series, and even though they did
True.
lose in the first round
I did put
to
BLG winning here.
G2, they made it back through the lower bracket, defeating KOI again,
Ooh.
and then ultimately defeating G2 in the finals. The one thing that they were
아파요.
ultimately praised for was
따끔해,
their
따끔해.
very good preparation and just the fact that a lot of the individuals stood out. You talked about how Super developed a lot, but we really saw the impact of the Alvaro Elyoya synergy.
이거 조심.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. MKOI fan. Jojo, thank you so much for the $9.99.
Jungle support duo has been so impactful. You know, when I watched the LEC playoffs, Elyoya was able to create such meaningful advantages.
I
You know,
will cheer for
keeping up
KOI
in
then.
farm, still putting on pressure, being very efficient with his play and with his ganks.
Go
and
KOI.
when he is able to group up with
Go EU.
Alvaro, it's really impressive to
EU
see. So we'll see if
보여주나,
they
오늘?
can get out to a good early start here.
Jojo
Knight,
getting
of course,
bullied?
will have the push. Range versus melee, that is no surprise, but Jojo is going to be playing Fleet, Second Wind, as well as D-Shield. So he's just trying
아니,
to
오로라
avoid
개
as much
아파,
damage as
진짜.
possible, but he is already taking a hurting here early on from
It's
Knight.
painful. What the hell? Like, remember Shanks or
It's a
Aurora
really
yesterday?
tough matchup as you are highlighting, but
어제도 오로라가 진짜 사기였는데. Into FlyQuest.
Looking for some information in the
Quad
bot
was
side
getting
jungle.
bullied.
Yeah, Beishuan will be
That
spotted
damage is
moving in
disgusting,
here.
by the way.
Elyoya does have his smite and is going to have to use it. He will lose the one little chicken, but then will just heading down towards the Krugs. You can see
야, 이러면은
with the push that they had
레드
in
스마
bot lane is going to be here
안 뜰
and
텐데.
helping
He doesn't have
Beishuan.
smite
They
for
want
red
to
bot
put the
then.
pressure on. They have the push in bot, they have the push in mid, and they're going to flash forward. Great reaction there, though, from Alvaro. Able to trade his flash out, not take much damage off the
Alvaro
back of that. Now
fucking
Supa is
wall.
coming over here. They spot out Alp,
Super
but
pushing
the
the
Krug
wave.
is already stolen. We'll see how many little ones Elyoya can get. Looks like just the one, so BLG definitely effective on the
판테온.
invade, utilizing the early power that they drafted for and getting in the face of this Maokai.
Just love the use of the early pro. This is exactly
gonna
what
get
we
bot
wanted to see
scuttle
from
too,
BLG.
Zaya.
The fact that they had the push in bot, they have full control
Maokai
over mid,
probably has to
and
give
that means
two
that the rest of
scuttle or
KOI
what?
can't really do much to help their jungle
일단은
out.
레드
Elyoya
먹고
will lose that a little
탑에서
bit, but thanks to the
바위에
sap, like,
먹으려고
he was
탑
able to
뛰는
get
거밖에
quite a few
없는데.
of the small Krugs. It's likely that he's going to get double scuttled though, so in terms of early experience, we expect.
Yeah, I
Beishuan
mean
to have
they're
the
pushing their advantage because they have bot
he's really
prio
starting
and
to
mid
feel the
prio,
hurt now
and
as
they have
all
a
levels
pantheon.
are
Very
secured
strong
by
jungle,
Knight.
right? Very strong
Elyoya,
jungle.
though, he's
Yeah.
fishing.
Huh?
Elyoya is going to look here. Knight will try to escape.
Push
We'll see if
W!
Elyoya wants to
Flash
commit the
W!
flash.
Flash W!
He
Oh!
wants to actually get that out from Knight, so Knight definitely getting
Okay,
nervous
wait, that's
there
good,
about
that's
a
good.
potential
Push the wave
engage. Felt
together.
like if he got locked
미드
down, he
같이
would have
밀고
gone down, but this
이제
is great. The
바위
relief of
없기.
pressure there for Jojo means he will be able to push
I mean,
this
no,
in.
that
And Elyoya will make sure that it does crash. Jojo will get a good base off here, and despite the fact that he was low on health, he was getting pushed in. It doesn't matter because he kept his farm up. He's getting the base off, no
Elyoya is up
problem
on
here.
he's
Now
up on
Elyoya
smite
has
here.
to be a bit careful.
스마가
Base
있긴
one, no
한데.
flash available, but of course doesn't want to overextend.
A much needed
I'm
assist
surprised they
comes
didn't like
through
greed
from
on the
Elyoya.
Raptors,
He
but
will
his
secure
mid lane
that
did have to
topside
recall.
grab.
And
So even though
Rumble
Beishuan
has
does have a
push
bit of a
priority,
camp
so
lead for
Rumble's
now,
gonna come down
the
as well
swap
first.
will come through from KOI, so they're getting
그러니까
a rough matchup on
스마가
the bot side of the map.
먼저 돌기
They're gonna be
때문에
looking to put a
저거
bit of
좀 더
pressure
빡세게
onto
밀 수
Bin.
있지만 근데 사고 쳐지는
We'll
것보다
see if they're going to be able
나으니까.
to do that. Jojo buying some early
살에
MR here.
들렸다고,
Elyoya
어.
going up towards that top side. Bin does have the flash. We'll see if
목이
he even uses
간질간질하죠.
it. Feels like he's kind
에어컨
of accepting
틀고
his
막
fate here a
그래가지고
little
요즘.
bit. Alpha going to go in. The combo will come through. He's rooted up. Bin still
Oh,
holding. It's gonna be done.
Bin can't
Knocked down.
move.
Supa claims first
Bin
blood on the
can't
top side.
move.
It's an easy
First
blood
blood for
picked
EU,
up by KOI.
EU.
As you highlighted,
Beefy
it felt
Monkey
like
thinks
there was an
Monday was
opportunity
early
for him
first
to
at the
flash, but I thought the
Monday
positioning of
welcome back
Alvaro
to
meant that he was going to flash in
Monday.
response. Jojo, a
탑에서
bit of
페미티.
danger, will take a
이게
chunk
수업,
of
이거
damage.
바텀이
But again,
탑으로
the
이렇게
deficit
수업을
that he's in
하는데
is kind of
5분,
held for now.
8분
About
때
5, 6,
이렇게
about a
한
wave
번씩
is what
하거든요.
he's lost overall, which at the end of the day,
저거에
considering the
당하면은
matchup
안 됩니다.
yeah, as you rightly said, completely fine. Elk needs to be careful. The wave is in a very unfortunate spot, but on
This
his,
is why you
on
swap
his way
Free
to
kill
help
top if they don't react.
secure this wave for Elk, and
Swapping
now
the
he
bot
should
lane
be
top side.
completely fine. So BLG not wanting to put Bin under any more pressure.
이거 바르스가
He
먹어서
will return back to the
굉장히
standard
맛있죠,
lane
코인은.
matchups.
And you can see Elk already with that early Vamp Scepter here, going to be shrugging
these
off
cues
a lot
from
of the
Elk,
poke that they're
it's
looking
all
for. Knight is just
connected.
going to let the ulti go here as in comes Beishwan. Jojo trying to get back to the tower. Will be able to avoid
Ooh, very patient,
the
holding
rest
onto
of
his
that damage
flash like
coming through
that.
from Beishwan. Just a
He
common spear to the
understand.
back, but Jojo trades his ult,
Beishwan
does
no
get out.
flash.
Merwin, nice trade here onto Bin. Bin overheats, but can't get much done off the back of that.
While we've been watching the action, Beishwan
My god,
was stealing
Jojo will
away
win.
camps. He did steal away the respawn of the Raptors from Elyoya, so he's building up a bit of an advantage over Elyoya in terms of experience. He's also going to grab the bot crab, and I think he convert this into the dragon as well.
Isn't Jojo like
They know that
Canadian,
Elyoya has to pass back towards the top side of the map.
Chinese, American, I
So
think?
there's not going to really be any contest here. So as we
Or
expected,
something like
BLG
that.
with that early game control, even though they can
Maybe he speaks Chinese.
they still hold a lot of map
Korean?
control and advantages with the pressure that they have.
He's
on-
Korean?
well, in the 2v2 and in the mid
Nah,
lane matchup.
I didn't know at all
All
because he
about
doesn't
these
look
pushing
Korean.
lanes here, making sure that they are securing the push.
Canadian,
See them
Korean,
really connecting
Canadian?
there onto Jojo down quite low.
I know
Will have
he's
to go back
Canadian,
to
but like,
base.
what is his
Bin even used the
ethnicity?
equalizer on the wave to make sure the bot was pushed
That's
in,
my
so he
question.
could rotate over towards
He's
that
part
dragon.
Korean.
Help out Beishwan.
Okay.
Making a no doubt
조조
about
편은
it.
한국
Already able to
선수라,
grab that
한국
early
사람이라고?
dragon here, but the gold, of course, is the
한국계
dead
캐나다
even.
사람이라고 하네요.
MKOI still sitting in a good spot as Elyoya is
I've
going to
never seen him like
that
speak
top side.
Korean, so I don't know.
Try to see if he can find an opportunity to put on some more pressure.
I also
Got lost while
misspoke
hacking
earlier.
up
I thought
today?
that Beishwan had secured the bot crab,
No
but it actually
way.
just respawned now.
Ask Shepard
In any
for
case,
where I
Dragon
was. He
secured.
screamed Jojo Pyeon,
Grubs
that's
is
how
gonna
I
be
knew
spawning
I
in
was
about
at the
40
peak.
seconds. The bot lane is already on the top side of the map. It's going to be a bit awkward for Elyoya because those bot side camps are going to be respawning soon.
Good copy pasta.
But he needs to be on the top side of the map ready to contest this objective. An early base is going to come through from Super to make sure that they can spend what they can ahead of the fight that's going to be coming soon.
He's
Jojo with the Zerker's
He's part
Greaves.
Korean and part
I will say
NA,
that
but he
for
plays
Koi,
in the EU. Yeah.
I don't know if they want to fight early. It might
got
be
the
better for
Korean
them to
blood
concede.
floating in
Obviously,
him.
giving away all of the grubs is not ideal, but with this
Jojo's
composition,
doing pretty
I don't
good,
think
no?
that it spikes super
He did
hard
get
this
help
early, in contrast to what BLG have. Like Pantheon,
Mr.
even without
Makai,
any items,
but-
it's a very tough opponent to skirmish against. The Aurora with the amount of burst that she has available. It's a scary fight that Koi have to be cautious about how they approach.
대포 웨이브라서
BLG
탑
took the
웨이브
plate down topside,
그래도
but
다
no one
받을
was
수
in
있을 것
range to
같아요.
actually get it, so it looked like that gold was just kind of thrown out into the ether. Jojo, is still
fine,
under
just
a
runs
little
out.
bit of pressure here, but because it is double AP soul laners, things like Witsend, things like Ma becoming extremely effective here. He is just sitting on the null magic mantle for now, but I think Jojo is going to become a problem in the side lane for BLG later on. As
네,
long as
이대로
he does
그냥
not fall
무난하게
behind. They're gonna
가면은-
look for a play here. Jojo,
Jojo!
great buffer out on the Q3 as that was Beishwan's flash in for the stun, but Jojo was ready
Jojo
and equal
reacted.
to the task.
He doesn't even flash there.
BLG do
아니
is
근데
try and
BLG
fight
뭔가
you ahead of the
성급한 것
objective.
같은데
They're gonna
계속.
Here comes the Pantheon ult. They're going to be looking for Supa. He is getting surrounded by all sides. Supa out of position, does flash back, trying to get through Knight, but Knight will not allow it to happen. Grabs the first kill of the fight. Jojo trying to join up. Elyoya is going to have to run for it, though, as On goes in. Going to be Bramble smash
Oh,
back.
Elyoya.
slowed up, knocked down. It's a double kill there
Need to
for
flash
Knight,
earlier.
as Elyoya tries
플래시
to
빨리
flash
쓰지,
out,
저거
but cannot
그냥.
get away from the mid laner.
This is the risk that we were talking about at this point in the game. BLG champions
Never
just
mind.
love to skirmish. And the fact that Knight picks up both kills is massive for BLG.
아니, 근데-
Knight really being set up for success now. He was already winning out on the 1v1, and now that matchup is going to get much, much harder.
Why
The
forcing
good news for
early?
Koi
I
is they
mean, very
at least
something like
do deny
flash
one grub,
over the
but
wall.
that
Is that the
pizza
only way
warfare
he
is
lives?
still going to be secured by BLG.
Because Beitron has to flash then.
So we
바르스가
look back, he just engaged the
여기서
flash that was used in the mid lane.
포지셔닝이
It means
너무
that
안
with the Pantheon
좋았네.
ultimate, they can turn their
Positioning was
attention
so
towards the
bad,
river,
like he couldn't
and
get
they
out.
just turn their attention onto Super.
Wow.
He very quickly
He flashed
flashes.
downwards, but
Unfortunately, he's still being
he just died
collapsed from
anyway,
both
so-
sides. So even though he flashes into the arms of Knight, making it an easy pickup. Elyoya does still have the flash, but he feels like if he flashes early, he's not going to get away to safety. But then Elk flashes in to secure the extra bit of
No,
damage.
flashing
needed.
early. He does get away from safety if he flashes early.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Unfortunate setup there for
You just have to
MKOI.
flash
They
early.
get over. They want to try to force on these grubs, but Supa just got
Like, they didn't have
surrounded
sums and
immediately.
stuff there.
Wasn't really able to be helped out. And This is the tail of the tape for Knight versus Jojo. Knight obviously with a massive amount of experience in both in
이제
tier 1
작년엔
as
다
well as
D전멸이었는데 올해 다
internationally. Has been
F전멸이라고.
incredible for the team for such a long
그-
time.
그런
Now
거 막
getting out to that
근데-
early advantage is going to be a problem.
막 쉽게 못 바꿀 텐데 이거. D전멸이 F전멸 되고 싶고 F전멸이 D전멸 되고 싶어도 못 바꿔 이게.
Incredibly talented, still having a very strong split overall. Even if his finals weren't the best performance,
몇천 판 동안 플래시를
a standout
뒤로 해왔기
player.
때문에
Right
못
now he's
바꿉니다.
holding the helm in the mid lane as Jojo goes 2v1 on the bot
My
side of the
region?
map to try and get out of the matchup. This means that Koi can put a little bit more
I
pressure
mean, okay,
onto
it's
the
kinda
Aurora,
bad.
who's sitting
That
on the
play
double
just now
haunted
was
guys
kinda
build
bad,
that we've
but-
been seeing a lot more. Alioya
Okay.
hovering around the bot side of the map. I wonder if there's an opportunity for a play here.
Oh, this could be problems here for
Still
Mirwin.
winnable.
We're gonna
Still
see Bin
winnable.
overheat,
Game isn't
drop
boom yet,
equalizer,
guys.
but Mirwin actually just chilling, just completely walks it out. Not phased
Mods.
whatsoever here. Had
Ding
the
dong.
aftershock ready and
Ding
does
dong, ding
have
dong, ding
a lot of MR built up.
I mean,
Jojo unable
Jojo's
to stop the recall there
down
from
like,
Vaughn. Of course, the
what,
passive
how much
shielding
CS?
made it so that you are not actually taking any damage, and if you are shielded,
Oh,
it
he's
will
not
not
really down
interrupt
too
your
much,
recall.
like 10 CS.
Knight pathing towards the bot side of the map. I wonder if they are going to initiate the swap here. Knight's been doing super well in the 1v1.
혹시
That play to
LPL은
the Ruin King spike is
한타를
one that
너무
we always
잘하는
keep our eyes
건가?
on when playing the Yone, just because of how significant it is for the champion. I think it does change the dynamics of the
라이저는
matchup as
무난하게
well,
코이도
just
되게
because
잘해주고
it's an
있긴
insanely
한데
extended fight. But we have to turn our attention to the
싸움은
dragon now,
뭔가
as it
진짜
started off
불리할
by
것
BLG.
같아요.
I think Koi, they're just not in a position to
He lost
contest right
cannon,
now.
negative 1?
The
Yeah.
Sundered Sky already being completed by Beishuan. It would be a very dangerous fight for them to take.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But BLG just keeping the pressure on here. They take 2 out of 3 grubs. They grab 2
hell?
early dragons here. And they are not going to give MKOI a lot of time to sit back. This is something they did
Grub,
so well in
dragon,
the play-ins. Also
dragon.
stacking dragons early,
Dragon,
often,
dragon.
and now they are going to be potentially looking for a play here in towards Supa. Supa has no flash, and it looks like he has no way out. Beishuan waiting and stabs him in the back to grab another kill. It's feat of warfare for
Jungle
BLG.
Use
time!
of the Pantheon
Jungle
ultimate to find
God.
another pick in the
Okay,
mid lane.
why
Well
give
executed
Pantheon?
by BLG as they get
I don't think you
themselves
should
another
ever
kill.
give Pantheon to
Looks like Jojo might be the
LPL.
target. Knight getting some good chip damage down.
Never give a
Bro
global
is here. I think
ulti
they're
to
gonna try to go
LPL.
for the dive with the Alistar around. Jojo will be able to clear out this wave, but BLG
판테온
continuing
그냥
to
너무
push the pace.
사기인데 아무리 봐도.
Beishuan now moving in here, getting in the face
정글.
of Alioya. And Alioya will be able to
그러니까 마오카이를
defend
하면 안
without
되는
the
이유가
Galio moving
이번
down
판이
here, but again,
정확하게
it's just
나오죠.
back and
There's a
forth.
reason why Maokai fell off the
BLG
meta.
constantly
Champions
moving
like
in, staying
Pantheon
in the
just
face of MKOI, not allowing
outperforms
them to get
Maokai in so
comfortable.
many ways, by the way. Does that mean like
Love how
Maokai played
Beishuan
bad?
is playing this.
Oh, flash forward there from Alvaro, going to be able to knock him back. Flash out though
Oh,
from
Gabi!
Knight. Will
Oh
get into
my
safety, takes another
gosh.
tower shot on the
If
exit.
only that
But they
Yone
couldn't
ult
quite
connected.
layer the
So
CC.
sad.
The ultimate came in from the Yone just a split second too
Oh,
late
아쉽다.
after that beautiful
So good
engage from
try.
Alvaro.
Good try.
But it is a trade of ultis, it's a trade of flashes, so still a
close
nice
shot.
aggressive play from MKOI, and now they're going to look here
Okay,
for Elk.
Maokai?
Elk trying to kite back.
Broken
flash forward
champion?
there from Alioya does cleanse out on the twisted advance.
아,
and is able
큐가
to flash
맞았으면
out to safety.
잡았는데.
He's gonna have to dodge as he can't. Supa
Super,
still had the
super,
stack. Gets
super.
him with the piercing arrow. Big kill there for
Super Nova.
MKOI.
Throws the thumbs up, and Koi
Nova.
starting to get active on the map. They
Dum,
find a
dum,
good play on the
dum,
bot
dum,
side.
dum,
They'll
dum.
find the flash
Shoot
in
them
mid,
Isaac
and
for
they'll
super.
secure themselves a kill. The gold gap still heavily in favor of
MF doing
BLG,
scene
who are
color.
sitting on that mid-jungle duo. The more
MF,
opportunities Koi
I
find,
mean,
the
these
more opportunities
plays
they have to stall
exactly
this game
what
out,
Koi
and that's
needed.
what they're looking for, time.
I mean, they're still
We
down
know
like
in the
2k
team
gold.
fights later into the
and 2
game, they
dragons.
will have ways to turn this game around. They just have to weather
Su-
the
su-
storm.
su.
Herald going to be spawning
Exponential.
in a minute's time. But as we look back at this play, Elk, he just steps up a little too far. He thinks he's safe. You look at the vision coverage on the
I mean, that's
minimap, and
actually
he
really well
feels very
played
safe.
by
But a nice
Elk.
commitment from Alioya. Commits the flash.
Alioya
W
Q
first
a
to get
little
the
bit
plans out
delayed,
early,
but,
so that the root from the ulti still has value.
The
And then
snipe,
Supa
the
finds
snipe.
the snipe onto Elk.
아니
It's not
근데
much that he
유럽
can do to
역시
sidestep that.
유럽
Bit
1랑
of
팀인
frustration
이유가
from the side
있습니다.
of the coaching staff of
매서워요.
BLG,
That was me yesterday.
but they still hold on to
LEC
the
not
lead
dead
for
yet,
now.
guys.
They do.
EU.
Elk still had those blight stacks from the Varus, so of course the piercing arrow going to do a ton of damage
Impressive.
if it did connect. And Supa happy
Striking
to collect
back.
his second kill.
Beitron
here of
is
the game.
30 CS
The
ahead
gold
though.
lead, I don't think that much of a concern.
Pantheon is like
to
uber
me,
fast.
the real concern is going to be the dragon stacking because there's not going to be a lot of time here for MKOI
판테온
to
CS가
scale up,
정상적이지가
to sit
않는데요,
back.
여러분.
It is 2 minutes until that third dragon, and I'm not sure you want to give BLG the
Pantheon
opportunity to have
CS
a
is
free
like
soul
a
point
solo
here,
laner.
because that is going to be looming over you for the rest of the game.
136. 130.
Jojo, and he is very close to that completed Blade of the Ruined King. With the
Okay,
Herald
but
being spawned and the Pride
Knight
that
has
BLG
10 CS per
still
minute.
have, they've been
Jojo
utilizing it all game. We've been talking
is
extensively
pretty
about
close
it. Their
though.
bot lane plus
Again,
their mid
10
laner
CS cap.
pushing in these waves, giving Beishuan so much control to do whatever he
판테온
wants in
거의
the jungle.
라이너급 성장이야
I think
지금.
this is a very risky fight for Koi, especially
Pantheon
given
is
they
not
can't
even
really
a
get
jungler at
control
this
on the
point.
top side. But they're going to look for it anyway.
Looks
Mew
like
and
they are
Ambin have the
gonna look for it.
TP.
Although
See,
Maokai does have
BLG looks like
Leandre,
they have this
he's
in a
sitting
really
on
good
his first
position.
item
If
as
MKOI
well.
go in, it will just be to die. So MKOI do decide to just back it up. I mean, Jojo's locked under his tower, doesn't even have his first item. I think it would have been an ill-advised fight. I really think we need to see MKOI though
Yo,
get to the
Shai Panda,
dragon
thanks for the
early,
9
be
months.
ones
Warm
there
and
first,
9.
get
What?
saplings in the
lower
brushes,
lines
make them walk
today.
through
Come back
this
to the
AP
main
Maokai and his poke, as well as the Varus poke. That is the way you get that recipe for
너무
success
잭슨 너무
here for
좋은데
MKOI. If they are the ones having to face check into a
방금
BLG
플래시
that's
없는
already set up, I
상황에서
think it's going to be so
마오카이랑
hard.
알리스트 막 들어가서 하려고 하다가
Jojo was able to complete his Blade of the Ruined King.
난리가
ahead of the
날 것
dragon
같은
spawning in
판단.
45 seconds. That's a really nice item for him to pick up. Of course, the Leandries and the Horning guys being finished for Knight puts him in a very powerful position as well.
탑 상황이 좋아서
And we've
전령
just reached
깨진
that
건
point in the game
아쉽다고.
where it's that one item spike that we were talking about. And you're right, the dragon is an important one because if Koi
하지만 거기에서
concede this,
쉽게
then it will
주지
be so
않으려고
point.
하다가
They
게임이
won't have a choice but to
터진다면
fight that one. So if they can find a fight
2,000
here
골드
with the game,
차이가
is it too
갑자기 막 5,000
significant?
골드까지
It will
벌어질 수
ease
있거든.
their pressure moving forward in the game.
그러니까 어차피 한타도 지고
But
뺏기기도
BLG,
하고
they're ready to fight. They're looking
먹히는
for
건
one.
They
똑같으면
absolutely are, and they haven't allowed MKOI to get any wards in over by that dragon.
생각에는
They just have one over the wall, but their approach is
템이
going
좀
to be
나올
difficult
때까지
as a
기다리는 것
result.
같기도 하고.
And Supa takes
They're
a little bit of
going
poke
like
here.
QSS
Only
or what?
5 seconds now until that
What
dragon
is Yone
does
trying to
spawn, so
build?
Supa's not going to have an opportunity to go back to
With
base.
Zenz?
You can see Elk was just happy to trade constantly with that completed Bloodthirster. He wants any fight you will give him because he's going to heal it right back up, and they will drop the Herald here
Goodbye,
mid to
mid
make sure
late tower.
that MKOI has to respond
Goodbye,
to their
goodbye,
pressure
goodbye.
Good control comes
미드
through
타워
from BLG.
바이바이다요.
Oh, the
here.
ulti.
He's going to look here. Merwin on the side. It is going to be Beishuan in a lot of trouble. He is locked down, and he might be knocked down. Try to take one with him. Not going to be able to do it.
아니
It's a shutdown
판테온이
there for
저걸 왜
Supa.
다시
As
타냐고.
Elk will
Why is he
retreat.
taking
Great
it?
pick on the BLG jungler here. Knight, though,
I think
on
he
the
should
side,
just let it
threatening
just
with
crash
the
in
reading,
and
does
back
get
out,
half
no?
of Alvaro's HP
와,
off. And Jojo
이거는
already
베이츠원
over on
선수가
the
완전
dragon. Ben is just going to push topside.
게임을
Looks like
많이
BLG aren't
던졌는데?
sure if they want to fight.
달큰
But their three members
판테온이라서.
are coming, and now they're
And
going to get the
Pantheon is
teleport
super
in
fed
here
as well,
from Ben.
so-
He's level 12. He has the equalizer.
Oh, they can
but
just
they are going to be
collapse
late, so
and
they
look
can
for a
only
fight
really
here,
look for
maybe.
the fight, if anything.
It's 4v5.
The Galio could
Thought
be
they
a
would've
target,
done
but is trying to back it up here. Ben overheating, Elk putting some damage in. Ben is actually going to flash out. BLG out
BLG
of sorts over by
BLG
this
괜찮은
dragon.
거
This
맞아?
was not a good setup whatsoever.
BLG,
They
are you
are going to
okay?
go back in. They're looking for Alvaro. Do force out the ultimate. Knight getting some poke down. Great equalizer across
Poking
multiple members here
right!
as On
Come
is
on!
looking for the engage. He finds it now onto
Oh, they're
Elioya,
gonna
but
re-engage.
MKOI are looking to turn around. The bullet time coming through across
Oh!
multiple members. Supa gets a kill and goes on a killing
Oh
spree.
my
Knight
gosh, they're
trying to finish him
losing a
off on the side.
4v5.
He has
They're
to wait
losing a
for the cooldown,
4v5.
looking for it. The weird
They're
two
losing a
bullets is gonna
4v5.
grab the kill, and now Beishuan flashing
Oh
forward
my
into the
gosh.
MKOI base. They're diving the inhibitor towers here.
They lost the
At only
4v5 because they're
18
like,
minutes into
oh,
the
what?
game.
Just commit
They
and
keep
go
them
in.
interested.
What
They
the
wait
hell,
for the
bro?
Pantheon. He respawns. They
아니
get
4대
the
5였을 때
kills
그냥
and the tier
판테온
2
없을
tower.
때
Amazed
갈리오가
that
그냥
BLG
들어가서
made that
스킬
fight work.
박지.
This
Why
was a
didn't Galio
4v5
just
fight
hard
that they
engage
just
on the enemy
watched the
team
dragon go
before he got
down?
chunked like
But
that?
you nailed it in that they kept Koi interested. You can see that Koi wanted a base, but they kind of kept
I mean,
trading back and forth. And
yeah,
so they
Pantheon
stayed
can
a
ult
little
and
too
group,
long
but
on the map. That meant that
before
the poke that was
this, maybe
coming
like
through from
10
BLG
seconds
was
before this,
sticking.
then maybe they could have
were
hard
chipping
engaged
away
on.
at the HP bars of Koi until they committed a little bit too hard, and then the turnaround engage comes through. A nice ulti from Elk,
아니,
followed by the
망했어요,
damage from Knight
게임이.
and the Pantheon ultimate to close
Good play
things
into
out.
Mega Throw.
BLG converted that play into a massive gold advantage.
I mean, Knight getting the resets here, just hopping forward, knew the
I mean, if
exact
they're not
limits
gonna
of his
fight at
champion
all, they
there,
shouldn't
able
have
to
walked that
kill
way. They
off
could have just
Supa
walked
through
through the jungle
barrier,
and run away.
finishes him just barely. Beishuan arrives, flashes in, they get another kill. That mid-jungle advantage massive now here.
You
for
don't wanna
BLG
win
as
game
they are
one?
nearly
True.
5,000 gold ahead. Only
True.
good news for MKOI, at least they did get the dragon, at least they were able to stave off Soul Point. But they're going to need some individual outplays here if they're going to try to get anything done. Jojo connecting on
Light
pretty
hurts
much
a lot,
everything,
no?
but Knight really just not bothered by it whatsoever, stays around and takes down that tier 1 top.
Those 2 early kills have just done wonders for
그러니까
Knight
너무
in terms of his position
그러니까
in
안
this
싸울
game.
거면은
He's
그쪽으로
continued
미드
to keep
쪽으로
the pressure
빠지면 안
in the
되고
mid lane.
정글
He's
쪽으로
played the
빠졌어야
fights very
됐고
patiently and very
싸울
well.
거면은
And
그러니까 이게
again, we go back to
판테온이
that track. It
살아나기
might concern
전에
for
공 쓰기
BLG.
전에
Sometimes they just commit to these
빨리
fights that just
싸웠어야
don't
됐어.
really make
한
sense.
그러니까 이게 싸움이
We saw it in
열린
the
거 한
LPL
15초
playoffs,
전에
and
싸울
I
수
thought we
있었거든.
were seeing it again here, trying to force a 4v5 when there's no objective on the map. This doesn't make
갈리오가
sense,
막
but
플래시도 있기 때문에
they
그냥
played it
플래시로
patiently,
들어가면서
they bought
요네
enough
궁
time, and
연계하고
now they
막
have
그냥
such a
엄청
significant lead. It's just red at the bottom of your screen with the gold advantages aplenty.
여러 가지로 이니시
Another
가능한
haunting guys
상황이었는데
picked up for
아쉽네.
Knight, stacking up that extra damage.
그냥
The other card
도망가는데
becoming the point of
급급한 거
focus for
같았어
BLG
뭔가.
now. As Koi,
쫄았어,
they're going
쫄았어.
to be looking for a fight. The scaling is starting to come through. But again, a lot of responsibility
Again,
falls
I said
onto
in
Super
Korean,
and
what I just
Jojo,
said is that
and
they
it
have
feels
to
like that it's very
engage
difficult for
if
Super
they're
to play
gonna
out
walk
these
that
fights,
way.
given this Pantheon is just
They
sending
have
it
to
at
fight,
every
like they have
opportunity.
Galio
It is
Flash,
really,
they have
really
like
tough.
Engage
They've
coming
announced
through from
2 fully completed
Ownstar,
items, as is
Yone
Finn. You
ulti,
can see that
right?
Knight is on triple mask here. The
Galio
IE is
flashes
done
in,
for Elk.
tries to do something,
Everyone on BLG
enemy
is
team
ready to fight,
flashes,
and that's why
but
they're
guess what?
threatening this
Yone still
Otacon.
has
They're saying,
ulti.
you don't get
You
to sit
can
back.
try
No, you're
to
going to have to come fight us now.
Yone
Well,
ulti
Jojo's
onto
just sitting
the
on
flashes
components.
target.
Well, your Galio doesn't have his
Like, he's
second
up like
item.
3 AM.
The only
Yeah,
person with
don't
that second item is going to be Supa, obviously with that cheaper build here on the Varus, and him having picked up 4 kills. But a lot of pressure on him to try to be able to find
Why are they
something.
not engaging?
MKOI,
That's
though,
what I'm
doing a
saying,
good
it's
job just
salty.
maintaining
That's
some
what I'm
control
frustrated
here
about.
of vision in the area so they can check in and make sure they have eyes on if BLG is starting this up. And now
Okay,
they
wait,
look at the
BLG
news
Otacon
that they
throw?
are. Jojo Pion over in the middle lane.
They were
is gonna be
tanking the
heading
Otacon
down.
shred.
Teleport coming in now from
Otacon 을
Knight.
근데 먼저
He is looking
치는
to
팀이
force this
불리한데,
endpoint in the area. The
원래는.
TP coming in from
과연.
Jojo. And we can see Elyoya going to go for it. Is he going to be able to steal it? It's a flip, and it's going to be taken there by Beishwan.
Okay,
The
they're
re-engage
going
comes
in.
from Alvaro, and Jojo goes into the back line, but it's Elk going to be able to
Bye.
grab the first kill. Finn overheats, and it
One
goes to
down.
Galio
Knight,
ultimate
Knight,
over the
Knight.
top.
Good
And
flash from
Beishwan trying to
Jojo.
reach the back line. Knight
Good
on the
flash
side
from
here
Jojo Pion.
with Ultimate getting pretty low on HP. The
MF is a
full time comes out there from
monster.
Elk. He's going to grab 1 kill.
Elk
and
is
he's
gonna get a
grab second.
pentakill.
Now it's a
이거
triple
에이크
kill
선수
there for Elk.
펜타킬.
He's gonna
커즈로킬
roll
펜타 펜타
into
펜타.
and he's going to be chasing after Supa.
Pentakill!
He wants that penta.
Oh my gosh,
And
he's
we'll see
going
if he
in.
can actually catch up to Supa. Does have the struck for the move
Oh.
speed, but Supa will
Can't,
be
he
able to
can't.
get out to safety.
저런.
BLG though coming up clutch in that fight. Beishwan secures
야
the
이걸
Atacon.
펜타를 안 준다고?
And it's a
근데 안 줘야
quadra
돼
as
이거는.
well for Elk.
BLG with the
게임이 아직
controlled
끝나지 않았습니다.
aggression. They do such a
절대
good
지지 마,
job of
맞아.
forcing Koi into these fights that they're just not in a position to take. The wallet difference is too big. We see the Maokai ultimate come through. The
I mean, they did engage here, but they engaged on like the front line.
stopping Koi from really getting a good follow-up. Then it looks like the engage is good, but look at the
Oh
positioning
my
of Elk.
gosh,
Very
like
safe
Elk is
on the
doing
back
free
line.
damage
Knight
there.
does a huge amount of damage as well. Throws
We
up the
put
ultimate to
free
get onto the back line, onto Jojo. Playing
MF
around with
was
Supa, who's
literally
down
just
low for
running
top
them
mid.
down
Holds
fully.
onto the ultimate until just the right amount
Oh,
of
no, no,
time.
no, 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 no,
Connects
no, no,
onto
no, no,
3,
no.
absolutely melts the MKOI members, and he secures himself the
Such a good
quadra.
ulti angle actually.
Very close to the
초반에
penta
좋았는데,
as well,
그거.
and now BLG right back out on the map.
Elk is
They're
just
gonna be able to move to Soul Point here, 8,000.
Sure.
The goal
Last
being
6K.
nearly. Look at Elk in that last
6,200
team fight.
damage.
Doubling everyone pretty much here.
Oh
Over
man,
6,000
Narco!
damage poured
Really
out in
appreciate
that
the
one
result
fight.
for months. 감사합니다.
BLG have
Formal.
demonstrated so well
Thank you.
why, when you give this much control in the early game, how
Welcome back
difficult
to
it
the
can be
Meeple
to play
family.
against. Beishwan played with zero hesitation. He was constantly playing in Elyoya's jungle. He was stealing a lot of his camps. He was building up good advantages.
Koi TF next game?
And BLG have played
Oh,
the
I
fights
don't know.
very
TF
well,
was banned
constantly
this ban-
forcing
is it-
Koi into
TF
these
was banned.
unfavorable situations where they can't really get the fight that they're looking for.
Talia,
You look at how
TF,
strong Knight is
both were
compared to
banned.
Jojo, and even though Jojo landed a nice ultimate before, it just wasn't significant enough. Koi definitely find themselves
Okay,
in the back foot.
technically,
They're
if
gonna need a
Koi
crazy
just
outplay
doesn't
to turn this
lose,
game around.
I mean, it's just the
For
crazy
the next
thing is how fast they are actually
15
pushing the pace
minutes,
of the game.
if
I mean,
Koi
it's
just
not even
doesn't
like Jojo
lose,
has no farm,
everyone
right?
becomes
He's
level
not that
18 full
far
build.
below 10 CS
We're
per
all good,
minute.
right?
He's not chain
Just
feeding
stop
or anything.
losing
It's just that Knight
for
has
him.
grabbed a bunch of kills. They're constantly forcing at objectives. They're knocking down towers. They're accumulating gold from all sources so fast that MKOI has not been able to keep up so far in this game number 1. And On now looking for an angle, trying to see if he can find a flank here. Is going to go back in onto the Alistar and will commit the ultimate here. Alvaro trying to get out of there, but he's going to be slowed down. Flashes back in.
대바로! 알바로가 아니라 대바로인데?
For now, though, it is 1
Holy
for 0
EU
here for
Alistar not messing
BLG off
around.
guard. BLG trying to gain control over the top side, getting
Bin
ready to
couldn't
set up
react
for
at
the
all.
ban.
Bin had flash and everything, but he
MKOI
didn't react.
punishing. Ooh, Jojo, he's
So
fishing.
looking,
Takes
does
so
have
much
the ulti.
damage.
Yeah.
Knight's
weirding and the twofold hex from
오늘
Knight
빈
alone.
컨디션 안 좋다.
Spacing from Knight is very clean.
저거
So
반응하기
it
빡세긴 해.
alleviates some of
근데
the pressure. They get some vision
킥풀이라서.
control back on their top side, and a pick definitely slows BLG down. But I imagine BLG
Why
is
is
still
Knight
going to try
spacing
and
his
force this
Q3
Baron
so
the moment
perfectly?
it becomes an option for them. We've already seen them do it so many times this game. They know they have the item advantage. I mean, you can see that Muramana isn't even fully stacked
Yeah,
for Super.
Knight
That's how
is
far behind they are.
a
They've
little
really been
bit
struggling
fat
to
and he's
keep
a
up
bit
with
of a
the pace of the
monster.
game.
Elk and Knight.
And now the TP comes through.
Been kind of
Sorry,
ending it
without
though.
any
Bin's
hesitation
kind of
yet,
ending
BLG
it.
will force the issue once more.
Yep, they're going to start it right here, right now. Bin just picked up the Seekers. He is ready to go. Alvaro trying to create some space. Remember, he has no ultimate, neither
천천히,
does the
천천히,
Galio.
천천히.
So those
Slow,
key tools will
slow.
be missing, but BLG
Koi,
tanking
slow.
that Baron. It's only 25 minutes into the game. It still hurts quite a lot.
Okay,
They have to be
stop the
respectful
Baron.
to that. And we'll
Stop
just
the Baron.
back off, allowing
Again,
MKOI
if they
to
don't lose
reclaim
until
submission in the
35
area
minutes,
and buying some
everyone
time
full
for Jojo
build?
head
We're all
down
good,
towards
right?
that
Full
bot
level,
lane,
full
potentially
builds.
go for one of these
So gold
outers
gap
and
doesn't
maybe
matter at
claim their first
35
tower,
minutes. It
maybe
doesn't matter
claim
as
a bounty.
much.
Oh, you're right.
As
Koi
much.
actually haven't gotten a tower
Longer
yet
the game
in this
goes,
game. They are,
The less
yep, they really
value
haven't
that
just
gold
gained any
has.
control in this game at all. So
그러니까 이거
BLG, they kind of have
그냥
choices now. They can continue to pressure on the
라칸이
Baron if they want
스마를
to, or
지금
they can
공부지
just
스마를
wait for
바꿨기
the dragon.
때문에 그냥 할 줄 알았는데
reason
한타를
to
질
overextend,
거라고
like,
생각을 했나
3
봐요.
items finished on Elk. We
무지
can see that
성취면은?
Beishon with a 3-level lead
I mean,
over his
Rakan
jungle
does
opponent.
have
2
smite,
levels now, but
spellbook smite, so I
and
thought they were
10
going to commit,
stacks on
but
the
they didn't
Magi.
commit
I
on
mean,
it,
Knight, he
guys.
loves his Magi's.
He loves
They
his
don't comment on
Magi's. This guy has never seen a bad
Oh.
Magi's game.
It's true. He is a very
Okay,
confident
well-
player, and he has every right to be, especially given a scoreline of 3-0 and 7. But involved
Lethal
10
Lethality
teams,
Varus
11
is like
kills.
I will say it's
super
definitely a
weird
concern
champion,
as well,
I think,
because
right now.
Galio obviously had to build
But
some early MR,
Varus can
wants
do
to go into the
super
Riftmaker
crazy
to be able to have
damage.
a little bit of extra damage here. But LDR is done
Especially
for
when
Elk. The
enemy
only
team doesn't
armor
really
on
have
the
a
entire
tank.
team is the cloth
Like
armor and the
BLG
ninja
comp
tabs.
doesn't really
That's
have a
it.
tank, so Lethality
This
Varus
MF, if
really
Elk is
scales
able to
well
get a good
into late
bullet
game,
time,
though.
it is going to be curtains here for MKOI. They have got to be really on point about being in position to either avoid it or interrupt it immediately when it does go off there. As Jojo going to be the target now. We'll have to trade ultis here with Beishwan.
Ooh,
Gets
Pantheon
himself out to
Heart.
safety. Beishwan, no flash
Pantheon
to
개
follow.
아파.
Jojo just trying to get his farm in. Does
Pantheon
have that
is
second
very
item with the
painful.
completed shield bow. But it is going to be difficult here. Definitely wants
잘
to get
빼긴
in
했는데,
towards the
뭐,
third, fourth item.
스치면
Try to
사망할
catch up,
수는
try to get a little bit
있어요.
more on
판테온이 지금
even
말이 안
keel
돼서.
here with BLG, but
The
BLG
kills completed for
only 50
Rakan.
seconds
Rakan
until
holding on to
potential soul,
kills.
and they're just not willing to sit back. They never want to give MKOI any time.
And the timing of this is fantastic as well, because you'll notice the base comes through from both Knight and Elk at exactly the same time. The Pantheon ultimate was just used, but it's likely going to be unavailable for the Dragon fight, but that's okay, because the waves had already been pushed in. They come back out onto the map. Knight now grouping up with his team, just kind of abandoning the top side.
상대
But Jojo
탑보다
is
CS가
too
높다고.
afraid to play that deep on the top side of the map. So
지금,
BLG
oh yeah,
continue to have
Beishwan has
full
almost
control. They know
100
they have a
CS
huge
gap into
experience
Elyoya
advantage.
Makai.
Now they're setting up for the Dragon. TP going to come through. It's going to be spotted out. Knight's going to try and punish this.
Oh, doesn't have
Oh,
the timing
that
right
is
there.
really nice because Jojo would have been
Reading
like
in
half
full
HP
text,
after that.
Thankfully for Jojo,
QE
because that would
connected.
have been his teleport, and that would have been potentially 30, 40, 50% of his HP. Could have been very difficult fight. So they would have been looking at Bin, though, level 16 now.
Oh, another
has
miss from Knight, no?
Equalizer ready here, and is going to be
나이트 선수가
terrifying
근데
if he
두
can
번
find an
연속으로
angle to
스킬을
get
못
it.
맞춘
Elk
게
not
좀
quite
큰
level
거
16,
같기도
Equalizer goes in,
한데.
and On is looking for the engage. Great interrupt on the bolt time, though from Alvaro.
Oh,
But
Elyoya
Mira's
just
already here. He's gonna try
Elyoya
to
just
run
died.
away as it's actually Elyoya who did fall. Beishwan
Rest in
going for it.
pieces.
He's going to be able to get the second
Oh,
kill.
everyone
It's
is
BLG
dead.
running over the fight. It's Super has to
Jojo's
flash out
trying to kill
safety.
some,
Elk trying to
backline
survive, but
over
not gonna be able
there.
to do it as Jojo Pion knocks him down. Knight and Bin on the other side are winning the fight, but Beishwan and On trying to survive here against Alvaro and Jojo Pion. It's really up to Jojo now to try to make something happen. On
Jojo
running
fucking
for it. Alvaro has
run!
no
Jojo
way
has to
out,
run!
And Bin and Knight are
gonna
rejoining
die
with
as well.
the team here. BLG winning another fight, knocking
Oh
MKOI back.
man, they just
And
hard
are gonna be able to
engage on
claim
the
this goal
choke
as a
point.
result.
Rumble ult
BLG
is
is
really
just
annoying.
so fast with how quickly they engage.
아니 근데
You'll
이거
notice that the
대처를
moment
잘한
Koi was
거라고
in that
생각을
choke
했는데
point
바로
was the
그냥
opportunity that they needed to force the
성장
issue.
차이 때문에
Bin
마오카이가
looking for
그냥
a collapse
터졌어.
on a Jojo.
마오카이
Right
so
here as
squishy
well.
right now.
Jojo's in trouble, trying to dodge out as much
Jojo,
damage as he possibly can, but the Seekers is there, and that's all
no!
Bin needs. Jojo gets
Jojo!
hooked up as BLG take the
Barbecue
kill, take the
Jojo.
soul, and take
the hell?
everything in this game.
We're going to look back
Oh,
at
why?
the MasterCard priceless moment.
It was a
of
good
what
try. I
was
think turning on Rumble
the
was
soul
only only
in
way of
favor
like
of BLG.
trading there. But
So again, KOI, they get position
let's look
in the
at it
river,
again.
but then they kind of get funneled into this choke point. And
yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
hesitate.
The choke
He
point
just
was
drops
crazy.
the
Remember
balls
ulting?
down,
Remember
is
ulting?
right
And
there to
then
follow up. Alvaro,
they
good
try to
target
turn
selection,
it
trying to keep Elk preoccupied.
on just
but
gone
Knight
out
is just
though.
hitting whatever target he can.
라칸이 저거를 다 이니시하고 막 그 어그로 스킬 다 빼고 나서 플래시로 살아간 게.
Knight then chases the issue, and even though
Oh
Elk goes
my
down,
gosh.
the
No,
fight
Rakan
is
literally,
already so
they use
BLG
everything to
favored.
counter
Very
engage
well
on Rakan, and
executed fight for BLG.
Rakan flashed out, right?
You can see
Going
the
out.
frustration there on Elyoya's face.
Oh
As he
man.
knows
It's
this
because he has
game's gonna be
Merchants
almost
upgraded,
impossible
like
to
he has
come
his
back
Merchants, he
in
has
now.
Mikhails,
BLG have
also
controlled
Flash,
the pace
E,
the entire game long.
2 E's
They even have an
actually, so 2
incredible advantage
dashes.
just from the pedals. The adaptive
Just really
force
hard to lock down
is
Rakan.
equivalent to 443 gold advantage per player from pedals, so another 2,200 gold worth of stats on top of the soul, on top of the 11.5
Yeah, 1k on Elk.
gold lead
Jojo
here
did
as
get
well.
Elk,
So
but they
really,
lost
you're
Baron,
looking
so
at, you know, above a 16,000 gold lead as far as the stats are
11k,
concerned here for BLG.
11.6k
Nearly
gold lead
impossible
now.
for MKOI to come back. We'll see if they can find some heroics, some sort of a pick before the fight starts. Might be the only way.
피커 쇼코웨이브가 한다? 근데 그러려면은 제 생각에 한 10분 정도 더 버텨야 돼. 한 40분짜리 게임 해야 되거나 아니면 장로 드래곤 스틸 같은 거? 그걸로 이제 게임을 좀 I think they have to steal Elder Dragon to keep themselves in the game, I think. Or the game might end before Elder Dragon even spawns here, but hopefully not. KOI has to wave clear.
And they've done a fantastic job here in game 1 of this series. They've set their sights now on the tier 3 turrets of KOI's base, but it feels like a foregone conclusion. Can Alvaro find an engage?
Alvaro looking. It's going to be Jojo PM though, who is getting sent packing there. Poked down incredibly low. Shieldbow did proc as well.
I'm not gonna lie, Jojo is playing good, don't get me wrong, but the Yone pick is just not it, like he's not really doing anything.
Is in trouble, base one flying into the back line already, Alvaro trying to turn around, Supa's gonna be targeted, and Supa's trying to stay he does get a kill here.
Oh my gosh, wait!
Knight, great stasis, the taunt not gonna be able to connect his result.
Wait, Varus is doing a lot of damage!
Coming through, the Voltime buying space for the team to get out. They are able to escape, Knight stays alive, as does Peishuan. Close fight there from MKOI.
So
really well
greedy
done,
from Pantheon, and
considered,
Pantheon
but
actually lived
still,
there.
BLG continues
Pantheon이
the push
플래시까지
here.
빠졌어,
Elk is
근데.
healthy, has so much
Pantheon
life steal.
doesn't have flash now.
Elyoya is out of mana at this point. Knight is pushing
그러니까 BLG 무리하고 있어 지금.
BLG gonna keep the pressure rolling. Bin
BLG
overheats
playing
as
with
Jojo
fire.
gets a good chunk down onto him. Knight looking. Galio now back from base here. Looking to get involved in the action.
Alive for
BLG
one more
too
day
low.
for KOI,
Will
guys.
decide to
MKOI
make
alive
the
for
call
one more
to
day.
just back off. MKOI actually against the odds, keeping both of their inhibitors
이
alive.
정도면은 근데 나쁘지 않죠, MKOI. 13,000 골드 차이. 아니 근데 BLG도 13,000 골드인데 KOI가 잘하는 거야 아니면 BLG가 조금 무리를 하는 것도 있죠. 방금 포지셔닝에 라칸이랑 판테온이 좀 너무 빨렸다. 너무 혼자 들어가서. 진짜 이거 한 40분 게임하면 모릅니다.
Elyoya
40분 게임하면.
will have to flash out of there as in came the quickness and the grand entrance from On. Going to be able to get that summoner very quickly. Jojo does have his Infinity Edge completed now, so he's going to be putting out
Beatron is a
some real hurt
maniac.
in these team fights. Unfortunately for him, both
He
Bin and
definitely
Knight
is.
have completed their Zonias. So the Seekers was broken, but they have that upgraded item through.
4.3k
chunk
jungle
of damage
gap.
there from Supa, Jojo, and Elyoya, down to about half HP. With the rest of BLG
I mean,
still in
not
the
really,
area,
I don't know.
trying to
I just
keep
think
waves
Maokai
pushing
champion
in their
is-
favor and maintaining vision control here. Even if BLG can't close out during these next couple minutes, they will have their eyes on
Maokai
this Elder. And
is-
that is going to be so tough for MKOI to get out and contest.
Hard champion.
It's an easy solution in that BLG can say, okay, fine. It's a little dangerous for us to just walk into your base. Why don't we instead just force you out of your
Knight
base?
is hunting, going to go between worlds. Does connect on the two-fold hex. He just takes him down. It's a solo in the face of Merwin. Can't do anything to help him out. He knows if he sticks around to fight, BLG are going to be able to come in and just finish off the game. Jojo Pion was still pushing top lane here, so BLG now will get him back into the base. Knock down these inhibitors that MKOI was able to defend.
너무 구대기야.
Likely just going to reset and try to prepare for this Elder Dragon.
마오카이
but Elk
너무
is
구대기야.
completely unbothered. They're just staying around. They don't even have the waves until just now. This mini wave going to be coming in through bot lane.
I wish they
It is
engaged
not a super
earlier when
mini wave.
Pantheon
It
was
is not
caught out.
burned
That
up, so it
Dragon
could
fight
be
was
wave cleared
their
by
game-losing
MKOI.
play.
That is going to be the goal here. As Alvaro
Imagine
takes a lot of
imagine
poke
a
there
parallel
on the side. He's
universe
gonna
where
have to
they
go
hard
back to the
engage a
fountain and try to
4v5
heal up.
fight.
They're trying to buy time here for Elyoya. 10 seconds until he responds. Equalizer going to get dropped onto Jojo Pion. Locket comes out from Alvaro, is able to avoid most of that damage. And they will finally now back
It's hard
off.
for
They just
Maokai to
don't have
engage,
the minions
though.
to actually close the game. Maokai respawns, and MKOI will live to fight another day.
They will. I mean, I felt like Knight had just said, okay, this game's gone on long enough.
항상
I'll take
마오카이 좋을
matters
때나
into my
좋았지.
own hands.
요즘은
Beautiful
세계수
solo
소리
kill from
듣는
him.
거 못 본 것 같아요.
25 stacks on the Mejai's.
G2가 그래도 마오카이를 해서
He's full built. The Zhonya's is now finished.
젠지
Knight is
상대로
extremely difficult to
마오카이에서
take out of this
좋은
game.
모습을 보여줬는데
6-0 and 10, a flawless scoreline.
확실히 1티어 정글이 맞다.
MKOI, they're
판테온이
doing their
사기다
best to be
사기.
in a position to challenge this elder.
요즘은
but with two
신다오
inhibitors
판테온
down,
이런
BLG
거가
can
자주
just buy
나오죠.
their time. They can wait.
신다오
Wait for that bot
판테온.
wave to start knocking on the doors.
Oh, they're gonna look for the engage, and it's gonna be Elk.
Wait, Oh my gosh, Jojo fucking rolled. Holy Knight is gonna kill him. Please, core. Oh my gosh, 아니 이걸 거의 페이커 쇼크웨이브급 충격인데. There are 12,000 gold behind, but MKOI doesn't fucking matter. Oh my gosh, please. Jojo's gonna die. Jojo has to life steal. Jojo's life stealing. They're killing everybody though. They're killing everybody though. They're killing everybody though. Oh my.
Too far ahead. They don't care about the numbers. They've got the quality, and they are TPing in to look to put the finishing touches onto a beautiful game one. Bin and Knight, eyes on the Nexus now. It's all up to Jojo Pyun. Can he make a miracle happen here at home? The Zony's gonna be popped here. Jojo chunked incredibly low as Bin comes out of that stasis and looks like he's gonna be able to finish him off with the Electro Harpoon. BLG make no doubt about it. They put on the full court press all game long. Relentless aggression nets them the win in game number one.
A moment of hope for MKOI as they find a pick onto Elk.
They could. MKOI is so good. MKOI is so good at team fight and
through
engaging. Why
still
don't they
from
just
the
engage
three remaining
earlier?
members.
Before they were 13,000 gold
Impressive
behind.
stuff from BLG
Huh?
as they did nothing but put the pressure onto MKOI.
Why did they
here in
wait
game one.
until 45 minutes to
Incredible stuff from
actually
BLG.
hard
The
engage
fans
and win
may
the fight?
have predicted MKOI to win, but
It's
BLG
like
sends a clear
the
message.
Pantheon
This
and
is
Knight,
ours.
like Pantheon and
Analysts
Aurora were
take
too
us
fun.
through
Like
game
they
one.
just won the 3 and 5.
Well, Billy said we haven't lost the game
3-1
yet.
MKOI? I mean, we did see potential for MKOI to actually beat BLG. Like BLG looking like they do have weak points, right?
Start to finish, I think we're going to go through a couple of fights where we think that MKOI perhaps could have approached it a
I
little
leave and we
differently.
get 2 kills, I come back, we get ace.
What
Surely
you
not my fault,
expect
guys.
From a second LPL seed against
Cots.
any European or any team, I gotta say, right? But MKOI really
Banner, get
did
out.
get nothing done.
Yeah, it started very early, Shox.
JK.
They went for their in
Chinese Aurora, yeah. Knight Aurora is too scary.
Pressure in mid lane, and that pressure in mid lane determines a lot.
나이트 개
because let's bring up
무섭고
the first
오로라
clip
이거
here that is very good.
밴
This is
해야 될
the
것
grub
같은데요?
fight.
BLG
And so
상대하면은
we actually
오로라
have
밴하자
MKOI
진짜.
going in to start up the grubs. But
What
the
is up with
key
the 10
is
pixel
this
map?
BLG
They still
comp is
haven't
built
fixed
to
it.
flank. And look at the mid pressure here from Knight. So Knight has an easy way into flank from this side with Beishuan. Also, they have Elk with the misfortune
징크스로
ultimate
인해
that we
BLG가
saw
1대
become
3으로
incredibly
지면은
big, and now we will roll out
그러면
this flip. This
개꿀잼이지
is the
않을까요?
first play
저는 오히려
where they've
그런
actually
거는 나쁘지
moved
않다고 생각합니다.
Varus, the low mobility carry with no dashes, into the center of river.
LPL
where it
잡아주면은
is just
우리는
the
땡큐지.
most juicy spot
LPL
for
잡아주면.
BLG to be able to flank. And there you see Knight comes in first, and this is the first moment where Knight actually gets 2 early kills on the Aurora.
여기도
and will
문제인데
be
그
very
다음도
powerful.
문제예요.
I mean, I saw the game yesterday. Shanks absolutely put on a clinic as Aurora, and Knight was taking these 2 kills here and did the same thing. He was a menace, but not just him, the entire team. Do you
Never
feel
thought
like
I'll be saying this, but
MKOI should have
Bin
kind of
genuinely needs to start
been aware
performing
of the fact
better.
that they were in a pincer position with an
And come on,
immobile
man. We
ADC
all
in
know
that
Bin
moment?
Yeah,
is
so
not
they
really
were
like a
clearly
Rumble
thinking, okay,
player.
we have Alistar and Maokai. Like, maybe
He's
we
like a
could be able
Jax
to appeal
Fiora
for this
type of
Varus.
player, you know,
But
bruisers.
the 2-pronged attack, you know, the misfortune from the top side as well as the mid lane Prowl just means it's so hard because
중국
Jojo didn't
월간이
have
역시
mid lane
강하다.
Prowl for the entire
중국
time basically, except for the one moment where Maokai
강팀 하면 이제 RNG 뭐 이런 거보다는 딱 생각나는 BLG
room for mistakes
생각이
there,
나죠.
because like at that
항상
point,
국제전에
you're
항상
right.
오는.
Shox, like if you're Varus in that situation, everything can reach you. The Aurora can reach you, the Pantheon can reach you. The
T1은
Rumble ulti, all
수상할
of that
정도로
can happen.
MSI에서
And so
약한
that
팀.
snowballed
맞아.
into another point
T1,
in which the game. So of course, thank you to the reliable
always
Cisco network.
performs well at
BLG
Worlds,
made
but
every
MSI
second
has
count here
been
because it
difficult
started
for
with a
T1
mistake, and I wanted to be able to bring
historically.
up this dragon fight. Because this,
Historically,
at this point,
T1 has been
Alvaro
kind of
is trying to
struggling,
get out.
so.
They realize they can get him.
I mean, really,
honestly,
really
Jojo thinks
crazy.
he can like, try and cover him, but then
Like,
they look
what-
for him.
what
He
is
has
even
the
going
ulti out.
on here,
Also, the
you know?
Rumble ulti just covers him too. So after all of this, they buy enough time for Knight to walk on in. Okay, just circle in on him, so he can then start
Circling
to
the
get
sky?
the resets
Nice.
here. He gets Elyoya, he gets the reset on that one. He zooms in and focuses on Supa. That one makes it easier, of course, because he now gets the reset to W back in. And all of this was because they realized
뭔가 나이트 선수의 오로라는 스킬이 더 긴 것 같은데?
But if they can squeeze just a little bit more, a little bit
When
more,
Knight
they get
plays
a flash here, a
Aurora,
little
like
left
the
flash
champion
there.
has
Now MKOI is
longer
committing to a
skills
fight.
or something,
They
I
get
don't
their
know.
situation. That's what BLG is best at.
Champion
And
is
they
crazy.
were so aware at all times because they were hanging around there
T1
knowing
plays
that
after,
MKOI
yeah.
might make one step too many to just slam the door.
Exactly, and a lot of it was, you know, the economy of your ultimate cooldowns in a lot of these fights. Elk especially really held his
Jojo.
misfortune ultimate until MKOI had used all their mobility
Oh,
and
yo,
CC
yeah.
to chase forward. So BLG just
100
did a
CS
very good
gap in
job
the
of
jungle,
kind of
Mr.
drawing them
Yo, yeah.
in a lot of situations.
Yes.
Put him on a
And
carry.
then he would open up with these huge
Give him the fucking
damage,
Bel'Veth, you
misfortune
know.
ultimates,
Give
and
him the
Rumble
Bel'Veth.
ultimate, making it hard
Oh, yo,
for
yo,
them to run
Bel'Veth,
away.
winnable.
And Knight's Aurora ultimate
Jojo's
kinda
a cutie?
trapping them
Yeah.
in there.
Let's jump in from here to there. Listen, I'm sad about my goat Elyoya. Like, he didn't really have a chance to impact this game at all, which is, I mean, a bit of a team fault versus the other point, but at least, you know, we can't have the game one win.
NA, I'm switching sides. Let's go BLG.
Shox, the curse
Thank you,
is on.
Jojo, for the 9.99 ball.
And they're like, hey,
US dollar.
maybe that's the strategy. That's what Jojo is saying. So that game one is gone.
I hate to break it to you, but I think BLG has a different formula because, yeah, G2 also, they didn't win the first game
Booyah!
versus BLG, so
NA,
maybe this is
NA,
something
wait.
to-
It was
You're gonna
closer.
cheer for China now?
Okay, but we're gonna
BLG?
shake this off. I think
Not
there's
you?
a lot of homework for
Not Europe?
Movistar. If we look at the objective control, for instance, BLG also had that, right? I think they got everything in this game that they may have ever wanted, and that makes the game particularly easier to play, specifically with that dragon stacking.
100%.
There, I
This
did it,
is just what
guys.
BLG
You're
has been
welcome,
doing
EU.
so well throughout the
I
tournament. The
ulted,
control around
and the
objectives
jinx
is
to
something you have to
BLG
be able to
by cheering
fight
for
against. And I
BLG.
think, like, the draft
It's like
we
the
saw
5-head
here, the priority
reverse-
on the Varus setting it bot
reverse
lane
Uno
and
card.
being able to find push in lanes, that was their focus.
Clearly,
But then
the
after
team I
first
cheer
4
for
fights
always
that happened
loses,
top
so
side,
it's
it
gonna work,
literally
guys.
did just start bleeding. And they couldn't take any of the objectives. And I thought what MKOI did was good in saying, okay, we don't feel strong enough to fight for second or so, second Drake. That's fine.
감사합니다.
We felt
아,
strong enough to fight for
파라독스님,
third.
만원 감사합니다.
They
땡큐
like
베리 감사해요.
First dragon.
Yeah.
BLG.
Can't do that.
MKOI, MKOI 화이팅, MKOI 화이팅.
I think it's credit to
Oh,
BLG.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for keeping on taking all these fights, and they just kept
감사합니다,
building their lead
만원.
and kept getting richer and richer and richer. So then the
맛있는 거 사 먹도록
the
하겠습니다.
threat of these flanks became immeasurable.
Yeah, I think they also got a little shell-shocked after that first grub fight.
Thank you,
because we
Femi.
saw for a
You're
while
welcome.
they weren't completely confident taking those skirmishes. But I talked about Elyoya, but Jojo is
I
also
ain't
someone
sleeping
that we
tonight,
have
am
to
I?
see
I mean,
rise
if you
up to
sleep
this
now,
occasion. Knight is one of the best mid laners in the entire
You're not gonna be able
world,
to
but
wake up
he
for the T1 game.
has to find the
T1
way to stay
CFO
in
game.
that lane so he is
Yes.
able to help his team more.
Yeah, I mean, and it
기다려라,
definitely is
T1이
a bit of a
간다.
rough matchup early on, but Knight played it so incredibly well, really big chunks of damage. And Elyoya come through, actually, you remember back to the very beginning of the game, he was able to
Damage
relieve
per
some
minute,
pressure, get the flash, and get the push out,
1166.
and then actually get a successful gank top lane.
나이트 1166 레전드.
I guess that was like kind of you know, one of the bright spots, one of the
Yeah.
Almost
Hey,
twice.
and if I'm looking towards the
Of,
next game
Jojo.
for Jojo, I think
To be
throughout
fair,
his,
Jojo was playing a
career, he's been
melee
strong as your player.
Yone
He's able to
champion.
get that would
Why
solve
are
the
they
question
first
about,
picking
like, having
Yone,
push,
guys?
in general, which is
They should
something
just first
and
pick
it gives
Pantheon
them
for
a
Elyoya.
stability to
Elyoya
scale.
would
I
have
know this has been a
1v9 on
great team
Pantheon.
in terms of being
Jojo.
able to get early control domestically,
Yeah.
but they're also really good at being able to play the map, and that allows
선택
Mirren to play
요네 너무
something that
맛이
plays towards
없었고요.
side lanes. So that's what I would want.
Yeah,
That's my pathway in game 2.
나이트 살벌하다. 진짜
You don't have to rub
폼이
it in. That-
역대급 하지만 이제
MKOI picked the blue side, so we'll see if they could
역대급
come
아닌가.
something different for us. No red side counter pick yet for Mirwin. That's sad. Maybe we'll get to it later, but we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come
Blue
back,
side for
hopefully MKOI
Koi.
and Jojo Pyun can
blue
rise up
side
against
pick
BLG.
for Koi. 쪼쪼변 씨가 개똥 싼 건 아닌 거 뭔가 무색 붙임? 네, 이게 요네로 잘하기가 좀 빡센 게 요네가 패치돼가지고 그 예전에 2로 CC를 씹을 수가 있었거든요. 그러니까 2를 한번 쓴 다음에 다시 2로 돌아가는 걸 쓸 때 CC가 씹혔습니다. 그래서 예를 들어 조이 수면이나 이런 거 카운터라서 자주 나왔는데 그거를 뺐어. 나요시 그거를 삭제를 시켜가지고 요네 티어가 이렇게까지 높진 않을 텐데 첫판 블루 선픽? 이것까지는 아닐 텐데 진짜 100% was playable? Yeah. I don't know why you would first pick Yone only to pick Maokai, you know? Maokai was fine, but I just think the tier level is lower. When Pantheon and Jinzhao and things like that are open, you want to go for that style better. Like an AP mid laner and pair it with like an AD jungle like Jinzhao Pantheon is the meta right now. You don't have to play like meta, you can try something else, but you can do that later on in the series. Usually in the first game, you wanna like play all the book and shit, right? Press the call. I did apply for co-streaming for EWC. Hopefully I get it. Please. I do wanna cheer for T1 at EWC as well. Do it again. Annual Faker Yasuo at EWC? Oh yeah, last EWC. Faker did play Yasuo, I just remember that. I'm not trying to press you for anything though, love the discussion? Yeah, discussions are healthy. It only starts becoming weird when you start becoming passive aggressive, you know? I think that's a thing. That's a fun part about LoL esports. You can always have a different opinion, right? Even professionals, like pro players, coaches, teams, analysts, casters, can have different opinions about different things. Even Faker can have a different opinion. The GOAT. Like there's a famous clip where Faker is like 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼. And then everyone else, Carry, Aguma, Owner, Doran, they're like 돼, 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 돼. There's a clip by the way. It's a really famous clip in Korea. So 안 돼 means like no, no, we can't, we can't, we can't. 안 돼, 안 돼. And then Faker's like no, 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 we can't, we can't. And then everyone else is like 돼, 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 돼. We can, we can, we can. 예정입니다. 그래서 그 EWC 중계에 그 신청하는 게 있거든요. 그래서 신청을 일단 했고요. 기다리는 중. 곧 시작이라서 근데 만약에 안 된다면은 어쩔 수 없이 그 치즈직에서만 중계하는 걸로. 유튜브 트위치는 그러면은 화면을 못 보여드리죠. 치즈직만 가능하고.
Coming in now from Knight. He is looking to force this MKOI in the area. The TP coming in from Jojo. And we can see Elyoya going to go for it. Is he going to be able to steal it? It's a flip, and it's going to be taken there by Beishwan. The re-engage comes in for Alvaro. Jojo goes to the back line, but it's Elf going to be able to grab the first kill. Finn overheats, and in comes
this fight was
over the top. As Beishwan trying to reach the back line. Knight on the side here with On. Getting pretty low HP. But the
Elf just
comes out there from Elk. He's going to grab
full
one
HP.
kill, and he's going to grab a second. Now it's a triple kill there for Elk. He's looking for more.
Quadra kill.
BLG coming up clutch in that fight. Welcome
한타
back,
끝나면
MSI
BLG만
2025.
살아있다.
We are heading into game number 2 here between
저기에서는 이미 근데
MKOI
게임이
and
터져
BLG,
있어가지고.
who came out swinging in game number 1.
Yes, they did. That was a level of aggression that I think took MKOI by surprise. We saw Beishwan invading level 3. He was utilizing that prio that he had in both mid and bot right from the get-go, and then their team fighting was just ruthless. They did not slow down. When the objective was up, they started it. Hell, Baron spawned, they started it, right? They were using every objective to force a fight, and it felt like that KOI was doing everything they could to just keep their head above water, because it was the ship was sinking rapidly, and there was very little that they could do to plug the holes.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult. They're plugging them as fast as they could, but Knight is putting more in left, right, and center. I mean, even from the word go, they had these pushing lanes. You know, they had mid and bot pushing. They forced the issue with an invade very early from Beishwan, getting in the face of Elyoya, making it very difficult
근데
for
오늘
him to
T1
just
팬들도
kind of
엄청
naturally path
많던데.
and scale like he would like to do.
관중에서.
They never really allowed MKOI
There were a lot
to
of
get
T1
into
fans in
their
the crowd as
comfort
well.
zone here, and we'll see if MKOI
What the fuck? That's my friend? Wait, really?
something going here in game number 2.
Wait, real?
As we kick it off, similar bands coming out so far.
You go
but
text your friends.
First 2 for BLG are the exact
Tell him you
same.
saw him in
We'll
the
see
main
if it is going
broadcast.
to remain the same across the board.
Same for KOI as well. The Poppy, the Annie going to be taken away.
Oh,
Seeing is what they're going to be doing. Is it going to be prio?
my back kind of
On
hurts.
something that gives him a bit
Oh
more
man.
agency in the early skirmishing department. Ari going to be the ban, trying to limit Knight's options in the mid lane.
Ban
They really
out
wanna try and
Knight
target
and
that
keep
pool.
banning
The
Naito.
problem is they are,
Naito,
as a
feviknight.
result, also targeting Jojo's pool. So we'll
I'm
see what
FaceTiming
direction he chooses to go for. With
Okay,
the
okay,
Z still
go do that, go do
available,
that.
could be the first
That's
pick for
hilarious.
KOI if they want to go for a little bit more range and team
Wait, can you put
fighting.
your name title on the coach thing on
That's gonna be
layouts
the
when they
direction.
draft?
So Jojo
Feviknight
gonna be
coach?
picking his next most played champion. We are going
If
down
I'm the coach,
list.
I'll first pick
BLG,
Bard
though,
every
they're
game
gonna
and
get
lose
picked a
my
little
team
when
the
it comes
game.
to the Gwen. Now, this is something
First
that
pick Bard?
for Bin,
Why are they
you generally want to ban away. Okay, the man is a monster on this pick. And
It's
the
looking
fact that
doomed already,
KOI have
guys.
just handed it over for him. They're gonna have to have a good matchup.
Jinzhao! You
Million
first of
on
all,
the
game 1 you give
Jax.
Pantheon.
Not
Game
something
2
that
you
we
give Jinzhao.
usually see from him. Usually
아니,
he's got
신짜오
something a little bit more
구애는
unique
진짜
when
너무
playing into
무서운데,
champions
이거.
like the Gwen.
Yeah, just one play on it so far.
Yeah,
this
it's
one.
아제르가
definitely
좋긴
not
해도
much of a
이렇게까지
mirror
좋은
champion.
건가라는
We'll see
생각이
if he
들
does
정도로.
decide to lock it in.
레드가
as
더
KOI seem to be
좋은
heading
게
more towards the
블루에서
teamfight
선픽
style once
가져가도
again.
두 개 겁나 사기에 두 개
Azir
챔프
plus the Wukong incredibly strong as far as the team
가져갈
fight
수
goes.
있으니까.
Alvaro, I thought was stellar on the
They gave
Alistar in the
Gwen
last
to
game.
Ben, yeah.
Unfortunately, you know,
I mean,
was
it's
in
because
a
they ban
loss,
out
but,
Knight instead. They
really
banned
was
Ari.
looking on point in that game number 1. To me, he was the standout member of MKOI in that first
What's
game.
predictions?
It is going to be on another
Predictions
Engage
on
champ
right
here.
now,
This
no?
time it will be the Rel. The Engage is explosive
Prediction is
here
happening,
for
trying.
MKOI. I mean, Knight Syndra, to me, this is such a throwback. This was the champion that really made me initially learn most about Knight. Was absolutely stellar on it for so
Victor,
many years.
though?
Instead, it is going
Okay,
to be the
winnable,
Victor,
guys.
so he will
Okay.
slot in the Victor here.
빅토르면은 이길만한데?
People do generally like this matchup.
I think Victor is a terrible. It's a terrible champion. It's a bait champion right now. I'm not even joking.
Kind of farm and scale alongside it.
미드가 워낙 많이 없어가지고 나온 픽인 것 같은데 좀 구대기거든요.
You're completely right. The once you
빅토르?
get that upgraded E, those waves just evaporate by the Victor wave.
Little bro dropped
It's gonna be interesting to
250k
see
for
if MKOI
Koi.
can put pressure on that mid lane, because generally speaking, in this matchup,
What?
once the Azir gets 6, you want to have your junglers
250K?
go with the ultimate,
That's
force out the flash
crazy.
from the Victor, and then rinse and repeat for a kill. That's the kind of play you are looking
Come on,
for.
Koi.
So we'll see if MKOI can find a way to put on that aggression.
What are they
And
banning
clearly
here?
are not so worried
Cannon
about the Jax,
bans?
more concerned about some of these other niche picks. That Mirwin is so well known for. The Kennen even going to draw a ban here. So very atypical. BLG clearly doing some homework and trying to pay that respect to Mirwin with a targeted ban.
They're
Colista ban.
aware that Mirwin plays stuff. What stuff?
Target ban Elki.
We don't know. Truthfully,
Let's
we
go.
really don't. Like, that man has a very deep solo queue history, and you never really know what he's got prepared for a Gwen. But against Bin's Gwen, you've got
페이커한테
to be
모두가
ready.
섞고 있는
So
빅토르.
we'll see if he goes for something unique.
뭔가
or if he
페이커
instead
선수랑
goes
초비
for more of a
선수가
team play.
빅토르를
They could
워낙
just go for
맛깔나게
something
잘하시니까.
tanky, look to try an early lane swap, put pressure on Bin that way. With the center being taken away, they're going to
Bait
remove some
pick Victor.
visibility to scale.
Winnable.
Ezreal could be something that they think about. With the Braum taken away, I do wonder if that's the direction that they do
I mean,
head towards.
Elyoya
These
Wukong is
Super's
much
most
better.
played
I
from
do
Spring.
enjoy this better than Maokai jungle.
see what BLG want to go.
AP mid with an AD jungle mid, AD
Leona
jungler.
that they are considering here. Of course, you can also just wait, lock in your
Leona's
AD,
such an
and then
early
look
pick.
to see what the full bot lane picture is going to
I
be.
mean,
But
they want to hide their
definitely
ADC
wanna have
longer, I
the
guess.
answering
They
pick,
don't
it
want
looks
to.
like here. So for now,
원딜
considering
지금 원딜을
Leona
먼저 가져가는 게
would
더
make
좋지
sense.
않나?
There are really kind of like
Isn't it
5
better to
of those
just
priority engaged
first
supports.
pick a
2 of them
good
played in the first
ADC?
game,
I
2
don't
of them
know.
were played in the second game. Nautilus kind of the last
As
one
they're hiding
now
it.
up and available. And they are going to leave that counter pick really here for Elk. Try to make sure that they do have that winning 2v2. They already saw the support that Alvaro was going to be playing. So
Uh-oh, guys.
On had his pick of the
Guys,
litter.
I'm bleeding.
Now Supa is
I'm
going to
bleeding.
have to complete that bot lane, and we will
I
find
was
out
picking
what
up
the
my
answer in the
nails, and
top
now
lane
I'm
is going to be here
bleeding.
for Mirwin. I mean, Jax honestly, is
Oh
a
no,
pretty good
don't pick your
matchup
nails like me,
into
guys.
Gwen. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going
Don't
to be
pick your
looking
nails
forward
like
to playing
me.
it, but I do think it
Ain't
can make
no
some
way.
sense. Kai'Sa definitely does feel like it fits within the composition. Rel,
I'll
Wukong
just have to
flying
like
in the
crap it
back
up.
line.
I don't
And
have a
alongside
band-aid
that,
in my
I
room.
do think Jax would work, but instead
Bottle
it's
the
going to be
blood.
a Kali
Glory.
top. It's a Kali top, very spicy. I wonder if he's going to do the Ignite TP and really go for
Gwen
it.
상대로 아칼리
People
이거
do
맞아?
like this matchup quite a lot. Often you can stay
Gwen?
within the shroud
Akali
against the
matchup?
Gwen. Be able to
I
get
think
in the
Akali
face,
is like
hit your
melee
shuriken
range.
flip,
You go into
really
the
go
Gwen.
aggressive, in this 1v1. And that's going to be
Gwen
an exciting
W가
one
근데 금연상이
for Mirwin
그웬한테
here.
그러니까 아칼리한테 안 통하긴 하죠. 아칼리 doesn't get affected by Gwen's W other than the E, right? Obviously. So I think this matchup is
powerful level 6 especially gives you
Gwen
push
shits on
in the
Akali.
matchup as well because Kai'Sa really can't contest the core
We have a
straight
Gwen
backs,
main in the chat.
which means the
Koyore
BLG
is a
once
Gwen
again
main,
get
so
leverage and look to play through that bot side of
according to
the map.
Koyore,
This Xin Zhao, we'll see how well he
Akali
looks
Gwen
for the bot lane
matchup
once
is really
more.
good for
The
really
news
good for
Koi
Gwen.
is that I expect
Yes.
Knight to be less on the roaming style this game.
근데 Gwen W 금연상에 안 당한다고 해도 그러니까 구엔한테 붙어서 뭔가를 해야 되는데 구엔이 그러면은 머리를 잘라버린다.
But you're completely right that usually the Akali plays within that shroud can be a very good matchup. And we've seen Akalis get solo kills multiple times in this matchup, especially if they do choose
I think
to, as you
Koi
were saying,
needs a
run that
miracle
Ignite
here,
TP.
I
It
think.
does leave you very vulnerable. You
Conf
have to be
looks
extremely careful in the matchup. But yeah, we said that Mirwin has
scary.
these special picks, and I love that he's playing with
Xin Zhao.
confidence against Bin. On the international stage, you have to believe
탑에서
that you're the
유니콘
best.
픽이
And I
하나씩
love the
나온다. 이
confidence that we see from Mirwin, as he's
피오레스
going to look to have a little bit more impact here in game 2 than he could on his Galio from game 1.
재밌는
I
게
absolutely agree.
나오는
And
거죠.
even
피오레스라서.
if, the Ignite is more risky than just playing Flash TP or something
아니면
like
피오레스
that.
아니었으면
You
계속
can
매판
matchup,
럼블
honestly
나오지
lock it
않았을까?
in, because
럼블
you do not
갈리오,
wanna
럼블
play
갈리오,
to
럼블
just
갈리오.
scale alongside a Gwen.
럼블
Gwen is
갈리오,
going
럼블
to get
갈리오,
way
럼블
more
갈리오.
out of that. You need to be able to put the pressure on. You need to be able to put him in a difficult position. Also going to be interested to see, what build Supa goes. I know a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of the full AD Kai'Sa, but they are quite heavy in the AP.
Agreed.
So I think that they probably will be looking towards that. But it's something we're going to have to find out.
비리윈 선수가 이 아칼리를 구현해 보고 아칼리를 픽하는
You get stunned up, Boss Bomb is going to hit,
기억을
and that
토하는데.
thing hurts. The all-ins can also be really powerful. If you get that stun and cleanses down, you just flash, you Valk on their head, you put that damage down. Corki can look for these really
Gwen
aggressive
missing Q.
all-ins. But remember, while you are watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for all exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score some of this in-game loot.
LOLeSport.com.
Who doesn't love loot? So
Team
get logged in,
roots.
get watching.
Cosmic Insight,
We get
Cosmic
ready for
Insight,
game
Cosmic
2.
Insight, Cosmic Insight,
MKOI
Cosmic
changing
Insight,
up the
Cosmic
drafts.
Insight. And another
Have
Cosmic
a little bit
Insight.
more agency this time
Okay,
round.
seems
Jojo
like
should be
Cosmic
able to
Insight
get
is a
early
little bit
push, which means that Beishwan isn't going to have the same
little bit needed of a
luxury
nerf,
of just
no?
being able to permit invade. In terms of the early control, though,
야, 우주
relatively
통찰을
safe.
우통은 언제 너프를 하냐
So
진짜.
he's going for it. And it is going to be Ignite TP
우통은
on the
너프를
other side
해도
as
해도
well,
계속
and
나오는
Bin
그
is going to
레전드를.
go resolve, not a big shock. BLG though, obviously
우통은
in
너프를
game
한 적이
1 looked
없는데,
incredibly
생각해보니까.
good, and they kind of continued forward all the dominance that they were showing
Cosmic
in the
Insight?
play-ins.
Yeah.
And they got first blood in every game but one. They got
don't
the
really like
upgraded boots,
Cosmic
the feats
Insight.
of strength in every single game. They got Otacon every single game. Herald
As in, like,
every
I love
one
using
game.
it,
It's
but
like
I don't like
they
playing
were
into it
just
because I have to like
absolutely stomping through play-ins,
deal with
and
everyone
now they
just
are
perma-flashing.
7 straight wins.
And yeah, and it's funny
Flashing
because
every
when we
4
watch them
minutes
play,
instead of
we
every 5
definitely
minutes?
recognize some weaknesses, but the conversation
way.
we had coming into this matchup was even if you see these weaknesses, you have to be good enough to punish them. And it felt like that in game 1,
Okay.
you mentioned Alvaro, I think he found some
Power?
great opportunities to punish
Alvaro-
the position that we saw
Alistair
from
was really
Al.
good, I
The fact that BLG is often always
Alvaro
willing
played
to
well.
fight around these neutrals.
전판 근데
I feel like it
알바로
just
선수가
played into their
그나마
hand, though. They drafted really well to the style that they like to
MKOI에서
play.
생명을
And we'll see how
불어넣었죠.
things shift up, because when you run a
Alvaro
Victor,
carry.
a Gwen, you do want to
I think
scale
they can
a
get
little
level 2
bit
first.
more.
이래 먼저
We'll
찍었고!
see how the action
Level
plays
2
out in the
here
early game.
first for MKOI.
Can't really go in on
BLG were trying to
레오나
fight
though.
for it, but
레오나한테
do
스킬
not
받기는
actually
좀
decide to
그러긴 해서.
commit to this. Now BLG
I wonder if he
are
could
able to
like
get level
Q
2
flash onto Elk
themselves.
and then get his flash out.
Devotion had to be
Level
used
1
there by Elk, and one was taken off on
Trade
as well.
flashes
So
with Corky is
MKOI
not too bad.
do a good job fighting back as Mirwin here going to be pushed in early on by Bin. Again, playing that grasp, you know, you can
I
just
don't
look
like
for these
Cosmic
two
Insight
trades
with an
and
Evil
proc it
Smart
with
playing
that.
Electro Bardo.
It's quite nice. Zon's going to go in. They're going aggressive here on Asupa. The cleanse came out quite late, and the Ignite is up there. They will not
그러니까 이게
flash in
먼저
to
그냥
follow, but
이랩
they get
찍었을
all of
때
the potions
큐풀
down
코르키한테
here, as well
박지.
as the
뭔지
cleanse.
알지?
And Supa's
I'm
just
not
gonna
even
have to go
joking.
back
Like
to
when they
base,
got
or he's
level
gonna
2
get
and
flashed on and
Corky
killed.
was level
This is the
1,
matchup that we were
100%
talking
should
about.
disengage.
Leona, Corky,
100%
tried
should have
and
Q
true.
flash onto
It has so
Corky.
much power very early on into the matchup, just because
And
of
get
the
his flash
trading,
or some shit, you know?
pattern that Corky can provide.
Push him out
And,
at least.
Alvaro on the rail.
Solo
doesn't quite
bolo
have
in
the same
top
setup when
sim?
paired
Yeah.
up alongside that Kai'Sa, you don't really have a huge amount of
Solo
threat,
bolo
so
for
a lot of experience going to be
Mirren,
lost
right?
to Super. He's now a full level down. He's going to be able to catch some experience back.
So
but
looking for a Kali,
a
right?
really very nice trade from BLG.
Insert Anakin
Great
and
job. Alvaro, of course, trying to hold that wave as much as he can, but did lose about 5 out of 6 of the minions on that previous wave. So Supa obviously going to be down in farm, and
Evil
his experience,
Smirk.
as he did point out, will be able to close that gap as he does farm up this wave, though. But Elk is definitely going to be in a much better spot here. Is going to have the better base and goes back, buys a tier here early on, as well as the glowing bow.
Leona damage is so broken,
I'll
yeah.
also say the top matchup going very bin favored here in the early game. Owen looking for some trades where he can, but right now it's just going the way of Bin, getting good push.
Sure,
Has a
Fevi, let's
massive
get you to
CSD
bed. You're
for now.
tired.
A lot of farm being lost by Owen underneath the tower as well.
Good night.
Yeah, it felt like
Wake
Bin
me
is
up
just
when
playing the
T1
wave.
plays.
You know, Mirwin is trying to look for these trades, but Bin is just
Good night, good
constantly
night, good
hitting the
night.
wave, constantly getting the shove, and that makes it really difficult for Mirwin to be able to find those angles to look for those positive trades when the wave is always stacking in his opponent's favor.
Yeah, okay. They're going to go for a swap. Sending the Akali into the bot lane is a little bit of a surprise, just because my expectation was they want to keep this matchup for as
They're
long
swapping?
as possible, the Akali into the Gwen, because it is a counter pick into the Gwen. But I guess they're going to try and...
What do you
get
mean it's a
Super
counter
Alvaro
pick into
out
the
of this bot
Gwen?
lane
Gwen
matchup,
is
but they are
literally
struggling a
beating the
little bit.
Kali twice
And
the
Bin's
CS
just
right
looking for
now.
trades.
I mean, he's a
Huh?
2-level advantage on
Akali
both
has
of them
18
right now, but
CS,
as he
Bin has a
overstated his
32.
welcome here, Bin could be in some trouble. Skip
Oh,
his
Bin
flash,
might
use to
be
try to get
dead,
back
though.
to safety, as they're going to flash forward and they're going to commit to this. Bin is trying to turn around, but he's not going to have the damage. Way overestimating his strength there. Alvaro and Super
아니,
punish,
빈 선수
and
진짜
again, it's
뭐야?
first blood.
Okay,
I mean,
maybe
He used
Maybe Chat
everything
was
to try
right.
and fight them. And
I
you're
think
right
Chat
that
was
he had
right.
a 2-level lead over them.
Bin's
but
just
you
not
don't
playing
have
very
flash,
good.
Bin.
Holy moly,
He
bro.
tried to use the Ignite so that maybe he could trade 1-for-1 against Super, but Super,
Yeah,
after being
Bin.
punished, so
I
having
thought
on the
his
bot side of the
rumble
map,
was just bad,
walks
but
away
no,
with
he's
first
just
blood.
he's
He's
just
going to be really happy
He's
about
running it,
that.
guys.
Elk and
he's
Arm gotta
running.
be a little bit
오늘 빈
frustrated
이상하다니까
there with Bin.
그러니까.
The advantage that they were able to
나
gain
럼블
is now
못하는 건
kind of
알겠는데
gone.
방금은
Jojo
좀
here incredibly low, but Knight is very low on mana as
아니
well.
눈앞에
On
보이는
now
거를
moving over, will be
당해주니까
spotted
뭔지
here by
알지?
Elioya.
눈앞에 두 명이 보였으면
And
뒤로 빼야
Alvaro in
되잖아요.
the area also, both teams looking to cover for their mid
When you see
laners.
two people in front of you, you kind of have to walk out,
Okay, they're actually going to
run
keep
away other direction.
Super on the top
But
side of
no,
the map.
he's trying
Of
to
course, he
walk
is
up and
falling
contest the
far behind
wave.
in
One
terms
v
of
two.
CS and experience, but in terms of gold, thanks to that kill, he's not doing too badly. Bin gonna have to be very respectful. He will spot out Alvaro.
I forgot Akali had the ability to lane
Although
swap.
so far not really
Yup.
getting involved much in the action, and for Elioya, I will say this is
I
great
think the
news.
casters are
On the
confused
Wukong, you
though.
just
I
wanna
don't know
get
if
that
they
level
know the
6 as
Gwen
quickly as you can,
is
repeatedly
good
go for
into
these full
Akali.
clears, and you hope that the lanes aren't too volatile.
They keep
Anyway,
saying like Gwen
he's,
is getting
suffering
countered by
a little
Akali,
bit
but
in
I
this
think it's
one
the other way
versus two.
around.
He doesn't really have many playmaking
Maybe after
options,
6,
and
Akali
he's
can
also
win.
ran
After
out of
6.
pots that he can utilize in the lane for now.
Yeah, mostly just playing for experience.
They
at
just
this
assume
point.
because
He
they pick
knows
second.
can't
Yeah,
afford
that's
to take
true,
damage
Swago.
because with waves slowly coming
There
towards
is like
you,
160
you need to make sure
champions
you
in
have
League of
enough health
Legends.
to actually
You
catch the
can't
wave when it
memorize
finally
every
does
one of
come to
them.
you. Bin though getting zoned off, still not level
Bro,
6.
like, why
Alvaro's
is
going to take
BLG
a
not
swing here,
matching the
does
swap,
land the
no?
Shattering Strike. Supa getting aggressive. Bin, if he was 6, might be able to turn this around, but this is difficult. He's going to go for it anyway. Supa could be in some trouble. Remember, he has no flash. Does level up to 5, though.
Oh.
Great peel coming through
Alvaro!
from Alvaro. The stun is going to land with the Shattering Strike. His
Ready,
team is
Igor?
6. He really wants to get it. He still
Oh,
needs
he's
one
level
more
6
minion
now.
now. Does get
Oh,
it.
Bin's
but
dead.
It doesn't matter because Elyoya has arrived. And Elyoya is going to be able to grab
Bro!
this kill. You have to think eventually Bin.
Bro, why are you
again
not matching the swap,
overextending
no?
didn't quite
아니,
have the
수압을
experience to
일찍
get 6. Otherwise he might have been able to make
레오나
the play
코르키를
work.
위로
It's
보내야
really
되는 거
interesting because
아니냐고.
You're completely right that Ben thought that if I can just get this level up, it'll be
They
completely
hate
fine.
Ben or
'Cause then I
what?
could
They're
turn around
leaving
this play.
Giga Ben
You could see
alone
how
in
much
the top
damage he was
side.
doing to
아니
Super.
빈
In a
선수가
2v1,
혼자서
he
탑을
almost
어떻게
just straight up killed
막는데?
him, but he just didn't quite have the damage.
아니 뭐 구엔
Jojo gets
버리기
the flash
작전이야
out.
뭐야?
Now he's gonna flash and follow Jojo by Tis.
조조! 조조 편.
Beautiful play from the Canadian mid
조조
laner.
편.
Knight didn't hold his nerve there.
NA
Flash
mid,
early did not react.
better than LPL
the
mid,
ult, and that
guys.
just allowed Jojo to flash later with the ultimate to follow.
What the
Take
fuck is going
stock
on?
of the
I don't
game
know.
state, and Jojo now
Koi's
has a
about to
lead.
beat
Elyoya
LPL.
now also has
BLG.
a lead. Super has been able to
That's
close
what's
the
going
gap that was built between him and Elk with
야,
Alvaro
1세트
sitting on a
이긴
$400
팀이
lead of his
지는
own. Koi off to a good
저주가
start
있나 봐요,
here as they're
여러분.
being super proactive on the map and quite frankly just
G2도
punishing the mistakes of
그렇고
BLG.
플라이커스도
Yeah,
그렇고
looking good
1세트에서는
thus
되게
far.
좋았는데
The solo laners here from
무너져
BLG
내렸죠.
definitely not looking infallible in this second game, and Mirwin
Okay, no
gonna
ult
take
on
in
Ben.
that shuriken flip here.
Now at a point where I think he just
아니 이거
has
구엔을
kill
버려가지고
pressure on Ben.
뭐 구엔 성장
With the
지금
Ignite
멈췄거든.
especially, Ben has to be very careful with the level difference.
Really does, and wanted to talk a little bit about Alvaro as well as Elyoya. These guys have been so core to the
안
success.
되겠다, 티원
You know, they
나를
play so well
날골에게
together. We saw them
1세트를
link
쳐라?
up on that top side as well as around mid lane. And generally where they go, good things happen for MKOI.
Certainly does.
에이,
The best
설마.
version of MKOI is when
여러분,
these two
우리가
are
알고 있는
working together and
T1은
being unlocked on the map. And
안 집니다.
we're
걱정
hopefully
마세요.
going to get to see it now. Level 5 still for Alvaro.
And no ultimate for Elyoya or Jojo here. So it could be a difficult approach. BLG just trying to focus on finishing off the final grub. Should be able to do it. Beishwan has
I mean,
no
just give it is
smite.
fine.
Elyoya does, but just no real angle
mean, they keep
for
giving
him to approach,
objectives,
so all three
but-
grubs will be claimed there by BLG.
So BLG
It is what it
continuing
is.
to
Like Ben is
demonstrate
0-2-0,
their
you
proficiency
take
of
a
playing
Knight
around
is
these early
0-1-0.
objectives.
It's going great.
Really good job by them. Elk forced a W away.
Alvaro, nice crash down there, just buffering out on the Zenith Blade. We saw Mirwin was scrapping again with Bin on this bot side. Both of them do have ults and ignites ready, so definitely could be a spicy fight if it
아니
does
근데
break
아무리
out.
봐도 빅토르 저거
Jojo
똥챔프
now
아닌가요?
having
저렇게
gotten that
잘하던
first kill is
나이트가
definitely playing
빅토르를
with a lot
하니까
more
갑자기
confidence. You can see him posturing aggressively here,
the moment
looking to
like
get that
Knight is
Q
popping
auto
off,
poke down
Knight
on
is
Knight.
playing so
Wants to
good,
keep
and then he
pushing.
plays
He's
Victor,
gonna be able to
and
grab
then
a
now
plate
he's
here
come
very likely.
permanently useless, no damage, no CC, no dash,
Elyoya spotted.
yeah.
literally push into his own tower.
Shuriken flip does connect. Bin gonna have to try to get out of there, but he
What?
has
Bin
no
죽었는데?
flash.
Bin's gonna
Remember,
die.
he's playing Ignite TP, no way out. Mirwin and
No
Elyoya gonna be able to group up and grab a kill.
Honestly, I don't even know
way.
if Elyoya was needed. That looked like that was going to be a solo kill to me. And
What
getting
is
some
going
gold from
on,
Levi.
Ben?
Pretty much, yeah. But Elyoya getting involved in the action on the map. 1-0-2 scoreline
빈
for
오늘
now.
진짜 안
1.3k
좋다.
the overall gold lead. Of course, it's already
잘못하면
been converted into
지겠는데?
many
잠시만,
objectives.
이거.
That is where BLG still hold on to the advantage. The fact that
그리고
they've gotten the
지금
first dragon, they've been able to secure all
구엔이
three grubs. This next
개망했습니다요,
dragon is going to be important because
여러분.
Koi, with the
구엔이
leads that they're
so
starting to
out
build,
of the
should
game,
hit those item
guys.
spikes earlier.
Gwen
And the
is
fact
so
that
out
Knight
of the
is going
game.
for the Rod of Ages build means that this Victor is going to
Put him
be
in the bin.
very slow to scale. And I want to see Koi play in a similar way to BLG where they should be spiking
Not even
faster,
like this.
so they should be looking to try and fight earlier.
Absolutely are. On gonna run into Alvaro here.
형이 말했지
Fighting
왼쪽에
for
이긴다니까
that big
부상
board. Shattering strike not gonna connect.
브론즈
On eventually,
3위.
I think will push Alvaro back. Beishwan gonna be spotted though, and you can see both top laners now headed up towards that top side. Bin though has
아니
TP
근데 이
advantage,
진짜 아무리 봐도
which is going
이상한
to be
게
critical here in a minute 20 when this
아니
next
구엔을
dragon
픽
does spawn,
깎으면은
unless we
수업을
see
이게
Jojo or someone
왜
move up there to
수업을
match
늦게
who can actually
하고
get
수업을
down
안
for this dragon.
했는지
It could be a bit
이게 정말
problematic for
궁금하네요.
MKOI.
아무리 봐도.
One thinks he's got position zoning super away.
He knows more than me.
The wave being denied.
Let him cook.
This is the
Okay,
biggest
yeah,
thing between
true.
the two AD carries, that
True,
experience
sure.
difference. It all comes back to that level 2
Let
trade
them
that
cook.
happened. Ever since then, Super's been playing
Oh, they're
catch-up.
zoning the
To
cannon.
his credit, he's caught in
Finest
terms of
one in the
gold.
chat.
But that level
저런
difference is
대포를 못
still very
먹었는데?
relevant. A full level
Elk
between the two AD
is
carries.
ahead of Kaisa.
Super will have ways to claw that back later on into the game, but for now, Elk is
They
really
did
the strong
strong
point
side
for
Corki.
BLG that they should look to
They
try and
didn't
play
swap, so
around
they had
if they do wanna
jungle
contest
around
these
the bot
neutral
side
objectives
around
moving forward.
Corki.
Maybe he's the only one up in gold right now, and it is a very slight gold lead for Elk. And Super will be able to collect this wave and close the gap to, you know, maybe
아니,
like
우리가
100,
알던 BLG가
150
아닌데?
gold, so not really an issue whatsoever. Question is, does MKOI want to fight at
Oh my
this
gosh.
dragon?
Imagine
or will
MKOI
they
actually
just
beats
give
BLG
up
today.
and allow
Thank you,
BLG to
buddy.
continue their dragon stacking that they have been doing all tournament long?
빈네이놈 정신을 차리지 못할까?
His item complete, but a training
아니,
force complete
번-
from a very expensive jungle item.
스포츠한테
Having that
먹은
ready for the second
감사합니다요.
frag,
땡큐다요.
really nice spike. Of course, the Sundered
Thank
Sky
you.
coming in from the other side.
Holy
Still a good
moly.
pickup for Beishuan. The two mid laners, though, Nash just 2 versus the Rod of Ages. You could understand why BLG might be a little bit hesitant to try and
Well,
contest
they're
this.
going to flash in. They're going right for it. They're looking for it.
Elyoya!
He's trying to target
A reverse engaging. Oh, but Corky. Whoa, oh, Supa. Okay, what the hell is going on with Jojo? 아니, 갑자기 한타가 이상해졌는데요? 아니, 수파스로 try to die to his tower. 이거는 근데 빅토르가 플래시가 있어가지고 빅토르 Angry Victor. Angry Victor. I mean, it was a crazy engage from Leona. Elyoya actually re-engaged into them.
They don't give you a moment to think. Elyoya, he's just sitting in the river.
와, 이 W 반응을 했다면?
From BLG is quick. The response from Elk is good.
And Elk played so well, by the way.
Super is very far
Boom,
away.
boom.
The Azir
And
has the
then,
TP in,
if you
but at this
look,
point when the
Victor's
rest of
doing
Toy
1 billion
arrive, the
damage.
fight is already over.
Mirren was caught in the W.
Great decisiveness, great
Mirren just
execution,
sat
and
in the
fighting
Victor
out.
W.
Beishuan now looking for Jojo, but has he
Beige
been up
one
more
getting
than
caught.
he can chew? Alvaro with
Okay, never
Shadow and
mind.
Shrek will be there to peel for his mid laner.
Never
BLG
mind.
can't get another
너무 쉽게
kill.
밀렸다. 엘렐리아
All
W 반응이
continuing
좀
to
아쉬웠는데
try to push the
방금은?
pace here to keep
만약에
that
50이
pressure up.
W 반응을 제대로 했으면은 완전 달라지
To
않았을까.
just get caught unaware of how confidently
I think
BLG is
Elyoya
ready
could have
to
maybe
contest them
W'd
on the neutral
backwards
objectives. The
instead
Victor
of
gained
W'ing
so
in,
much off the back of that last fight,
and then
picking
try
up, I
to
believe
like
it was
take
2
it slowly,
kills.
wait for his Azir to
Just
show
really
up,
started
and
to be
then
funneled
like
those
the
passive
fight was
stacks.
like super
Alvaro
split because Wukong went in super deep
danger here.
early before his
He should
teammates
be
were
fine
able
as
to get there. And
Now
Kai
we
started
wait
to
for
like
the next
ult in
neutral
trying to
objective. The Herald's going to be the one
pick
that
up
both
the-
these
pick
teams
up
will
the
be
kills
setting
there.
their sights on. Of course, the feats of strength going to be determined by that first tower.
super something more
scrapping
like
over
that.
vision non-stop here.
Thank you.
As Beishuan moving down, Jojo is quite low, has the ultimate
엘리올리아도
in 3 seconds,
정신을
so
차려야
it's almost
되고.
up here. Alvaro there
아
to
근데
cover.
이번 판은 근데 마오카이 판이랑은
BLG will not like
다르게
to try to go for a dive
초반
here.
인베도 안
Of
당하고
course, yes, Knight
무난하게
did get a
잘하고
kill,
있긴 해
was a
공이.
big winner in that last fight, but as
전판
Supa picked up a
마오카이보단
double,
접전을 안 하네.
didn't use either of his summoners to do it either, so that is
CS 100개
very,
차이
very
안
nice
나잖아요.
because he forced the
안
flash
나요.
out of Elk and the flash off of Knight to be able to take him down, so he got
No.
both of the key
They're gonna go
summoners
first
there
for tower?
from the big carries
Ain't
for
no fucking
BLG,
way.
kept his alive, so if they could force another fight, it's a big summoner advantage right now for MKOI.
BLG, they're playing the map very well, though. I love how they play through their pressure again. They realize that KOI want to get resets through, and so
They're
they
actually
funnel
getting
more
first for
members down to
tower.
the bot side of the map.
That
which
is
means
speed of
Knight
strength.
has free access to this tower. He's very well protected, and he secures that objective. And that gold gap that existed
무력
between the two mid lanes is now
행사를
completely dissipated. They
너무
also
쉽게
secure
주는
the
것 같아,
feats as
KOI가
they,
근데.
secure the first tower of the game.
초반에 잘한
KOI, they don't really
플레이를
have much of the
오브젝티브로
cross
연결이
map.
안
They do have
돼가지고
pretty good
BLG가 지금
positioning on
오브젝티브
the
다
herald at the very
모으거든.
least. They were able to drop
BLG
some
got
wards
all
down
the
to this
objectives
topside river.
again.
But BLG, they're
Like
going to be
this
ready
game,
to respond. The base
KOI
is
was actually making some really good early game plays, but they weren't able to convert it into any kind of objectives.
Got those upgraded juice.
Which is a
Gonna
little
use
bit
them.
unlucky.
Walks all the way up here. And they are, as you say, ready to fight as they seem to be each and every time an objective is spawning. BLG's team fighting has just been so on point. Teams have been able to get advantages, but they have not been able to
KOI's getting
out-team fight them
out-macroed?
thus far in the event. We'll see if MKOI can do that here, as they are going to be the first ones
Okay,
to start
I
up
think
this
they
Herald.
really
Big is
want
up
the
on that
Herald.
top side.
They
He
really
can't go
want the
back to
Herald.
base. He doesn't have his first item on.
이걸로
Looking with
미드
that spot.
타워 깰 수 있어서
Not finding an
근데
angle to go in
KOI가
on here
무조건
when now been approaching from the
싶죠?
top, but the objective is already gone.
They can use
So
the mid and
BLG
try to
will
get the mid
elect to
tower
just
then.
back it up and try to get a little bit of chip damage down on this tier 1.
운영 짬빵 차이. 네, APL LCK가
BLG very
확실히
much just spectators in this play. Bin,
항상
will
운영적인 부분에서.
KOI.
Oh wait,
Really
what the
respect
hell?
them enough.
Bin's
Looks
gonna.
like they're gonna go for it. In goes the Cyclone as
Bin!
Jojo's in on top of Bin. No flash. I don't know if he's getting out of this. But flash to follow from Elyoya. And Jojo picks up the kill. They are really punishing this Ignite choice for Bin.
They certainly are, and Mirwin, he's not going to lose much on the other side.
Bin
Beishuan
dead
doing what he can,
again.
though, stealing all of these bot side cams to
Or
deny
that's
goal away
now?
from Elyoya. But
아니
Elyoya's
뭐
been
쿠에는
involved in
그냥
6
뭐
of the
인생이
team's 7
망했는데요.
kills. The only
저런
ones he couldn't be a part of was the 2 that
1
Super
for
was able to
now.
pick up in the last
1
fight.
for 1, yeah.
Jojo now setting his sights on this top
I think
tower.
Elk is
Elk
gonna be able
quick
to defend the
respond,
tower.
though. It's very difficult for KOI
Should
to
be able
really
to defend
convert this
tower.
into any meaningful objective secure on looking for the collapse.
Jojo knows that he was there. He saw the ward come over, but did he
아, 뭐.
overstay his welcome? Has the ultimate if he needs it to try to
조조편
disengage.
근데
Great sidestep.
뭔가
Is
잘하는
going to
것
be
같긴
able to
한데?
avoid that stun.
I don't know.
Just gets hit
Jojo
by the
is
slow.
actually playing
As a result,
pretty
doesn't
well,
have
no?
to trade out his ulti.
And Azir,
Just still has the ulti, and with
Pretty clean,
hovering
guys.
in the shadows.
he's ahead
There's always the
of
possibility that
Knight
eventually
now.
don't
He's ahead like
overextend.
20
For
CS now.
MKOI hold on to the gold lead.
한 20개, 나이트
That
선수랑
very much
CS
favours
20개
that
차이라서
BLG.
지금
No towers are yet
아재르
to
성장
fall.
미쳤죠? 3
Meanwhile, the
kill
structural
and
damage on the
20
side
CS
of
count
Koi, that
into
mid tower
Knight.
is
Like,
getting very low.
huge, I think.
Cloud Soul.
Yeah, the next dragon is
근데
going to be
텔
interesting.
전멸 들면은 아칼리는 저만 알고 올 건데
Especially for a lot of the different
1대1이
champions
너무
in this game,
불리하다는
I think
생각을
in
한 거죠.
particular champions
확실히
like the Wukong as well as
그
the Gwen.
전멸이 좀 안
Gwen
올리는
with Cloud
챔프들이
Soul
좀
is just
있긴
a
한데
terror
그
in
중에
the
하나가
side
이제
lanes. It
Gwen.
is so difficult to actually be able to escape that ultimate with the slowdown plus the speed up. But MKOI here in the mid lane, good timing with the Herald to be able to drop this down. 15 seconds now until that third dragon will
Jojo
spawn.
Azir.
They're trying to take full control of this area. Push in mid. They will be able to get this tower
I mean,
with the
Azir,
crash.
Azir so far is
Should be able to be the
1v9ing,
first to
yes?
move in towards the next dragon. Alvaro's just going to keep going
Alvaro!
in. It's going to get slowed down though by Beishwan. So
Slowed
Alvaro
down,
gets
smite
popped out.
down.
His bin was back in base here now. You can see he's coming out to join. Knight going to be TPing up towards that top side. The Riftmaker has been completed there for Bin.
Looking at this one ward sitting on the Raptors for a potential TP flank from the Gwen. He's being tracked right now, but it looks like, yeah,
이러면은 용
BLG's just not in a
주는
position.
것
I
같아요.
love what
BLG
Beishwan's
gonna
doing,
give
by
the
way. You'll
dragon.
notice him on the complete other side of the map,
Jojo
just
is trying to
rummaging
get some
through Alioya's
blue
jungle and
side
saying, is there anything I can
jungle
steal?
camps.
I can't contest this dragon, and that's fine, but I'm going to get whatever camps I
이러면은
can.
탑은
And if I can't get
낸
a
것
camp, I'll set
같은데?
my
They're
sights
gonna
on
get
that
top
lane
tower then.
Exactly, to get some wards down as well. You know, drop
If Akali
that
TP
ping.
stop,
Elf is
Akali
gonna
might
push
die.
Supa back here. Alvaro in the area though, there to cover.
탑 타워는 밀린 것 같은데 바텀 타워를 밀었죠? Koi's gonna get both tower though, so I guess they're just trading towers.
Mid jungle trying to do
But
the same here on
Koi
the other side.
will
Gonna be
take
able to
that
put
trade
more
any
gold in
day,
the coffers of Jojo,
right?
who is up to a 1,100 gold lead right now.
They have a winning side lane. Like this Azir is like crazy in the side lane right now.
Push incoming there. BLG though
He's
will
never
grab
gonna
some
die
respawning
to
camps on the exit.
Mr.
So,
Victor. Mr. Victor
Koi
can
have
never
much
kill
better
this
early.
Azir.
The question is going to be how well can they execute
Not in the
fights?
1v1 that
Because
is.
you're right. BLG,
And of course,
so far,
Akali's
the
gonna
MSI has
1v1
just
and
been
Gwen as
utter
well. So
domination in the
Akali
fight
can
thus far.
1v1
We
Gwen
saw them lose
and
that
Victor.
one fight against
You know, they
G2
just
where they kind of pushed
BLG
down
just
mid,
has
got
a losing
collapsed
side
on.
lane.
But aside from that, they've just been a force to be reckoned with.
Bin again in the side lane, could be in trouble here. Pops the shroud, but the Cyclone comes in. They are chasing him down. They're gonna knock him down once again. It's the 5th death.
아니
for Bin.
BLG
Don't need to team fight. They just keep getting picks.
just
I love
keep
the way
killing
in
Bin.
which Elyoya is playing the map right now.
In-game of course.
And it's as
In-game of
rightly as you
course.
said,
In-game of course.
there's no flash on this
No,
Gwen
Simon,
at any
goodbye.
point in the game.
이미
the
망한
Royal
세계에서.
step ever so slightly with the combined
아니 그러니까
CC
라인
of
수업을
the
왜 안
slows to come down from the
하냐고.
Royal
Why
Eyes,
did they
the
not
ultimate
match the
from
lane
Azir,
swap?
the
They
EV
just
and the
left
double
Bin
pop that
alone
they
and now
have
Bin is
available from the
1-5.
Wukong. It's an easy pick in favor of Koi.
Bin has just been kept down
아니 진짜
so
이러다가
effectively here.
구엔 한 10번은
There's always
죽겠는데?
that ticking
Gwen's gonna
time
die
bomb
like
of
10
Gwen,
times
though.
this game
He's
at
gonna
this
be
rate.
continuing to scale. We'll see how Mirwin can
우지성
perform in these team
꼬라박기보다는
fights. He's
그냥
obviously
사이드에서
up to a nice
봐주는
level
사람이
advantage
없는
of a
느낌이야.
level and a
구엔
half
쪽에
plus the
시야도
gold
하나도
advantage
안
there.
잡혀있고.
But Jojo is going to be the biggest problem here for BLG. The question is, can they get in onto him? Can they
아니
actually
왜
knock
이게
him
막
down?
멀리 푸시한
Especially
것도
with
아니고
Bin being that
라인을
far
타워
behind, will they
앞에서
have the pressure
받아먹으려고
to
앞으로
actually get
가는데
into that backline and knock down Jojo, who has gone for a relatively tanky build. He has quite a bit of
막
extra
주변에
HP
서폿이
built up.
봐주는 것도 아니고
BLG,
정글이
though,
거기
again,
있는 것도
they're
아니고
just right to the objective.
뭔가
They're putting
싸웠나?
up a lot of time here, only 20 seconds after it spawns. Alvaro is going to be able to spot this.
그
How
정도로
quickly
버리다니.
can MKOI respond? Because BLG are just committing to it. In comes the teleport here from Bin. Mirwin TPing in as well. Jojo there on the side trying to get some poke down as Alvaro is going to go in looking for the engage, but there's not really any follow-up.
Oh my gosh, BLG is just crumbling, guys. BLG just crumbling. What the hell? Beishwan's trying to yoink the attack on
They're
that.
down incredibly low. It's down to 1500. It's down to the smite. And it's down
Early
to
smite as well!
Cyclone is going in with Supa into the back line. Mirwin goes as well.
way!
BLG trying to run for it
Okay.
here. Supa on the side looking for
Elk
more.
is trying to, like,
Beishwan
run away.
pushing him back,
I don't
though.
think they
Bin
can.
now in the pit. Going to be caught with Elyoya and Jojo. Falls again for the 6th time this game. It's Beishwan versus Supa. Supa though winning out as Beishwan
Knight is getting a killing spree though.
Victoria
빅토리가 킬 많이 먹고 있긴 한데 근데.
Supa trying to stay alive here. Beishwan slowly
Victor
catching up.
is-
Can he hit him with the wind becomes lightning? No, he cannot. Supa getting flashed
Knight
on
is
here by
flashing!
Knight. Knight is looking and he will collect the
Oh
shutdown.
my gosh. flash,
plus
bro.
636, but it's a much bigger win for MKOI.
Knight is
as they
actually
grab
doing
the icon
damage
and
now,
they win
guys.
out in the fight.
이걸 나이트
chaotic
선수가
fight
캐리하면은
that
진짜
was-
레전드.
I mean, it can only be
His
described
whole
as
team is
everyone
just
was
inting
dashing
it.
everywhere.
Knight is
We
trying
saw
to
movement
carry.
over walls, we saw
Can he do it?
dodging of
I don't know.
CCs. On had a really nice ultimate to deny the follow-up coming through from Koi. And I wanted to keep track
와,
of this
저 카이사
engage
킬까지
coming through
먹어서
from the river
근데
onto Super
빅토르가
Alioya. The engage from Alvaro is
이제
good, but the
딜이 좀
follow-up is a
나오기
little bit
시작하거든요.
limited. Page One also knocks
Victor's
out
gonna
Alioya.
start doing some
The
damage,
execution
guys.
of the fight from BLG is really good to separate Alvaro from the rest of his team. But the problem is the re-engage from BLG. They just don't
That
have the
spike
tools.
from
They've
Beige
now
One
used
was
everything at their
so
disposal.
early.
And that's when MKOI looked for the re-engage. Alioya with a nice ulti. Both, again, the mobility, the dashing from one side
BLG
of Elk to
flashing
the other
in
of Mio,
when
and then
Koi
it
was
becomes this chase
like
down.
sort of
Alioya is
diving
able to get
in.
this pickup
BLG
onto
flashed
Bin.
other
Elk
side.
ends up dropping as well.
Really
On
well
the other
played
side
by
of the
both
map,
teams, I
they
think.
end up getting
Really
that
well played
pick
by
onto
BLG as
Super,
well.
and Knight
BLG가
is
근데
the one
진짜
that
방금
got
잘
so
싸운
many-
거다.
I think he got
진짜
three
레전드급으로 잘
in
싸웠어.
total in that fight. So
상대가
this
칼산도
Super,
그렇고
even
다
though he's at a massive
들어오는데
deficit, has
그걸
slowly been
역으로
getting a lot
뒤로
of kills
플래시를
and
하면 다
goals,
잡히잖아.
especially thanks to that
앞으로
last fight.
플래시를 땡겨가지고
Absolutely. I mean, that initial engage
그나마
from
좀
Alvaro would have
살아가고
been that much more
이제
deadly if
빅토르가
Alioya
킬도
had
먹고
this
이렇게
cycle,
상황이
but it
된
was
거야.
just still on cooldown
마무리가
at the
된
beginning of
거야.
the
Good
fight.
spot.
It was only had about 10-15 seconds left, which I think is maybe partially why BLG forced their hand. You know, they tried to look for this fight with the cooldown down.
그러니까
But as
나이트를
that
무조건
re-engage
잡아야
from
될 듯.
Alioya,
다음
as
한타부터는
that
진짜
ultimate came back
빅토르
up, they
잡기
look for
대작전
On
해야
is
될 듯.
always ready to scrap here. He is back to the river. Bin is in the
네,
area as
티원
well.
유니폼
As
지금
MKOI
많이
trying to maintain some
티원
control here.
팬들이 많이
This
갔다.
Dragon going to be up in 14
T1
seconds.
fans in the
Mirwin is
stadium,
behind them,
yes.
will be
The
spotted
crowd has a
though
lot of
by
T1
Bin, but Bin
fans.
is down 2 levels. I don't
They're
think he's
playing
going to be able
now
to win out in this 1v1.
in a few
MKOI
hours.
in the area will be able to push Mirwin back as Alvaro threatening with the Hex Flash. Going to get spotted out by Knight. Knight and Elk here are going to have a hell of a time walking through this tight corridor to try to get involved. Alvaro and Alioya trying to be able to put that pressure on them. Base one escorting his team in, trying to
Oh yeah,
create
wait,
space.
I'm bleeding
Bin
from
now
my
gonna be
nail.
marking
Yeah.
Alvaro.
No,
You
I
can
mean
see
the
Mirwin on
bleeding
side, but
has.
it's going to be a stun connecting in onto On as they're looking for the engage. Jojo goes away here.
Wait,
trying to
Jojo ult is
survive.
crazy.
Alioya, though,
Wait,
into the
super
back line.
one v9,
Super's
super
gonna
one v9.
knock down
Oh,
Super. He's
never
gonna get
mind. He
killed
got
off,
one
though,
shot by
Knight.
Knight
It's back and
though.
forth, kills on the
Where's
side.
the
It's gonna be
Kai'Sa
Alioya.
ulti,
And
bro?
it's gonna be a
Oh,
little
what?
bit-
What
it's
the
gonna be another
hell?
kill as well for BLG as Base One and Knight combo up
아니
to knock
잠시만
down
카이사
another.
공이
It is a
어디? Where is the
three-kill
Kai'Sa
fight
ulti?
here for BLG. They
Where?
are not going to stay on the Dragon though, as Jojo just TP's back at full HP. BLG will back
He
off.
just
No
got
one
the
grabs the
destroyed by
Dragon,
Victor.
but BLG win
아니
the
카이사
fight.
공으로 반대편으로
finds an
가던가.
amazing ultimate onto
선생님.
Jojo that puts him at the precipice of death right
Look
at the
at it
start
again.
of the fight.
Let's
Keep
look at
your
it.
eyes on
Jojo
On
Pion
and his
living
ability
was
to
good, but
engage. He finds Jojo in the river, trying to get a lot of damage down. The stun connects. Jojo has the flash, but he chooses not to use it. He gets forced out of the
Alioya
fight
engage on
immediately.
Knight.
He
Like
has to use
Kai'Sa
the
need to
ulti.
fly in
The
on
combo
Knight.
was
No,
good on
Knight
the
the flash.
back line, but the problem is the moment
아니
that Jojo's
아니
gone,
카이사가
they
방금
run out of so much
엘리오야
of their
선수가
damage, which means
50으로
that the fight
진짜
becomes
이니시 잘
very
걸어줬는데
BLG
거기로
favored. They
날아가야지
end up getting a
뭘 하고
3-2,
있는 거야
but the
진짜로.
re-arrival of Jojo
답답해
means that
뒤지겠네,
BLG
진짜.
can't stick around.
Jojo though barely even ahead anymore. Knight though could be in some trouble. Has
Super
no
trolling,
flash,
by
is
the
gonna
way.
get chased down
He
here.
should have flew onto
Alvaro looking
Elioya's
good
engage.
sidestep, but
That
it
would have
doesn't
been
even
so
matter.
good.
Supa comes in and
They could have
picks up
literally
the
just
kill, and that is a big
killed the
one.
backline there with
Should
Elioya's
gain
engage.
MKOI
Yeah, the Zonia coming
another
through, but
dragon
you
here.
could have done so
Even
much
up
more
the
damage with
Dragon
this team
Sport, taking
there.
their second of the game.
You're trying to like
Small
1v3 in the
oversteps
backside
from
on
BLG
Victor.
are
It's really
effectively
bad.
being punished by Koi.
Knight died?
Knight's
Wait.
dropping means a lot of their damage falls to the wayside.
Oh.
And the Dragon is secure. Now equalized Koi in game 2 have come
Mr. Knight?
alive. And they are fighting back.
You can see Jojo now
Why
has
is
that
Mr. Knight
Warthogger's
dead?
curse stun, trying to shred some of this MR for the team, but it's going to be Supa that's the target as On goes in, does force out the cleanse. Beishwan grouping up once
또
again.
나이트
BLG
선수를 또 왜 잘린
always
건데?
3 or 4
So
strong.
Knight
It
died
feels
and
like
then
fighting in the
they
river.
lost Dragon.
Both of these games, clearly they came in with a plan. We're going to contest vision non-stop. We're going to put the pressure on.
BLG won
And in
game
game
once,
2,
if they
MKOI
lose the
have been
next 3,
much
that's the
more
script.
equipped to deal with it.
No, I
They have
think
been
MKOI
fighting back.
definitely has a
Alvaro
chance
been
to
there
win this
every
one,
time.
100%.
On is stepping forward here,
Not only
trying
do
to
they
get
have
that
a 2K
control.
gold lead,
As MKOI
they
knows
actually
they
secured
cannot
2
allow
dragons,
BLG to play the game at
have
their
a
pace.
good
They
comp
need to match it. They need
that
to control
scales
the
well.
game just as much. much.
And I'm just super happy for
And
Jojo.
the Bean is 6
Of course, it's been a
stats.
while since he's returned
Died
to the
6
international
times.
stage. He talked domestically about how he took it for granted, his first opportunity, because he just expected to make it back over and over again. And he was denied so many opportunities. But so far in this series, he's been playing well. In this game,
I mean, Jojo is just 1v9ing, I don't know.
6-0-3 Azir, 3 items completed. It is important that he stays alive in the
조조
fight
프로는
because
근데
he is
진짜
so
잘하긴
much of
한다.
the team's
나이트
strength.
선수 같은 세 개, 나이트 선수도 되게 잘해주고 있거든.
on EG.
Knight
and
is playing
immediately
well
won,
too, but
and
Jojo
went,
is
to
just
MSI,
popping off
and then
this
went
game.
to Worlds, and it was kind of
I'm
just that feeling of,
impressed.
well, it's the norm, right?
NA
it's the
mid laner,
expectation.
NA import.
But hadn't been able to make it back for quite some time, and now
오히려
here, the
막
first ever international
유럽에서
league event
뛰고
in
있는
Canada, getting to play at home, being in a position
미드
to carry this game against
라이너들 다
BLG,
꺾고
to be the first
북미
team
선수가
to actually take
이렇게
a game off of them.
북미
here at
선수가
MSI.
유럽에서
They have won
용병으로
7
뛰는
straight.
거는 진짜
But of course,
처음이
it
아닌가?
is
조조편
far
선수가
from
아마
over.
처음일걸요?
BLG have
아
fought
역으로
back
이제
from
북미에서
deficit
유럽
so many
선수가
times.
뛰지.
And their team fighting is just so damn tough to deal with.
확실히 유럽 가서 바로 우승하는 거는 오, On is just gonna have to die or flash off. 오, super supernova. There we go. There we go. 아니 근데 레오나가 터지는 거는 진짜 와 아제르딜이 얼마나 센 거야? 아제르's damage is crazy.
It's a scary fight to start. But they're thinking about it.
Elyoya gonna face check Elyoya, and Elyoya gonna try to knock down the Corki. The Corki's in a lot.
Elk is just gonna die.
Mirren looking to try to get back in.
Mirren's oh my gosh, they're actually gonna win. Knight is dead too.
Jojo Pyun goes godlike in Canada, and MKOI
Godlike in Canada. Holy moly.
So many picks. Elyoya sitting in that brush. I mean, I wasn't expecting it, and BLG definitely wasn't. Elk gets caught out. That cascades into another pick.
Damn.
And Koi get themselves the
My
Baron
region?
here in game 2.
A 5,000 gold lead now here for
EU?
MKOI. They are really starting to pull away. They've claimed
야,
the last
유럽이
two
이거 사고
dragons. They've
치는데요,
won
여러분?
some fights here, have been crushing
거의
Finn in
이거
the
장난
side
아닌데?
lanes. And now really looking to try to seal the deal here on this first win for
Elyoya
them.
just snuck his
Oh,
way in.
Elyoya.
Elk wasn't expecting this at all.
Why do you
And the
put
amount of
Elyoya
damage
on
that
Maokai
Elyoya's able to
duty?
find.
Give him a carry every
It's
single
gonna be in
game,
trouble
put
here.
him on
Baseline trying to finish
carries.
him off, but can't quite do it. Alvaro there to peel just barely. Mirwin though coming in from behind, and now BLG may have overextended. We can see Beishuan trying to finish off too, but he
Oh,
can't do it.
Beishuan
overextended.
overextended.
Knight is on the other side. It's gonna be Vin fighting with Elk against Elyoya.
And they stopped the TP
Jojo,
from
and they do push them back. The
Jojo's ult stopped
Knight,
TP.
but no more kills
Wow,
do
eh?
happen. Wukong fancies his
Elyoya.
chances here. That's a jungler up 2 levels on the top laner from BLG.
Bit of a desperate attempt from BLG. Beishuan
More
stealing away
CS.
the
Elyoya
Raptors,
has more
runs
CS
into
than Gwen.
Super, knows that he
Level
has
up
the
on Gwen.
ability to kill him,
2 levels up
but
on Gwen.
he just doesn't quite have the resources needed. And then a TP comes through from Knight as well. BLG scattered towards the end of this game, and Koi looking to punish as much as they can. They set their sights on the tier 2 in the bot lane. The pings come down onto mid as well. Koi putting the pressure on.
Absolutely are looking
어이,
for some
BLG
tier
우린
2
일시더라고.
towers. While Knight is strong,
이것이
he just
유럽의
goes for a very tanky
이런
build.
파워인가?
He has the Zhonya's, the Cosmic
G2랑은
Stride
좀
as well as
다르네요.
the Roa. So he is miles away from Void Staff
거의
as well as Death
a
Cap.
little
He's
bit better
got
than
a team
G2,
I
huh?
can really
Little
think
bit better
of,
than G2.
allowing you to try to take over
Just a little
fight.
bit though.
And MKOI now.
G2 fans in
9,000
shambles.
gold ahead. You can see the Red Bull Baron
No,
power
honestly,
play,
prefer if you
plus
even if you're a G2 fan, you should cheer for
5,200
Koi though.
gold with
EU.
still a lot of time left to pick up more.
A little?
Dragons
Just a little
down to
bit.
20 seconds. It, of course, not the soul, but it will put either side on soul point.
Just slightly,
Koi
guys.
bounce back effectively from game 1.
They're
looking to
way
equalize this
better.
Series up. They're keeping the waves pushed,
True.
making it that much harder.
I
But
mean,
again, I
G2
draw your
used to be
attention the
top
minimap,
of the
and you'll
top,
notice
but
they do have these wards
honestly,
as
other than
possible
Caps,
TP
I've been
options.
very disappointed with
Alvaro though going for the engage. He's gonna preempt it, and they're looking for Knight. He goes.
Knight is gonna die! Akali's still alive! Akali's just gonna focus Knight! Oh my gosh, he can't live. 아니 빅토르 개구리다니까. 아무리 봐도 빅토르 진짜 개구려요. I really hope Faker doesn't play Victor today, because this champion is fucking fraud, man. Don't ever play Victor again in my fucking. Oh my. Faker better not lock in Victor today. I really hope not. He's just perma-dead. I don't know. The champion is just like not even Knight can do anything on Victor. He got mega gapped by Jojo Pyun. Azir.
Koi bounce back beautifully.
아 빅토르 진짜 아무리 봐도 저 똥샘프 맞다. 그쵸 여러분. 나이트 선수조차도 빅토르로 캐리를 못한다요. 여기서 뭐 딱히 실수를 한 건 없는 것 같거든 빅토르가. 킬도 막 캐치 잘하고 안타도 되게 잘해주는데 아즈르가 그냥
They've got to be so happy about that.
아재를
after a
들어가고
dominant
50 들어가고
game one
레일
from
들어가고
BLG.
아무것도 못하고 죽죠.
Some teams
좋냐
would
가도
have
죽어.
crumbled, but MKOI matched their pace. They have
빈이
been
너무
looking
못했잖아.
incredible.
막 인정.
We'll
빈
see if we
선수가
can go
조금.
the distance this time. Analysts, what do you think? Is it going to be
아,
5?
근데 그만큼 근데 팀에서 빈 선수를 버리긴 해가지고 빈 선수만이 아니라 이게 너무 수업 대처를 못했다. 왜 그랬는지 모르지만. 오늘 마오카이랑 BLG 경기 후에 또 있냐고? 네 맞습니다. 이거 경기 후에 T1 CFO 경기 있습니다. 감사합니다. 판 3선승이죠. Jojo, thanks for 4.99.
But
Or
this game
Wait,
was
just
just
99.
pick after pick
Money
after pick. MKOI, they just
you.
sent it and they started on bin.
Okay, let's look at this.
Let's
because
go,
Bin
MKOI.
was having a
MKOI.
horror of
Never
a
doubted
game,
them, and they
right?
support
He
EU.
was. I mean, he
LA
took TP and
over
Ignite
here,
for the
EU
matchup.
over here.
They clocked that in there just
Or-
like you were hitting me. Continue to hit me because they were hitting him. This is
Western
great
teams
because
unite.
Already, Ben was actually
Honestly,
taking a 1v2
if
with the
Koi
wave so
beats
far out.
BLG
That was
here,
just a
I'm not
mistake
even.
on
I'm
his
gonna be
end.
so
But
happy
they
if
clued
Koi
that he
beats
was gonna
BLG.
Keep fighting for those angles, and then here comes
Cause-
Elyoya, and he was on the map constantly.
We talked a lot about
LPL is
Elyoya
like kind of
and how,
LCK rival,
linking
and
up before
honestly,
this, it's something we absolutely
I like
did not
MKOI
see
players a
in
lot
game one,
more.
Raz, but this is what it can look like, and I know you love his rel.
I really do, and so like I just enjoy being able to
Alvaro,
see
Jojo
Elyoya
Pion,
like, be able
Elyoya,
to impact the
Ruin.
map
Oh my
alongside
gosh.
Alvaro, and they were able to do this game. I got to see two
Definitely
picks
not
that I
salty about
really wanted
BLG
to see
beating
from this
T1.
team. Yes, the rel, but also Jojo's Azir, and that's I feel
Every
like
time
my
at
favorite
MSI,
composition for this squad.
BLG
I mean,
just
it was a
beating
great
up
comp,
T1.
and it was great play
Definitely
right
not
there.
salty
they,
about
they
that.
kept on going for picks, and it wasn't just bin. We started a lot
It
of
was
bin
Casual
there,
like
but they
happy.
also
Wait,
were able to
wait.
pick off
I need to
Knight.
turn on
They
Casual
picked
stream.
off Elf,
Yep.
they picked off
I
On.
bet Casual
They-
is having
they
a
kept
fucking
up
party,
the
huh?
pace of this game,
Party.
and they're playing with confidence.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
absolutely are.
Like even like looking towards Mirwin, he was like finding great angles, like pushing out inside, looking through mid.
He's
Because they
screaming.
recognized that BLG was gonna
감사합니다.
try and like
Thank you
fight
very
for
much.
vision or look for Baron, like try
We
and
have a
see.
calling on
이쪽으로 감사합니다,
알렉스
원장님.
선생님 멤버십
Throw it
가입
in there.
환영합니다.
Where's that?
웰컴 유튜브
Hey,
미스워.
Collie.
YouTube
We can
people.
make the Akali
Thank you so
right
much,
now.
Alex.
Yeah, we
For
can
the
make the
moon.
Akali right
No, bring it
now.
back because we can take some off that they've already played.
okay.
Alex, welcome back to the Meeple family 11 months.
Off.
Galio's gone too.
Okay,
Galio
okay.
gone.
Off.
Nice. Sadly, your bot lane took your
Forest,
Varus
he
from
can't
Williams.
play top. Aurora's off,
Champion for
luckily.
Aura's gone. Aura's
So,
gone.
I mean, we still have a couple of interesting mirror picks, I gotta say.
Are we gonna
That's
see
fair, that's fair.
Veigar pick again
Malcolm's
from
Malcolm's
Lex,
off too,
maybe?
so none of that there for Ben.
No,
but like, yeah.
but as I say, I was shaking my boots a little bit because
Uh-huh.
BLG is a top tier team, and we were talking about it so much that they will use everything as a prompt to fight you.
Yes.
Oh, you want to come clear this ward that we just put here for no reason? On will engage on you.
Like even with the lead that they
Big
had,
five hands.
MKOI, like that dragon fight, I'm like, please on, you have to
Challenger
stop at
Meeple
some
from
point,
Alex.
'cause
I just
he
realized
push- he
Alex is
pushes for
Challenger
the
Meeple
engage and
again.
really
Oh
gets
yeah,
a
thank you
pick
so much,
before,
Alex.
like MKOI even gets to rally
Hot.
around, and that was an MKOI lead that they had at that point. I'm like,
Challenger
oh, so
Meeple? We
we do
gotta
all
do
this
this,
good
guys.
work at the
One sec.
beginning of the game, and then it's
I
just
can
BLG
see.
team fight win. But they didn't look
One
like
sec,
that for
one
the
sec,
rest of
one
the
sec.
game.
No, it's true, and BLG got some good engages as well. What did you think? I mean, retrospect is
Or-
everything, but the fact that Koi held the
Oh,
trigger
Billy.
a little bit, right? They didn't
Oh, yeah.
want to. They
Thank you.
didn't want to fight at every point. They just had
Thank you,
to.
Alex.
Sorry, there's someone in my ear, but
That's
there's
fair, though.
because we're getting a really cool interview in just a little bit. No problem, Lore. We love you.
A little bit of comms in the
Okay,
back.
just to regroup, the fact that for MKOI they could have taken more skirmishes, they could have
직접
taken more
하는 거
fights, they
아니냐고.
kept singling out one person.
저런
Spike
거까지는
Barons
안
could
됩니다.
come and bite them,
팔
but
움직이는
they
거,
kept putting bin down,
얼굴,
and that he
몸
still
움직이는 거
scared,
이
but he
정도는
didn't.
가능한데.
Yeah, and even though we were having that like bin
저런
death reel,
포즈는 안
it continued
되거든.
on later on in the game because Ben will try and get as much as he can to come back into the game. So if he's pushing past River, that's one thing he'll try and do. And Elyoya is
다-
like, nah, we're not letting that happen. And he's repeatedly trying to punish that pick. Ben is going to remember that for the next few games.
Yes, and we do have the interview, so we're going to
don't
head
know.
over to Lore now, who has a very special guest in the audience.
To one side.
Absolutely shocked. I have Skane with me, content creator and co-streamer for MKOI. First impressions on game.
Well, we just won. It feels amazing to win against BLG. I think they're a really good and really strong team. And
Vamos
it's feeling great.
Koi.
You were backstage listening to the comments.
코이가
and
또
everything. Tell me more
스페인 팀이
about this. How are
아닙니까?
they feeling?
Koi
I
is
mean, the team is really
Spanish
confident, even
team,
in
by
like
the
the
way.
first game being
Hola.
like 10k behind. They were confident
Hola.
they were winning. And in the second
Todos.
game, everything was really controlled, really good, and the team really thinks that they can win and they can make
Buenos.
it. So it's feeling like that on
Buenas
the
noches.
backstage.
I see a lot of predictions behind us. I see 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. Which one is it going to be?
I mean, I hope it's 3-1, maybe 3-2, but I think we're gonna win. Let's see.
Let's keep the confidence. Gracias por la entrevista. Shocks, over to you.
Gracias para
To you
entrevistas.
both, thank you so
I
much.
like the confidence.
Yeah. I mean, Skane's been involved in it from the very, very beginning, and it is really an MKOI family. But we need to talk about how the mid lane matchup
유럽은
is evolving.
이게
It's also our
아무래도
featured matchup. And is this what you
나라들이
expect from
많아서
Jojo?
And for me,
그런 게 있는 것 같아.
I mean, going
살짝
up against
애국심도
Knight,
있는
just
것 같죠.
talking about how
스페인
great Knight is individually,
팀이니까
I
이제
thought it was going to be a
스페인
little tough, especially with the
팬분들이
matchup
많은 거
being as it
같고
was.
KC는
But
예를
I think
들어서
Jojo
프랑스
held it,
팀이니까
had the
이제
lead,
프랑스에서
kept the lead, which I was really
홈그라운드
happy
경기할
with.
때
That was
막
the one
프랑스
question I had in
팬들이
my
엄청
mind.
많았죠.
Yeah, I mean, he's been super good. He kept his
Jojo.
farm up. He was really good in a lot of these skirmishes. It was just, I did get worried in that one
Trying to
dragon
copy
fight
Jojo.
where he got hit with the Leona ultimate at the very beginning and almost got taken down and he
Yeah.
got forced out.
Yeah.
But that was really like the only moment of weakness
살짝
that he showed
고양이
in
입
the
있는
entire
거.
one. It's really cool that we get to bring this graphic back.
Jojo, like
because
Faker,
it's
he has
such
like the
a
little
bounce
like
back from
cat
game
mouth.
number one was
Like the little
so
pill from the
nice-sided,
lips.
and in game number 2, Jojo was huge.
Or even the Otacon
Like
fight
this.
where it felt like Ben blocked him from being able to access the backline. Moments like these happen, it's fine, but then being able to regroup and come in stronger for the
Could you
next
put
fight
yourself
is something
upside
to
down
look
on
at.
the top left?
Absolutely, I think Supa also had a great
Oh,
game.
yes, he
was
did.
Pivotal in some of that
없는
positioning.
거는 누다.
But now we're all squared up. And of course, you're still playing versus
딜랑
BLG,
그래프.
but I think MKOI have activated their
Kai'Sa
trap
actually
card, or
did
BLG
crazy
have
damage. What the
activated
hell?
MKOI's trap card because they're going to be on blue, meaning we get the Mirwin show, maybe?
He lost a lot of
1000
his picks,
PM
but he
넘는
has
게
to
이상하다고.
tank.
What
그러니까
are we going to see? So how do you recoup from
나이트
this?
선수가 워낙 첫 경기
Like, he's
1200
mauling
DPM을
after
찍은
that.
게 이상해서.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have an easy time wiping that from his memory, you know,
Ben,
focusing
giga
on
Ben.
more 1v1s. Because it did start
오늘
out,
옷값
you were
경기
talking
이호석
about Supa,
나오면
and I think that was
어떡하냐고.
good, giving him credit, because him and Alvaro, really good job. I felt
그럼
like they
어쩔 수 없지.
started the
뭐
momentum in this,
점심은
so as soon as they got
오후
their top
2시,
shot on
3시에
him,
먹는
then they
걸로.
got the, you know, play on
오후
night in
3시에
mid
점심
lane,
먹기.
and it really was kind of the start of the confidence. So I hope that we do get to see more Elyoya being very proactive on that Wukong, maybe continuing to attack Bin, you know, but they also could go for the
Yeah,
bot
Melted
side.
and Zep, they're cooking. And then we
That's
try.
Donate your
Let's
falling
see
hair
if we
to
get all
Caps.
5 games today. I certainly hope so, but
What
one
do
of
you
the teams is
mean?
gonna make it to match point.
What-
Will it be BLG
what do you
or will it be
mean?
Starkoi?
I have long hair, by the way. I have long hair too, actually. Game 3 coming up next. I need to get a haircut. Thanks for reminding me. Thanks for reminding me, chat. Leaked yarn. Exposed. GG.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way. Pay your way.
Fevik wasn't bold. Of course not. 아니 새벽 3시에 일어나가지고 지금 허리 개 아프거든. My back hurts, guys. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back, guys. 잠시 일어나서 좀 스트레칭도 하고 물 좀 가져오고 하겠습니다. Don't miss me too much. I'll be back soon. 곧 오도록 할게요.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
it, and they're looking for Knight. He goes in the stasis, they're trying to peel for him, but Knight is in a lot of trouble. Jojo goes in, and Beishuan goes down. In goes Zubin in the back line, and it's Knight down. It's Elksher to follow. It's MKOI crushing the fight, crushing the game, looking to put their eyes on the Nexus now. MKOI going forward. It's just been alive here, and he is not going to be able to stop MKOI. It looks like we're going to have a tied series here as they lost game 1, but they roar back to life in game number 2. MKOI looking poised on the international stage. We are all tied up. Welcome back to MSI 2025 as we are heading on to game number 3 here between BLG and MKOI. The script has been flipped a little bit here as the other Western teams won game 1, then lost the next 3. Now,
it's looking like a team is going to lose game 1 and then get swept the next 3, right?
So you just want the pattern to continue here.
I would love the pattern to continue. We'll see if it does as we jump into our next draft. This time, BLG will get their hands on the blue side. Now, I will say that Koi's approach of removing both the Annie and the Ahri, limiting Knight's pool as much as they can, seems to be a pretty effective strategy. His Victor by no
Okay, I'm back. This is time. Let's go. 딱 맞춰서 봤다. 다행이다. Okay, I'm back with the drink.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that
마실 거 좀
really
가져왔습니다.
a good job of kind of like ratcheting up the pace at which they were playing it, right? They really did accelerate how they were playing. When you look at game 1, it was MKOI trying to sit back and trying to scale,
Hello,
and trying to just kind of avoid fights. And BLG were saying, no,
I'm not
we
bold,
are
guys.
going to force
Not yet.
you to fight us. We are going to come and take
If
everything
T1
from
loses
you if
today,
you
we're
do
going
not.
bold though.
And it felt like
We're
MKOI
going
could
bold
not
for
match
next stream.
that pace. Game 2,
When T1
we come
loses.
in here.
When T1,
Alvaro
if
is
T1
everywhere
loses,
contesting
T1
on,
is not
and
gonna lose, so it's
constantly
fine.
We saw Elyoya
Not
as
going
well
bold,
as
guys.
Jojo picking off Ben in the side lanes, putting pressure
Daniel
on
was
him.
flaming
It
you
was
and
them
calling
that
you
were
old
really
and
dictating the
alty.
pace of the
Cat
game.
despair.
And looking very, very
Do we
good
ban them
while
all,
doing
guys?
Trundle.
Talia is up and had been banned out, every time. Talia and Vi both up and available
Time to ban them all.
because BLG had been on red side. Exactly. They're trying to force that ban. And so you're going to have to pick which do you not want to play against. And I think, with the Talia getting banned out, it could easily be a Vi first pick here for BLG.
Vi first pick?
Ooh, I wonder if Koi will actually just take the Ahri away, but then I think BLG can respond with the Syndra.
Yeah.
So I think
What
that
are
it
we
could be a
picking
bit of
here
a
then?
risk. I'm curious as to how Koi will respond because when we talk about
Ahri
Jojo's
가져가기.
pool, like
Taking
Ahri
away
is one
Ahri
of his
from
favorite
Knight.
picks. It's something
Really
that he
smart,
played
I think.
a huge amount throughout
But
spring.
Ahri's win rate is
Elyoya
really
has a lot of
bad.
junglers that
Ouch,
can enable it, but you got to remember Zin,
아리
Wukong,
승률 지금
and
1승
Vi
5패 중이라서
all out of the
근데
table.
그렇게 맛있는 건 아닌
Knight
것
has to
같죠.
pick an
어쩔 수
order
없이
with both his
가져간 느낌.
Sylas and potentially
Just
a
trying to
Syndra that he
deny
could
the
put
Ahri
early
from
towards
Knight
to give him a
with
good
Ahri
matchup.
Vi.
Absolutely. I
combo.
mean, they ban out the Trundle, which can be a difficult matchup.
Cyrus 너무 맛있고요. Cyrus feels really good, no?
I
Really
do
good.
like the Ezreal for Supa. When you see
Siren as
Vi,
well?
Dive is going to be drafted alongside it. It's also a good takeaway there from Elk. And Bin is just going to slam down a side
Broken
on top lane
champion?
here. And dare Merlin to try to do something about it. And now we have to see, do they want to
클템
match
나와.
top lane here, or are they going to go for a different angle and try to match what we see in the jungle already?
에우. 에우.
To imagine that they're going to go towards the jungle match. They're not.
어,
jungle
에이트록스.
could really get benched.
Yeah.
사이언 상대로
Elyoya-
아트록스가 좋긴
what
하죠.
I'll say about
아트록스
Koi
is
is
good
I
in
think so
사이언.
many of the players do have a very deep pool.
무난하게
We've seen Elyoya play
탑은
all sorts of things in the jungle.
아트록스가 무난하게 라인전 할 수 있을 것 같은데.
Yeah, we've also seen things like he could Poppy is still available.
I was thinking maybe Cho'Gath, but Aatrox is not bad either. I don't think it's that bad.
Want to prioritize that. Instead, they wanted to make sure that they get a pretty good matchup on the top
초가스
side.
픽하면 근데 만약에 사일러스가 초가스 군 가져가면 말이 안 되거든. I think Cho'Gath pick would be really bad because Silas would just take Cho'Gath ulti and just eat somebody.
The big four have already been played through these first two games. Nico, another one that you were
Nom, nom,
talking
nom,
about
nom.
as far as being a good
칼리
engaged
나올
tool here.
법한다. 칼리 바로
Clearly,
밴 됐고.
thus far,
칼리스
BLG more
밴.
concerned about poke pairings
칼리가
with
블루
Jojo,
선픽,
which are
그러니까
obviously very
블루
common.
선픽이나 이런 거까지는 아니더라도
That's a very good
충분히
point.
그래도 나오는
Actually,
편이죠.
what direction do you even go when paired
확실히 요즘
alongside
상체를 먼저 뽑는 게 더 좋은 것
Could
같아요.
still go towards Nico, I
정글,
think.
특히
I do think
정글
Malice
미드
still works. I think you
쪽이
can go a lot of different
좋은
routes.
챔프를 빨리 가져가기, 막
I
판테온
also
같은 거
think
빨리
that
가져가기,
if BLG
바이
is showing a lot
가져가기.
of dive as they are, then things like Renata
Yo,
really
Muji,
do
thanks for the
skyrocket
11
in
months, I really
value. The
appreciate it,
question is,
Muji.
are you going to be able to find hard
Thank you.
engage from your jungle pick?
welcome,
Or
welcome.
do you need to get it from your
감사합니다.
support? Because right now, there is no hard engage. There's just, Jojo ulti
Bro,
forward and
man.
trying to charm someone. And that is not going to be super
Rome
reliable.
is here.
So I wouldn't be shocked to just see something like the Nautilus.
Bard!
Unless they have kind of a pocket jungle pick that they think is going to do enough as far as the engage is concerned.
Does Alvaro play Bard?
To see
Asking
what
for
they
a
decide
friend.
to lock in. The timer is running out.
Parder.
And it is going to be the Nautilus
They
locked
just
in.
need engage. I mean, I think it's not what they want for their maybe their 2v2 or their matchup, but they're thinking compositionally.
On
how are
can
we
play
gonna play
Bard.
this game?
I do think
Bardo.
they went for Brawl. I think it was a great ban coming through
On
from
Bardo.
BLG.
Oh.
Ooh, and the
Captain
Caitlyn
Father?
Caitlyn Lux.
Caitlyn Bardo.
Also very good.
I think Caitlyn Nico makes a lot of sense. Renata, to me, it's like they have enough poke that, okay,
Yep.
so it is going to be the more aggressive option. Not taking the Nico, it is going to be Kate Elise here. You hit a cocoon, the trap follows it up. There's an incredible amount of burst. The amount of upfront damage that comes, from that headshot, from that Caitlyn, is going to get people low.
캡틴 앨리스 좀 많이 무섭긴 한데.
Elise to potentially finish you off.
Also, don't
저게
be
맞긴
surprised
해.
to see BLG swap early. Even though this can be a hyper
그래,
aggressive
노틸러스
matchup,
보고 바드
they're
픽하는 건
completely
미친
fine
짓이긴
moving
하지.
the Caitlyn and Elise into an Aatrox lane and having their Scion play the 1 versus 2 into an Ezreal.
Carrier will play
It makes a lot
Bardo
of sense.
today.
I mean,
Don't
it is
worry,
one of the
feviknight. Okay.
comfortable picks here for Elioya.
Carrier Bardo waiting
Obviously
room.
had not played Lee Sin yet.
Carrier
This
Bardo
split
waiting
wasn't
room.
really expecting it. So it is going to be Neferi. They are going towards comfort. They have the engage secured
The
here
Fury is
with the
actually really
Nautilus.
good here, no?
The question is,
나필이가
how
근데
will
바이
this bot
사이러스
lane
상대로
go? I think
좋은데?
a lot of BLG success
The Fury
is going to be
W
riding on
counters
how
Zai,
Elkanon
right?
perform
By
in
old
this 2v2.
바이 궁도
It's just
쉽고
hard to get value on the
사이러스
Elise
들어오는
later
거 다
on in the
쉽고.
game if you don't create good early
Yeah, the Fury
advantages.
can
I
won't
mean,
behind
Nautilus
this,
is gonna
I think.
show up,
The
is gonna
Fury
pressure
can
on
won't be
someone,
behind
is gonna
this.
get something
I'm just
done,
worried about the
whereas
bot lane.
Elise, it is very difficult.
I'm worried about the
to try
Ezreal
to fish
Nautilus.
through Nautilus and the
이제
Aatrox
노틸이 살짝
cocoons
걱정이
if you're
됩니다.
behind, you
뭔가
have to
구린
really
것
create
같아.
that advantage. So we'll see if they're gonna be able to do it.
What we've seen
don't know.
BLG be effective at is their bot lane 2 versus 2. I think that Elkanon in the straight up laning
다들
phase
파이크가
have
약간
gotten the
비슷한
better of Super
느낌이냐고?
and Alvaro. Where
아닙니다.
I think Alvaro has stood out is
완전
you
다른
highlighted
느낌.
it after game 1. The engages that he was making on that Alistar, even when he was getting caught out, were super impressive. In game 2, he found some great well engages as well, working very nicely with his team to collapse and find picks.
파이크는
And now in game
라인전이 세죠?
3, I think it's going to be that
바드는
support
라인전이
battle
세진
once
않아.
more. They have been non-stop contesting vision. They have been doing
It's my
a great
favorite
job for their
Koshimer
teams
burger.
in terms of controlling the map.
welcome.
And they're a key piece of what
Just in
sets
time
up
to
the
watch
team
Koi
fights
win.
for their teams.
Absolutely are. Also have to talk about Knight on this Silas. It is one of his most played all time. 52 games on it, nearly a 79% win rate on the champion. Now he does have good win rates on a lot of champions, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying, I will say.
But I will say,
I mean, it's
when
winnable.
we think of Knight as a player, Silas is a
They can
Victor,
win.
I don't associate with Knight. Silas,
Ezreal
I
Knowledge just
definitely
has to
do.
not into
Syndra,
their
Ahri,
lane base.
Silas, these kind of champions, I really do think about him playing, and you can see they wanted to get aggressive here. Knight moved
Easy
down,
to
and now they're
say,
gonna try to
hard
look for
to
a bit of a
pull off, I
wraparound
think.
as Supa
Hard to pull off.
maybe forced to actually start Arcane Shift, and is going to be forced to do that on, try to get some more damage down, and they force out the flash. The Absconded Duck came through from Knight. And does
No
get that
flash,
down. So this is
Ezreal!
tough now for
E
Supa. He's
start!
gonna be starting
Okay.
E level 1 with no flash.
아니 근데 이게
And that means also,
문제가
guess
뭔지
what,
아세요?
Alvaro, it's
You know
no
what the
longer
problem
your
is?
jungle. You have got to
Do you
get
know what
out
the
of there as
problem is?
well. Elioya moving over to try to contest here, but as the minions spawn, Alvaro loses basically all of his health. So now this bot side is truly BLG's, and we'll see what they can try to do with that control. On the other side,
That is a
getting
big
ward
problem,
over on
guys.
Raptors.
바텀은 그냥
Alvaro just
라인
gonna have to go
그냥
back to
인생이
base,
망했는데.
will arrive a little bit late, might miss a bit of experience.
Molly,
and
no.
This is a pretty scary
Doomed.
situation here for Supa and the MKOI
Golden
bot lane.
doomed.
I completely love this aggression from BLG. The way in which they just stormed into
What
the
the
enemy
hell?
jungle with absolutely
It's so
zero
dull for
hesitation,
Ezreal.
knowing that
E-start
Koi wouldn't
means
be
you
in a
can't
position
play the
to
game
contest them.
anymore.
And now they've set up this bot
이제
lane
라인전이
2v2
근데
perfectly.
그렇게 약한 건 아닌데
With no way for
E-스타트
Supa
하면은
to
그냥
last at the
그
minions,
약한
with On just denying him that experience.
불가능하지.
Koi find themselves on
받아
the
먹어야
back
되죠.
foot right from the level 1.
And remember,
Arcane
Supa
shift
is
start,
not playing
yeah.
offense.
And
He
no
is
flash.
playing the barrier
And they lost
instead,
some
and
minions.
On has been fantastic so far in this tournament. Get a little bit of chunk down.
아파요.
He was stellar
That's
with his
painful.
engages and plans.
He certainly was.
Elka loves to
He
play
has been,
Caitlyn here.
excuse my pun,
Elka loves to
on
play
point
Caitlyn.
with those engages. And throughout plans, we saw him find so many really amazing plays.
Koi
And
is not
already
winning this?
here in
There's
this
no
game,
way.
He's off to an incredible start.
Oh, they're
flashes
actually looking
in.
for the dive
think
here
so?
already, and I think they might be able to get it. First blood in the 2v2, a straight-up dive onto the Nautilus.
Beautiful, just beautiful play from the BLG bot lane. Like, Alvaro didn't get a chance to move 100-0.
이거 게임이 터졌는데? I think the game actually boomed here. As I said, like Ezreal Nolan just has to not in here, and they have a chance.
Makes it so it's a bit more
Because
of
I
an even trade,
actually
but that
think
was
Ari and the
really
Fury
confident,
can beat
to say the least. I mean, On goes for a cocoon flash
Vi.
under the enemy tower here at level
Silas.
2. Makes it work. They know their limits.
아니 미드 정글을 충분히 이길만 하다고 생각했는데 바텀이 저렇게 터지면은
Be active on the map. As the cocoon
Repels in, but he hit the cocoon, and Jojo forced to flash
No.
out of there. Even with the charm coming through, it's so hard to get that out
Elise
before he can
support
actually get that cocoon down.
Nerf Elise
Really
support.
great play from On already,
This fucking
making
spoiler,
such a
man.
difference.
What the hell?
and the timing on the swap is fantastic.
I
as well,
hate
because they're
Elise
gonna
support
arrive
so
on the top
much.
side
The
of the map,
champion
the wave
makes
is
no
bouncing
fucking
back
sense.
towards them.
Damage
Bin
output
can
is
just
too
TP back
high.
to bot lane, and he can go and catch that
Too
wave.
fucking
And
high.
again, you'll notice the wave state. This is why
I
it's
know they
super
nerfed it,
awkward
but
for
they need to
Mewin,
nerf it
because
more.
now he's just going to get zoned away from this farm. Elkanon can create a freeze, and this matchup that's supposed to be favorable
솔랭에서
for the
만날
Aatrox
때마다
is just gonna be
바드가
very
대가리
difficult.
터지거든요,
Yeah,
앨리스한테.
favorable against the Sion, not against 1v2 here against this bot
그리고
lane. And
뭔가
Sion
라인전에서 막
notoriously
바드가
one of, if
터지거나
not
막
the
플래시
best
빠지거나
at
집
playing
가야
the
되면
weak side.
그
So even though
타이밍에
they're down
앨리스가
for that
로밍을
bot
또
lane,
간다니까.
incredibly difficult to
나보다
punish her.
빨라.
Mirwin just trying to stay in experience range, and
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's the thing, like, at least bullies you level 1, level 2, level 3, and then
Exactly
she
the
gets
way
a
they wanted
room
to.
off.
You
She
have
has
to
like,
swap back. You need to
she
get the
bullies
bot
you,
lane
you have to
2 versus 2
recall
back
and
into
stuff
this
like that,
matchup.
and then
The TP is
oh,
available
it's
from
allowed,
here,
or
and
you're
I
dead.
don't know if he'll committed on the bot side of the map.
And then she
Alvaro
shows
looking
up
for
on
a play
the
in
mid lane row, top
does
top
have his
row.
flash available, no ignite up.
Oh, he gets the level 3. That's what he was fishing for.
He's going to be able to get that level 3 now. And the call was purchased by Elk as he got it off of that early first blood here. So he is going to be scaling, and he's going to be a
걔들
problem
컨디션 안 좋다.
on this
빈
Caitlyn.
선수가 좀 안
And Boy can't
좋은데
do
빈
anything
선수
to
지금
slow
CS
him down.
보면 아트록스 상대로.
Yoya and Alvaro
I mean,
moving
look
up
at
towards
look at the
top
CS
side, though.
gap.
We'll get
Like
eyes
Bin
here
on
onto
Zion.
Beishwan. They spot him, and Beishwan's going to be behind
Like
his
Mirwin
bot lane,
is
making sure that
behind
there's no angle
12
for a
CS.
dive.
More than 12 CS.
Still very good.
CS
for
두 배
Elkanon.
차이야 지금
Jungler now
탑에서.
making their presence known.
Beishwan here is
Uh-oh.
going to look. Remember, no flash
Uh-oh.
available on Soup, but can they find the angle? Q flash, of course
Uh-oh,
he hits
Soup
it.
on the
Big knife there
flash.
as well. The
Fucking
cocoon was blocked by
wrong.
Alvaro. Beautifully done by the
Come
Nautilus, but can he
on.
get away now? He's in trouble. Flashes out to safety.
The Fury,
Elioya
the Fury,
Alliance
the Fury,
trying to
the
take down
Fury,
Beishwan in a lot of trouble,
Oh my
but
gosh,
Elk
Beishwan is
pushing
so
back the MKOI
low.
jungler.
Oh my gosh.
Well handled though
No
by
Q2,
Soup
I
and
guess.
Alvaro
Q2
to get
ready
out
use.
alive.
Good patience.
아깝다요.
from
Good
Alvaro
try
and
from the
Super.
Fury.
Super has to invest the barrier very early, but Alvaro, he body blocks the cocoon to make sure that his AD carry can get away to safety.
아트가 초반 사이언을 이기자. 요즘 진짜 사이언이 라인전을 초반 라인전 지는 경우가 없는 것 같더라고.
Instead chooses to retreat. Good damage comes through from Jojo in the mid
진짜
lane.
칼챔프 들고 나와도 막 사이언한테 털리거든요.
Jojo going to try and interrupt the back. No, going to allow it to come through. We'll be able to get a push off.
No
and a
flash
quick
on
back
Die.
to base. A lot of farm is going to be lost here by
Caitlyn
Knight.
and Elise.
So
Elise
at
has
the
no
very least for
flash
Cole, the
either,
mid
but
lane matchup is going
Caitlyn
well.
has
But
also.
meanwhile, on the weak side, Bin, he has a nice farm advantage.
Ezreal's sums are coming back up
Elkanon
though.
have a
Ezreal
huge
has flash
lead.
now.
Everything going the way of BLG here in this early game.
This is Jojo's second split here.
근데 왜
in the
CS는
LEC.
털리는
He's the
거냐고.
first import to
그러니까
you
이게
from NA.
사이온이 초반 라인전이
Definitely,
굉장히
really leveled up in
강력하다고요.
that second split.
그러니까 CS가
NA
털리지.
was famous for his laning
아트록스가
phase, and I think that started to really
라인전을
shine through in the second split and in
사이온한테
playoffs.
밀렸나
And we can see
봅니다요.
here again, making the most of this range versus melee matchup. He'll collect the CS and he'll be back again about 2 full waves overnight.
Decided to go for the early Oblivion Orb to try and help mitigate some of that healing that will come through on the Sylas as more damage is being experienced by the MKOI bottom lane.
Painful. painful이다요.
We go back to the
No,
draft.
painful.
You talked about how Elise is a champion that falls off much later into the game, and like
좀
it's true. In the team fight, she can lock down a
안
single
좋은데
target.
이거
locking
버티다
down
보면
that
근데
target
앨리스가
becomes very
또
difficult. But On is doing
후반에는
everything
정말
that he's supposed
구리거든요.
to in this early game. Very active on the map. He's finding
Okay,
early kills for his team.
if they can
Now
outscale
they're
Elise
flicking a
support
dive. Remember,
nowadays.
Elise fantastic for diving. Back when she was a jungler, that was her biggest strength in
기다리면
the tower dive
기다릴수록
era,
앨리스가 많이
just because of her
구려져서
ability to reset that tower aggro.
And Beishwan came
Just
up
have to
there,
survive
he
the
hit
early
6 by
game,
soaking some of that
and you're good.
experience. So
Right.
now has that additional power of the level 6 ultimate unlocked here. And they have their own Ari Vi with the stolen Ari ult here on Knight. So definitely going to have to be careful there around the mid lane, and Elioya knows it. He is hovering here, trying to soak some experience.
Jojo
He's
has
seeking
to
his
watch
own
out.
level 6. Is
They're
Knight
looking
gonna
for
go
a kill
aggressive, will
angle
get
here.
charm. And nice sidestep there from Jojo, but the stolen ulti is going to be used. Elioya
Knight?
here to try to push Knight back, and Knight will have to retreat back to the tower. They don't get the ultimate
Not bad.
off of Jojo, so still will have that critical playmaking tool.
Bit of an experience advantage.
Wait a sec.
He finds himself so
Wait
far
a second.
in terms of farm. This matchup definitely not going the way that Mirwin wants. Of course, it's still relatively early.
Phoebe. Thank you for the 70 bubbles, I'm Thank you.
That is quite the CS discrepancy that's being built.
Yeah, and one of the key things is that Mirwin hasn't gotten back to base
Welcome
yet,
back
because
to the
Bin got
family
the push
tree.
and then he ulted back to lane. So you can see the buy obviously much better there for Bin. You know, does have
조조 편 이 사람
1200
한국
plus
사람임.
combat stats, you know, gold
아,
worth of combat stats
한국계
after that
캐나다
D-shield, where it's
사람입니다.
just the longsword on the other side. So
한국말 전혀
expected
못하고요.
that Mirwin would be getting bullied from that spot, but good job by Bin to get priority, to get push, and to be able to get that advantageous buy that is taking away a lot of the point of power here from MKOI and BLG.
아트 숙련도가 그냥 부족해 보이는 것 같기도 하고. 방금 Q 보니까
But I'm not sure if they're actually going to fully commit to a contest. First grub is already gone.
숙련도가 부족한 걸 수도 있고 아니면은 그냥
Like what
좀
Elyoya is doing though, look, he's shadowing the lane. I wonder if he's going to try for a lane gank, if he can sneak in behind. Still the fog of war. Doesn't want to get spotted out by any minions.
Base run is here, but Elyoya is recalling.
Here because Elyoya is in the area, but Phase 1 is here as well. On
Oh, that's and this is super card! Oh my gosh, cure all of them! Elyoya going in more, but
Elk should be able to back off and survive. A great play there, though, from MKOI. Their jungler was waiting. Bin, though, on the bot side, looking here for more. Mirwin will have to base. And finally, we'll be
그래, 앨리스 서폿은 저게 맞아. 그냥 몸이 겁나 약하고요. 이니시 당하면 죽는 거예요, 그냥. Hard engage, what is 앨리스 support gonna do? Nothing. Just permadeath.
How much of an advantage he has
Permadeath.
built independently over
Weak.
Knight. The TP
Body.
response is going to come
Very
through
squishy.
for Knight. Going to be able to sidestep the charm there, but now
And the later the game goes, the less damage she's gonna do. Obviously, she's gonna support. She can't CS. She's gonna be down in level. She's gonna be down in down in gold.
Is that sorry, the same is true.
So her
for
impact
On,
does
who's
go down.
already out on the map, getting some deep vision down.
이래서 앨리스 서폿이 근데 요즘 안 나옵니다. 너프를 좀 많이 받았어가지고
Should be aware that he's on the weak
좀
side.
챔피언이 초반에는 강한 건 변함이 없지만 가면 갈수록 뭔가
We'll see if they can put that
구데기
pressure on.
느낌이긴 하죠.
Alvaro moving down here, wants to be in the area
Scary-
to cover, and Mirwin is
scary
being
spider,
respectful,
yeah.
seeing the
Still
BLG
scary.
bot lane duo down here. Nice little trap connects though onto Mirwin, and he will lose some of his health as a result. The plates being farmed away by this BLG duo. But the advantage, honestly, all things considered, not that big. It is just 300 gold for Elk over Supa. And when you consider how the level 1 went, losing your flash, starting E, your support gets dove at level 1, they're very close here.
Again though, BLG, it's the same has been true in every single game now. First dragon, first grab.
Jojo's weakness is
MKOI
building
not been in
items.
the best
Yeah,
position
he
to
got
really
a
contest
pretty
these
quick
objectives.
Oblivion Orb
It's not
here.
the end of the world. They'll still have
It's
ways
gonna
to
delay
fight
his
back later
first
on into
item
the
by
game.
quite a lot, I think.
But I
800
quite
gold.
like what BLG have done by sending Bin into this mid lane matchup. Again, Sion very effective on the
It's
weak side,
like
playing in the
healing
2
reduction
versus
into
1,
Silas.
whereas Mirwin is getting bullied quite a lot. Still a ways away from his first item. But,
Oh, Alvaro gonna flash.
Ari's useless anyways, yeah. Ari just has to like hit the charm and that's it.
So
that
Job is done once you hit the charm.
Just certain some dominance.
I guess he was aware that
Jojo
Elyoya
is
had
ahead
his
20
ulti
CS
available.
by the way, so it's looking good,
Jojo
no?
has popped the flash and interrupted the Iskana duck with his charm. He wants to go for more. Tries to get some
Jojo.
healing back. Knight backing
Looking
it
for the
out.
kill
Jojo
angle.
waiting for his cooldowns. But Bin is missing from mid
I
lane.
mean, healing
He
reduction
knows it.
there
He
did
has got
quite
to
a
be
lot.
careful,
As long as
realizing that
Dobby
Knight
didn't
could
do
have
much at all.
backup. Jojo decides not to go for more.
Great
He
awareness
has to
from
back up
Jojo.
because enemy team is not showing, by the way.
exceptionally
그러니까 스왑을 한 거 아니까 바텀이 안 보이니까.
The whole squad is here. Q flash, ulti to follow. He's gonna get knocked up and knocked down. Knight even grabs it with the explosion off the Q. Nice play from BLG, rotating up and helping
He was playing
out Knight.
safe
And
like
just
he should,
that, gold
but
lane completely gone for Jojo.
It's that classic of, bro, why don't you play safe? You know, my man is sitting underneath his tower. He has his flash
He has to
available.
play even more
he
safe
even
by
gets it
not
off,
using
but
his
it's
ulti,
still
I
not
guess.
enough to get him away to
궁으로
safety.
막
A good collapse comes through from
aggressive
BLG. They found
ulti
a
means
really
that
nice
you
window
don't have ulti
where
for that play,
Elyoya
right?
could
He
be in a
flashes
position
out,
to
but then he
respond.
doesn't
Now
have
that
ulti.
lead that Jojo had built,
It dodges
it
Sion.
disappears.
Yeah, and that is so frustrating to be in that
궁이
situation.
있었다면
You're slowly
살만했을까?
building this
그건 잘
incremental advantage over
모르겠지만.
10 minutes of laning. And then one good play from BLG.
방금
and
죽은
it
건
is
좀
just
크다 근데
gone.
미드가.
Been definitely going to be a bit of a
CS 차이
problem here.
나도
This guy is getting incredibly
방금
tanky.
킬 먹은 사일러스가
Phase one now,
레벨링도
level
잘 됐고.
9 on the Vi has
Silas
had the
is
sun
ahead
here
in
for a
levels to
bit.
Ari now,
The
even
Knight
if
is gonna
he's
be able
down
to
20
finish that
CS.
rocket belt.
It doesn't matter as much because
BLG
Ari
are
is
starting
going to
hit
be
all of their one
caught up
item
in
power
gold.
spikes, looking like they are in a really good
Thanks to
spot.
the
This
300
Viz is
gold
just gonna be
queue.
ulting back out to mid lane to cover, while BLG attack this
Wow,
bot lane
this is
tower.
pretty
looking
good
for
macro
first
from
bird of the
BLG
game
this
here.
game.
Try
BLG
to
방
move that much closer to
전판에 라인섭에서 대처가 잘 안 됐는데 이번에는 BLG가 무난하게 그냥 바텀 캐틀 이즈리얼 노티루스 사고 난 거를 바탕으로 바텀에서 타워를 미네요. 궁 쓴 거 보고 기다린 거랑 의미가 없긴 하다. 그래, 그러긴 해요. 그렇게 생각하는 게 맞지. 애초에 아리가 궁 있었으면은 그렇게 기다려서 플레이를 안
had the
하겠죠.
audacity to watch that wave die in front of that tower, just to deny that extra bit of farm. That is a 1.2k individual gold lead for Elk over Super.
It's like a minute ago it was 300.
Yep.
It is
I
crazy.
mean,
They're
okay,
playing the
to
map
be
very,
fair
very well.
to Supa,
But credit to Bin,
that
mid
level
lane,
1 was
roams top, makes a dive happen,
bit of a
ults
tragedy
back
coming
mid,
through.
Covers there from Supa, TP's top, covers the push from Mirwin. He is everywhere right now and really playing his role well. You know, MKOI did the right thing. They wanted to try to go for plates elsewhere. They're saying, okay, you're gonna commit 3-4 bot. We're just gonna push the other 2 lanes and we're gonna farm
Yeah,
plates
the
there.
Eastern
But
was
Bin
Monka.
single-handedly defended the push in
Actually,
multiple
bot lane
lanes.
is not even that behind compared to like how it started.
Also, he's ahead in gold as well.
Like, it's
What was
only
a
the
matchup
turf
that
lane
Jojo
gold.
was
Elk is
simply
only ahead in
dominating
turf
with
lane
the
gold,
rocket
that's
belt
it.
completed, and this is the
Supa's actually ahead in
downside from the
levels.
early Oblivion
And
orb.
he has more
It does
CS.
delay that first item spike
Which
as
is
well,
pretty
that
impressive
800
how,
gold investment
considering
does
how it
slow you
started.
down. So
근데 초반에 사고
Knight in
터진
a
거
great
치고는
position.
그래도
And with the
1200골드?
Herald spawning in
이거
a minute's time, the
나쁘지
Dragon in a
않았거든요.
minute and a half, BLG,
이즈리얼 CS
they're in
다
a
잘
much
먹었고
better position when it
킬까지
comes to
모아서
being ready for a fight.
We'll see if they are gonna be
Wolves
able to
vs
push
Spider.
that
I'm
advantage
pretty
even
sure
further. You
the
already
Fury
know
is
they're
a
gonna be showing
doggo.
up the Herald. They do it every single time. It
Wolf
feels
is like Warwick, no?
Looking on, moving in, trying to get some more information. More than double the gold there, just about double, I should say. The gold for BLG as far as the plates are concerned. And they haven't really gotten that payoff that they wanted from the Caitlyn as well as the Elise. They've been aggressive. They've been attacking towers. The bot lane turret already gone. Mid lane tower now down to about half. And the Caitlyn uses these grubs so incredibly well.
Looking at the minimap right now, you see once again on pairing up with Beishuan. Gonna clear out those raptors and start getting some vision control. Jojo, nice trade.
Knight is going to get games.
In the area,
I don't know if
but they're
LA
not
is
sure
going
where
to commit
Beishuan
there.
is, and they don't want to force the issue. Jojo definitely took the bad end of that
뭔가를 할 수
trade. So Knight
있었는데 그래서
is gonna be
그
happy
앨리스가
with the
먼저
advantage that he
내려간다는
gets.
콜을 해서
Alcon
그냥 안
continuing
들어간
to
것
play
같아요.
for Pryo here in mid, while Bin is
뒤에
up there
바위가
on
있을
top
수도 있고.
side fighting with Mirwin.
Let's have the Sun and Sky
BLG is
completed,
leading
should
on
make the trades a little
the
bit better for him.
map
On.
like all
Will
across,
connect
but
the cocoon, but obviously,
Nice repel there to avoid the hook coming through from Alvaro. Both
아리템
objectives
뭐
are now
가냐고?
spawned, so there is
저
a potential
궁
to try to
아기.
cross map, look for a trade
궁
here.
찾을 수 있는
If
거.
MKOI don't want to take the fight, Supa getting a nice
Supa
little chunk
doing
down
damage
onto
on Ezreal.
As you can see, Bin already moving
Not bad.
down over towards that Herald. Beishuan moving up in the area. If Mirwin is not careful, he could get jumped on, but Alvaro and Elyoya are aware of it and are moving in to clear out vision once again.
I think the scariest thing for Koi is the
get
fact
rid
that
of the
Knight
pink
has
corridor.
way more
There's
control of
TP
this
coming
side
through!
lane.
There's
Such a
TP
good
coming through!
TP
뒤에
playing.
트리플! 뒤에 트리플! Oh my gosh, Nautilus
There's the
just
Q flash
dead.
as well from Alvaro. Alvaro's
Unless-
going to be going down in a hurry, tries to turn it around, but can't find much of anything. BLG pull the trigger, make the play happen. Elyoya's got to get out of there. Is going to be
It's fine, it's
trying
fine.
to be knocked up
Just
by
runs.
Bin, but will be able to go immune and jump over the wall, get back to safety. But just like that,
아니
commit some flash, commit the
노틸러스가
TP,
반응이
win the fight before it really even
느렸어.
starts.
But we were
근데
just
반응
talking about how
빨랐어도
the
저거는
scariest
근데
part
뭐
about
어쩔 수
this
없죠.
was that Knight has way more
뒤에
control
텔포를
on the
되게
side
잘
lane
썼어.
now.
Knight's
Like,
TP was
he
crazy
had
good.
such a deep push on the bot side of the map, meant that he had way more time to make this play happen, and
Mid
he
tower gonna
wasn't
go
really
down
necessary to make the kill happen. But that fight
미드
could have
타워도
ended so much
터지겠는데?
worse for Koi. They're lucky that it was only a single kill. BLG secured
The
the
gap,
feats
game
of warfare
one.
once again. They're going to secure the mid lane tower. And now the
Here comes
TP
TP
is
now.
Yeah.
Jojo going to be trying to look. MKOI, can they find a great side
Oh.
step there from Beishuan? But he's going to be locked up. He's going to be charmed
Boom,
up as
boom,
well.
boom, boom,
as Elk
boom.
is going to be eating up that result.
Wait,
Beishuan trying to turn around.
wait,
He's going to get shut down there by Elyoya.
Alvaro!
Great play from
Good
MKOI.
engage from Karma Borrow.
Getting a pick here,
Revenge.
but it's still BLG pushing
Revenge
the map.
for earlier.
Look at Knight, not going to respond to the play. He has no TP.
그러니까
so he's just
노틸러스
gonna
화난
push out bot
노틸러스
side.
바로
And the question
바이한테
is,
응징
can
해버릴
BLG
거야.
still look to contest at these
복수.
objectives?
복수
MKOI doesn't
완료다.
have the confidence to
오,
start up the
조합
Dragon.
좋은데?
The HP is low, the
HP?
ultis are unavailable.
HP?
It's a risky play to make, and they need to catch that bot wave because Knight is a full
know,
level
guys.
over Jojo. And
Koi's
he's
actually
continuing
gonna be
to grow that
BLG
lead.
here. That is gonna be insane.
Knight is hovering. I don't think he has any real kill threat, but I think he can be
I don't want to
cheeky, steal
ulti,
it.
but
the Gromp
it's
gonna
looking
give away
pretty
his
good for
position.
Koi so far. They're playing good, no?
Spotted there, steals away the Neferi ultimates, and he's going to have that ability to dive into the back line now.
I will say that
바텀
because
라인이
Koi
너무
staying
탔다.
on the map,
근데
they actually
뭐
haven't reset after
상관없잖아요.
finding that pick and mid, means it's now basically impossible for them to contest this dragon.
아,
They need to go
요즘은
back to base,
진짜
spend some of the gold they picked up, and it's gonna be another
사이드보다는
advantage game for
본진이 더
BLG.
중요하더라고. 다들
Just
팀
sheer
보시면은
domination from
투패
BLG so
승률이
far
왜
in
이렇게
this early
낮나
game.
생각을
Two
해보잖아.
towers in their
근데
favor,
투패
every
승률이
objective
지금
secured,
0%인
kills in the
이유가
lead.
아무래도 사이드
And the
운영이
small
요즘
advantage that
그렇게까지
Jojo
중요하지
had
않아서 그런 것
disappeared
같아요.
off a single play that happened on
그냥
the top
무조건
side of the map, and now
옵젝티브
it's Knight
싸움이랑
who runs the
옵젝티브
side lane.
플레이가 더
It's
중요해서.
very difficult. Jojo finally now has his first item. The
아타카는
Malignance
여판가?
is done there, as he does level up to 12, but still Knight most of the way to 13.
아타칸에서 싸움 해야 되고 그 다음에 바로 나오니까 바람 쪽에서 또
Potentially that Riftmaker coming
Yeah,
through
they're
here as Knight just constantly fishing in
comms
these
are
side
hectic and he's
lanes,
struggling. Wait,
looking
what
to
are you
see if
talking
anyone
about?
will overextend, if there's an angle for a pick, trying to put that pressure on, and sometimes
Alvaro's
the fact that
playing
he's just
fine this
stepping out of
series. What are
vision
you
like
talking
this
about? That
is
level
making
1
it
was just
so
really unlucky.
hard for MKOI, because if you don't know where he is, you can't
Level
actually
1
step up, you can't farm these
invade, like
waves.
that should
You
happen.
always have
I
to
don't
pay
think it's
respect to the
anyone's
fact that
fault.
Knight
It's
could be in
just
the area.
He's gonna
it happens.
choose to
You're
reset
playing
for
weak
now.
side.
I wonder if he's actually
They
got
invaded.
another upgrade available to him.
그래서 B는 누가 잡냐?
Okay.
T1이 했었던 것처럼 그냥 무시를 하고 마지막에 잡는 게 어떤가?
CDR available. But ultimately,
딜러들
the game will slow down now.
딜러들부터
There's
자른
no real
다음에 이제
objective to
사이언을
play for.
마지막에
BLG will likely
잡는
set
거야.
their sights on the top tower. They'll use the Caitlyn mid lane, get that push, and then they can start rotating into the top side jungle. Alvaro's doing a good job of clearing out what Vision On is trying to put down, but BLG, their objective is clear, and they're looking for a pick right now.
Yeah, they want Mirwin. Elyoya is in the area. We'll see if they can try to turn it around. On looking here for the cocoon. He's going to be able to follow it up beautifully, layering to CC. BLG knocking down MKOI's top laner.
That's just a misplay from Mirwin. That
He has flash, but he's gonna die even if despite his flash, right?
BLG is looking to play for. That top tower is the only objective
He's
they
just gonna
really
get
can
ulted
play
and
for.
stuff like that.
And so he, in his attempt to clear out the wave, he gets picked off. BLG find themselves another pick.
나피리가 탱커 잘 패면 나피리 Q가
Looking though, trying to get some vision
막
back
이런
on this top
느낌이라서
side, but again, it's
탱커가
going to be
막
bin
녹아요,
unanswered
진짜.
in the bot lane. This has been the story. BLG just playing the map in this game, constantly pushing out,
불클 스택이
forcing the
다 한
response
번에
here from MKOI.
Q 맞추면 바로
and
되는
building
거라서.
these incremental advantages slowly but surely here.
앨리스도 파이크만큼
throughout
썩나요?
these
네,
last
맞습니다.
20 minutes of the game.
앨리스가
Have the first two
조금
dragons. It is
가면
going to be Infernal
갈수록
Soul that is up and available, and they
구려지는
have
느낌이 있긴
quite
하죠.
a high burst, high damage composition already. That would make it very difficult for MKOI. Supa trying to look for some poke, but it was warded out, and Knight fishing with the absconded duck.
He's not
Making
even
a pretty
ulting
nice
for
trade
poke,
here
he was
onto
ulting for the
Jojo.
cannon there.
It
So
was
he was
gonna
getting zoned off the
really get
cannon.
pushed back. Knight is looking for the solo kill, and he just straight up finds it. Dives under the tower, knocks down Jojo. He is not
JDG
afraid whatsoever.
mode.
The laning phase is over.
JDG Knight.
Knight in the side
Solo
lane looks
baller.
monstrous. Elyoya getting bullied out
와
of the
이거
jungle.
미드에서 이렇게
A tower is
밀리면은
locked down as well.
게임이 터졌는데? I don't
And
know,
now
guys. Once mid lane
MKOI
loses
have
from
a
day one like that
serious
on the
problem
tower,
on their
there's a
hands.
bit of a problem, guys.
Knight is so strong with Elk right
라인전을
by his side.
이겨놔도
Some
3킬 먹은
serious gold
사일러스?
advantages. The Riftmaker going to be secured.
Let's look at
I
it
mean,
again.
Jojo just can't trade back at this point. In the extended fight, he steals away the Ahri ultimate,
Oh,
chases
this
it
is why
down.
Silas is the
He
counter to Ahri.
connects the stun
Ahri
underneath the
카운터가
tower,
사일러스는 이유죠.
and the tower just
Because
can't do
Ahri
enough
has
damage.
ulti,
That
but
reaction
Silas
is
can take your
appropriate.
ulti and chase you, and then Silas has an extra dash! Extra dash, and W is also a little bit of a dash as well.
Yep, see, there you go.
Jojo.
Jojo just realizing
Jojo getting
that's
gapped.
the position he is now
Honestly,
in.
Jojo's
Knight just
getting
went
gapped and
so
Mirren is getting
aggressive.
gapped too.
And Jojo
Like,
didn't
Aatrox
want
is
to just use the
useless
ult really
this
early
game.
to try to retreat.
So
And by the
far
time
it
he
is.
popped it, Knight was just in on top of him with the stolen ultimate, kept that pressure going. Jojo in the
I don't know
area,
what
but
Bao
down
says
2
about the
levels
Sion
now.
Aatrox matchup, but
Elyoya is
I
here
don't know
as
if
is
Aatrox
Supa.
is
They may
supposed
try
to lose
overload
lane
the
this
side
hard
lane, see if they can find a play.
to Sion.
They're going to spot out the Otacon. On
He's
Invasion
probably
1
like
in
not
the
hitting
area
any
here, but
skill
again,
shots.
Bin
That's
not
probably
being answered
why.
right now in the bot lane. As BLG just continue the full court press, constantly pushing up all of these lanes, forcing MKOI to respond to them.
MKOI just can't get near the towers right now.
I feel like maybe the Cho'Gath for Mirwin would have been better after all.
Linger around too long in the air.
Oh, unless Mirwin's gonna prove me wrong.
Mirwin feeling a little bit
Okay,
more
he's not
confident
gonna do
in the matchup
damage.
now. Trading nicely, forcing Bin back.
He's not gonna kill him, but he also
But while
doesn't
we've been,
die.
you know, keeping our eyes on Knight, we did mention it earlier. Elk, still a thing. Level 13
Balls
on the
plays in
Caitlyn.
Flatte into
A
Aatrox
lot of
because
range
Silent loses
available to
1v1,
him.
but that's his solo queue thoughts. I thought Aatrox pick was
MKOI really
because
win
it's
from
good
this
into
position,
Zion.
'cause
You know?
Jojo, it just feels like this Ari
They
is
saw the
so
Zion,
weak
that's why they locked in
compared to Knight.
Aatrox.
Level 15 on the Silas, he's the highest level in the game.
But Mirwin is just
And
okay.
I feel like that he feels unkillable, to be honest. I just feel like
Sunder
that
Sky
just don't have
healing
enough
is
damage to deal with the
cringe.
Silas. He has so much HP.
Yuha! Thank you so much for the solo. Welcome to the Meeple family. What is going on? Okay, never mind. Thank you so much.
It's just fighting
Welcome.
back and forth. And
Welcome.
yeah, it is going to be really
Welcome.
tough to knock down Knight. Another
Make sure
dragon
check out some
has
perks below in
spawned
the
up.
panels and check out
BLG
some emotes.
really moving to Soul Point as MKOI want nothing to do with it. They're going to
They're just gonna give the
see if
dragon.
they can just continue
Okay,
to
never
farm,
mind.
find some advantages elsewhere.
We're
Jojo
going
just
next game,
stays up
guys.
towards that top side.
다음
But you can see
경기
already
가죠.
BLG
이거 이
pinging
정도면은
on towards
근데
Otacon, so they're gonna try to take
게임이
this
좀
dragon
많이
and then
갔긴
go up.
했는데
And this will
3명이잖아.
never give MKOI time. It has
Third
been a theme
dragon
in this
for
series, both in game 1 and now
BLG
in
just
game
getting
3.
every single
as soon
objective.
as BLG get any sort of an edge,
이거
they're
모든
gonna show
objective를
every
다
single
챙겨,
objective,
근데.
force you to fight. Or just
초반에는
get
코이도
further and
뭔가
further behind.
잘했었는데 코이 actually wasn't playing that bad early game,
We are
but
quickly running out of options.
objective wise, they've just been on the back foot.
Super has done a
the whole
good job of
series.
bouncing back into the game.
Beitron's
but
been very good
obviously
at
the
grabbing
difference in
objective
goals
timings.
largely just due to all the towers and
이제 더
plates
이상
that were
용
secured by
미를
Elk
용셉이
earlier
없다.
into the game.
맞아. 그러니까 이게
While an objective that is
그
available, we've seen BLG
영원
use it
싸움을
as a means
무조건
to
해야
force
되기
fights.
때문에
Right now, they
아타칸까지는
don't
줄 수는
seem
있어도
super enthusiastic about
they might
forcing
even give
anything in the
Atakan here.
immediate
I don't know if
future.
Koi
They
can contest
start
that.
to shepherd
Gonna
though.
look for the fight. He's just charging on in, but everyone is there from MKOI, and he's getting.
I mean,
incredibly
he's
low
getting
already.
destroyed
Shield
here,
comes
but
back
Bin
up.
is like 10
He will be
HP.
able to walk
어,
it
이거
out
빈
as
방금
Knight
좀
arrives at the
뭔가
teleport.
실수했는데?
Mirwin is
이러면은
behind, but he has
할만하거든.
been spotted. Mirwin looking, can't
Okay.
find it with the chains, on in trouble.
Kill
Gets actually coming out
on!
and will
Boom.
connect.
아,
MKOI does have the support
At
of
least
BLG incredibly low, and Bin took quite a
they
bit
have
of
to
damage
kill
there too,
the
but Bin
support.
can base and teleport back.
feel
BLG
like-
staying in the area as MKOI now have their eyes on the Otacon.
이거 아닌 것 같아.
They are
Don't do it,
thinking
don't do it,
twice,
don't
though.
do
They're
it.
not sure
It's
if they
too
want to commit
risky.
to it, and now BLG saying, well, guess what? You have to commit to it now. We are not going to allow it to reset. On over the wall. If he's spotted, he is incredibly low. Base one taking some damage. Nice charm on the
My
side.
On's
does
gonna
connect
flash.
in
On's
onto
gonna
Bin,
flash.
but
On's
Knight again
flashing!
going aggressive. It's Knight looking for more. It's Knight on a rampage. Knocks down Alvaro.
No!
And it's BLG
맞아,
fully
많이
controlling the
썼다면은.
area, pushing MKOI out,
오히려 역으로
securing the
앨리스 잡는
Otacon.
건데.
Great patience from BLG. Knight, he's fishing for
Damn,
more.
they didn't have a word over the wall, so
He's
10
gonna use
HP
the
at
last
least,
tick
like,
of
they
the
couldn't
Ari
kill
ulti
her.
to try and close the gap. Elyoya's
Should
gonna
be fucking
forced
dead
out
on
of
the ground if
jungle
they
once
knew.
more. Super is lying in wait.
Feels bored though.
Is there really
Okay,
a play
it's
here?
fine.
I don't think so.
I mean, I think
BLG
they should have
choosing
just
to
given the
disengage
Otacon,
Knight.
but
He's just
it's okay.
doing what he can to be obnoxious. Going to stick around for an extra wave as well. He'll tick
Yeah,
over to
this
level
one's looking
16.
kind of doomed, guys.
We look back at this play, and this is the second half of the fight. Look at the HP of Jojo. Look at the HP of Alvaro. The positioning just isn't ideal. There's not really a good way to start the fight. The flash over from On, it creates this pressure on one side, meaning that those three Koi members
Goes
then
up in
can't
the
support
air
Alvaro, making it
and
super
goes on the
easy for
Otacon.
Knight to just pick up
At
that
least
kill
support,
onto
ladies
the
and
Nautilus
gentlemen.
and force the
Seems
rest of
totally
Koi
fucking
to retreat.
balanced.
BLG with nothing but domination here. Here in
사이리
game
아트
3,
상대로 싸움을
they're
거는
at Soul
얼마나
Point,
불리한
Dragons
거냐고.
alive, Otacon secured hook.
Oh, big
Oh?
hook there from Alvaro. Do they have the follow?
Yeah! Let's go! Nice hook, nice
Will
hook, and a nice
MKOI just go to the
hook!
bear
Holy
and try to flip
moly.
it right here,
오,
right
이렇게
now?
잘 큰
They're quite
캡틀.
behind. And I think that's going to be the call.
죽었는데
How does
이거
Alvaro keep
Baron?
finding these engages?
Alvaro
A beautiful
is
hook connects onto
Alvaro
a
is just
really
actually.
important member of BLG, but Knight is still alive. The hook.
Not going to be able to
Wow,
connect. Knight does have
Gummy! No
the
flash
out
and
there. He is
silence
level
though.
16.
No flash and
Remember,
silence.
BLG pulled off a 3v5
이거
last
스틸
game.
당한
Can
것
they do
같은데?
it
I
in
feel
the
like they're gonna get a
4v5?
storm.
Bin moving
Mirwan's
in,
trying to
trying
do
create
not vie
space.
here.
Mirwan on the
Aatrox
side
trying to
threatening.
do
He's
not
on to
vie.
base one. Getting chunked down as Knight
Oh,
steals the
no,
Nautilus
wait,
ultimate.
on
Bin
miss,
now
on miss.
taking a lot of damage here. He's going to have to try to
Oh my gosh, wait, Koi came in the fight!
DPS
Koi came in
pretty
the fight.
low here from BLG as MKOI do keep the Baron leash. Alvaro
Oh,
down fairly
Mirwan
low.
is hitting
Mirwan
everything!
being a
아트록스 지금
real
큐를 다
thorn in the
맞추고
side
있어
here of
근데
BLG.
They're just gonna
And
get
they're
it!
just gonna make the call to give it up. Situation beautifully off of the pick from Alvaro.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Okay. This is
Alvaro
winnable. This is
saving
winnable.
the
This is
game for
winnable.
MKOI.
They're totally
praised
back,
this
by the
player
way.
a lot
And
in this
Mirren,
series. It feels like that it's
I'm
been
sorry
a
I
battle
doubted
of
your
the supports
Aatrox.
for
That
so
Aatrox
much.
play zoning
And
out
a
with
much
2
needed
people.
pick happens.
2
The
people.
ward gets cleared
3
out.
people.
Elk, he feels safe here, and why shouldn't he? The
아니
Hex
근데
Flash comes
여기서
over. The timing is perfect. The Q
He couldn't
comes out,
flash because
moving
he's channeling his
himself.
Q.
Alvaro is able to
Q를
connect the Q, the
눌러가지고 본인
follow-up
자신이
charm from Jojo.
그러니까 Q 쓸 때 플래시 못
And
쓰거든요.
now, MKOI
이미
have
시전을
found a
하고 있는
lifeline.
상태라서.
They're not in the driver's seat, but
No
at
fucking
the
way,
very least,
man.
it's closed that gap. It's
Is
pulled
NA
the
that
road.
good?
Yes,
No,
they
this is
are.
you.
They're
What are you
catching
talking
up.
about?
Exactly.
Are you talking
They
about
are
Jojo
accelerating,
fan?
and we'll see if they can keep that pace going.
NA mid
Definitely
laner.
still going to be a big
He's
problem,
getting
but
gapped
that
this
pick
game.
on Elk meant that BLG really did
Light
not
is
have a
gapping
lot of
him.
consistent damage going into that fight. It was very difficult for them to try to navigate without the Caitlyn. In here, of course,
I
still
don't
is
even
that
know,
brick
like,
wall.
Koi
and you still
getting the
have
Baron is a
looming
miracle,
threat
by the
in 40
way.
seconds of this soul. The question is, can
It's a
MKOI
freaking
with the Baron
miracle.
buff stop them from
Oh,
getting
from the Norris
has
hook.
been very
노틸러스
quiet
구
in this
진짜
game,
노틸러스가
but in that
중요한데
last
되게
fight,
잘해주고
he was just
있어가지고
keeping on and Beishuan completely
바로
out of the
챙긴
Baron
거죠.
pit. And I think that his
캣을
damage
잘라가지고.
can't afford to be underestimated. A level 60
캣을 진짜
Jojo
먼저
looking,
죽여야
does
돼.
connect on the charm. Super shifts forward.
On is really
Rocket Belt
low.
used to dodge
On
the
is really
hook from
low.
Alvaro.
I feel like that this Aatrox is going to become a problem. He's TPing in. The ult from Ezreal is good. The poke damage is good.
And Mirwen going to get spotted here by Beishuan. Beishuan liking his odds in this fight, does get a nice little bit of chunk, but on now. He's at the point of the game where it is very difficult.
Jojo's trying to just be a utility, like he's not trying to do damage. He's trying to survive.
And Supa's gonna get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishuan. They
Goodbye,
team
you.
up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. That
Bye,
just might be what they needed here. They're gonna get
you.
Soul off the back of it as well. As Knight
Hopes
goes
of
hunting,
you
can't
crushed.
find more, but what a beautiful engage.
I mean, I don't
from
even know
BLG.
what the hell
Knight
just happened.
takes
Well,
the hope from
Silence
Koi
just
and
ulted in,
crushes it.
killed everybody.
A fantastic
Sounds
engage
like a
comes through from the Silas.
바이가 너무 잘했다.
And the
바이랑
soul
사이러스
is
들어오는데 개
secured.
무섭네. 그냥 다책이
And the
없어.
Mastercard price this moment, we're gonna get to
할 수
see
있는
the
방법이
engage
없으니까.
that comes through from Knight in the mid lane. He's gonna steal
They flash
away
from Bayo was
Jojo's
clean.
ulti,
Let's watch it again.
and he's gonna find
바이고.
the right target. Super
이
is the place to go. Oh, Beishuan sets it up. Knight with the quick follow-up. The hook comes through to try and keep him alive, but there's little that they can do
Oh
to
my
protect their AD
gosh.
carry.
Just when MKOI thought they had a way into the game, they get a pick, they get the Baron. You can see the frustration there on the face of the coaching staff.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Nice indeed.
They're chilling.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Beishuan. I didn't see that in the initial play, but you're right.
Beautiful Q flash.
Really, really
Face
nice
palm
engage.
moment.
And
Face
you can just see,
fucking
like,
palm
there was
moment.
no response from Koi. They were just shut out immediately.
Yep, and you can see the damage
바로
that this
먹고.
mid-jungle duo put
Negative
out here from
Baron
BLG.
power
They
play.
now have the Soul. The
It's
Infernal
okay.
Soul going to make things that much more difficult for MKOI. Nice rocket belt forward, does knock off the verdant barrier there from Jojo. They are looking at Elyoya, trying to put some pressure on
Dude, I
him.
used to
Knight
build
now
verdant
level
barrier
17,
on Bart.
massively up in experience over most of the members there of MKOI, though Mirwen is
Like
quite strong,
the
is level 17
Banshee
himself.
item got
But
reworked,
BLG
so
just so
if you just
confident
grab
in
the
their
component,
positioning
you
in
have a
this game now.
shield.
They're just going to invade, stay in the face of MKOI.
So I'll
This
just
is
go
what they
verdant barrier
love
and
to
go
do,
Ingenious Hunter.
constantly forcing
Or-
these difficult spots. And
It was really broken into Blitzcrank, like into hook champions like Blitzcrank.
Over 1,300
It tanks the
now
hook,
passive
so-
health that he has gained
And
from
cooldown
that.
on verdant barrier was like
BLG have a very
really low.
solid
Like
front
we're
to
talking
back.
like 20 seconds.
They're setting their sights on this tier 2.
And then they
With
nerfed
the
it.
Caitlyn, they should be able to make quick work
And then
of the
Riot nerfed
objective.
it, so I can't build it anymore. Ingenious Hunter also got deleted.
Being
Feels
in the
bad.
mid lane, they have
Feels
done
bored
throughout
though.
this game,
Now we're
moving
playing
him off
Spellbook
onto a
Bard
side
instead.
lane, not even using him as a front line, but just as an extra
Spellbook
point
Bard
of
ankle.
pressure on the map. The TP
3대
is going to go
1인가?
and
그러니까
catch mid
이거
wave from
오늘도
Jojo.
뭔가 여김없이
But
3대
significant
1
damage is
나오는
already
것
done to
같은데?
the structure.
I guess it's gonna be a
And
3-1
Jojo was
BLG
down in
win.
that bot lane trying
There
to see if he
guys, I
could
ulted.
trade for
You're
a tier
welcome,
1
you.
tower. They haven't even knocked down
You are
a single
welcome.
tier
Haven't
1
got
yet.
anything in this game.
No,
All of
but
that?
Except for the
Jojo
Baron, I guess.
didn't have time to actually be able to knock it down. He had to defend his tier 2. Finally, it does fall
But
to
he's
the
supporting-
minions,
wait,
so they
Vinny,
are gonna be able
you're
to at
cheer
least
for
get one
BLG?
tower. We'll see if they can do something
Okay,
else.
I'm
Good
sorry
poke
if there's
on
any
and
LPL fans
Supa
in the
gonna
chat. I'm
take that
cheering against
ultimate from
LPL.
Caitlyn
My
right to the
apologies.
face. Down about half HP, has no life steal in the build
My
just
apologies.
yet. And it is making it really difficult. Elk at every opportunity is just throwing out that ace in the hole straight at Supa.
MKOI를 믿어요.
Well, the good
옥각하자고.
news for Koi is that their
아,
base
일단 이거를
still
천천히.
in a healthy spot. The bad news is that
장로
every single
용
fight
스틸.
seems to be going the way of BLG. With the Soul
어떤가요?
secured as well, it's just so much additional damage.
장로 용을
Elder
스틸하기.
could be a potential win condition for Koi.
Koi's
And
averaging
and
1
of
tower
course,
per game.
I mean, of course, it's Knight. The man
Hey,
loves
come
to
on,
read,
man.
and He fills those pages with quite a few stories. The Baron
Other than game 2, okay, but you can't say that.
Force the flash from
Game
Alvaro.
2,
He kinda has to.
Koi got all the
trap was
towers.
laid. The damage was about to be dealt.
장로까지는 버틸 수도 있고, 그러니까 발언을 주면은 근데
Pressure just continues. Top wave pushed in, mid wave pushed
안 될
in.
것 같기도
More
해서.
vision in the enemy jungle. Denial, denial, denial. That is the game
사이언은
plan for
사일러스가
BLG.
발언을 먹고
Give
사이드를
them
푸시하기
nothing, but
시작하면은
take from
좀
them everything. And you can see our observers highlighting it for us.
발언으로 그러니까 발언으로 끝날 듯. 맞아 맞아.
See on the map.
발언으로 끝날 것
They
같아.
have an angle here. Flash forward does connect in on
Alvaro finding the hook again! Holy moly! Yoink and Spider! Sparta lady yoink. 오, 나이트 선수가 이거 근데 존냐가 있어서 나이트 does have Zonya, so he's just going in. No way! Beige Run just getting destroyed! No fucking way! Knight is still alive though. Wow! Knight is going in! He has Zonyas! He has Zonyas, but... Oh my gosh, wait, Knight! Knight! Super! Good timing on the Ezreal ulti! Super! Coming through from Super!
Bloody fight in the mid lane there. 3 for 3 at the end of the day. But Bin and Elk stand strong and push back the MKOI members.
This whole play starts with Alvaro finding another massive hook. But the
I mean,
end
they're gonna get
is
there
going
in
to
it
be
though.
Elk
That's not
breaking into the base, securing their first
Clown taking
inhibitor
0
of the
damage
game,
from Ezreal.
and Super can do nothing about it.
Good
the
champion.
immovable wall that is Bin
Very balanced, Riot.
will
Very
act as a
balanced.
shield.
Where's the shutdown?
No one is going to be up. There's no crazy
Yeah,
TP
where's the
plays.
shutdowns actually?
He's still going
Oh
to
no,
get
they
hit
did
by
get
the
the
ace
shutdown.
null.
I think that's
The
1k
Baron
gold
is
for
alive.
Super.
BLG, are they really going to overstay for the bot tower as well? I think this is a little bit greedy. They need to get back to base, need to get the resets off if they want to be in a position to contest the Baron.
Still feeling confident about their ability to do so. Bin pushes in the wave there. Gotta say, Alvaro has been heroic for MKOI.
Certainly has been.
By far
그러니까
the standout
캣틀이랑
player
지금
for the team
이즈리얼이랑
in
템이
this series, I think.
똑같은데
Jojo obviously have an incredible
뭔가
Zir
뭔가.
game, but Alvaro, even in the losses, has really been the one to
사이언이
give
안
hope to
뚫리죠.
try to find these angles. But BLG have
오코
been
나와도
stalwart.
사이언이 안
Even
뚫리죠.
when someone is getting picked off, they're looking for the re-engages. They're confident in their ability to find
이즈리얼이 사이언
angles to
같은
make the
템포를 잘
fights
잡는 게
work.
아니라서
Knight and Bin have just been that brick wall, it feels like, and now BLG are going to be
사이언은
starting
그냥
up the Baron.
무시하고 딜러들 잡는 느낌으로 한타를 해줘야 될 듯.
push Bin back. Mirwin
무시하기
with
좀
him.
빡세긴 해
Is
근데.
MKOI trying to get some control here. Knight though, level
My region?
18
Oh
has the
my
stolen
gosh, they're just gonna get
Ariel.
free Baron.
And this Baron is just gone. MKOI cannot
Free
find a way in.
Baron.
It's an easy Baron there, and now Bin looking for the engage.
What the
Alvaro in a lot of trouble,
hell?
has
Alvaro
no
just
flash,
dead,
he's
bro.
got out,
Alvaro
and
can't do
on flashes
anything.
in, hits the cocoon.
Bro, oh my.
Knight looking to dive in the back line. He's in on the Supa. Supa's in a world of trouble. Gets out to safety.
Wait?
though. Great kiting out from MKOI.
Oh
Supa, though, gonna be
no,
hit
Supa
by
got
the
point and
ultimate
click.
from
발각
Caitlyn.
당했다요.
Knocks him down.
Shutdown coming
Mirwin
through.
gets one
Knight
back.
down.
Mirwin, though, trying to run away
Okay.
here. Is in
Do
a
they have
difficult
wave
position
clear,
because
though?
Elk is still up and
아직은
alive.
살았다?
MKOI fighting back
Alive
as
for
best
another
as they
day?
possibly can, but Elder is on the map.
The
And it's
dragon is gone,
BLG
though.
with the extra member.
시한부
It's
아닌가,
BLG
근데?
who are heading straight down
They're just
there.
tipping top,
And
pushing
it's
top,
MKOI
and then grabbing
making the
tower.
choice to
They're just gonna
give
give
up
it?
that Elder. They're gonna TP
그러니까
Jojo
이거를
top lane
근데
and just
실할
go for the
수는
bounties.
없습니다.
Fights just
I
continue
don't
to
think they
go
can
the
contest
way
this
of
at all,
BLG.
right?
Bin is
No
the
vision
one
at all.
to initiate things.
At least it's gonna be sitting in
and
the bush
he does
for
it once
the Fury.
again,
So.
without any hesitation.
They just have
Once
to
the
wait
Baron
out
is
the
secured,
ulti. Oh, they have to
BLG
wait out the
wastes no
all the
time
dragon buff,
in
right?
trying to force a fight against KOI. They've done a good job of
근데
making
이거
these fights so difficult
장로
for Super
드래곤
to play.
기다리면 되긴 하는데
Jojo, it feels like that he just tickles the members of BLG. He can land some
그게
good
말이
jumps, but
쉽지.
the damage just isn't coming
이미
through.
억제기 미드 억제기는
Meanwhile,
밀린 상태고
Knight on the front
바텀
line
억제기
is just
상대가 이제 들어와서
eviscerating anyone
웨이브
that stands
밀어넣을
in his
거죠.
way. He stepped a little too far.
They're probably gonna
and
siege
Mirwin
bot lane
was able to get a nice
and,
shutdown. But now with
MKOI
the
has
Elder,
to hold on to
BLG
their
are looking
dear
to
life.
close out game 3.
And we'll see if they're going to be able
MKOI
to
has
do
to
it.
hold on for
BLG
dear
have
life.
all the pieces to the puzzle.
Alvaro
and they're
getting
gonna
caught
look
out,
for
that's not
Alvaro
good.
here. Great buffered hook to
Actually,
the wall does keep him alive for now. Knight
I think they
lost
just
all
have to
the
give
stacks
this
in that
tower,
mid
try
game,
to
so
clear
did have
the
to
wave a
sell
little
to
bit
pick up
for
the shadow
inhibitor.
flame. Good bit of poke there
두고
onto Elk, who does not have any
적당히
life
이제
steal
웨이브
really in the
클리어하고
build.
주는
So he's
선택을
going
해야겠죠.
to
미드 웨이브까지
still
밀리고
stick
있어서.
for quite a while.
Because like mid
You can
waves
see
getting
Supa
pushed in as well.
He's in the whole hit.
If they don't be
He is
careful,
right
it's gonna
back
end.
to base pretty much. Has to try to sit back, heal back up.
I
with
think
this
giving
Phantom
2
Scepter.
inhibitors is
It's gonna
fine
be up
though
to
at this
wave
point.
clear here, but it's not great
You
from
don't really have a
MKOI.
choice.
And BLG, you already know they're going to be
Wave clear from
posturing
MKOI is
aggressively
kinda
here,
bad.
trying to get in
KOI가
the face
지금
of
근데
MKOI. MKOI are just trying to buy some time as Jojo almost just gets one shot there. Down incredibly low, almost got executed by the Elder here as BLG now eyes on the Nexus towers here. First one getting incredibly low. Jojo back out from base. Mirwin fighting on the
One
side
headshot
against
into
Pin, creating space here for
Caitlyn
Elk.
is a
All
balanced
BLG
champion.
need to do
Holy
is
moly.
keep Elk alive and keep that man firing.
진짜
And he is
지지라고.
going to get the rest of the job done. The first
웨이브
Nexus
클리어가
tower
진짜
has
많이 안
already
좋네.
fallen. BLG pushing in. Great. Zonya's there from on. Is going to be able to immune it. And look at that! Elk just one-shots Jojo, and that should do it. Mirwin going forward, trying to make something happen, but he's going to fall as well. It's BLG crushing the hopes here of MKOI. They look for the heroics in the base, but Elk will not allow it. This man 7-1-4 on the Caitlyn. It's the bot duo from BLG yelling bot dip.
Bot dip.
Headshot to round things out.
Bot dip.
As Elk snipes Jojo and brings BLG to match
I mean,
point.
I think it's a mid of 2. Don't
We're seeing
tell
that
Jojo
when
about.
BLG get a foothold in the game, it feels like that they just don't let go.
Valiant had some
And
good
while there was
plays,
some
but that
hero
level 1
moments from Alvaro,
made Caitlyn
it
just
was not enough
too strong,
to
I
slow
guess.
down the onslaught from
Caitlyn,
BLG.
Caitlyn was too strong.
Absolutely, BLG.
뭔가 1레벨 꼬인 게 진짜 이렇게 끝나네요. 그러니까 1레벨 꼬여서 캐틀이 무난하게 막 타워 플레이, 타워 다 긁어먹고, 타워 골드 다 긁어먹고, 퍼블 타워 먹고. 근데 무난하게 성장한 캐틀? 템 다 나왔다.
Directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LOL esports ecosystem. Subscribe
Stonks
now
coming
to
through
unlock the
from
Not Like
Caitlyn, I
This
think.
way in-game emote. And BLG bring MKOI to match point. Will we see the LEC come back? What do you think, Desk?
Negative 250k.
Well, my prediction is 3-2 MKOI, so I definitely believe they're gonna come back. Delusion feeds me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll see. But for Billy Gaming, this
무난하게,
is really
그러니까 만약에
the
이제 노티를 제대로 라인전을 했다면 이렇게까지 게임이 안 터졌다면
So they were left examining themselves and they had an absolute slam dunk.
And they came back. Shocks. It started straight from level 1.
이제 노틸 솔직히 바로 먹고 나서 이즈리얼 잘린 거 되게 아쉽지만
Where they drafted Caitlyn plus On's Elise. On is a very good
거기에서 안
Elise, and he
잘렸다면?
showed it in this game. But they start out with the invade. They bring
Yeah, I mean, this
Knight
invade
Silas
pretty
with
much
them,
ruined it, I
and
think.
This is
Super
actually
to
even
flash and
after they
E.
already got
They should have
into
shown
a
like 5
flash
seconds
where we're starting
earlier.
this replay,
한
but
5초
they
정도
got to
전에
Ezreal,
보여주지.
and
이즈리얼이
then they
E
pushed
스타트
out
해야
Alvaro
되고.
as well. And because this
자,
damage
이 스타트
is a little
이즈리얼은
bit later
그냥
into the
차라리
game,
죽는 게
then
나을 수도.
he's
I
gonna
think
have to go
Ezreal
for
should
the
have just
recall,
died
go
there.
all the way back
I'm
to
not
the
even
Falcon,
joking.
and then walk
Rather
through.
than start
So
E,
they have a really
just
easy
straight
push.
up get caught and die. And
Just
then level
beautiful
Q.
cocoon
And at least,
flash
and don't
under
use
the
your flash or
tower
anything.
here, is
Just die
able to pull off
and
the
then try
tower dive,
to
and then
lane.
they rotate over.
Have a
This
normal
also
2v2
ended
lane.
up making it really difficult for the other side of the map
Right.
here. Mirwin, you can see, oh no,
정상적인
this
2대2가
wave
되어야
is pushing
됐어.
away from me. They can freeze it here, and so they start to get these advantages
bad.
and really build on them.
Yeah, even
So
in
bad.
between this, the fact that Elise was making the trek from bot
Alvaro
lane
did
through
really
mid
did
lane,
well.
got
I
the
mean,
flash on Ahri,
he
goes
did
towards the
everything he
top lane
could on
play.
Nautilus, in my
They're
opinion.
just constantly
this situation.
in your face, and it felt like this game was already kind of grim at that point.
It's true.
No,
was
but
a
BLG
great start,
actually
but you had
couldn't
advantages
snowball
on
that
the
lead to
right people at
anything
all
crazy
times.
though.
You
They had a
mentioned
crazy
Honor,
bot
and
lane
I
lane.
just gotta say,
But like mid game,
it's so
MKOI was
fun to
actually
watch
striking
these
back.
two supports on the Rift right
Yes, it
now, and I
is.
know Alvaro will be a little bit frustrated that he couldn't make more happen, but he made the difference also.
Exactly. He had some really good hooks. You know,
Yeah.
I started to believe in some comeback possibility
I did as
with some of
well.
those picks.
I did as well. I just wanted to call out how it's been a joy to watch, but unfortunately not a joy to play for MKOI. And I feel like what we've seen now in game
Yo,
one,
Ace is like real right.
if you get
got a tree. 땡겨줘요.
he's gonna take that all the way to the
Nice,
100%,
yeah.
because even in the early laning phase, it was some difficulties, but he was able to work alongside the Vi ulti. I actually was very surprised that that was a kill, but then he ends up also getting a solo kill later on too. I just felt like Knight and the combination of Baytron worked super well.
Yeah.
That was a question in our mind.
Maybe
coming
Moss
into this
can
event.
give him a
They
shout out.
answered this one pretty quickly.
Him,
Yeah,
her.
that one play where
Someone's
pushing up
give
with their
Oasis a
Baron
shout
and
out. Thank
Baytron's
you
able
very
to get the
much.
flash
We
play
have
to
it
start it
later.
out.
Yeah.
Oh man, that,
And that
one was beautiful.
And this replay here, Jojo Pyun uses his charm really early on a minion, and so
아이고,
Silas is
미드
just
차이가
like, alright,
또
rubbing his hands, I can continue forward
나고요.
in this fight.
에이크
And then from draft, they were looking
캐트리.
at it and they're like, okay, you have the early pick Vi. Oh no, now we're in a situation where some of Knight's main champions, both Ahri and Silas, pair with it, and they're like, okay, I guess we'll take the Ahri
Billy,
away
Billy,
since you
Gabby,
can't pair your Ahri
100%
with the
Grub,
Vi.
100%
But then
Herald,
the
100% Grave,
Silas
100%
pick into it
Alpha.
is always so good because you scale so nicely and you get really tanky
What the
as well. We saw him take over.
Yeah. And I mean,
Baytron!
this game needed so much with the Ari ulti
아니
that he was stealing, but this was a play.
공허증
Just talked
100%,
about
용
Alvaro in the play
100%,
making.
용 전령 100%, 아타칸 100%.
Trying to pick on Elk. Then they
이게
played the Baron
뭐냐고.
situation out so well.
모든 오브젝티브를
MKOI
다 주는
was bringing this game
MKOI
back.
형님들.
They were.
그렇지 않습니다.
Even looking at Mirwin just like pushing
유럽
away
이렇게 다
Baitron,
떨어지는 거
he really
별로
didn't have
원하지
an
않은데
entryway into
일단
the fight.
아웃은
And so at
아닙니다.
some point,
밑으로
just
내려가서
starting
패자
the fight, you think,
부활전에서 한
maybe
번
this
더
is an
기회가 있죠.
opportunity? No, we're backing
제
away.
생각에는
We're giving
유럽이
them
근데
this
패자
barrier.
부활전에서
Moments
한 번은
later.
이기지 않을까. G2던지 코이던지 둘 중에 하나가
They
이길 것
want too
같은데.
much, I think.
Yeah, this was a sad one because Mirwin gets pushed away. So like then Baitron gets control of the
유럽끼리 대전
Raptor
아닙니다.
area. They use
플라이퀘스트
that
유럽
as a
아니에요.
front to take this
플라이퀘스트
fight
북미
onto.
팀이라서
That's right.
G2 대
Supa.
플라이퀘스트
He
그리고
Q flashes
이제
through, gets Supa,
만약에
then you get to see
MKOI가
the
떨어지면
styles of
MKOI랑
ulted stealing
CFO
Knight. Just
이렇게 붙은.
reign terror in this fight. So even though I was like in my mind, I was
야야야.
like, MKOI.
이번에 포맷이 좀 또 바뀌었어요. 포맷이 계속 바뀌고 있거든.
They push him
헷갈릴 수
off,
있어.
and then
근데.
BLG takes the soul.
And they're on match point first.
포맷이
And I
계속
think we need
바뀌어요.
to talk a little bit about this BLG roster, right? Because BLG as an organization, runners up twice at the international tournaments. That MSI fell to Genji, and of course, famously in the World Finals to T1. But this is a team you always expect to be at the top of League of Legends when they are there. And the fact that you said that Baishuan is really gelling with this core team very
옷가게
well
보고
is
싶다
great
해요.
news for BLG.
옷가 보고
BLG
같기도
were late
하면서도
bloomers in this split. They were making the change, coming in from Wei into Baishuan. The playoffs, they really kicked it into full gear. They got into the finals. Sure,
Sneaking
they
some
lost, but
watching
they're
at work
learning and
was
they're
a
learning
Corey.
quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on
Don't get
Baitron
caught
coming
and don't
in
get
from
fired.
Thunder Talk. He has a big.
Like, imagine
shoes
getting
to
fired
fill
for
there.
watching
And,
feviknight
honestly,
at work.
BLG here,
It's a
we
go
do
next,
have a lot
guys.
of faith in them, so you're gonna have to start
Speak
praying
for
for
yourself.
MKOI.
근데 이게 세트마다 너무 다르긴 해. 예를 들어 젠지도 1세트 G2전에서 1세트 되게 안 좋았거든.
I just think we've been talking a lot about these things
2, 3,
in these
4세트
fights.
우리가 알던
You need
젠지가 다시
presence of
나왔고요.
mind constantly, and I do feel that in a
확실히
couple
그런
of
게
those
있는 것 같아.
skirmishes where MKOI had the upper hand, and you see, oh, you get a great teleport, but
에즈로
your
데로
angle
로로
is off for
다메스
the fight.
투
Why
don't
is
get
that?
me
Your
wrong.
ADC is
근데
already
이즈리얼
dead
노틸도
because
정말 채널을
you've
당하긴
been
했다.
cocooned and Sion is running
저는
interference. I
개인적으로
just think these fights
옵젝티브를
are
다
very
챙긴
difficult
정글
to
차이가
play.
That's
아닌가라고
where we
하면
had hope, by the way. Right at this point was where we had both.
옵젝티브를 다 챙긴 정글 나필이 솔직히 임팩트가 막
so much
엄청
gold,
크진
and then they
않았어.
got it right back.
So MKOI chooses to go to the blue side for this next one, where they are up against match point. What are some of the choices we want to see them make, seeing that there are so many threats on BLG?
I think some early proactive stuff, especially for Elyoya.
맞아.
I mean,
미드
their best game
차이가
that
좀 많이
we
크긴
did
했어.
see
잠깐.
from MKOI, they were very active in
Jojo
making
gap
picks on
Knight
side
with
lanes and stuff
Azir,
like that.
but now he
Very
got
active
gapped
in creating their
by
own
Knight
advantages.
Silence.
Yeah, a lot of the great engaged picks that can work really well for Alvaro is off the
조조편이
table.
근데
Like, maybe
북미에서
the
되게
Braum
인기
can come into
많은
play.
Nico?
선수였다가
Nico's
이제
good.
유럽
Where's
가서도
the
되게
Nico
인기
pick?
많아졌죠.
That would be a really
조조편
good
has a lot of
option.
fans,
Get in
right?
there, get into
조조편's
the
pretty
booth.
popular.
Get her in there.
No, but we gotta believe in them.
We had
that
some
they
people
can
in the chat
rally
call
in
him
terms
handsome
of,
earlier.
Our LEC champions.
Handsome.
They've been in this before. They played 5 games in the playoffs as well. They can do it, but doing it on this stage versus a BLG
Superstar,
that looks poised
Western
to take
mid
that
laner.
match, that is the
We have
difficult.
Caps.
That's
But
the question.
We'll see
Jojo
how it plays out after the break. If MKOI
Who
can
else is
bring
there?
us 2 silver scrapes, or if BLG
Who
finish
else
the
is
job.
there? I mean, Bjergsen retired like years ago. Bjergsen used to be the star mid laner. Jensen? Bjergsen? Jojo's a ladies man. EU pros are handsome? You think so? What about NA pros? 그 녀석보다 머리가 풍성. 캡스 선수는 뭔가 외모보다는 실력이죠. 아니 진짜 젠지 초비 상대로도 막 1인분 이상 하던데요, 정말? 아니 캡스 선수 잘했어 근데 젠지전에서 나쁘지 않았습니다. 나머지 팀원들이 좀 많이 똥을 싸서 그래. 탑이랑 바텀에서 똥 돌아가면서 똥 싸고 정글을 누누하고 막 난리 났었죠. 아, 너 누누는 안 했구나. 젠지전에서 누누 안 하고. 캡슨은 진짜 여전히 잘한다. 누누는 진짜 좀 아니었었어. 차라리 티모 정글. 티모 정글 한때 유행이었었는데. Oh my gosh, was Timo Jungle ever played in pro play? At one point, Timo Jungle was really strong. They played a bunch of Timo Jungle in in a solo queue, high elo solo queue.
Hunter in the dark.
It was crazy. TF bound every single game. Parley bound every game.
Finds it, Knight follows up, they kill Supa, and just like that, any momentum that MKOI had was gone. And I think that Beishuan definitely deserves credit for how well he is playing against perhaps the best, if not one of the best junglers in Europe.
Well, we'll see how things pan
That's
out
interesting.
in Game 4. In Fearless, the drafts really do get tested this late into the series. Trundle ban from
What are they gonna
BLG.
first pick?
The
Kalista!
first pick from Supa,
They
definitely
don't have
looking like a
Caitlyn, no
Renata
Varus,
bot
no
lane.
Kaisa, no
I wonder if
MF, no
BLG will
Ezreal,
try
no
and take
Corki.
it away.
Are you a fan
And
of
then
the
ban
Kalista?
the
Because
Lucian,
so far,
so-
Kalista winless
그리고
at the
남은
tournament,
원딜이 많이
and
없죠? There's like
has been
Zaya,
getting punished pretty heavily by these
Ashe,
range bot lanes. Like again,
maybe
if
Nico
you just
Ashe.
go
Nico 가져가고
plus any sort of
Nico랑
range
Ashe?
bot lane or like even like an Ashe or something along those lines, I do feel like Kalista
Nico's
really
win rate is so
struggles
bad
in that
though.
2v2, and
2승
it's gonna be very
5패 중이야
tough to
지금
get
니코가.
value.
근데 생각보다 많이 고리나
How
보네.
confident are you in the pick?
Well, I'm not at all. I think the two
Baytron on
champs that Europe
Skarner
really should be
duty,
playing
his
is
Skarner
Twisted
was like
Fate and
pretty.
Kalista, but hey, Supa has to have
It wasn't
confidence
that
in
good,
himself, and his
TBH.
coach believes in him to bring out the Kalista. The
Oh,
Sejuani
yeah.
response into the Skarner is really much of a
Sejuani.
surprise, and there's the Renata to pair alongside it. So
엘리오야
if
이거
this does
세전
go
이거
to a game
맞아?
5, we're
근데
getting
스카너
very deep
상대로
into
탱
the pools for
정글을 해야
sure,
되는데
but I
마오카이는
think
이미
BLG have
했고
gone for a very safe approach.
할만한 게 많이
Reminder
없네요.
that Knight is a very good Nico player as well. There's always the possibility
Ashe,
of
Nico
them flexing
into
into the mid lane.
Kalista,
Our assumption
Renata.
is that it is going into the bot lane alongside this Ashe, which is just a very strong
Back to
bot
the
lane
same
2
old
versus
bot
2,
lane.
but that flexibility is something that
No
BLG still
board.
have in their back pocket.
Absolutely. I mean,
바드는
Ashe is the one that I
다음번에 나오는 걸로.
is so impossible.
이따가 T1
for
CFO
both
전에서
Renata
바드
and Kalista.
나올까?
Both of these champions struggle into poke,
난,
right?
we
They're
only saw
really
one
good at
game of
dealing with
Bard, I'm
hard
so
engage.
sad.
You have the Kalista ultimate to be able to, have your Renata block and engage, and you pull him in. 100%
100% win rate, by the way.
Hostile takeover.
One win.
But Ashe doesn't really care. You're just going to be getting hit by volley after volley. You're outranged. You're going to be slowed down by the Ashe, which sets up for Tangle Barbs very easily for Nico, as well as all of the little poke and
바드
harass that
해줄
Nico can
뜻이
throw
아니라
out. So
바드가
I
진짜
think it's going to be
좋아요.
an incredibly
아무래도
difficult
이제
position here for
숙련도
Supa and
이슈나 이제
Alvaro.
조합을 좀
Plus,
맞춰야
it
되기
means that
때문에
Alvaro is
그런 거
not on a
아닌가.
hard engaged champ. He
진짜
has
이번에
in their
버프 받아서
losing
나올
games been
만한데
the one to
계속
bring
밴
that spark
당하고
of hope,
한
the one
번밖에
to
안
be able to
나왔어.
actually find these engages. So we'll see how they're going to be able to navigate this. As I
네,
really
이속
like
5
what BLG
버프가
has
생각보다
put
많이
out in these
크거든요.
first 3 picks.
Okay, so they're going to take the Yorick away from Bin, one of his most played from Spring.
공불줄 바드
Honestly, one of the
들어가자.
most impressive Yoriks in the world, so KOI definitely showing that
Kalista has to
respect
go
towards
cleanse here,
that top laner.
100%.
We'll also see it
And
feels
then
like BLG's really trying to pitch that
Alvaro
pool
Renata
even more.
just
They're
rushes
really testing
Mikhail's.
Jojo because
Mikhail's into
while
that
some
comp
pressure has
looks
been
really
put onto
broken, no?
Knight's pool, like the same can be said for
왠지
Jojo.
나르가 나올
Again,
듯?
when we think about him as a player,
남은 탑이
Ari,
많이
Tony,
남아있진
Yone,
않긴 한데
Azir are usually the champions that we've
I mean, I'm
seen
thinking
him have a lot of
K'Sante top,
success on.
Cho'Gath,
In the finals
K'Sante,
and
Nar,
against Casey, he brought out the Cassidy out of
Jax.
nowhere.
나르
Whether
잭스,
that's
나르
so
잭스 이렇게
good
나올 수도 있어.
yeah, the Cassio as
Nar
well,
and
so
Jax.
it's not that he doesn't have these picks, but
I think
yeah,
Jax
we'll see
for
what he's got
BLGs
prepared
looks
for
good.
us.
I think is going to be the answer. With the Cassio
It's
ban
looking
to
like
me,
it,
I think
yeah.
that Jojo wants Rise. I was going to say Renekton up and available, obviously extreme comfort here.
No
for
Jax. Jax
so
did
if
get
he's gonna
buffed
be
this
blind
patch.
picking, that would
잭스
not
이번 패치
surprise me
버프긴 한데.
whatsoever. I do think we are likely to get a rise
카시
here from
밴이면은
Jojo, and then the
레넥톤이
question
나오는 거
is,
아닌가
is that
막 얘기를
Cassio
하더라고요.
ban, is the fact that some of these
They're
other
talking
picks are
about the
already out
Renekton.
going to be
K'Sante
enough
duty
to
for Bin.
protect it.
Like the K'Sante takeaway, just because
뭔가
I think with the Renekton lock-in, it's
탱커를
exactly
그냥
when
주워주면
it
좋을
would've
것
gone.
같아. I mean,
Something
Bin
to
Zion
grab
was
in
good,
the
right?
finals and
He
get
didn't
a
die or
monster
anything.
play performance on it
He's
against
doing good.
Broken Blade. So that
Yep.
denial is pretty good. I'm curious as to what Mirin has prepared into it, if he's got something spicy, or if instead he wants to play it safe with something a little bit more generic. KOI though, they need to lock in their mid laner and their top laner. And Besser is another one that I feel like so far at MSI hasn't really been as strong. She was kind of a
It's really
staple.
hard to have successful games, I think.
Yeah, coming into MSI, obviously she was
I
a
feel like
staple
Ambassador is
throughout
a
every
bad
meta
call.
throughout the world, but
It's a
here
bait.
at MSI, she just hasn't quite been
It's a
as
fucking bait.
effective. Still something that we've seen come through from Mirin
안배사
before.
이거 괜찮냐고요.
See how things pan out. So far, their composition is very skirmish heavy. A lot of team fight options, and now with the
I mean,
Rise
Doran
Locked-in,
just 1v9
strong
than Ambessa.
ability to play through the side
So
lanes.
teams are thinking it's a good
BLG
champion.
lock in the Syndra. I think it's a really good matchup.
그러니까
into the
도란
Rise. You have
선수가
a huge
안배사를
range
엄청나게
advantage.
사기를
With both Syndra
보여줘서
and the Ashe, you have a lot of poke, and I like the response here from BLG. You're giving Knight another one of his comfort picks.
근데 막 티오가 그렇게
And
높은
we saw it in the
탑은
previous game
아니지만
when you give this
크산테
man agency,
상대로는
when you give
한
this
번씩
man
나오죠.
comfort.
근데 그 선택 we do
He
see
really does
안배사
thrive.
here and there.
He absolutely does.
Well, I
Second
thought with
most
Jax,
played
I I thought we were
all-time,
gonna see like
54
a
games
Jack.
on it, nearly a
I thought with
78%
Sejuani, I
win
thought we were
rate.
gonna see Jax
This
pick.
guy is insane on the Syndra. It is to me, was the initial iconic pick for Knight. Obviously, the Ahri then became so famous.
Kasante is
going to
take negative
this was a
damage.
pick that he was incredibly famous for in
Yep,
the
I'm best to
LPL,
go
dominating solo if
Eclipse
you
though.
want, you know, finding
Can't really go
incredible
back
angles.
cleaver.
I will say, I like the matchup for Syndra, but that being said, if Jojo can survive the early game, you do hit a point where you're on Merc Dreads, you're on
Yeah,
Archangels,
like
you're
if
on
I'm
Roa.
best, I can
All
somehow
of a
get
sudden,
onto
Syndra
Knight.
can't one-shot you anymore,
True,
and
yeah.
then it can
That's
become
gonna be
very,
so
very
huge.
difficult. So,
If we
you know,
can
Jojo
ult
is
onto
gonna have
Knight,
that
get an
potential
ult on
advantage.
Knight,
There's not really
Get
anyone
his
on the other
flash or
side that
something.
wants to side lane
Chunk him
against
or-
Arise, so that is a potential advantage too.
take him down.
So we'll see if they're going to be able to find
maybe
an
even
edge
Ashe.
there, but
Ulti
Knight
onto
has
Ashe for
been
Syndra?
incredible, I think,
안
throughout this
뱃사공이
entire
근데
series.
애쉬랑 신드라 이거
Now,
뚜벅이
a
챔프들이라서
Western team
맞추면
has
대박일 것
never
같은데
taken 2
과연.
games off of BLG before. One is the most.
I
So
call it a
MKOI
business
have the
RN
opportunity
Syndra
to
pop
make history
scimitar.
today, but if
You're so mad.
history
What do
is
you
going to
mean?
repeat itself, then BLG is
Come
looking to close
on.
the series right here, right now.
That's a throwback, the LCS pigeon from back in the day. One of our
remember that.
finals landed on the stage. I think it was actually
What's
here
the
in
better
Vancouver.
comp?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was our 2017 spring finals. I believe it was that year where the pigeon landed on
I don't know,
the
I
stage.
think
and
both
was
comps
just
are
throwing it
definitely
the
good,
whole,
like,
the whole event
둘 다
long
조합이
because
근데
there were
할 말이 많죠?
pigeon signs and we're cheering
좋은
for
것
the
같아, 둘
pigeon
다.
and stuff. It was
Both
definitely
comps
a
are
memorable
not too
moment.
bad.
As BLG out on the map here again, you've got to respect what they can do at level 1. This team really will punish you, as Alvaro will get eyes on BLG moving in.
Sweeper coming
BLG
through
invading
from Elk
again?
to clear out any wards
BLG
and
뭔가
get some deep
전반도
vision if
그렇고
they
1레벨
want.
되게
Spot that.
강력하게
Oh,
하는
no,
것
they will.
같은데.
MKOI,
They
though,
are
in
kind
a-
of collapsing.
Yeah, trying to
They
collapse on
collapse.
us.
Newen this time is hovering around, ready for a fight. Oh, he's going to spot
Syndra
them
on the
out.
Messi.
They're staying. So this is going to be a full scrap here. Mirwin is in the area. They do spot him. Bin is going to be going back to base, and the question is, does Bin cancel that stay around, or will he complete it? He completes the base, and he's going to be heading straight out towards top. You can see Mirwin is heading a very safe path around. Doesn't want to run into Bin in the bush and lose any HP.
It's
or
a
anything
really
like
scary
that.
matchup for
And
Rice.
at the end of the day, BLG gets some vision
Rice
down, but will
definitely
not continue to try
Can
to contest the
outscale
level.
Syndra though.
Jojo still playing with confidence and
Yes.
melting on the stage. So both junglers going to be starting on the top
Okay.
side of the map. I feel like the story of this
Team
series
up.
has been Elk and
Double.
On get push in the bot lane 2 versus 2. And I think they're going to look to try and do it again. On's
Rise up
positioning
as a
in the
split
lane
push
to
power.
already try and chip away
Yup.
at the HP bar. It's very difficult.
Definitely
for Alvaro to
winnable
really
for
trade
both
back
teams.
this
Koi's
early on.
comp does not
Does
look
have
that
the
bad,
handshake, of
and
course.
also
There's
BLG's
the
comp does not
range
look bad at all
advantage that you have
either.
on top of the Ashe.
BLG does have
It's
more
just
CC
very
though.
much a,
BLG has more forms of
BLG favored
engage.
bot lane 2v2.
BLG가 근데 이니시가 더
See,
다양하게
Jojo here
맞는
trying to sidestep
부분.
the Q, can't quite do it. Was able to knock off the first of the first strike procs. This time, Knight able to cash in, make a little bit of gold there for himself, and he's clearly with this rune
Yeah,
just gonna
you
be
get
playing
pushed
to
in
farm.
as Kalista,
Gonna be
Renata
looking to
into
poke,
Nico.
doesn't want to get into any sort of committed
Not much
fight
you can
from
do.
Jojo. Jojo's
니코면은
gonna be playing the way
근데
that Knight is gonna be
레나타가
trying to
라인전은
harass
좀
him and make it
힘들거든.
difficult for him to actually crash those waves. Because Rise does have very
Renata
strong
spellbook
waves
would have
there,
been
but it's
nice. I
pretty
feel like
heavily
he's just trying to
mitigated
survive
early on.
lane.
You know, you do need to be able to just push in the waves and look for
If you've
constant
ever played
bases
lane
to
phase
get those
into
early
Nico,
mid
it's
items, the
really
tier, the
cringe.
catalyst, and really start to
And then
scale
pair
into
that with Ashe, big bully.
So early on,
No.
we can see that Bin has
So you
pushed
probably
the
just
top lane
grab like all
1v1.
the green runes,
On
like
the bot side of the map, Elk and On
second
also
win
have
and all
push.
that.
Newen, I
Probably
imagine,
bone
also just
plating,
looking to
second
play
win,
very safe 'cause they
unflinching.
didn't really get
Unflinching
much
into
information
Ashe
out
is really good
ward
because
on
unflinching
the
perma
Raptors
procs
that you
into
can
Ashe
see
auto attacks.
placed
Because
relatively
Ashe auto
well
slows.
a few moments
Yoya
ago.
is behind
Yup.
them though. We'll see if they're going to be able to
Just
find
giving
any
you
sort
some
of an
tips
angle.
for solo
Using
queue.
the Nico Scout to try to find it, but they couldn't do it. Alvaro flashing forward here, looking
Oh,
for Elk. Elk in a lot of trouble. Now has no flash, does still have the cleanse
Can he
remaining.
reach him?
Is going to be stunned up
Oh
and
my
has to
gosh,
use
the
it,
cute.
but
Oh
Basewan
my god,
is now
Elioya.
here.
Elioya's
And Basewan's gonna
flash.
be looking for an
Elioya's
angle.
flash.
Elioya
Okay.
forced to flash out to safety as
아니
well.
방금 근데
As it
너무
is gonna be
아쉬운 게
three
뭔가
summoners for three at the end
레나타
of the
Q를
day.
좀
Both of
침착하게
them off
쓰지.
of Alvaro
I
there,
don't know,
and the
레나타
flash
Q는
off of
hard to
Elioya,
connect,
but they
hard
did
to
get
connect.
both of the summoners off of Elk and the heal from On.
Could Elioya have just
Creative path
flash
from
on the Ashe
Elioya,
early? Ashe did have
circumventing the
cleanse though.
vision
You
in
know,
order
I
to
think
try
if
and find
Elioya
a
flashed
collapse
forward
onto this
to
high-pressure
get the
lane.
auto
This one's gonna look
attacks.
again. Alvaro no flash available. He could be in a lot of trouble. Gonna get pulled back. And do they have the damage to finish him off? It looks like they probably will. The bailout gonna do nothing as MKOI's bot lane gonna be knocked
The
down.
free
It's
gang
Elk
coming through
claiming
from
first blood.
Scar. scanner.
I mean, there was no reason
스카너가
for Beishwan
벽을
to
또
leave.
뚫어가지고.
The overextension comes through from Alvaro, and they quickly convert it into a kill. First blood secured, and what was supposed to be a play that alleviated
they had
the
to
pressure
respect
from
the
the
Skarner
MKOI
more,
bot lane,
because like
instead increased it.
he's
as
obviously
BLG
gonna come
secure
again.
their first advantage
He's
of
right
the game.
there.
Absolutely do. Jojo
my.
having TP'd back to
아주
lane
봐요.
here, has the tier in the boots. Knows that BLG could
실버
be moving up from that
스크랩스
bot side,
못
so
들을
he's
것
going to play
같아요, 여러분.
respectfully with that in mind. And Beishwan heading back into his jungle, starting to cycle these small camps. Did go Raptors,
저런
Scrubs,
구도에서
Red,
한번
so he's
지면
gonna have
영웅까지
those camps
떨린다.
up and available here and just keeping that power farming
스펠 빠진
going,
것도 좀
trying to make his way quickly
아쉽고
towards level 6.
세전이가 턴 썼는데
Get a bit of extra gold from the first strike.
저런
The swap coming through.
세전이's
We've
gonna
seen
like
pretty
grab
consistently
Gromp
throughout
and then
these
he
series
recalls,
both these bot
goes bot
laners.
side or what? No, he's just
TP
gonna
being
full
committed
clear
now
towards
from
bot.
Neowin.
He's not gonna recall.
Overall, very slow early game. Aside from that little scrap on the bot side of the map.
You just missed the cannon.
BLG playing
And
towards
then
their bot
cannon.
side pretty
And then mid laner.
consistently throughout
And then
this
cannon.
series. Bin and Mirwin have largely just been left on an island.
They could have won in the chat.
Rogue's going to be denied the opportunity to secure that
머포.
control ward. I like that Jojo is hovering.
프로 선수들 피할 수 없는 그 대포. 대포를 먹으려고 온 신경을 집중하다가 오히려 역으로 놓치는 경우가 많죠. 되게 이상합니다.
I do think Mirwin's going to have quite a difficult job in this game when you're thinking about how he's going to play out team fights and the amount of CC that's over on the other side. You're having to deal with Tangle Barbs, with Pop Blossom, with Ash Arrow, with Skarner Peel, all of these tools as you're trying to fly in there and find access onto the back line. So they're really going to have to be on point with those engages when they go for them.
actually 노스펠에서 한번 라이즈가 응징 가능한가?
For Mirwin. He's got to get back there and be able to find them.
가주면 좋긴 한데
2v2.
만화 상태가 그렇게 좋아 보이진 않거든. 미드 이거 라인 밀어넣고 가나?
Definitely prioritizing the lifesteal here to try to withstand the
집을
poke that is going to be put
집을
on.
가는 걸로.
But Elk out to the early tier 2 boots is going to make
라인
things that
밀어넣을
much
때
more
만화를
difficult.
남아있는
He's
만화를
just
다
posturing
쓰는
aggressively
라이즈 모습.
constantly here with On. They're always looking just for the poke and prod. You don't even have to hit your E. You just constantly Q poke them over
Also
and
time in
over
Korea
as the
this
Nico,
point.
and it's
Anyway,
pretty much
it's
unavoidable.
7 a.m. in
It's
the
such a
morning.
big
I woke up at
Q.
3 a.m.
You
for
are
this.
always going to get at least
for
one tick of it,
MSI.
proc your Scourge, proc your Comet, and slowly whittle them down.
I mean, as you're rightly saying, super.
Okay, Elyoya going around very far. Ash still doesn't have flash, so they're trying to look.
Any vision, and he's looking for another play. No summoners available on Elk.
Yeah, and Elk is kind of the
That's Nico, that's
anti-timing
Nico.
here. Jojo is on the roam as well. They're going to look for it. The Realm Warp is on cooldown, but Jojo's in the area, and On has nowhere to go.
이 라이즈가 정말 라이즈가 또 완전해요. Okay, no flash on Nico is huge by the way. They're not gonna have flash for level 6 timing. That's huge. 6렙 타이밍에 근데 니코 플래시 없는 건 좀 많이 크죠? 뚜조! Phase rush!
Level 6
Okay,
though,
well.
doesn't have any ulti to follow this up.
포켓몬 포켓몬.
The phase rush, which means that Jojo's able to gain the movement speed necessary to get away to safety. Level 5 still on Elyoya, doesn't have his ulti available, but they're looking to contest the Scuttle Crab.
Level 4 from Renata.
And MKOI have made the smart decision to
Not 6
concede
yet.
this objective.
Going to be able to grab the Scuttle, but no one's starting up the Dragon just yet, so it hasn't
Probably
been
Ash is gonna hit 6
absolute
before
rush
the
towards
Kalista.
it for BLG this game, as they have been really consistently loving to play towards those early dragons, start that threat of Soul as fast as they possibly can here, but haven't started it up just yet. And we are going to have the Grubs here spawning in 30 seconds, so there is potential to have a trade
maybe not. He's
of
gonna
the
get
Grubs.
first.
Of course,
He's gonna get
synced
level
in
6
patch
first
a
then.
while ago when they took away the double
Solo
Grub
XP
spawn, but,
coming through.
given that there was no early
조조
action towards
잘한다
that dragon,
아슬아슬하게.
there is
아니
opportunity
근데
to
LEC
kind of try to play the
가자마자
map for trading.
우승을 해버려가지고 코이가 막 솔직히 G2, 푸나틱,
Stuns coming through from Knight have been
카르민 코프
consistent.
버스 스탠드에서 결승까지 간 카르민 코프 이렇게 케이시
Jojo, his TP is going to be available.
그런 팀들이
Seconds. Now Elyoya hitting level 6. Level 6 for super as well. Elk.
우승할 줄 알았는데
These ultimates
조조가
are becoming
우승을 한
available.
이유가
And there
있다.
it
Here
is.
looking for Knight,
확실히?
flashes away though from the glacial prison.
Grubs being started though. I like the idea here from Koi. Get the pick on mid.
대떡은
Maybe they can
없네.
then
그러니까
convert that
대떡은
pressure
없.
into a Grubs
이번
contest. But
MSI에서
Elyoya's saying,
대떡이
okay,
BLG
doesn't convert it much. Instead, I'm going to
G2전이라
turn my attention towards the dragon. Would be their
BLG 감?
first dragon of the series.
We'll see. I
이렇게
mean,
두
it's gonna
개밖에
take
안
a while
나왔죠.
to actually knock down if it is just Elyoya doing it.
Knight
BLG
reaction?
may
Yeah,
wanna
Knight has
try
no
to
flash
challenge
now
here,
though.
but
For 5
Mirwin
minutes.
coming over and is going to help him finish this off. So
Pretty
it
big, I
should
think.
be MKOI's dragon
Actually, not
here.
5 minutes.
They
He
will
went
be
to
able to effectively get that
Cosmic
trade, force out
Insight,
the
so
flash.
4 minutes
Gonna be
and
pretty
15
happy about
seconds.
how
No
things
flash.
go with that, all things considered, especially because
그거 나올
when
T1전
you have
그러니까
that full
이
push
경기
advantage on
만약에
someone like the
코이가
Rise, being able
지면은
to take away some of
바로
the early
다음
dragons means that they can't pressure you to
T1
group for a fight
경기가
with a really
진행
early
예정이죠.
soul. You know, first dragon's being taken at like 8.5 minutes and it went to your team.
Cosmic
so
Insight
Soul is
moment.
so
Yep.
far off into the game.
Very much agree.
They're playing goal going down. I mean, Koi finally got a dragon, guys. That's the first dragon.
Build a 1.2k gold lead just from their
Early
laners.
game dragon grabbing.
built a
No
massive
fucking way.
advantage in the isolated
피드백을
2 versus
확실하게
2.
했나봐요.
Been
코이가
also building a bit of a
초반
lead of
용을
his own
우리가
as he
너무 많이
secured a
준다.
play on the bot side
objective
of the map.
우리가 챙겨야 될 것
Too
같다.
significant, of
I mean,
course,
the
but
thing is like
a
every
lead is
time
a
they give
lead.
early dragons, they have to grab,
Knight.
they have to fight into
Keeping that
Elder
goal close
Dragon
thanks to
and
the extra
Dragon
bit of
Soul
gold he's
fight
getting
when
from
they
the
don't
first
want to
strike, and also
fight. They
just
have
with
to
some good
fight,
farm
right?
Coming through from him.
You don't have a
Overall,
choice, so
BLG
it's just
off to a
really
strong
bad because if you
start,
do
and
fall
as we've
behind,
seen
you don't want to
before,
like
once they have a
force fight
foothold in the game,
when you're behind,
it
right?
becomes very difficult to knock them off that
That's why you never
control
wanna
that they
give
have.
all
You
early
really
dragons
have to be
over.
super proactive. You have to knock them off balance.
What I
and
remember watching is at
find a
least
way
in
to
MKOI was
wrestle
always
control
bad
away from
early game, but
Yeah,
great mid to late.
I think range is going to be the struggle here for
Thanks
MKOI.
for the
You know,
information.
there's a lot of short-range characters here over on their
We'll
side.
keep that in mind,
Even
I
the
guess.
Rise and the Callisto.
MKOI
both relatively short
early
range. You are
game
gonna
has been
always
kinda
be
like
putting yourself
iffy.
in danger of getting
Like
hit
they're
by a
prone to getting
Stronghold, an
invade,
Ashe, a
and
Scout of the Week, a Pop
like
Wasp,
remember
any
last
sort
game,
of
level
big
1 invade was
CC
Big
or
Boom,
engage that could come through.
and then the
As
first
Beachbone
game was
looking
also
here
level
for
1
Jojo.
invade
Great
into
sidestep with the phase rush, but the Ashe is
No,
going to connect here.
goodbye,
Alvaro running out of trouble. They're just gonna give him
Koi
one foot on,
just
goes in
Alvaro
and
just
interrupts
permanently
the
sees
realm war
goodbye.
from Jojo. Looks like he's gonna be okay.
Oh, no
Elio's
flash?
trying to turn this around onto
Upper,
Knight. Knight in a lot
upper.
of trouble, has no
Oh,
flash
the
from
Q
earlier,
missed.
and they're gonna be able to
It doesn't
knock him
matter.
down. Jojo gets a kill back as MKOI go 1 for 1 in the mid lane.
A nice ulti from Elgoya
It
to
don't matter.
lock down Knight. Means that they can
라이즈
trade
잘
back
크고
because
있다.
the arrow
오,
from
라이즈
the bot
Q
lane
못
from
맞춰서
Elk
오
connects
이렇게 했는데
onto Alvaro.
상관없죠.
He wasn't able to do anything in the
니코
skirmish.
스카너가
And in the
스펠을
3
다
versus 3,
써가지고
it
남은 게
looked very
없습니다.
BLG
They didn't have
favored.
anything
We
left.
see the
Nico's
engage come
Skarner,
through
no
from
damage.
Beishwan. The arrow's going to connect onto Alvaro. And then on from the flank as well.
Just
Chains the
permanency,
CC,
permanency
and then he
C.
gets a nice ultimate. Scary. Oh, another fight.
We're back to live, and now it's Elk that's potentially in a lot of trouble here. Super gonna go incredibly aggressive. The hostile takeover comes through. It's Cleanse.
Yeah, that's not true. We're going game 5. We are going game 5, baby. Super
They
Alvaro.
know that the ulti from
Elk
Elk was just
on.
used in mid lane. So why
Destroy.
hesitate? They had nothing that they could use to fight
They
back.
just flash
Force
forward. They
the
don't
engage
care.
as quickly as you can.
아플래시 박는
And
거야.
just like that, Koi come alive.
왜냐면
here in
방금
game
니코
4.
공 빠졌고
Really nicely done.
클렌저로
I mean, the range
애쉬공
advantage is on the
애쉬공도
side of
맞았고
Elk and on, but if
클렌저로
you can
이제
close that
니코
gap,
2
get in on that Ashe,
클렌저
on
하면은
Nico.
칼리스타 그 점프 점프 점프
There
점프
you
점프
go.
점프.
That's the engage tool.
Yeah,
Throw
the
them
all
there.
in from Callisto Nico.
It
Callisto
really
Renata is
caught
crazy
Elk
by the
off guard. They
way.
were saying, you
Look at
know
that.
what, just go.
They don't have Ashe ult, they don't have
exactly.
Nico
They have
ult.
no ults available. He
So
has
they
the
get
flash. He
eat,
doesn't use it.
but then Super cleanses
the
it
cleanse
and then
comes
keeps
through.
dashing forward.
Closes the gap. Gets the
bum,
execution
bum.
and then on. Well, he does what he can. He comes close to actually getting the kill back.
So if he
but,
ulted,
Super
we're going
has
game
more than enough
5.
damage.
My
And of
ult
course has the bail out there as that extra bit of security.
isn't gonna stop them.
Really good punish there from MKOI. They knew the cooldowns
Don't
were
you
missing with
dare
no
mess up
ults.
my
Elk and
pickings.
On didn't really
Okay,
have
I
much
mean,
of an opportunity to
even if
fight
Koi
back.
does win here,
They
we
did
do have
hold
to
on their
see game
flashes,
5,
though, and
but
Alvaro, of course, spent his flash as well as the ulti now, and all gonna get fired down towards bot lane.
Jojo, orbital reaction.
Jojo
Jojo
not allowed
film.
to follow through. Bin now
Superstar
going
Jojo
unstoppable.
film.
He's gonna go all out. He's looking for Mirwin. Can he find him? Gigabin wants the solo. Will he be able to make it happen here? Mirwin looking confident, forces the flash there out of Bin. Well handled there by the MKOI top lane.
Good patience from Mirwin, waiting for the shield to disappear.
와
I really
이거
think Mirwin had
Koi
a
이거
kill angle there, and it seems that Mirwin felt
every
the same
lane
way.
from Koi is
Bin is gonna
winning
be
though.
forced back to base.
Every lane for Koi is winning.
Oh, that was a.
아 전라인이 다 이기고 있어
Oh, they're
근데.
gonna try to potentially dive Jojo here. Remember, he has no
Skarner?
flash, but he clears out the wave too fast, so
has
not gonna
Merc
be an
Trends though.
opportunity.
헤르메스 신발이
He just
있어서
wanted to
근데
force because he had just
CC
finished
연계
his
좀
first item, right? He
빡세죠.
has the
딜도
Iceborne.
부족하고.
So he comes back and he says, I'm going to force an all-in. Eclipse is not yet done, but Mirwin playing it
Jojo
well.
just
able
capping
to
Knight?
hold his nerve, doesn't even
What?
have to use the flash, so gets the advantage, even though
His
Bin
impact
was
on
up
the game
items.
is way higher. Like remember his roam top
Okay. Dragon
and killed
falling
Nico?
soon. Elioya
Yup.
steals away the red. Oh, actually, will he succeed in this steal?
We'll find out. Beishwan's coming in. He wants to contest it. It's going to be a smite fight. And Elioya just walks out of there. Beishwan going to be able to grab it. Doesn't want to overextend and get collapsed on. Jojo again back towards the side lane. Does have the Roa now, so that is going to be ticking up. Has the Merc Treads, has the tier. So he is scaling, and he's going to be quite tanky. And he has to continue just vacuuming up farm in the side lanes, being that point of pressure, because BLG really doesn't want to be answering him inside. They wanna
라인전에서
be
이득을
grouping
못
up,
본
they wanna
신드라?
be
근데 요즘
engaging
신드라 근데
fights and looking
바뀌어서
for picks. So the
신드라도
more
그
Jojo can draw
패시브로
pressure to those side lanes, I think the
스택이
better it's going to be
되거든요.
for
지금
MKOI.
신드라 아이콘 밑에
See
65라고
if they can
써있잖아.
do that.
66?
Ultimately, though, KOI have achieved their first objective, which is avoiding BLG
저걸로
getting a
스택하면서
huge
AP가
early game
올라가거나
advantage,
그런
which in
걸로
game 1
압니다.
and game 3 is how they snowball to victory. here in game 4, the gold is practically dead even. The items are
라이즈가 깡패가 된다. 라이즈도 근데 그 대표로 후반이 굉장히 강한 대표 챔프죠. Merc Syndra, she shouldn't be hit by any CC in a team fight with their front line like this. Do you think so? I mean, they have Sejuani, Rise. It's rough. Like,
BLG are killing this
I think Mercs is pretty much needed this game, though.
Not anything to say about it. It goes down in a hurry, and now there are pings over onto Jojo. They know he's in the side brush, and this time just barely doesn't connect with that Ash arrow. They had that deep ward, so they saw him walk into that forward brush, and they decided to go for it.
I don't think it's the same one that he flashed earlier.
They keep trying to count Jojo.
This tower, this Beishwan, very deep here.
Good sidestep again. Nice
phase rush,
of the
run
phase
out.
rush there. Procs it, gets the move speed.
Good die.
And he's got the fancy feet to avoid it.
Good cross map though from Elyoya. Recognizing that the jungler's gone far too deep on the bot side of the map, he's going to set his sights on this Herald. Of course, those bot camps once again going to be taken. Beishwan very good at just stealing away camps.
He's back. This tower is low. This could be risky.
No ulti available on Beishwan though.
Jojo is clearing out the wave here. He's going to try to realm warp to safety. Beishwan flash forward, sends him into the wall. He's going to try to
Goodbye, Jojo!
He can't quite do it. So Beishwan getting very low. Jojo low here as well, but no one in the area from MKOI to help him out. They're going to be able to donate.
I don't know why KOI is just leaving Jojo alone to die like that. 아니 근데 라이즈를 진짜 아무도 안 봐주는 게 이게 말이 돼요? 아니 타이쿤 라이즈를 왜 안 봐주는 거야? Where's Elyoya and where's Amaro? Like, where's the support jungle? How come you're leaving your super fed Rise just to die like that in the side lane?
Knight gonna get to push in an extra wave in the bot
You
lane
literally
as
have to play
well.
like 1v3, 1v4.
But that tower is still very healthy.
미드 깨면 인정. 미드 깨지지
Nice
못했어.
punish comes through from BLG. They get themselves a 1k gold lead once again.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like
again, Knight out to a
when you get count the first time and you leave, you're like, oh, good job, Jojo. The second time, you're like, okay, wait a minute. Third time,
can so easily get wiped away.
Nobody's showing up.
Team, incredible laning phase. Then
yeah, when you play support and your side laner is
trying to get something back on this top side, should be able to finish off this tower, but might
especially your mid laner trying to like push up.
If he did do so, Ash arrow comes out, not going to connect, and Mirwin intelligently does back off and still had tag on the tower, so I think he still probably got the local gold there.
탑은 둘 다 땀내나는 싸움. 탑은 아무도 관심이 없네요, 뭔가. Nobody cares about top that much, I guess.
The range just short.
Knight is scary. Mr. Knight.
Cautious, and this is something that BLG are always
굉장히
doing. To
날카로웠습니다.
play on there, trying to be proactive on the map. They are inherently a very proactive team, sometimes to their detriment. But so far in this series against KOI, it's worked in their favor.
And KOI is holding up, yup.
The gold difference
but
is only
somehow
about
BLG is still ahead in gold.
A lot of that sitting
Probably
on the
from like
jungle for BLG. These neutral objectives still a ways away, so
the
priority right now is just continuing to farm and working towards those second items.
It does feel like the closest game that we've had so far because, game 1, BLG kind of stomped, game 2, MKOI kind of stomped, and BLG, obviously there were some moments where MKOI
your long hair was very pretty,
Femi.
Thank you, Lucas!
BLG felt like they were
I know a lot of people complimented my new hair
really
yesterday. I was like,
advantages that Jojo was able to get.
Thank you.
He's vibing.
He is vibing. Having a great time listening to the beats of the Rift.
the doggo.
Brother is chilling.
He is having a great time. He's enjoying this series just like we are. He's listening to the sounds of nature, the sounds of Rift. And soon the sounds of violence as KOI and BLG posture in the mid lane. Unbelievable. They moved him. Difference.
So he's still alive. He just teleported.
He's good, yeah, he's good, he's good.
Okay, thank God. Crisis averted.
Look at Jojo on the bot lane. He's very aware of how
Dragon spawning in 1 minute.
Ward to spot out Beishwan, but he can't really approach that bot wave.
Octocon in 1 minute 40 seconds.
It's been tough for Jojo. BLG have been really doing a good job of keeping deep vision, putting pressure on him. Jojo has not really been able to cross the river whatsoever.
Octocon까지 나갈 것 같아요. I think Dragon fight is gonna lead to Octocon as well. Whoever wins that fight.
Really been in a position to do so because they haven't ever had deep vision. When you look at the minimap, there's really nothing past the river, right? Like
when the NA import has to solo carry the EU team, what do you? Oh, come on, man.
That is really about it.
It's a communal effort.
Those deep wards, it's
really
tough
definitely playing
for
good.
Jojo to actually be pressuring these towers. Anytime he steps too far
he's
forward,
actually ahead like 14 CS, not too bad.
And he's already experienced that once before.
라이즈 CS 되게 잘 먹고 있죠. Pensies per minute coming through from Jojo right now. Not bad.
For a better position. Especially when we think about how the series has
Elyoya
gone
matching
so far.
CS to Beichuan, but that's Garner Sejuani.
Have confidence
Boring
in
tank
themselves and their ability to
junglers.
play the fights, but Beichuan
Bin
going to take some of that confidence away.
Mirwin potentially in some trouble
Mirwin?
here. He is very
Looking
far
well.
up. He's trying to buy time for Elyoya, who is coming down, and in comes the teleport as well from multiple
They're committing?
members. Knight and Jojo both
Sejuani
going
is
to
top.
arrive to the fight. Elyoya is now here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow
Ash
doesn't quite
ulti
connect.
miss.
Jojo trying to turn
Ash
this
ulti
around on
miss.
the base one, but he finds a two-man impale, and Knight is here as well. Bin's going to go all out, and he's taking
Knight is
Jojo
gonna-
on a trip that he does not want to be on.
Jojo gets up! Jojo gets up! Wait, oh my gosh, no. Oh my gosh.
Knocks him up, and BLG
Vodka.
couple kills going their way, but at the very least,
Renata
that boy
Kalista was
did
so
get
far
back
away,
one
they couldn't get
with
there
a
in
kill on the
time.
base one.
The collapse
Renata
was
had
just
kills too and
faster for
everything.
BLG.
풀스펠인데
The
레나타
arrival
칼리스타
of the
왔으면
Nico
달랐을
was the
텐데.
game changer needed.
합류가 너무
Koi,
늦었다.
You saw how they felt confident in that play. They were
Man,
the ones
let's watch this
chasing after
again.
BLG with knowing that their bot lane was arriving. The TP comes through quick, but that rotation that already comes through from the bot side
I wanna see the map.
means that the arrival of the
Riot.
bot lane turns the fight in their
맵을
favor.
가리면
A
어떡해요,
nice OT
라이브.
comes through from Beishuan to connect onto 2. All of the damage is thrown onto
I mean,
Jojo
Beishuan
to try
ulti
and
was
shut
like,
him out of the
whatever,
fight.
'cause
He's then taken out of
Knight
the
had to
fight,
flash
turning
away,
into a
they didn't have
2v2
enough
that
damage.
starts to be won by the Koi
너무
top jungle duo. But then
상대의
Elk
바텀이
and On
훨씬 먼저
arrive,
올
they
수밖에
get a
없는
nice
게
combo off.
너무
And they
깊었어.
get
상대 쪽
themselves 2
진영에서
kills.
싸웠기
It's super
때문에
Alpha
they were
would've
fighting
been
in the
a few
enemy
seconds
side, right?
earlier. It could have been a big
If
fight
maybe if
for
they
Koi.
fought like in the middle of the
Ends up
lane,
going away
then
with BLG.
Renata Kalista could have gotten there in time.
And right onto this dragon, Elyoya
Yeah,
trying
On's
to
like
see if
Nico
there's an
ult
angle.
was
He's trying to
crazy.
be in range of that smite here. Will he be able to steal Lue? Can't
까비!
quite
Good
get it.
try.
Was a flip,
Good try.
but it
Good
is
try. Good
taken
try.
there by Beishuan. Alvaro.
Oh, they're just
needing
gonna
a
run
little bit
away
of hope
now.
from Elk and Knight, but BLG
Well, at least
have the
Artacon's
objective,
not
and they're
gone.
going to be happy to back
Gotta
off.
focus
Koi
on the
has
bright
positioning
side.
on the mid wave though. That tower is getting very low. The fact that they'll be able to clear this out means that
Their
they should
bot
be
was
able to
late,
secure
way
this
too late.
objective. I
Yeah,
wanted to
pro
send more
cross, it was like
members
way
here,
too deep though.
But Renata's
You
going to
know,
go back to
you have to
base,
like
so they
walk
don't
through
actually
the
have
tribers
power anymore.
and around the
threat of
wall in
Syndra
order to like
is that
start
they're too
fighting
hesitant
there.
to approach the tower.
For Supon,
It's an
Alvaro.
objective secured for BLG. Again, holding control of the game for now.
Fighting in the
Mirwin
enemy side of the
being
map.
up on that top side, who did not teleport down for the play. Jojo does at least push in the wave, but cannot threaten that tier 1 bot.
They didn't really have a choice though. Once the
fight
fight broke out,
get any damage down
Skarner
on it, just
ulted
doesn't
them.
have the vision to
They tried to
really do
focus
so.
Knight.
Otacon
Knight
has
flashed
been
out, and by
such
that point they were too
a
far
big draw
in.
for BLG. Like every
They're
game
too
it
far
feels
up
like
on the
it's
lane.
once, they go there, they force a fight, they force an objective. This time though,
Unfortunate.
the game is quite close, so BLG not looking
Still
as
winnable,
confident
though.
to just straight
Not
up
the end of
start
the game.
Otacon raid on spawn.
Beishuan though going to be able to tank a lot of the damage up.
Mr. First, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the people
And
family.
is on hovering on the bot river.
Link on hard.
Chip away at the outer
Make sure to
current
check out
to
some
try
first million panels and check out
force
some emotes
Super
as
and
well.
Alvaro to take the long way around. Elyoya.
Oh, they're going to go for Jojo. Enchanted Crystal Arrow right to the base. There's the flash forward. There's the Impale. The CC is all getting layered. Jojo is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. And that might just be what they need to try to go for more. Now they're looking here for Elyoya.
Beishuan ending it? 아니 뭐야? 스카너 트롤이야.
They get a kill. It costs them a lot though.
What is Beishuan doing?
I mean,
Otacon
I
angle?
was really worried for Koi
Kalista,
there because
Kalista.
BLG, they have been throwing
Kalista
out
ran
arrow
with
after arrow,
Elyoya
and
smite like
Jojo just oversteps in the
Skarner's
mid
that as
lane.
well.
The
아니
quick
근데
collapse
진짜
once
베이츠원
again
선수가 한
from
번씩
BLG.
저렇게
They are
돌발
just so
행동을
fast
하는데
at punishing. And the jungler's gone. The fact that he overstayed his
야,
welcome,
벽을
the
왜
fact that he got
넘었지?
punished means that the
그냥
smite is available for
무난하게
Koi. They
뺀 다음에
have
다시
the Kalista as well.
아타칸 쪽을
Bin wants
보면
to fight.
되는데.
Keep your eyes on Mirwin on the flank.
페이팔이야. check PayPal.
Knight as well as Elk here.
아,
This is
2,000
getting
감사합니다,
lower and lower and
원장님.
lower. BLG just gonna have to
나올
give it up. They're
확률.
gonna try to turn around on a Mirwin. Great engage here from On. This guy
생각보다
moving
5경기
have
가있을
the
때?
damage to actually knock him down. He's gonna go in. Elk is in trouble.
Elk flash
out to
cleanse
safety. Elyoya
after on.
in onto Bin, but he
Skarner's
could be the
far.
one in trouble
Rise
now.
is far
Here comes
too.
the McHale's, but he just gets control. All deleted by Knight. Alvaro now in trouble. Is gonna have to get pulled in
I
there
mean,
by the
you don't
fake
have
ball.
to do that
Ballista
though. I don't
keeps
know.
her support safe. At the end of the day,
I mean, like,
MKOI
Sejuani
do walk
Elyoya
away
died,
with
but
the
that was
Otacon.
because Bessa was
Jojo
trying to
here
look for
has
something.
to be a little bit careful.
Jojo?
Elk
You
trying
good?
to space him, but Jojo putting down so much damage onto him. Jojo now running for the hills.
Okay,
here.
run!
Baseline coming in.
Come
The teleport's
on!
gonna be coming back from Knight. The Impale
Oh, he
does
just
not
walked
connect.
out.
His On is there looking for the tangle barbs. They can't close
just
the
runs
gap
out.
to Jojo. He gets out, but it does
No
cost the
cleanse.
cleanse now on Supa as he arrives. And
그러니까
takes the
아타칸
damage
먹었으니까
from
한 잔해.
Knight.
It must be so stressful playing against BLG because anything you try to do, they fight you for it.
I want this minion. Well, I'll fight you.
Yeah.
I want this jungle camp. Well, I'll fight you.
I mean, we look back at this play, and
I mean,
BLG
look at
wisely recognized
Mirren.
We can't contest this, so let's just collapse onto Mirren. And it's a good engage. The chain
What is he trying to do? He's trying to flank 1v4?
throws out the ultimate
1대
to get away to
4로.
safety. And at this point they want to disengage, but Elyoya thinks
뭔가
that the play
뒤를
is to
보고
keep the
아,
fight
그러니까
going.
이거 싸움을
They've used
보려고
so
한
many
거까지는
resources.
인정하는데
He ends up
라이즈가
falling,
죽고
and so
있어서
KOI is
4대
forced to
5가
retreat.
아니라
So it ends up being a
4대
kill in
4였죠.
exchange for the Otacon.
라이즈가
Meanwhile, in
없었어.
the mid
라이즈's
lane, the
dead, so
arrow
it
gets
was
used
4v4.
onto Jojo in the mid wave. He looks like he's in a very scary position, but he is just barely able to get away with his life. The goal
Got
again,
Ash's fashion
we
cleanse.
find is
True.
even,
I mean, it's not too
and
bad,
the fights
I guess.
continue to be the same. 6-7, the kill
Because like it's
score.
not like they lose out on
Last
anything.
fight, though,
Like
Knight
sure.
has the upgraded ulti, I do believe, there with the splinters. You know, it looked like he had the
Johnny
execute up
died,
and
but
ready.
Otacon was already
As
dead.
Elyoya
So
just got
who
popped.
cares, right?
You know, and that is your tank. So definitely a
T1 fan
frightening
can't wait
situation
until
here. You can see nice little advantage
already
for
there.
Supa.
Yeah.
He's getting into the point of the game where you
T1
can
fans
go
in
towards
the crowd.
Skirmishes, you can go towards Jack Show,
Jojo.
Wits End, and things like this to try to stay safe.
Nico
Jojo
clone
very
is
far
so
up there.
cringe,
Does not have the
man.
realm warp available, but he
Lasts
sees
for
enough
way
members
too
that
long.
he is going to be safe, and we know at least
the thing
that.
you've got to be careful of. Keeping my eyes on the mini map.
Yeah, Nico clone range needs like a.
To look at the arrow.
Either it lasts for too long or the range that you can control it is too long.
They were about to start that.
Yeah, that's a scary Baron angle. And the BLG say the
I think
same.
it just lasts
They
for
throw
too
out
long,
the
I
hawk
think.
shot to get a bit of information.
Just remove the vision from Nico clone, support Nico is gone, yeah.
A contest over the vision continues. Jojo returns. He now has
I
the
think
Seeker's
Rice
arm
should
guards.
change it probably soon.
My goodness, this game feels
니코는 진짜 W
incredibly
너프를 해야
tense.
돼요, 저거.
BLG at match
말이 안
point.
됩니다.
MKOI looking to do what no Western team has
저거
done
진짜 말이
before.
안
Take
돼.
a second game
They're
of
just gonna give
BLG
it
in
to the
the
dragon.
series.
Second
Dragon
dragon,
started
너가
off.
거의.
And it looks like BLG is not in a position to contest.
Nope, they're just going to give it.
BLG is
MKOI
gonna try to
also
push
going
top
be
wave.
able to finally take down
Rise has
this tier
no
1
TP,
bot as
so they're just
Mirren
gonna
as well
straight
as Jojo
top
do
tower
team
and
up
both
to
tower. I
knock
think
that one
Sinja
down.
can
So
try to push top
the
tower.
slightest of gold leads now here is secured by MKOI. 200 in their favor, now 100. It's basically dead even. The gold does not matter whatsoever. It's super. Well, never mind.
Isn't that a bug?
Knight
It
is
never
gonna be able
lasts
to
that long?
actually
Yeah,
take
there's
down
like a
this
way
tier
to
1.
like make it last longer.
He is
I
getting
think.
scared.
Because every time I try to play
Knight
Nico,
on
my
this
W
and
never
working
lasts that long.
towards the Void Staff next to help melt through the front line.
How do you make Nico W
Real.
last that long,
Starting
guys?
to build up
Anybody
those
know?
resistances, but he's really the only tanky member.
Chat?
As Knight gets closer and closer to level 16, a
I'm
level
cooked
behind
if Koi
Jojo thanks
wins.
to the Rod of Ages.
There's the Terminus though from
Everyone's
Supa,
cooked,
so
guys.
he's going to have that armor pen as well as the additional tankiness.
Emote or recon and
stacking up that
extends it.
armor and MR
Is
as
that
we
like
go for it.
intended
I'm really
or
interested to
is
see
it a
where he
bug?
goes from here. You know, does he feel like he needs a QSS on top of the cleanse? Is he feeling like
Just
he's
like the
okay with some
Caitlyn
kills
headshots,
plus
like
cleanse and he can
mechanic?
just go in towards Jack Show or BT.
You
There's
know
a
how
lot of
they
options
Riot
here.
just removed
There's a
Caitlyn's
tremendous amount
headshot
of magic
mechanic.
damage as well. You know, when you're looking over at
They
both
said
the
it's a
Syndra
bug.
and the Nico, so
But then
which
they
end I
allowed
think
like
has
Riven.
merit. I think there's really a lot
Riven's
of
like
reasonable choices
auto
here
animation
for
cancel
Supa.
is also
Resistance now coming through from
technically
Elyoya.
it's a bug,
Much needed for sure.
but they're not removing
Just
that
feel
one.
the tension continuing to mount. 2 dragons to 2. The
Fire
Baron
never
is
adjusted?
alive. The towers
그러니까
have
니코 저
largely fallen,
W
with the mid
버그라고
still
하는데요?
standing strong for Koi.
이모티콘 사용하면서 W를
Who's
사용하면은
gonna be the
W가
one to make
엄청
the
오래
play?
간다고 하네.
Hell, I got tricked there by
아니
the Nico.
버그는 고쳐야지 라이오사.
Chipping away. Seeing what he can.
버그를 고치라고.
Contest over the midway.
갑자기
but
그냥
keeping eyes on the
띠꺼운데
minimap
더
again.
띠꺼워졌어.
Jojo pushing on the top lane. Koi have to respect the numbers advantage that BLG have for now. Bin hiding in the
The Riven thing is like so ingrained in the champion at this point, yeah. But same thing with Nico.
We're starting to see
Look at
those
this
Saturday
Clore.
ninjas show themselves a little bit more
아니,
here though for
진짜.
MKOI as we saw BLG trying to group mid.
기완하면서
and then both
W
Knight
쓰면
and Bin
돼요.
have to go to the side lanes
W
to
and the
what
recall
Mirren
and it
Jojo
lasts
were doing
forever.
with those mini waves, and it is going to get tougher and tougher to potentially take down Jojo.
레몬게이밍님
in that
멤버십
side lane
가입
now that he does
환영합니다.
Yo, Lemon
have
Gaming, thanks
the
for
ability to
YouTube
do that for a
Meeple.
while.
Welcome,
If you use
welcome
that
to Meeple.
to immune something like this in
Or-
your ultimate, it is so key because it is a very easy
Winkle,
spell to react
Winkle,
to. Things like
and
the
heart.
Impale can be immuned as well. So we'll see if he can continue putting on that pressure because this time it's
Yeah, make
it's
sure
him
to
that's
join
up that
Discord too,
full level
guys.
in just a little bit. His
I'm
net is
very
close
active
to
in my
16, but
Discord.
Jojo
We have
has
a
already
small
crested
community.
17, of course, with the Rod of the Ages. And has
Maybe we
a
can watch a
large rod
movie
on top,
afterwards.
so closing in
Actually, I
now
don't know.
on
You
his
guys are
third
probably
item
tired
for
of
the
watching
Zonias.
stuff after
Knight has had his third done for quite some time.
after 8 hours of MSI, probably.
Along with the large rod now secured.
Death gap.
Although tonight we're gonna see Apothecary Kari
fight.
Diaries episode? Or is it
I feel
coming
like
out tomorrow?
on paper, BLG have the advantage in the front to back. But as you rightly said, KOI, their ability to find picks.
급하지 않게 가보자. MKOI 그러니까.
You can collapse very
케일리
effectively
앤더슨님
on an
멤버십
expected
가입
target.
환영합니다. 웰컴
Yo,
유튜브
Kaylee,
미포.
thank you so
You do
much.
have some
Kaylee
really
Anderson,
good
really
engaged
appreciate
tools.
it.
You
Welcome to the
overcommit
YouTube,
there,
Meepo.
Well, hostile takeover
Welcome to the
could be a
Meepo
game
family.
changer.
It's
It
true.
can
Meepo.
completely turn around. You know, be able to have a bailout come down. And if you overcommit onto one
Optimal.
target and that bailout comes through, hostile takeover hits everyone, you get the reset, the game can
After
change
T1, it's gonna be
just
5
like
a.m.
that.
No, it's okay. T1's gonna do the
Feel
fastest series on
On
MSI.
knife's
3-0.
edge right now, can easily
Stop.
swing either way. Knight fishing the arrow.
Be able to connect on the arrow. Elyoya into
Elyoya
trouble,
poking
does
world.
jump out of
Alvaro
safety.
is getting
Alvaro
caught up.
might not be so
Good ults.
lucky here. Gets pulled
Kalista
back by
ulti
Super,
saves
and
him
in
though.
comes the teleport. Mirwin
Alvaro,
is
why are you going
run.
back
Alvaro's
in?
incredibly low, but Jojo flashes forward and he catches the AD carry. Bin trying to peel for him as Mirwin's diving into the backline. Mirwin trying to make it happen. He's gonna get McHale's. He's healing up an incredible amount. Babes Run gets knocked down as well.
That's Baron! That's Baron! Grab the Baron!
It's a triple for Supa. As BLG
미안, 잠시만!
It's night and on still
Oh,
around here,
no.
but no one falls for MKOI, and they have their
Elka's
eyes
10
on
HP
the
is gonna
Baron.
die to Baron.
MKOI make it happen. They win the team fight. Mirwin
Oh wait, that's
trying
not
to
Elk,
keep them
that's
away
on.
from the Baron. He's going for this. He gets another. He's searching for the last
Oh,
one. He's
no.
gonna take out Knight. A double
Game
kill for
5.
Mirwin as
Doo
Koi
doo
secured
doo.
the ace. They
Doo
get
doo
themselves
doo.
the Baron.
Doo-doo,
Koi
doo.
with a fantastic
Doo-doo,
team fight
doo.
have set up
Doo-doo-doo.
for us going to game
Doo-doo,
5.
doo.
A beautiful Baron. It was such a tense moment.
Turn
such
on
a
the
close
silver
back and
scripts.
forth.
Silver
My
scripts!
goodness, I thought that when they threw Alvaro in, it was just going to be disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Alvaro had been caught
Oh,
out. That was
거기는
pretty problematic, but MKOI commit fully to the fight.
We have
Mirror
to,
got so much work done. And the initial play
I mean,
here, you know, when they go for that
EQ
black
completely
forward,
missed
Elk
from
really
Knight.
kinda
They're
turned
using
things
everything
around.
on
Yeah,
tanks
so we
and
see Alvaro,
Johnny.
he knows
And
he's
then they
safe,
use
he
everything
has
else
his
on
ultimate to bring in the safety. A huge
Alvaro.
ulti from him.
Who gets saved
Now
by
Elk
Kalista.
connects
이
his
칼리스타
ult onto the
궁으로
claw.
1차적으로
Now Elk is the one that's in a difficult
레나타를
spot.
살리고요.
Mirwin arrives, they get so
Jojo
much
just
damage
flashing.
onto Elk and execute him initially.
Elk just
and as you
dash.
rightly identified, Mirwin
Super just
feels
jump, jump,
unkillable
jump,
on the
jump,
front line. In the
jump,
middle of
jump,
3,
jump, jump.
he was unstoppable.
He
Luka
brought the
Supa,
grass.
Luka Supa.
He's healing up from that, and he
Su,
autos
su,
you know,
su,
one member
Supa.
after another with Thunder Sky, and he just got a ridiculous amount of healing. He just crushed them. And Jojo helping to set that up, you know, finding Elk. Mirwin
Jojo
gets
just
in there,
flashes
and
on
then
Elk
Mirwin
and
really
then
got the work
the fight's
done.
over.
Both
At that
Supa and
point.
Mirwin now out to about a 2.5k gold lead. There's the Jack show done now for
KLG가
Supa.
너무
Good
급했다.
luck one-shotting him now. It's going to be incredibly difficult here for BLG to be able to just delete that Kalista.
No way.
Mirwin. He's got to be cautious of the...
Oh, they're looking. Mirwin caught. He's going to be hit by the scatter. Do they commit everything here? They don't need to use more, but it does cost them quite a bit. Multiple ultimates.
Negative Baron
and
power
Jojo
play again.
is gonna be up
Hello,
on this top
Mr.
side.
Merwin, you have
Teleport
to
coming in here
literally
from Bin
stop
to
getting caught out
answer.
like that.
But Jojo's still going to feel confident about his positioning. Does have that tower
Emote
pretty
only
low.
mode.
Bin
Emote
not gonna
only
be able to
mode.
lose 1v1. You have to
Baby,
think
ding
at this point.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
Nice TP response comes through from BLG to keep
그게 진짜 바론을 먹고 전판에도 바로 먹은 다음에 바로 그냥 이제가 죽어버려가지고
taking a lot of
굉장히 안
damage. The
좋은
Syndra ultimate already
상황이죠.
about to come back up. BLG have slowed the pressure down. Only 50 seconds left of the Baron. MKOI would love to get more. Looks like for now they're not going to be able to without Mirwin.
What do you
They just don't quite have the numbers.
Look at the Baron power
Jojo
play.
playing safe. As long as
아니
she
바로 먹고
insta-pushing
한 게
that top
없어.
wave, he's waiting for another wave to connect on the bot side of the map. MKOI trying to
What the
play
hell?
all
The Baron
waves
buff's
that they
gonna
have
expire
right now.
now. 30초 남았는데?
Yeah, and you can see the Baron power play, just about 500
Okay, take off the
additional gold earned
sunglasses.
after the initial
Take off
kill
the
of
glasses.
that Baron. But of course, still a massive gold swing, especially when you're considering the 5-0 right before that was huge for MKOI. This one
아니
definitely had
실버
been the
스크립스
closest game by
김치국
far.
다 맞았는데
MKOI that come up big
실버
when they
스크립스가
need
아닐
it
것
most.
같아요.
They are on soul point. They've extended themselves out to a
이상한데?
4,000 gold lead. QSS now in for Supa.
Did I ulti too hard on MKOI, or I think MKOI can still win fights.
Three ways to cleanse CC now between Supa and Alvaro. It is going to be so impossible to lock down this Kalista.
And I will say, it's just so cool to see Supa in the position that he's in. Of course, when he made that deft comment last year, of course he was memed, he was made fun of a lot, but it comes from a place of confidence where he wants to believe and he has to believe that he can compete with the best in the world, and he gives so much credits to his coach and the confidence that he helped him believe in, and the fact that he can come here today and play like he is playing with that level of confidence, getting that triple kill in that last fight, that's the type of performance that fans have come to expect from Supa. And the fact that he's delivering here in Game 4, looking to bring MKOI to Game 5, is great to see. We'll see if they can close things out. BLG is no easy opponent. The gold is still heavily in BLG's favor, KOI's favor, But later and later into the game we go, that gold matters less and less, especially as these 4th items are being completed.
Yeah, death cap done now for Knight. That is a big one over for him, and Elk going to be working in towards that Infinity Edge. Those are the 2 major items that they are looking for their carries to really ramp up the damage. As Elyoya way
is
too
a big
tanky for
boy.
On to mess around
No
with.
damage.
Really just up to being able to
Going
find
warmogs as well, I
Elk
think.
and Knight. Can
Third
you
item
find those
warmogs.
carries and be
참고
able to knock them
오모고다,
down,
저거
or will the potential
세전이.
counter engage there from
QS is
BLG
completed
stifle the
by
aggression that MKOI are gonna be
Super.
looking for? The Baron, of course, has
He has
Inspire. It's
cleanse,
gonna be
his support
up
has been
again
kills
in
for him,
about
and
30
he
seconds,
also
and
has
they
his
have a
QSS
potential
he
soul here in
literally
2 minutes.
doesn't want to get
Mountain
CC
Soul would do
죠.
a lot of work to be able to
칼리스타
answer
이제
the
절대
kind
안
of
죽을 것
competition
같은데?
that BLG have,
6-0
where
칼리스타
most of their
never gonna
damage
die.
really is burst and is up front, besides just the Ashe.
Knight is 50 CS behind,
So
he's
we
getting
return
giga
to a
gamped
point of tension
playing
once
Jojo
more.
Pyong this game.
BLG, of course,
이번
now
판
find
근데
themselves
신드라
on the
진짜
back foot, but
완전
not down and out by any means. The arrow from Elk.
신드라 CS
Always
50개
an
차이 이거
option
맞아?
for finding a pick.
40 CS gap?
For Mirwin.
Yep.
He is
NA
cooking.
mid
He
gapping
wants to live.
LPL mid.
And I feel like he has the
나이트
tools to do
신드라
it.
템이
I mean,
무서운데?
I think it makes a lot of sense when you think about the kind of
하지만
composition that BLG have. Again, they have so much upfront damage. but if you can
라이즈도 할 말이
survive that
많거든요.
and
지금
then be able
사코
to
라이즈.
actually get into that back line. We saw how much healing he did last time. And it
Also
was
just having
pretty
that extra shield going into the fight definitely just makes you that much harder to kill.
Definitely can't be poked down either. MKOI now trying to turn things around as Knight will just pull back this red buff. They'll look to burst it down, and we'll see if they can do that. We'll be able to grab it.
they
Nicely
did.
played there by BLG, securing red
신드라
buff
W
for
by
their
the way.
team.
신드라
So just
W.
waiting for Baron.
MKOI have to be careful now. Mirwin wants to push in that bot wave, but he realizes he's very isolated from his team. Of course, has the teleport available. They have good vision control as well, but he realizes, no, it's a little too dangerous, so he's going to keep pushing in that mid wave instead.
IE done now as well, so those big items now have come through here for BLG. The Infinity Edge as well as the Death Cap are completed. Jojo,
애들
of course,
먹는데
is
최선을
still
다해야
working
하네.
on his Death Cap, but
드론
will be
플레이가
trying to
근데
find some
신드라가
speed.
좋은
Does
점
continue
중
on
하나죠.
Mirwin, though.
별거
On
아닌
good
것
flank here,
같지만.
could look for that potential
Very good
angle. They're
flank.
trying to find him out. But if Elk steps too far to the side, Mirwin may just go for him or Knight.
I like Elk's positioning.
It's
though.
like
He's
no
staying
one
very
wants to
close
actually
his
commit
team.
to
He's
anything. They're just
avoiding
all
that
waiting.
fog of war. Mirwin going to be spotted.
Yeah, will be spotted. And the question is, does BLG feel confident to try to start a fight themselves here? They're the ones now being choked out of vision, trying to reclaim some semblance of control here by going through mid lane. Mirwin again on the side. Elyoya threatening on the other side as well. MKOI kind of have this 3-man squad in the mid lane as there is the Mikhail's having to be used onto Jojo as he got caught by that scatter. Bin now being pulled in, has to use the Pathmaker to get back to safety. Getting chunked down a little bit there. But any amount of health could really
사용
make a difference in a
타이밍,
fight that is
바론이 더
It feels very tense
I think
again.
Elyoya is going to go.
중요하지
He does
않을까,
spot
근데?
Knight. On trying to block him
Bot
out,
and top
though.
waves
They
are
trying
kinda
to keep
bad.
back
They have to
phase
start
one
committing.
now, taking a little
The
bit
waves
of
are
damage.
gonna
Elyoya
start
decided
crashing
not
into
to
towers.
go for it. Didn't want to commit. As Alvarez
웨이브가
getting
좀 안
there.
좋긴 해 근데.
Yeah, he's in a lot of danger. He took a lot of damage. Jojo now on the flank. They're trying to get some chip damage. Ooh, another big hit onto Alvaro. Knight doing some
Alvaro 10
huge
HP!
work in the skirmishes.
Alvaro
Or they're
10
gonna use
HP.
that to go straight
They're just
towards
ulting
the-
for soul, but they're gonna lose Baron
But it's
then.
gonna be a
바로
trade for Baron,
나가겠는데
so they're going to
근데.
make the call to actually go for this.
No way,
BLG
they're
saying,
actually
you know what,
trading
we got
the soul
poke,
for
we're gonna
Baron?
take the Baron. You get the soul, but the soul lasts forever. So BLG are going to have to try to get a lot done with this Baron buff, or the trade will not be worth
I mean,
The question
I think
is, can they
Earth
find
Dragon
the
Soul
angles
is
to really
huge by the way.
force
That shield
the
is
hand here?
huge.
Try to get in
Especially
there,
when I
try
feel
to look
like
for dives, try to
BLG
close out
comp
the game,
doesn't
or at
really
least
have
create a
enough
massive
damage.
advantage with this.
They kind of
Because
do
otherwise,
lack
MKOI
damage.
are going to be so happy with the trade.
Like, I don't know if Elyoya is ever gonna die again.
Jojo.
세전이
Pressure on the bot side
방금
of the map, gonna steal away
저거
what camps he can.
like
Getting
3
close to the
Earth
40-minute
Dragon
mark.
Soul hold 몰래. 돼지용 3개에다가 돼지
BLG, I mean,
영혼까지
the gold means
먹어가지고
very little this late into the game.
세전이 안 죽을 예정.
BLG still have a strong
세전이's gonna
front-to-back
recall and grab
teamfight
Wormox. Does he
composition.
have enough gold? I think he
But
might.
Koi, they
After
have
the two
quite a
counts.
few creative ways of getting onto the back line, and
돼지.
something you mentioned, Azale.
돼지.
Alvaro's
돼.
ultimate can be the game changer, can be the difference maker, especially when they were clumped up around that Baron area. It hit like
이기는 거
3,
있는데
4
지는
members
것처럼
and just kind
게임이
of
흘러간다고?
keeps BLG
신기하다고.
clumped, which then
아까
gives
BLG도
Mirwin
똑같이
so many
했어요. 살짝
playmaking
만
possibilities,
골드
and it buys a
차이였는데
lot of space for
막
Super.
한타가
So
비벼지기 시작하고
positioning is going to be crucial.
질 뻔했죠.
This late into the game, you just got to remember that everyone does a lot of damage. A single misstep from an AD carry or a mid
돈은
laner,
중요하지 않을?
you're likely just gonna
돈은
get
중요하긴
one-shot flashes
한데
are gonna be enough
거기에서
to
이제
save you. But a bailout
뭔가
could
물려서
very well be
터지는
the difference
경우가
as well.
많고
So
하니까.
there's a lot of small things. It's ultimately going to come down to execution.
아무리 템이 잘 나오고 딜이 잘 나와도 물리면은 그냥
doesn't
한타
have a
터지는
smash
거야.
build. As far as I can tell, he's the only one without a summoner spell right now. Which just goes to show how, well, the next fight is likely going to determine the game.
Very likely. Supa does have full build now, has that Mercurial, has a lot of MR stacked up, plus the Mountain Soul. So it's going to be really hard for Knight to be able to pick him off quickly. Plus dealing with the bailout, the locket, the shield as well. That could be coming through. They're going to look for Mirwin. Mirwin is going to be connected onto, and there's a Pop Blossom from On. But here comes the hostile takeover, instantly cleansed off by Elf. They get the first
Mirwin! You have your flash! 아니 플래시 있잖아요. 그걸 and where is Renata Mikhail? Renata Mikhail은 또 어디 있고? Renata W, Renata Mikhail.
Jojo gets
Flash.
actually stopped on the recall, so On is just going to harass him. BLG are going to try to keep going. They're going to try to threaten the base here as On is just chasing after Jojo, not allowing him to get back, and he is most of their wave clear at this point. BLG going for the throat. Can Jojo get back there to his team? Elyoya getting put incredibly low, gets hit by the scatter. He's taking some damage now.
No fucking way they lose here because of that.
Forward. The first Nexus tower is
No
already
way.
down. Finally Jojo's back, but is it too little?
No way, they're just ending it! What do you mean, Koi? 와, BLG 이거 히트인데? 방금 끝내는 판단? They were stopping Jojo's recall as well. Jojo had to like recall Ace up and stop it.
A single misstep
Oh
is all
my
it
gosh.
took.
Are you
A quick
kidding me?
collapse
I
onto
can't believe
Mirwin
Koi lost
into
this
a
game.
game-ending play. They made the Baron work perfectly. With the Baron empowered minions, they ran straight down mid and they just ended it.
So decisive by BLG. Yeah,
will take
BLG.
the series 3-1.
What a crazy play. Of all people, you focus on Ambessa?
On the precipice of
You know,
potentially
like Kalista's
forcing a
alive,
game
Ryze
5,
is
but
alive, you
BLG
just
find the
use
opportunity,
everything on Ambessa,
pick up
one-shot
Mirwin,
his ass.
And then On is just hunting Jojo. He can't get back to the base, and he is their wave clear. So by the time he arrives, the Nexus turrets fall, and it's cooked. They just focus the Nexus, and that's it.
It's such an anticlimactic
It's
ending.
definitely
I was waiting
cooked.
for the final
Well,
fight
that's
to
just
happen, and
unlucky.
all it was
The
a
final
single
fight, 100%,
overstep.
if
We
they
didn't
have
even
a
get
normal
final fight.
5v5.
An arrow to Mirwin into immediate death into Siege.
Koi can't
Beautifully
lose.
played by BLG.
If it was a
They
normal
round out
5v5.
the series in an
그냥
efficient
5대5였으면은
way.
방금
They make the
상황에서
comeback happen.
칼리스타를
Now
잡을
they're
수가
gonna be waiting
없거든요.
to
They
see who
can't
their
kill
opponent is.
Kalista, by
The
the way.
T1 CFO matchup
In a
later
normal
today.
5v5
Much as
situation.
BLG, people were looking at them thinking, hey, maybe this is an opponent you could take down. Maybe this is
와,
an opponent with
이걸
some
이기네,
holes in their
BLG 이거.
gameplay. How about their start
진짜
to
이거
the
솔직히
tournament?
다진
9-1.
게임인데.
Yep. They are on a tear and really
Nice
looking
damage.
impressive.
Look at
Nice.
that.
I think this
신드라
guy has just
딜량
been stellar,
보세요.
but even the members who have been criticized
니콜
more, like Beishwan, I think
50.5K
Beishwan
였어.
did have a really good series here. MKOI, of course, fighting valiantly, really close to forcing that game 5, but aren't able to do it. It's definitely going to be a tough pill to swallow there, as you can see the shock on their faces. You just don't expect the game to end just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised. But those death timers, 40 minutes in, BLG did not waste any time. Really impressive stuff from them. And as you rightly said, it's a heartbreaking loss for Koi. The momentum, it felt like that we were going to go to a game 5. We were going to get a final opportunity, but it was denied. BLG will not give them that window. And
Comes to reach
BLG
RP,
is a
I
team that,
thought
as you rightly said, a lot of question
that
marks surrounding
was-
them, but their bot lane looks incredible right now.
A lot of answers stacking up around those question marks.
when you give Knight a champion with agency, he looks fantastic. I think that Bin didn't have the best series, but I feel like that the rest of the team covered for any mistakes that he might have made, and overall, BLG is looking like a force. And if things go the way we're expecting, then on the one side of the bracket, we got the 2 first seeds, and the other side of the bracket, we're looking at a BLG T1 rematch. So it's going to be an intense MSI, and the one thing I'll say about Koi, they're a force to be reckoned with. They definitely showed some great stuff today, and in the lower bracket, I think they're going to do some very serious damage depending on whoever their opponent is.
Yep, we'll have to see what happens. Of course, tomorrow we are going to have more matches, but before that, we are joining Lore and Wendy.
What an anticlimactic ending. What an anticlimactic. How do I spell climatic? Climatic ending.
opponents, and it feels like they're the team who challenged you the most so far.
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利，但是也要问一下，可能你们对于你们对手的一些看法，因为其实 MKOI 这支队伍在 LEC， 大家总是会觉得他们在面对到对手总是有着非常充分的准备，所以说想问一下。
T1의 차례다요, 여러분.
我觉得这一次他们也打得非常的好吧，然后从第2局还有第4局，其实我们都打得比较激烈，然后在第4局就前期我们也就是中期的时候我们也劣势嘛，但是我们后期翻盘。 就能感觉到他们整体阵容还有他们个人实力都打得非常好吧。
I must say, MKOI is a great team and performed so good today, especially for both game 2 and 4. We just made so many aggressive fights, and especially for the last game, we were like kind of in a disadvantage situation. They put us off guard, but after that, we just be able to make a comeback. So I really would like to give a big shout out to MKOI as well, because they did so good in all the team fights and also in the macro.
And focusing a bit more on your performance, after the play-in stage, you said that you were warming up, getting used to the stage, and also you had to get better at the laning phase, especially. Do you feel like you improved enough to your standards?
那么记得，其实，在入围赛结束的媒体群访当中，艾克选手有提到说，可能入围赛对你们来讲，更多的是一种热身和热手，还有很多地方需要提高和进步，特别是比如说像对线的部分。所以说，你觉得可能回顾自己今天的表现，自己的队伍是否在这一方面可能说有所长进？有什么样的看法？
因为在入围赛的时候，其实我觉得我们整个队伍的身体状态
역대급으로 약한 거 아닌가라고 하면 안 되겠죠?
然后在比赛上面表现出来的画面其实也没有那么好。
아니 우리가 봤던 BLG가 아닌데요?
这几场比赛，我自己觉得我们下路对线是比入围赛的时候发挥的好一点了，然后但是自己就感觉自己也个人失误还有掉点还是比较多吧。
MSI에서는 강했고 롤드컵에서도 결승까지 가고 막 기염을 토했는데.
I must say, maybe for the play-ins, we didn't have a very good health condition for the whole team, and we didn't like have a very solid game plays as well. But I think for today's bowling and laning phase, together with On, we were able to just do it better and better. But still, for myself, I made some mistakes here and there, so I really need to do more reflections and maybe do more feedbacks in order to have an even better performance on stage.
Ramping up here at MSI, and I do hope you are feeling better. You often said that lately, you've been carrying a lot of frustration.
이번에는 BLG랑 붙어도 이길 것 같다. BLG보다는 뭔가
your drive to surpass this frustration, and what can you? Are you sure that this
BLG's
time
looking
around
weak.
is going to be different?
BLG is definitely looking weaker than Genji and AL 100%. AL도 개 잘하던데 어떻게 보니까?
但是呢，好像总是离那一步有一点遥远。所以说，你觉得是什么样能够一直支持着你，然后呢，去度过这样的难关，一直保持着积极的心态去面对比赛？同时呢，你觉得为什么这一次结果会不一样呢？
我觉得所有的职业选手的目标应该都是冠军。
그거는 진작에 적응 다 이미 시차 적응 다 했죠.
整个队伍
일주일 전부터.
其实我觉得走到决赛的话，其实没有一个队伍会差的嘛。然后，但是我们在每一个系列赛，其实我们自己的目标，先不说冠军嘛，就是我们就是目标是先进到决赛，然后去在决赛这一路上，我们去打得更好，做得更好。然后在决赛的时候，就希望能够发挥出更好的，每个人能够表现更好的自己吧，然后去能够赢下来。
I have to say, I believe all the pro players, their ultimate goal is always a champion standing on the final stage. So, and also I think all the teams can qualify to the final. Definitely they're not weak, they're all strong teams. But for us, our goal for now is we are going to try our best to just go to the final stage for this MSI. And we really need to do more progress, do more growth through this journey.
나이트가 POG라고? 아닌 것
if we
같은데?
got a chance to maybe stand in the final stage for this MSI,
나이트 POG 아니면 줄만한 사람이 없는 것 같긴 해요. 나이트 POG가 맞는데 그러면. 조조도 뭔가 비등비등하게 한 것 같은데.
With all the opponents that you would have to face, I see one team behind you getting ready that maybe you want to take revenge on. T1 might be your next opponent in the next round.
T1 might be?
How much do you want to
T1 will be. Are you telling me T1's gonna lose? No.
下一场的队伍们也开始进行准备了，其中就有L选手现在身后正在准备热身的 T1，也是你们有可能在下一轮面对到的对手。所以说，能不能和我们分享一下，如果要面对到他们的话，你们想要面对他们复仇的心有多么的强烈呢？对于下一场可能进行的对决有什么样的想法？
我觉得 比赛就是感觉都有可能赢嘛，然后我觉得 T1 获胜概率会更大一点。然后因为我们和 T1 交手其实挺多次了，然后就希望能够。
도인비 루키 선수는 아니.
한국
사람이니까 아닌가? T1 might lose and then G2 will eliminate T1. Muhammad, what are you talking about?
Anything can happen here on the stage for the next game, but definitely T1 maybe got a higher potential to get the victory for next best of 5. But if we got a chance
okay,
to
so
face
far
off
my
against
prediction
T1
is correct though.
My
pick'ems is correct.
Of each other for so many times.
Guys want to see my
and
pick'ems?
this time, if we got the opportunity, we really have a very strong feeling to take the revenge on him, and hopefully we can just show guys a very exciting best of 5s, and we're going to just try our best.
Let's see if we will have this matchup then. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation, as always. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the second series.
Genji wins. AL wins. T1 win. BLG win. 이게 맞거든. Do you guys agree with my pick'ems? And then AL Genji, AL wins. And then T1 beats BLG. And then T1 beats AL. Makes it to the finals. FlyQuest wins into G2. Koi beats CFO. But then Koi loses to Genji. So I think if Koi just really unlucky, because honestly, if Koi faces BLG again, I think they actually have a chance to win. Or either that or they face Fly. If they face FlyQuest, they could have won. Really just unlucky, honestly. 이게 좀 운이 없는 케이스긴 해, 근데 보시면은 결국 돌고 돌아 T1 젠지 결승이 아니지 않을까. 그러니까 T1 결승이 맞지 않을까. I don't see Genji losing to AL. I think AL actually played more dominant than Genji. Although maybe their opponent was. I mean, I think FlyQuest got absolutely dismantled. Fly vs BLG sounds competitive, yeah. FlyQuest. I think so far Koi was the best Western team though. Koi was playing the best. Genji's just on peak condition. You think so? They did lose a game to G2. They did lose a game to G2. Fabian and I have the same bracket, but BLG beats T1 in lowers. Line. BLG beating T1? No fucking way. They almost lost to. They almost went game 5 into Koi. They almost went game 5 into Koi. I mean, Koi could be a good team, but not compared to T1. Come on. T1 just 3-0'd Hanwha Life Esports in LCK. Guma is the craziest we've ever seen Guma. His DPM is off the charts right now. You don't really think of Guma as doing tons of damage. He's a different type of ADC player. But his DPMs have actually been out of the world. Duran too, yeah. Kroglor Duran.
And welcome back for our second series of the day. CFO entering the stage alongside T1 here at MSI in the main stage. Guys, thank you so much.
펑펑 울었다는 작년 롤드컵 못 샀지.
New fresh pair for the second series. First, I want to talk about CFO because they are the only team returning from first time, and if you guys don't remember at home, they won fans' hearts there. Not only because they had a really bubbly lineup, but also because they defeated LTA, they defeated LEC, they defeated
Flying
LPL,
Oyster.
although it's TS, so I'm just wondering how much this will count.
불은 초장에 찍어서 맛있게 후루룩 먹어야 되는데요.
Yeah, they did everything, of course. You're
생굴이
right.
근데 진짜 건강에 안 좋다고 요즘 유튜브에 많이 나오더라고요. 이사들이 먹지 말라는 음식 1위 중에 하나가
really threw people
생으로
in for a
굴
loop. So
먹는
it's
거.
fun to see them here at MSI.
And I think they have unequivocally been the best LCP team. And it starts for me
저는
with
다행히도
Yes, it does.
날 것을 그렇게 좋아하는 사람이 아니라서
Look at that timeline.
Wow.
He is one.
너무
He
길어.
is currently on a 6 title streak spanning
First,
from the
first,
CPS
first,
going
first,
into
first,
the
first.
LCP, and he's absolutely the
준지야.
engine for this team, regardless of who they're starting in top lane.
Yes, it doesn't matter if he's on Talon or CFO, he brings winning onto the lineup. He's such a dynamic player. Like whether he's on his Lee Sin,
It's okay, guys.
you, or if
T1
he's just,
fans
like,
is fine.
playing
We
the
have
smartest
owner.
Sejuani play,
We got owner,
he's been
guys.
gold.
We're
We're
good.
gonna be able to set up the base in the early game, and obviously one of, if not the player we're gonna be looking at the most here on this CFO lineup. I want to take a look at the
Birdo!
because we
바드!
have two
Birdo 뭐
very
캐리어!
different champions
캐리어
here
바드!
in the mix of K-Wing and Keria.
Yeah, so the thing I wanted to point out,
Gary
Kaiwing, an
Aborto.
absolute staple. I remember watching him back in the LMS, actually with Chai, their
Oh.
coach.
Yeah.
However, when he is on engaged supports, he
Skin
can be one of
dream.
the best in the world. But also, then you have
스킨 드린
the
캐리어.
best in the world in Keria, who is good on engaged supports, is good on literally anything, and you can kind of see the spread between their two pools, right? With the hyper-focused kind of engage coming out of Kaiwing, and then Keria, who will play anything.
I see a Yasuo in there, by the way.
Has warped
Oh,
the
wow.
entire support meta. And so this is where I think if we end up getting deep in this series, where T1 really have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something you want to take a look at, especially when it comes to Fearless Draft. Seeing T1 at MSI, if you're familiar with the international stage, might not be surprising, but if you've been following the LCK, how did they get there?
Look, Laura, we can take one. As KT fans, we were the ones who took one game off of them
It was the first
in their
game, right?
bracket run.
Yeah.
It was the first game, Rez.
Ah, typical.
You don't need to.
BDD
you don't
can't
need
carry
to
him.
pour on. Okay, I'm gonna hate you. Get him out. But anyway, the big thing I really want people to notice is HLE. If people remember, they were phenomenal at first stand. Absolutely raised through that entire event. People were expecting HLE to be here.
Yeah, I have a tweet, guys. One sec. I have a tweet.
In the face of this T1 team.
Yeah, and like even the Gumo was playing.
Keria champion pool X, Keria champion Ocean.
Doran.
Check mark.
Doran was nailing it
This
off
one's
of
good.
his like
This one's a good
side
tweet.
lane play. He was an amazing like Gwen player or a staple. A lot of questions would always come into how he would perform because obviously the biggest I guess news coming into this year was the fact that he came in, Zeus is up, but guess who stomped Zeus by
This
the way
was a
in the
good one,
last
guys.
series? It felt like it was just Doran. And what we're seeing right now is like old Doran play when he was on Gen G during 2023 because the story of
go like it, go like it. Thank you. Thank you. 다들 좋아요. X.
It was something completely different, and I feel like that stigma followed him.
And I feel like it could be the reverse.
Oh my gosh, Dora! Kroglu Dora!
One of his most rough domestic splits in this split 2. He had a rough split 1, split 2, but then he
Oh my gosh, look at him going
absolutely
again.
showed
Look at him
up
going
in
again.
Playoffs was a huge factor in them qualifying.
Kroglu
And
Dora!
here's actually where, as a KT fan,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
dying to Krugs, and I was like, okay, we got this, right? Lord, you were excited about this, but then he ended up taking over that game on Gwen.
I mean, I'm excited about
Tweeting
this. I'm most excited
Xing,
about
yeah.
the fact
Posting.
that the biggest opponent
My
for
bad.
Doran today, it's not going to be the fact that CFO has 2 top laners. It is going to be that tiny box that we see here, a neutral monster
Lord of
in
Krugs.
the jungle, a pet Krug that we have here.
He's opening it up. He's opening it up.
Open it up.
Hey.
Let's reveal him.
Of course, it's his old friend. So just putting that out there. This brother right here, it felt like it was just this moment, him losing to the Krugs, that unlocked him. So I feel like he is going to be so ready for this international play. Because even though we talked about the history of him, like, it was the ramp that I am looking at.
Raz literally
The
has a
fact that he
box
was
of
able to
Krugs.
like carry
Hello, Fabio,
his own
hi.
play into the, like the international play here at
굿모닝입니다.
MSI.
지금 일어나신
I think he's
분들
ready.
좀 계신가?
Yeah, poised when it mattered, and that brings us to
Pet Krug
comparing these
is
top
wild.
laners,
All right, let's take it away.
Because we have Rest and Driver. They've done a little swapperoo where in split 1, Rest would always start and then they would swap to Driver. This split, it's been Driver starting. They actually share no champions though. Thank you, graphics team, for doing this for me, because I was the one that requested this.
Dry desert.
Overlap, so you see kind
Is
of
that a
Rest with some of these
Nintendo
carries
Mario
in the
Kart
top.
reference?
Driver, as we know,
Dry
the
desert?
Scion Master,
That's a Mario Kart now.
Born. And then Doran showing up on stuff like the Camille, the Gwen, Renekton, and Ambessa.
So looking at this Venn diagram here and everything we've talked about, are we looking at top lane?
Triple Venn diagram.
Absolutely.
In the early game, yeah?
Yeah, I know
Duran
that we
plays
came
Yorick.
into
Yeah, Duran
this
does
event
play
by
Yorick.
talking about the swapping
He had a
between,
pretty
like,
bad game on it, but
the
he also
GAM
had a
players. This
really
is where
good
the
game on
swapping
it
really
too,
matters
like
because
carry
CFO
performance
made this
as
their
well.
bread and butter.
All right, the world champions are back
솔랭 아저씨의
on
힘을
the
보여줘.
international stage here, so it is time to introduce
도란 선수
our
진짜
two new
어리고
teams here
싶다.
for the second
굉장히
series
제가
of
자주
MSI.
T1 선수들 중에서 제일 자주 솔랭에서 만난 사람이 도란 선수. 솔랭을 그만큼 많이 합니다. 진짜 돌리면은 거의 뭐 지든 이기든 집에 가서 솔랭을 계속 돌리는 느낌. 가나깨는 솔랭. T1! Let's go! T1.
As well for what is hopefully going to be a thrilling series so far. In our first stage of double elimination, best of 5, everything has gone somewhat to plan. Each team with lower expectations finding a single game, but can CFO be the team to buck the trend?
And that matchup right there,
Faker!
Jojo versus Owner, that's one we're going to be looking at today.
Come
Can't wait to see what this match is going to bring. Thus far, the
바텀에서
three ones have
2대2로
reigned strong and
솔킬을 딴다고 하는데 과연 CFO 바텀이 T1 바텀 carry on! Carry on!
a lot of these matches
Play
have gone,
board.
especially going
Play
the
board
distance,
carry on.
even though I really thought that last one was going to go to 5.
캐리어 선수 바드.
Going to be getting to CFO versus T1 just a
Carry
little
a
bit earlier.
Definitely are. Silver Scrapes denied T1. Sounds like they want to get even close to that. And certainly
그만 캐리어
one
상대로
of the most aggressive
솔킬이라니.
early game teams we have at this
그런
tournament.
인터뷰
See
좀 뭔가
how
건방진데?
CFO can weather that storm. Pressure on both sides. Desk already hit it beautifully.
Getting nervous.
A lot of expectations
T1
on
fan getting
Doran.
nervous.
The CFO
Guma
lineup
looks
as
leader,
well.
yeah. I think he's lost
What will they bring
quite
to
a lot of
bear?
weight.
Junja,
He's lost a lot of weight.
Lord of domestic performances.
Can't wait to see. And don't forget, if you
The jacket's
weren't able
really
to catch
lovely,
the
yeah.
LCP fans, you might be looking, okay, it was a 3-2 against GAM. Let me tell there was some GAM
Faker!
magic there, okay?
The goat is
I
here.
do think CFO throughout that
Goat is
series
here.
looked a lot better. And it was kind of the T1 magic that brought them here again, even in their
MSI
first series
jackets,
that they
yeah.
were going to
They're
play
popping.
against KT. They weren't the favorites. That was a pretty
대만은
even split.
대만입니다. 대만.
Against Hanwha Life's extremely heavy underdogs.
CFO는 대만.
And none of it ended up mattering because T1 sometimes they just turn on.
And well, I think for CFO, they're used to being favorites domestically. Internationally, it's a bit tough. You go to Canada, you think, hey, both teams are going to be on uneven
We're starting,
footing,
we're
but
starting.
for T1, you can hear every time Faker's face appears on camera, the crowd goes wild.
Oh, yeah.
Hometown favorites in every town they play in. Of course, we are now entering picks and bans, powered by Omen and HyperX. Varus taken away alongside
Talia
Gwen.
Azir
Now
bans.
Talia Azir
Honkyu getting
taken
target
away
bans?
too, limiting Honkyu's
No
champion
TF for
pool
T1?
specifically.
No Varus for Gumaishi.
And Faker has contrary to many of his past years not had the best
뭔가
spring split
캐리어 선수
individually.
얼굴이
Did
좀
turn it on for
다르지만
playoffs, as he
그래도
very often does.
이쁩니다.
But if you go back to
Good fan
24 to
art.
23,
It doesn't look like
he
carrier though.
was contesting at the very least
What
for
are they banning last?
top 2 mid,
T1이
obviously
마지막
Trophy,
ban.
domestically reigned
Talia?
supreme, but Faker was having very consistent performance. This
Talia
spring
ban?
wasn't really about him. Owner in the regular split,
Talia ban은
and then
조금
Doran and
뭐.
Carrier towards the end. That I think really turned it on as the Zaya also gonna get taken away. And the Vi, I feel like kind of a must take away.
바이는 뭐 주면 안 되긴 한데 We can pick 판테온 though? 판테온이랑 신짜오 다 열려있긴 해서 오늘 is crazy on Pantheon, like crazy.
Talking about for the rest of the day as well has been the beating heart of this roster.
Definitely has. And you brought up Owner and Carrier for the side of T1, right? In playoffs, really the entire
Predictions?
team ramping up, but those are the
Maybe
two that stood
one
out
of the
to us.
most
And it's the
concerning
same story for CFO.
No! What the hell, they took Pantheon inside, but they last
This
second they
region,
changed to
right?
Pantheon.
6 titles, this man
이러면
an
우리가
absolute
바이를 하는
monster
건가?
playing
Are we
alongside
playing
Kyron
바이
when
then,
they
or are we
have
playing
those
something
tools
else?
to get fights kicked off.
바이보다는 다른 거 해도
Nothing you
괜찮을
can
것
do to
같은데
stop 'em.
굳이
You see
바이
already
해야
they've got
되나?
one of those tools in their hands in the form of the
애니!
Pantheon.
오, 애니
It does mean
50!
giving up
애니 60!
priority mid lane
애니
to
신짜!
Faker, so now the Xin and the
Even
Annie,
better.
really solid setup.
그래, 진짜 열려있는데 신짜 하는 게
Exceptional
맞지?
Zin player will
50이라니?
lock it in here. And with those bans, T1 I think also leaning into that, making sure that Faker will have a relatively
Sion.
comfortable matchup, even in case of
빅토르는
something
별로
like that Victor as
좋아
it does come
보이는데?
through the early game.
Okay, pick Victor! We don't have to pick Victor then! Let's
I think you
go!
really start getting into trouble with the range disadvantage.
And it's interesting already, we talked about
No
during the
Victor for
Storm of Fury,
Faker, let's
right?
go.
How do you go up against Carrier and Owner?
I
How
think
do you go
Victor
against
is a
T1
bait
roster who is so
champion.
willing to fight you for everything, sometimes against their own best interests, right? We've seen
Faker
great moments,
on
we've seen some
Annie,
sloppy
though.
moments. And the answer from CFO
We're
seems
gonna
to
play
be
top.
we're going to
I think we might actually play
they are set
support
up for a
early.
beautiful front-to-back composition. Yes, Pantheon could do a lot of work in the early game, but when you see Sion, when you
Doran's
see
gonna
Victor,
show Merwin
you're
how to
jinx
play
away
Aatrox.
from a
Take notes,
2018
Merwin.
team composition.
You know, MKOI top laner also
Those
picked
have been wondering
Aatrox into Sion.
if CFO is gonna be able to
Absolutely
deal
got
with the
destroyed.
mid-game barrage that
사이언
T1
상대로
really
MKOI
throws
탑은
every team's way.
아트록스 픽하는 거
Final
아무것도
series
못했거든요.
that they fought
하지만
against
도란
Hololive, the
선수는
final
다른
game was
예정.
basically over a 10 minutes. A single dive towards top side was all it took.
Doran.
And CFO,
Doran, please.
as mentioned,
Krogler,
even
Doran on
though
Aatrox,
they,
it's
in
Jojo
a lot
for them,
of the
I think.
games in
It's
their
Jojo.
finals against GAM were able to comfortably get to the point where, especially with draft like this, they should be fine. Sometimes the Baron call's not quite there. Some flippy decision making. And against T1,
Well
who
done.
are notorious for really grabbing Barons that probably don't belong to them. Gonna be a risk, as we do see the Rel taken away, obviously.
Oh, we
No
banning
supports
like
picked up
Alistar.
yet, as we see some
Alistar
really
밴드
weird
나오면 좋을
flexes.
것 같은데. Alistar ban sounds
I
good, no?
am fairly certain that T1 is going to be looking the counter.
Nice, Alistar ban,
One
perfect.
of the biggest advantages that this player has is, as was highlighted by the desk, is a collective champion pool.
Seems nearly
알리
infinite.
밴이랑 니코
The
밴?
question
아니,
is,
니코는
can he
밴할
play
필요
it? The
없어.
question is, has he played it yet more often than not? But C, is that has gotten them into trouble once or twice, right? Do they want to go full steam ahead on early game?
Yeah.
Go for something like the Elise, or maybe more conventional
Doran on the Aatrox is
option,
gonna be fire? Yup.
but clear.
And talking about fire,
matter where you
we
go,
have Faker.
Loves T1,
On
no
Annie.
surprise. Legendary organization for CFO.
Fire.
Be monumental.
Lucian
It's
target
only
band.
game one. It's a bit of a scaling draft on their side. T1, 1-2 items looking pretty dang powerful.
Is it Jin?
What are we playing
Yeah,
here?
what's the blind here?
What's the plan
Jin
here?
seems solid with the setup that they have, but you need someone who's going to get through that Scion in later stages of the game.
Would be a
Nico?
Guma comp- They're going to instead save a counter pick for Guma.
Nico?
They're going to pick Nico, so... by that
Caitlyn,
also
maybe?
making a
Nico
possible
캡틀 나오는 거
round,
아니야?
it's one
I
of
mean,
the
there's not
few
much.
non-engaged
I
supports
mean,
that Cowan's
Nico
plays. A
Caitlyn,
little
Nico
bit
Ashe.
harder to actually pull off.
Sorry, there's a Krug sign.
I mean, with Corki, I
It's a
think you
very
can pick like
well-drawn
Caitlyn
Krug.
or
The
Ashe, one or
Krug,
the
you
other.
know?
I think probably Caitlyn's better.
Look, you get the good with the bad with Thorn, you know? You get the
애쉬도
Krugs.
괜찮긴
It's just
한데
when we
뭔가
watched that today, right,
캡틀이
he
좀
died
더
to Krugs and then popped
유동성이
off immediately
좋아서
afterwards. So
2당
perhaps it's the
W
source
이런
of
거
his power
생각하면
is Ezreal,
캡틀해도
safe
될 것
pick, right?
같은데?
You're in the position where you're forced
Especially
to
if it's
blind pick. You
Ezreal.
do get the luxury of counter pick support, but
Come to
again,
bring out the Guma
one of the
Kate.
downsides
Guma
of
Kate
Kyle
ankle.
is we haven't seen that depth of his champion pool, so
You're gonna play
you having
Leona or
counter pick
Braum?
isn't as big of a
Braum.
deal. Probably going to
Braum
default
is
to
her.
more comfortable options, and Braum, again, good in the front to
Jin은
back.
절대 안 되고요.
but
Never play Jin
I don't
into
know if I
that.
like it. Bard would be a bit bolder.
Bard?
I'd rather see something like that. I think playing the Braum into the Nico is already rough. I also think you need some semblance of early pressure. Leon also very obviously does that job as the
Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no,
a little bit more
no.
aggression
No Bard,
in the
no
lane
Bard.
was something that T1 has generally relied on.
그래, 바드 캐리아 선수가 해야 되는데 여기서 바드 상대팀이 하면은
They flick
안
back and
되거든요.
forth between both options. Kai'Sa, as we get later in the game, very good at
I mean,
blocking
carry
down,
has to play
keeping up
Bard. If
with
they
that
pick the Bard,
Ezreal.
they'll no carry a Bard
Corki
today.
much more powerful early on.
Will make the most sense
그리고
for T1.
솔직히
They're
말해서
gonna go
니코
towards
상대로
that. So,
바드 하기
the
빡세서
CFO
안 하는
drop,
것 같죠?
if you load into the Rift on 2 items, absolutely
Yeah,
slaps.
I mean, Braum just doesn't have enough
Incredible.
like
And there is-
engage, I guess. So they wanted more hard engage coming through.
Not in this
with
game
Leona.
though, because when you look at the pieces,
The Bard
front
bait.
to back
Okay,
later on
Bard-
is
Bard's actually a good
absolutely
champion, but
insane. You have a great
definitely
amount of
need
CC,
to
spread
watch
damage
out.
profile, a lot of
Into
really,
Nico
really
comp
big
is kinda
threats.
hard.
The problem obviously is when you look at the 2v2, Pantheon Victor compared to something like that Annie and Xin Zhao,
T1.
contesting early objectives is going to be really hard. And the reason why I go in so hard on it is because T1 absolutely is not going to give you the time
Guma's
to
quirky.
skill. So you're gonna have
I
to
mean,
fight
Guma's
early.
just clean.
There are some
I
pressure
think
points, right?
Quirky's good.
Jinja, maybe they get it with Kai
You
Wing.
definitely need some kind of dash, I
and
think,
get
here.
it going early, but they will need to.
I wasn't
because
really a
T1
fan
is
of
gonna take the
Ashe
fight to
with
them.
how easy it was to
Yeah,
kill her
that early
last
game
game.
you brought
Remember?
up Weathering the Storm, the story for CFO. We know they can play the map pretty well as we get in the later stages of the game. and they certainly have
Pantheon
the tools
Urthi
to
is a
put
bit
together
scary,
picks and
but
bans,
it's
a
great.
tall
It's
task.
T1, it's fine.
However, the key ingredient we talked about, Kai Wing,
Let's go
Junja,
T1.
having those tools is
T1
present in this
fighting!
draft.
Okay,
But as we've
well, we
seen in
haven't
other
seen
games
T1
across
fighting
this
once we
tournament, if you
load
don't
in,
have
guys.
Prio in your lanes, if you can't free up that Leona to roam, it can fall apart very quickly. Eyes on both sides
Waste
to
your
see
fans too.
who's going to be in form on
Okay,
the
they're
day.
starting, they're starting.
What
시작하나요?
level 1 strategies they might bring to bear.
Whenever there is a sign involved, I'm going to be looking at the level 1 Dracos.
Outside said make some noise, Vancouver, more more than happy to oblige. We get ready for game 1. CFO.
왜 이렇게 빨리 하냐? 이거 방금 MKOI가 5세트 못 가고 져가지고.
오케이,
게임 원 스타팅! 이게 1세트 시작이다, 여러분! 하나, 둘, 셋. T1 파이팅!
First, they're going to have to go through CFO. And it's a quiet game one.
Each time.
Again, in some of these matchups, we're seeing teams who've already
It has
gone
come.
through plans, got the jitters out, maybe less afraid to go all in the first few seconds of
Let's
the
look
game.
at the runes.
CFO and T1, first look we're going to have for them.
Cosmic Insights coming through as usual.
No laning fates. Looks like maybe a little bit for vision here. So we do have Driver making his way over, but don't really have that much Fred. If there was a Braum involved, maybe as a, yeah. We
First.
That's insane.
Junji.
It is insane. This is...
Junji.
There's no one better in the entirety of LCP than Jojo. This is a world-class jungler, no doubt in my mind. And normally when you go up against T1, you see Owner on the opposite side, you start to sweat. But I think CFO is still a question as to who will come out on top. You feel a lot better knowing that Junjo is the one holding down your early game. He's the man that you have backing you up.
It's a faker.
And taking a look at the rune setup, Faker usually on the Annie we very often
I
see
mean,
the
Annie
execute,
just
gonna be
gets
the
kind of
phase
beat
rush
up in
instead.
lane though.
So a little
라인전에서
bit
근데 애니가 좀
more
힘들긴 해 근데.
potential of getting out of some sticky situations. Hongq going
Into
for
Victor?
Aerie, so as we saw
Yeah,
already there,
range, that's
trying to
fine.
just play for as much lane pressure as possible. I think the first couple of levels for Victor are honestly great. Into the Annie, it's
Pulse
really
stand
close
is
to
okay,
6, where you need to be a lot more careful as
Okay.
already. As we were expecting, a lot of fighting here for that early prowess.
Instead of hitting Leona,
Zenith
you
Blade,
insta focus the enemy ADC.
doesn't amount to
레오나
too
들어오면은
much.
상대 원딜 때리면
Range advantage,
그만이거든.
the biggest thing here at level 1. Hongq continues to trade with a fast level 2. Faker stuns back and keeping the phase rush procced. Also
Phase
just makes
rush
the gravity
Annie is
feel less
interesting
of a
though.
concern. Hongq though playing with a lot of confidence.
Good trades. And you really want to try and do that as much as possible. I think Victor, when it comes to his one spike, doesn't quite hit as hard. Especially
mid lane trades are kind of crazy.
Build. Whereas the Annie, particularly if Zinza can make his way over, as a possible bot lane gank.
Jojo on the way down.
오케이 와! 캐리야! 아니 이거는 2대2가 아니잖아요. 정글을 데려왔잖아요. 이프로도 정글을 못 들어오더니
And the heal from
What do
Carry
you
gets invested
mean?
initially to dodge away from Kaiwing, but as you highlight, Junja haven't even finished his first clear, already making an impact. As he's able to, as you highlight.
No, this is the Aatrox, I know! Yeah, Aatrox이거든. Compare this to like Merwin getting destroyed by Sion early on.
Has the cleanse as well, but
Aatrox into Sion is good because you can interrupt the Sion Q. Boom.
Doran on the Aatrox, as you would expect. It's going to be feeling great here into the Sion up until the first
이게
back
우리가 예상했던 사이언 아트록스 구도인데 전판에는 이게 안 나왔습니다.
Ability haste to continuously chew through that ginormous shield that is going to be there for Driver.
Yeah, Soul Furnace, a very, very powerful ability. And
yeah.
I'm curious to see what Driver is able to do with
You're saying you're not supposed to sit and face tag Sion's
where he talked about some inspiration.
You're
from
supposed
the
to like
bottles
pushing the way,
coming
like you're supposed to do
Maybe
that.
he manages to find a way we see some proxying, but
그래서 사이언
we're just gonna have
상대로
to find that
이게
lead, or at the very least be able to crash
아트록스가
that
되게
wave.
Yeah, this matchup
좋은
isn't fun.
매치업인 거죠. 사이언이
We'll
Q 차징할 때 가만히 서 있어야
Driver,
되는데
as long as he can
거기에다가
get his
대시
creeps,
Q,
doesn't actually
이
get
Q를
taken down.
맞출
He's
수
not
있는
going to be
거지.
too bothered. There's
해가지고.
Owner on this Zinzao, maybe looking for a
Yeah,
player towards the bot.
CFO
There
Driver
are
is
still
a boss
some
watcher
available,
and
so
he
it looks
also
like instead
names
gonna
Driver
go for the base,
because he's a
not wanting
Sion
to
player.
flip too much. And
He's
Ezreal,
driving
notoriously
the
not
Sion
the easiest,
ulti.
and nor is Leona
His drive.
to dive.
Opting to back out, but he does drop double wards. So vision on red, vision on the
You're not
Raptors
supposed
as
to get
well.
hit by abilities. I mean, the thing is with
Fire
Sion, you
just
have to
starting
channel your
that
Q
game.
though in order to get the push on the waves, right?
Hongq just
Or do
continues to
damage.
trade.
Channeling the Q is important.
Honestly, very quiet game.
Leisurely start.
There's not much you can do
Kind of
to
as
the
expected, I would
Aatrox.
say, in terms of some of the champions that we have.
그냥 빵태 위치 계속 체크되는 거 너무 좋고요. The good words show for T1.
There isn't something like the Elise in the Fairy where you're really going to be looking to just dive on one of the first couple of waves.
And credit to Doran, he is not letting Driver charge a single decimating smash. Always staying in range, willing
No,
to take
this
a little
is
bit
like,
extra
I'm not
damage
even
just to
joking.
cancel
Merwin
the
has to
knockup.
take notes, I think.
Keep that wave
Merwin
forward
has to
is
take notes.
Oh,
here he is again.
They found him, they found him. They know Pantheon's here.
2 Gumas. Only one of them has
Which
coins.
one is the
Difficult
Guma?
puzzle.
Which one's the real Guma?
Zoner now ready to make the dive happen topside.
Oh, the
Have
one
to respect
grabbing
the
the
zombie
CS.
passive from Sion, but Driver in a tough spot here. When becomes lightning, a quick
Oh,
flash out. Extra
oh,
shield.
Dora!
Forced to flash away. Owner should just finish the job, but now the tower's hitting him. He has to flash as well. T1
That's worth, that's worth, that's
grabbed
worth.
the kill, but maybe not the cleanest execution.
I mean, it's still
We'll be
worth
able to get
it.
it.
괜찮은 것
The
같은데?
second flash obviously feels rough. Really good timing for Driver on the shield, which was the main thing that kept him alive for a little bit longer.
This is what I
Starts off
want to
great.
see.
Owner primes his Q, Gets the auto.
Oh,
Doran sets him up.
Owner gonna grab Raptors
Q1,
here. Pantheon's gonna go
if
to
Doran
his
had
wolves.
backed, I think that is just a very clean dive, but hadn't actually spent any money yet, so not enough AD to chew for the sign that quickly. Still,
look at the clone just AFK.
Signable champions obviously will be fine, regardless of him getting put behind a little bit early.
Yeah, still has 170 extra health, so you can see at the bottom of the screen. And
jet lag, don't worry.
TP's used to reset
Both teams
lane matchups here, so or rather swap as now driver in the bottom side of the map going to respond as well.
And now Bramble, yeah, Bramble Vest is there. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier. It's extremely strong item into Aatrox, very unfun. Can't believe you did that. Building armor.
6분이라서 8분에 공호축이 나오기 때문에 6분이면은 탑에 일단 신자오가 바텀 동선 짜서 바텀에 있는 캠프를 먹었거든. 탑에서 좀 차려야 될 때. Pantheon is top though, we have to watch out. Make sure that they don't die top side. Because Shinjao's gonna grab dragon here. This is really good if Owner can skip the dragon. Just have to make sure we don't die top side. 탑에서 갱만 안 당하면은 개이득인 것 같아요. 이렇게 되면.
For what I imagine later on will be a heavy contest on that from
나이스
CFO.
탑가 아트록스 사용 구도가 너무 보기 편하긴 한데 과연 여기서 I don't think Driver can do anything here.
Oh, Junja has ult. They might want to try and steal.
Owner on the way forward, but now manages to take it down. So it's going to cost his life. They get the Drake, but now it's all in from the side of CFO. Perfect gravity field.
Okay, what is going on? What do you mean? 아니 잠시만 용을 먹었는데 2킬이.
And T1 usually the one doling out the aggression, but CFO with a great rotation catching them off guard. Blowing up Owner doesn't have his ultimate available. That means that there is no way for him to stall out this play.
아니 도란 선수가 이걸 노래라도 tank the ult, no?
Crazy.
Oh my gosh. At least he got it, but
not a lot of counterplay available there.
Faker could have moved.
Just giving up Owner for Dragon. Not that rough, but
아니 레오나 판테온이라서 PC 막기 시작하면 그냥 못 움직여. 레오나 판테온 too much to can't move.
You can get for CFO, bring you closer to that promise.
Mr. Faker.
Breakpoint that we talked about earlier.
I think Faker not flashing is good because he's like 100% dead anyways.
As well as this Ezreal.
You have to like flash when Pantheon flash W's on him.
Without a Sheen completed is now Doran doing what he can to zone Driver away. Willing to proxy himself if necessary.
The proxer?
I mean, look. Fire with fire, as it was.
Relax,
and I think for T1
you got this,
highlighted
my
it so
goat.
well, right? If they get that
okay.
Drake, if they're closer to soul stacking, it puts them in a comfortable
괜찮아,
position as we go
사소해.
later into this game, but losing those few kills is rough.
자, 1세트에 뭔가 저주가 있나? 다들 젠지도 그렇고 AL도 그렇고 2세트 다 힘들었거든. 페비님 부두술 멈춰줘요. 아니.
Right? That's pretty universal.
When it comes to kills, yes. When it comes to flashes blown, as Honkyou does get his blown there
그런
by
능력이
the timely
없습니다.
rifle, and even despite some of that control we saw set up earlier,
방구석에서
T1 they
응원하는데
get one.
뭔
CFO not gonna
부두술이요.
let them have more for free.
Honkyou is 17, yeah. He's like a prodigy.
You know, I'm gonna check to make sure that's not a visual bug. Could you just yap for 30 seconds?
What the fuck is Sion
either
building?
I have missed a very elaborate map red thread.
No, I think it's just
You have two Bramble vests on
it. Pick up the chain vest.
He didn't think he'd have that much gold early game.
What?
Well, it might also just be
two Bramble
vests. Get Bramble against Aatrox, right? Sometimes it's just muscle memory.
Sure.
We'll be pivoting away.
I mean, he didn't actually step out of the base, so it's fine. 그러니까 이거 만약에
Thus far, though, really impressed
만약에
with
가시가버
the
2개 템으로 나왔으면은 큰일 났는데.
For as good as they were, I think we saw this even in the final game that they played of their playoffs against GAM, where they really mostly relied on just slowing the game down. So seeing them definitely feels good, but there is a lot more skirmishing to be done.
Omega reflect damage, except it doesn't stack to each other.
Sleeping. We'll see if
CFO is unique box.
He's just gonna jet out of the river there.
It's fine. Faker needs to catch the wave.
Yeah, it'll work out fine as Doggo gonna
What is going on though? 0-0-2 Kaiwing, carry on 0-0.
We saw on our screen Driver not quite able to cancel any of those recalls, and the ulti coming out from Doggo wasn't able to do it either. Very close though to putting
He's
T1
biding
in a
his
difficult
time for the
position
team
in terms of resets and tempo on the map. Now, however, 1K difference, not the end of the world for the comp that we, generally look at as scaling better.
그러니까 가시가부시 아니라 가시.
Doran though holding on to his individual advantage at the very least. And he is a player that we have our eyes on.
Yeah, always going to.
두 개니까 겹쳐서 하니까 웃기네 진짜.
Doran
한글 깨지는 거 레전드.
Consistently one of the top laners within the
LCK.
LCK.
이런 거 막 깨지잖아요.
He joined Genji.
폰트가 그런 폰트가 없는 거야.
Equal level of troubles when it comes to
Duran is just smurfing on driver?
With that early kill,
He's not adding CS though. He's not adding CS.
I do think.
So I think at this point, driver is like pretty happy with how he is.
Big factor as to whether he's
438 stacks on Sion.
Just go for builds that feel like hit a little bit too late as
quick heal out.
The ult.
Pantheon on the way down. Good
Nice.
value though. The heal
Not too
for
bad.
that ulti for double ultis does give T1 a window of opportunity to fire back.
I think you're pretty happy with that.
이 정도면 나쁘지 않은데?
That's going to give you.
판테온이 뭔가 바텀을 되게 많이 보고 있다. 판테온은 스칸
Junja won't be able to join or get backline access quite as easy as oh boy.
Junja locked up, burst damage
Junja!
ready to go. Aegis is on the Faker, waits it out before throwing down his cooldowns. It might cost
Get him!
Ulti there, the Faker zooming out safety courtesy of the phase. Junja still living for an extra moment. Nice flash over the wall. But Owner ready to follow as is Kai Wing. Going into 2v2. Owner a little bit tankier.
Wait, why is Junja still alive? Why is Junja alive? Why is Junja alive? Why is Junja alive? What is going on? Guma, don't die to the minions! Okay, he leveled up. Okay, nice.
Is the right choice as Guma's lower and lower.
Why is Junja alive?
T1 losing so many kills.
And CFO, I think not going to be too sad about that. T1 trying to be tricky, but looking a bit sloppy on the re-engage. I felt like they had an exit
아니,
after they got
판테온이 왜
the
이렇게 빨리
summoner
못
out of
잡았지?
Junja, but wanted to go for more.
Zoning Faker out, denying the reset. Gonna slow him down that much more. Faker does have TP, but may be forced to use it to return to lane. Doran, in the meantime, though, is the one where this is paying off, getting those extra plates.
As we take it
I mean, it was completely cut out and he used E really early. E를 되게 일찍
trying to catch
써가지고.
him off guard makes a lot of sense. But what happens next is Junja
Like,
gets over
why
there,
is Keria E
basically
are
looking
the
to
wrong
go to the
side?
flash, and then the immediate response
아니, 니코가
from
이공을
Kai Wing.
이상한 데
doesn't actually
썼어.
connect the W and the damage onto Junja.
Keria,
While that was happening, Hongq took Faker effectively out of the fight. Faker's not able to join. Without the Annie, you're missing so much damage. And while all of that was happening, Doran also made his way over with the TP, which was what allowed
아니, 오너 선수가 절대 죽지 않은 각이었는데
damage
아쉽다.
on that turret.
I didn't think Owner had to die for that, but
honestly
it's okay.
Junja, well played fight though, right?
Keria using ER on the Evelyn.
Really what keeps that so
Understandable,
close.
have a good day.
As Driver now matched up against Faker. We'll see
Evelyn
where
is
they
very
want
scary.
to send Hongq. Side lane versus Zeus is, or excuse me, Doran. Wow, big faux pas there.
예, 아직 첫판입니다.
As they
방금
keep this going, is
시작했습니다.
going to be tough.
As Doran, sitting on the Thunder Sky right now, has his Merc Treads done as well.
Major 2-0, ain't the way.
The flip side, we see Driver still fine when it comes
Who
to the
will
item
kill this
finishes. I think
Sion,
that time alone towards the top side, even the Doran got some plates
Everybody.
and damage done towards the bottom
With the
half.
power of
That's gonna be
friendship.
two setters. Doran
T1
should
can.
be known this is coming. We see the pings come down, but I don't think he can hold there. Junja's in the area, has his ultimate available. I think he uses it.
Thunder Sky trying to clear the wave. It's a bit of a desperate game, but World Ender now coming out. Massive damage, but Doran lives for an extra second. Needs one more Thunder Sky proc. Gets the auto!
Nice, Doran! Curler Doran! Doran! 1v4, by the way! 1대4!
Lives through that.
One person, boom, 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 beat up.
The patience.
Totally, okay, to be fair.
The gusto to dive
I mean, I don't think they played it badly at all. You know they played it bad.
This driver's now caught out. Should be no way out of this one.
대황란.
Flash. Flash away.
개 잘해, 진짜.
Wing there to cover. But this is a disastrous sequence for CFO, and almost 1,000 gold lead starting to shrink now.
돌아는
The
다이브에?
counterpunch is Faker, pushing for
탑차이,
free on the
탑차이.
top side, nearly knocking down that tier 1 tower.
International Doran?
And
Yeah.
the early game back and forth
International
here. That
T1
play,
Doran.
obviously T1 going to be happy with. They got the flash. Faker will be
Genji
getting the
Doran,
turret here.
Hama
But
Doran.
do know Doran did mess up on a good amount of
won.
CS because even with the counter kill that he got, the healing from that kill while Zot was still ticking, obviously allowing him to
뚫리면서
stay alive.
늑대한테 죽대.
He was able to then
돌거북한테
immediately
죽은
push onto
다음에
the turret,
각성하고 늑대한테
letting some
죽은
CS
다음에
go to waste.
각성하고.
As we take a look, so T1 I think was very aware that this was happening. First Doran tries to clear the wave, not actually able to do so. The flash means that there isn't enough damage. And then right there, the heal from Summer
That heal is
as well as the fact that right afterwards he gets the heal.
방금 힐링 킬량 보셨나요, 여러분?
Unfortunately, dropping it a little bit too late. There were 4 people there. You can drop it earlier, and he would have
He
died.
auto attack and got back like
What is Thunder
1k
Sky with
HP.
Aatrox healing amp?
Okay, maybe not 1k, but
606
move
health.
buff, yeah.
So
Dino
incredibly
Crocs
powerful. Now
win
Doran
the game.
knocking down the
Dino
tower
rules
as well,
win
while
the
the
game.
rest of the map has been a bit of a bloodbath. He's
Dora.
really just been holding it down on the top side.
You okay?
For T1, almost an 800 individual gold lead, but it's CFO who had the setup around Herald first as we went into that replay and
It's
are
fine,
so
it's fine,
far
it's fine.
holding on to it
His
pretty
ulti.
well. Triforce spikes on both sides for both AD carries.
갈라진 하늘이랑 본인 힐량.
Just starting up Herald. T1 clearly do want to contest. Sums available for almost everyone. Not for Guma, not for Doggo. All of which are in this fight.
Yeah,
Let's see whether Faker can get into the backline.
No?
For Junja, the target selection is going to be bigger
Doran
for CFO. TP comes in.
5k on
This is a hard fight for
Herald
T1.
right now.
Fighting into the Victor can be difficult, but luckily they have
전령
the
5천,
Hexades to
4천.
back them up. It's Carrier on the backside. CFO spotted it, but it might not matter. Quick lockup.
Carrier
there as well. They've isolated the Nico. Carrier in trouble. Burning, cut down by the ulti of the Victor. CFO, good patience, good discipline. How many teams have been caught out by a flank like that?
Too telegraphed. CFO, see Carrier make his way over, like, we can see you. We know this is coming. As Driver.
Going forward. Can't quite.
Carrier.
Thought more was going to happen.
Yeah, as did I.
That's okay. As we probably going to take a look, that means the Herald does go over to CFO. So this early back and forth still ongoing. And as highlighted, I think that does benefit CFO if they're able to play their own game, if they're able to slow it down. Even disregarding the drop.
Very
right,
uncharacteristic plays coming through from Carrier.
The damage will always be there, but you are going to be extremely reliant on just
Yo,
finding
Jojo,
one
thanks for the
target and
$4.99
blowing them up. And let's be real, it's going to be
annoyed.
Cyan, which very
땡큐
hard.
감사해요. 감사합니다.
Junja
Let's go
with
T1.
As
Faker is home queue.
You can see here a bit of a contrast.
720?
Production beautifully highlighting Worlds 2013 Faker was 17, Honkyu was 6. Two different generations of League of Legends player, and credit to Honkyu in this first game. He has not faltered, he has not stumbled. You highlighted it.
Honkyu was a baby
really good playoffs,
when Faker
debuted.
Regular
season.
Faker won Worlds in 2013.
Really
World champion and Honkyu was a baby.
Well, we've also seen the T1 in draft.
6살이었대요, Honkyu 선수가. 페이커 선수가 롤드컵 처음 2013년에 이겼어.
Honkyu as well, and we're starting to hit the item breakpoints that I was talking about.
응애였다고.
Almost the second item on Ezreal as well, the transformation for Doggo. Junja should be getting close.
Like Faker has 1k games, that's crazy though.
Where they need to remain
페이커 선수
vigilant. We've seen T1 so many
선판도
times.
레전드긴 한데.
Just a single catch on a player can snowball very, very swiftly, and with Hextech
6살이면 롤은커녕 무슨
I don't think either team can afford to give that soul over.
No, they certainly can't. We are
화장실 혼자 가는 것도 무서운 그 나이 때 아닌가.
Both teams tied at 1 apiece.
어렸을 때 막 화장실 변기가 무섭지 않아요? 뭔가 빠질 것 같고.
But remember, we generally favored the scaling of CFO more, and it was a bit of a misstep around Drake that gave those early kills to CFO, and they've been in a pretty decent spot ever since then.
킬대에서 밀는데 골 차이는 오히려
strong
없었나
point of this team now alongside Guma as the Herald.
하지만 그것도 만약에 한 번만 더 이상해지면 안 되는데요.
CFO just using it to get mid prio.
Do wanna fight this, no?
But again, to be careful, they don't.
Carrier doing it again?
Information on where Doran is, and now it's Carrier
going in again.
CFO, knock up from Driver.
Surely this time will work, right?
Faker and Guma ready to go. CFO, where are they going to go? They're going to start here. Instant ulti laid down by
Owner! Ulti! Owner 궁!
But it's Owner who's in trouble. In the meantime, Kaiwin going in, the ball damage coming
Backline! Backline!
Carrier!
Oh, Faker has to run. Faker lit! He can recall and TP back. Okay, we win this, 100%. Oh my gosh, I was worried for Carrier. I was like, okay. Oh my gosh. 캐리어 선수가 뭔가 지금을 위해서 일부러 긴장감 고조를 위한 플레이 좋은 Carrier. I never doubted Carrier, guys. He's just doing it for the cinema, doing it for the viewers. 크레스는 영원하다. 역시 이게 캐리어거든요. Surely it works this song. Actually worked. They were too focused on trying to kill Owner there. 오너 선수한테 몸이 빨려가지고 이게 보시면은 레오나랑 사이온이 뒷라인을 지켜주는 포지션이 아니었고 그거를 정확하게 캐리어 선수가 궁풀로 파고들고 이니시를 해버렸다. So if you guys saw, Leona and Sion were too focused on trying to engage on Owner. Owner lives a long time with ulti.
Now pick on Faker.
Faker caught out. Shield of Daybreak, double TP is now coming in to back up the play. It's going to be an all-out brawl on the top side.
And then Carrier was able to engage on the backline there. His backline didn't have anyone to help.
Doran, double Doran, as Owner is here.
I mean, Tibbers is beating up on Junja quite a lot though. Junja's kind of out of the fight.
Owner finds a nice initial bit of
okay, Silence Ulta tanky right now. Oh my god, Junji has actually managed. Guma's doing crazy damage! You fucking wrong though! No fucking way, man.
And now they need to get the hell out. Owner living for a little bit extra
Hustle killer! EQ! 아니 Q 터징 다 한 상태로 앞플래시를 해가지고. Oh my gosh. Owner plays were crazy. You saw that how he charging up his Q stack and had the knock up red.
And in the longer skirmish, T1
flash forward.
CFO,
and with his ulti, you couldn't die because he ulted.
Despite it, Carrier.
I don't know if Carrier's gonna have enough damage, but Owner is here.
Owner on the chase. Oh,
Junji super dead.
Junji forced to flash out. And this is the thing that's so scary about T1. So many teams would have just backed off after that play. He felt fine to start the Wolves, but T1 is still going for that little bit extra. Is now they're set up to take this T1
I mean, the
mid.
kill gold is the same, but
and CFO actually like that they call the bluff. A lot of teams in the LCK often start when you see Faker inside. Is this really
이게 그냥 페이커 선수가 잘리는 걸로 끝나는 게 아니라 T1이 가서 싸움을 하자고 콜이 나온 거죠. So they're like, okay, Faker died, but look at Tibbers. Look at Tibbers doing so much damage on Junji. 그러니까 판테온이 티버한테 겁나 쳐맞아가지고 죽은 거랑 마찬가지인 게 한타 참여를 못하죠. So Pantheon is basically dead because he can't really help the fight. He's so low, he can't actually help. So it's basically 4v4. And Owner, 와 진짜 he ult into flash auto with Q procs. Crazy.
Just readily available for the T1 backline to get on top 2.
And it looks so good.
큐스택 쌓은 채로 20한 다음에 앞플래시 평타?
And then someone from T1 is
W
always
앞을
there to
평타인가?
punish.
I think he W flash.
If you don't know their story, you probably don't know.
콜키보다 이지가 합류 늦어서 싸움 각본들 그런 것도 있죠
Bit of a
확실히.
different
근데
road to MSI. Not the favorites.
한 명이 자른다고 해도 판테온이 피해 상태가 정말 안 좋았기 때문에 할만하다는 콜도 나왔습니다. I think Atakan is a bit of a throw from T1 though. I don't think Atakan is kind of bad. Atakan 먼저 치는 건 좀 아닌 것 같은데 한 달에 보는 게 좋겠죠? Guma's tanking Atakan. It's not the best. Okay, driver is no tanky at all. Oh, Carrier is bad, but okay, well, Guma's kind of low. Okay, well,
traded in the meantime. It's just the one for
support
for a top laner, but now the re-engage. Faker!
Faker!
And Owner and Guma are there to follow.
Oh my gosh, angry Doran.
Locked up for a moment. They should be able to finish that one. They need to get the hell out. When becomes lightning does not connect. T1 can't follow up. And Otacon is still alive, crucially, but Owner wants to push a little bit more. Take this wave out, deny a little bit more in terms of resources overall, demand a response from the side of CFO.
That too is Doran, as he jumps into two people, gets blown up before the rest of the team arrives. Quite ready for the damage that Doggo was going to dish out, but the story of a lot of these skirmishes become initially doesn't look too bad.
너무 좋았는데. I mean, he was charging Q and then he got CC'd. 그리고 사이온이 지금 몸이 완전 그냥 두부야 두부. 캐리가 걸어가길. 캐리가 그냥. 이거 보시면 되게 안 좋아 보였거든. Guma's like really low, so it didn't look good. 근데 여기에서 갑자기 페이커.
That's not a
yeah,
that's just straight up a Tibbers. You can see the passive. They walk into it anyway.
아니 오히려 좋아.
It's okay, it's okay. Bear without flashing? The answer is
Doran
yes.
is just channeling his Crawler passive.
The Otacon not taken by T1, so the gold lead is slowly increasing, but CFO, I think if they ironically slow it down in the fights, I think they've been good about contesting the objectives, being where they need to be. But T1 are, I think, in the LCK the best at feigning weakness. Doran in particular, we saw this a lot during
246
the
yes,
as well.
5 kill.
Have low health bar, walking in,
Guma.
walking back.
요즘 진짜 구마이씨 폼 미쳤다니까. Gumayshi is crazy good morally. Nowadays he's peaking for sure.
Even though Doran is a new addition to this lineup as of this year, the four-man core of this T1 team
literally playing the best he's ever played with DPM wise.
That level of coordination,
I mean, he always has really clean plays, but
so comfortable playing
again, you don't really think of Guma of like,
most break this tower,
most crazy DPM output.
And clear the wave. Dragon, the center of attention for both sides. Potential soul point for T1.
As a matter of
CFO,
fact,
looking to deny it. Wave pushed in bot side.
T1's gonna win the whole MSI.
They see him now.
Because of Guma
a little
and
bit more
Doran.
access to step up.
Playing so well.
Doran on a deep flank, but he did get spotted. We see
I just ulted very hard, guys. I ulted very hard.
Doran waiting over the wall. Umbral dash
hey,
takes
Doran's
him out.
running. It's good.
But the wave cleared bot side. Just continuing to poke. Doggo with the red buff, pretty crucial.
Oh, they're flashing. What the hell? They're flashing on Doran. What the hell is going on over there? What? What the hell? 아니 근데 저기에서 Oh no, Fakers, Super Edge.
And Junja together are doing work. And the first engage from Junja looks like there's no follow-up. The Zinzao obviously going to be really hard to take down. But Doran already poked, and then Driver comes in. Drives right into the backline of T1 as they get blown up. And now T1's the one you think about when you see these Barons, but it's CFO that's going to be taking the first one in this series.
A 25-minute Baron rush in game one, going to CFO, unprecedented. The question on our minds as we entered this series was, can they weather the storm of the early game? And so far the answer is yes, and not only that, able to find these fight angles. It's not just T1 who can fish for the creative fight starts or flanks. CFO matching.
So Doran is already
I mean, what happened here?
Kaiwin able to slow him down, and then
I ulted too hard, guys. I ulted too hard.
Right
아니 드라이버가 운전을 겁나 잘해. Nico ult was so good, but oh my gosh, Corgi just got ulted so hard. I literally complimented Guma like so hard, and then he just dies. I'm never complimenting Guma again. Never complimented Doran again. Never complimented T1 again. What is going on though? Faker arrived late as well. Guma didn't flash the Sion ult. Sion 공을 근데 플래시로 피했어야 되는데 저거 그냥 직통으로 맞아버려가지고 straight up tanked the Sion ult and face on during getting caught out 1v2. Getting flashed on. 아니 전 진짜 CFO한테 지면 나 진짜 울 거예요. No way, we fucking lose to CFO, I'm gonna cry. I need to cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm also have to go bald. I told you guys if T1 somehow loses the series, not just one game, but like loses the series, I'm going bald by the way.
For the flank, immediate retreat coming in for CFO. Driver forced to ult early, and all of CFO are on the way out. T1.
강제 도파민 안 채워도 될 것 같은데? 이미 도파민이 너무 많아요. Maybe both? Yeah, I'm shaving the head, I guess.
Don't need to worry about anything else on the map. They don't have a good top wave to play around. No towers are under threat. T1 just keeping them here.
What is going
taking
on?
away all that Baron time.
Kaiwing on the ward. On the ward.
Kaiwing wants
Get
to go.
Kaiwing! Catch him out! Cut. Pantheon도 cut. Nice!
The Aegis assault can't block an assault.
Let's go! 그래 이거거든. Carry! Carry on!
A single moment of weakness. Kaiwin goes down.
그래 이거거든. I knew it. T1 was just giving us like some hope.
Want to try and salvage the situation as they run with Baron buff, by the way.
I mean, did I say hope? I meant despair.
Shoved out the waves and denied the
Only
opportunity,
to take away the despair and fill it with happiness.
Junja goes in
Thank you,
alone.
T1.
Doggo is in the area. Driver's in
역시
the area.
도파민은 T1. 역시 도파민은 T1.
Already.
와, carry on.
Finds the free man ultimate, but even if he didn't, at that point, I think the fight's already rough. Plus the fact that Otacon was right there.
Carry on, carry on.
Watching the replay, T1 just took 2 towers and Otacon.
T1이 비어십 챙기려고 일부러 저런다. 아니 저런 감사합니다, 완전.
We can see the gold graph again. A single blip in the entirety of this game.
The Crumbs is having a great time.
Big advantage, and now we're right back to 3K.
Negative Baron power play.
In favor of T1.
Yep.
There it is.
I was gonna call for
a little tiny blip of blue hope taken
T1
away.
롤러코스터 뭐냐고.
In the blink of an eye, T1.
T1 롤러코스터?
They're just terrifying in those fights.
Was waiting for that. That's at CFO, not losing any of their inhibs. Also not losing the dragon, so no soul point, but obviously you have that to force from those plans.
CFO looking really strong? I don't know.
Already, I think strong
CFO
team
is
fighting
playing
from
good,
T1 going to be bolstered by
I think
the
T1's also just
explosion from the Otacon. And for CFO, the biggest story has been the decision-making in these fights. Right, going little bit too
태민
aggressive
누나가 운다고
playing
하니까 바로
ball with
이기는 거
T1 just for
보소.
a little bit too long, and T1 they're always going to throw down, as we see sometimes to the detriment.
Very true.
보이스 인식하는 거였어?
And you can see in the fights that CFO start on their terms, they look much more comfortable. But in the even fights, where it's about skirmishing, where it's about poking and prodding and trying to find those angles of attack, T1 showing their experience.
The TP.
It's a TP from behind. Junja not quite in a great position, might be caught out here.
Doran's
TP and
ult.
Gravity field the response, but flash in from Faker. They want to take the mid lane out of the equation. Hongq goes golden for Repo, and Driver gonna try to peel as best he can, but
빅토르의 문제점. 뚜벅이다. This is the problem with Victor, no matter how bad you are.
Feeling comfortable on this
Level
outside.
17
Could have been
kills.
worse for CFO.
Doesn't matter.
As Hongq does go down, but a GA plus a couple of
just flash on him,
summoners.
he's dead.
Not the worst trade. It's about the aftermath. I think this initial play not too bad, but if they lose Driver as well.
Locked up again, the Scion
Dead?
Again.
Bye. Bye.
And the play doesn't end when T1 are on the map. You have to back off. You have to give them that respect because they will always take just a little bit more. As yet another tier 2 will
탑 타워
fall.
밀고 미드 라인
And it's a
밀어놓고
situation where we
용
expected that
셋업하면
as we
될 것
got later into
같은데?
the game,
Recall and set up for
if T1
Dragon.
couldn't run over in the early game, hey, it might be tough for them. But the way they're executing in these fights is just so much better.
Well,
This Sion is not tanking. People are like, who's gonna kill Sion? I think
coming in as they have been doing
now we know.
from different angles.
Everyone's gonna kill
If you
Sion.
don't get the front to back, then the CFO will struggle.
Everybody is
Victor in
killing slow.
particular notorious for can do insane amounts
I mean,
of damage.
Guma's so fed right now, 4 items by the way.
A lot of the more
구마시 선수 지금 1코어
beefy
앞섰죠?
characters
4코어.
on T1.
Guma has
Can't shoot
4
for the
items.
time. We'll be getting close
If you
to
say
a death
Doggo
cap.
has 3
One
items,
needlessly large rod
3
down,
vs
also
4,
approaching
4
a
is
4th
greater
item
than
on
3.
Doggo. Maybe those are the break points. See if I can try to play towards, but
Korean
I also gotta be honest
mathematics.
with you, Dracos. I've seen T1
Crazy math
in these
coming
type of
through.
scrappy games before, and that's how they like it.
Yeah. And I think for Hongq, a player who had that massive lead caught out in the previous fight, he needs to play flawlessly because he's staring down Faker with a book. First game, obviously, an honor
확실히
always to
그마가
play against the GOAT,
무시
but
이 관계 맞. 그러니까
that's tough.
도구
You were
선수도
winning, you did have
전혀
the
못하는
lead,
선수가
and
아니고
now
정말
Faker's
잘하는
chasing.
선수인데.
As
Dogu's
many stats
crazy
as he
good
can
too,
get.
by the way.
Ooh.
He's not a bad player at
Starting
all.
the objective.
But
But
Guma is
a little
just
bit wide. It is the Faker. however.
really, really crazy.
Just going to lose the Celestial opposition.
With
Still,
how much gold
crucially
he
has
has.
the Proto Bell up and available.
All they need to do is just stall for Doran,
Heavy
right?
ulting
Doran
again.
can always TP
Full
in case
7?
an engage does come
No,
through. And now
it's
CFO
fine, it's fine.
spotted.
T1 can
I think the opportunity
overcome
has
my
passed
ult
to try and actually look for a
easily.
play. So that's going to be soul point going over as
I mean, I've been
Ezreal
cheering for T1 for
get
10
called
years
out.
and
We
they
see
won
Doran
a bunch of worlds,
all
so.
off on the damage for a little bit.
They won a bunch!
Third
Despite
break inside
Febinaite
T1
ulting
now.
constantly.
Soul point, 5k gold lead.
T1 is immune to my ulti.
17 more flowers on top of that. The only lead left, or the
Do
only
you have
lane
the
left with
leash?
an advantage is
Wait, what
mid
up
lane.
range?
But it's just so
No,
difficult
it's fine. Dragon,
for CFO
secured.
to come in to find that front to back you talked about. Often it
일어나는
hinges on having better visions
용도
and a better
먹고.
prio, but they've had to concede so many side waves.
애니가 웨이브
be
밀어
able to
넣은
fight
다음에 바로 시야를
T1
같이
consistently
먹어야겠죠?
retaking
Get
control,
there.
denying vision. All they need, particularly
웨이브
with these
밀어 넣은
hextech gates,
다음에
which
애니랑
we've
같이
already seen
신짜오가
one of the plays
내려오는
didn't
거
end up working out
아닌가.
for Carrier.
신짜오 먼저
was
내려오네.
able to
니코랑
make
코르키가
his
같이
exit.
뚫고.
But
좋아요!
repeatedly, you don't know who's coming over. Can be
하지만
Doran,
뒤에
on
시야가
Aatrox, can
정리가 안
be
돼 있는데.
Carrier, can
They
be
don't
fake
know there's a
Carrier.
word behind.
It's hard to, or rather Carrier
There's a
faking
word
to
behind
someone
it.
else. Yep.
Could be fake anybody. You
Does
highlighted it
mean-
well. The thing about it is they've done a good job of tracking one player. Faker, Carrier, but both at the same time is so difficult, and if they forget about one, we've seen how quickly a team fight can turn.
Doran now also has the death stance done. Look at that Hongq. He is getting close to the death cap. That's such an immense spike. Victor approaching max level as well. The only gold lead that's still there. But he needs to be able to play the game, right? He needs to actually be able to get multiple spell rotations off. The rest of the team needs to keep him safe. It's easier said than done when T1 keep coming in from 15 million different angles at the same time as Baron is up. Both teams gravitating towards that.
T1
This
still
is
steady
going to
and
be the
controlled around
final
his objective,
fight.
using the Nico clone as much as they can to face check into those brushes, getting
이거
mid
한타
prime before they lay down their
이기면은
vision.
그대로
Looks like
미드 밀
resets
수
coming
있는데
through, so a moment
바로
for
먹고.
CFO to try and get something. Ulti in to cancel. Good vision coverage. They just want to delete the support before the fight even starts. Carrier running for his life. He's going to burn down. Ignite should just take him out. Wing grabbing that one, but Faker's waiting over the wall. The bear dropped, but not on a crucial target. Hongq and Driver not able to get into the fight, but the TP coming in. Doran going to flash to the side. He has to be the difference maker.
Can we get
Immediate ulti out. Doggo for now uncontested as the difference blocks as much damage
그래
as possible.
니코한테 스킬 다
Doran
쓰면
is on the
줘야지.
side, but he's
Oh my,
got
they
the
use
attention
everything
of
on
two.
Nico. They
And
have to
Doran's
lose
looking
this
to
fight.
take down Doggo.
Nice. Okay, Doran's
might
dead,
go
but it's
down,
okay. Doran's dead,
But
but
he did his
it's
job.
okay.
He stole. as one of the most dangerous members on CFO didn't get to join the fight. And Carrier
That
goes
should be a
down.
Baron for us then.
The
We
positioning
have
that
spite, they
CFO
don't.
put themselves in didn't do them any favors.
Home has to walk up and try and
The
steal
damage
it.
from Faker was enough, and now Baron started up here for T1.
They got Carrier.
I don't know if it
But
can.
it doesn't look like it's enough.
안
Kuma
될 것
over
같은데?
Faker still standing
Faker's
strong.
just trying
Quick
to
stun
go.
onto Driver. Gravity Field will lock up Faker for a brief moment.
Faker's face rush, he just runs out, face rush and
Objective
he's
gonna be
hit
sold out by
too.
Owner in a quick retreat as
Well,
they manage
that
to grab
fight
the
is like
Baron,
really
and
late,
now
but I
need
think
to
his
get
fight
that
was on cooldown.
Unstoppable
Oh,
is the
Driver's
sign,
driving
but
out!
he was
Driver
gonna be
driving
so
out!
fast to flash away as the sun flies through the air. Faker layering the skills beautifully. Shivers, laid down, and down goes Hong
Okay,
Q.
T1 Classic, T1 Classic. Wrap it up, wrap it up. Wrap up game 1, game 2, here we go. 야, 이 정도면 이 경기 가야겠지?
Able to find the CC. Driver
8,500 골드.
recalls in the mid lane from Faker.
Almost
He can
9k
TP
gold
right back if he
lead
needs to.
for T1.
Ulti down mid to try and clear, but in the blink of an eye, no opportunity to scale, no soul
Driver-
in this game.
Driver just
T1
trying to run away.
poised to end it here. A brief glimmer of CFO hope, but
니코 왜
that's
이렇게
all we got to see
세냐고.
otherwise. Total control from T1, even
He's
despite
still
a few
hunting
fights.
him.
와,
He's just unrelenting, Draco. What's mean?
He just wants, he's never going to get the
Carry
chance
a
to recall.
booty?
And now Doran's here to finish the job.
Well, he has ult again!
Go Driver.
What the hell?
Doran's just going to keep chasing. I don't think he can finish channeling the recall. He can't.
Driver's driving a
He
lot,
just
huh?
wants to go
His ulti
home,
came
and
back up
T1
again.
won't let it happen.
Ring around the Rosie?
The gates!
Wait, but now he's back on vision.
But it doesn't matter because the game is
Oh my gosh, the Nexus
Down
is
comes the
exploding
Pantheon.
though.
Jojo involved in the fight, trying to isolate off to the
Faker
side.
has
Doggo's
Unyas,
still
it's
living,
fine.
but it
Faker has
does
Unyas.
not
Nice!
matter. T1
T1
may have faltered, but they will not drop
Easy
again.
win.
They find the victory.
그래, 이게
in game
맞지?
one.
We had some moments where I was like, huh?
Back and forth here.
But other than that,
in this first
everything good,
game
no?
between CFO and T1.
Everything as planned.
When the dust settles
괜찮아.
and the continuous brawling ends,
조금
T1
뭔가
able to just win
불안한
a
상황들이
couple
조금
crucial
있었긴
fights.
했지만
I'm
오히려
going to be
좋아.
going back to that stall when the
그래,
Baron
이게
was
T1이거든.
taken. The Baron
서커스.
buff after a great play from
뭔가
CFO.
압도적으로
Wonderful
찍어
fight from
누르는
Driver,
그런
from
느낌보다는 막
Junja,
왔다
and
갔다
from
하다가
Doggo, right?
결국은
They took down Doran, but they couldn't use that Baron buff to break the game.
Incredible stuff from
결국은
T1
이긴다.
to get that back in their favor. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down game 1.
줄타기를 잘하 맞아. 줄타기.
Closer than what I
서커스
expected
줄타기
it to be
스타일이라.
here. CFO with the great early game, but
빅토르 이제 없는 상쾌한 게임 할 수 있잖아.
game one here with
저는 개인적으로 우리가 빅토르 안 했으면 좋겠는데 상대가 해줘서 오히려 땡큐.
You're completely right. The enemy team
No
was
more
trying to not
Victor
let that
for
happen.
Faker?
Yeah.
That's
There were
great.
some moments where
I think it's a
they
bait
were trying
fake.
to, you know,
내가
pile on
빅토르
him, but he didn't let it
진짜
happen.
안 좋아합니다.
Both top laners were having a lot of fun.
원래는
right? We
좋은데
got to
지금은
see
안 좋은 것
Driver
같거든.
on the
MSI
classic
패치가 아니라.
Oh, true.
Scion, you know, one of his
땡큐
best
말이
picks,
맞아.
and
이틀은
then
감사합니다.
Doran obviously
티원 이거
poised to
이쯤 되면
really take
음성
over the
임시가
game on
아니냐고.
Aatrox.
Absolutely.
누나
and
온다고
I
하니까
think
바로
there's one
귀신같이 해.
specific play that we can highlight here.
이거.
Our HyperX
눈물을
reflex replay where
닦아내리는.
it doesn't matter how many
No tears for
opponents
Fanny,
you
it's
bring
fine.
in
No
the bot
Baldy
lane.
Knight,
If it comes to
no
that,
crying.
we know what Aatrox can do. But man, Doran, he was swinging that sword left and right.
4v1, by the way. He commits to taking the CS under turret. He gets so low, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to tether you, Junja. I'm going to get my passive auto, all that regeneration. And you even get the kill on Kaiwing, who is tanking the entire time, and he lives through all of that. He gets the XP, he gets the kill, he lives through it. Dorn just was insane in this play.
MVP 하면은 근데
Regeneration. Like,
who are you guys
it's
gonna
so
pick
many
MVP if you
times
can choose
there
one
sometimes.
one
Like,
person?
Look at that. He was low
For
health,
game one?
and then he was
Wow.
not, and then he gets the kill back.
It's the beauty of this champion. Also the
It is.
frustration
Maybe
when
Carrier?
you play against
Carrier's getting
an
caught off, though.
Aatrox, of course.
He has
it
some
often
crazy
came down to
engages.
top lane fights.
Gumo?
As it always does when we have this desk.
Gumo did kick out one time.
We love top laners
Oh,
here.
Owner?
As, yeah. There was a specific.
I think I would
great
choose
fight
Owner as
around
well. He secured a
1830
bunch of
that I thought
objectives
was
for
really,
us
really
as well.
good. Driver
And this
sees
fight,
the angle onto Owner. But
he's
they
debated
actually end up
everybody.
blowing so
Carrier
much on
insane.
him, and then just watch Doran
Look at
and
Carrier.
Carrier going in tandem.
Okay, I
taking
think
over
Carrier is
the entire
MVP.
back half of this fight.
Look at those
Hong Q
ultis.
goes down. Faker
중요한
manages to
순간에 근데
live and
니코가 진짜
escape
잘해주긴
off
해서
the
뭐
backside of
한타
it.
때.
And yeah, this is when I thought, okay, everything is in T1's favor. But then we had so many other back and forth fights.
구마일씨는 안
Yeah,
했다고.
because
구마일씨
even
선수는
before
근데
this play,
사이언
because
궁을
you're right,
미드에서
Driver,
탱킹해가지고
zeroed
바론이
in on
나갔잖아.
Owner, picked them off, or at least tried to, and then
플래시
really early
있었는데
on,
사이언 궁을
first
정통으로
rate, he
맞아버려가지고
did the exact same thing. He was his bully. He tried. He tried to make it happen. But you're right. It just felt like
car accident happened in the mid lane for Guma usually, but after that, I think he didn't make any mistakes. No?
Because Jojo found an angle, he W'd over the wall, and
they
were like, oh, wait a
he's
minute,
just
no,
really
it
focused.
feels like CFO has another angle into this game. This is that moment.
이겨도 페이커 선수 표정은 굉장히 집중한.
Yeah, Doggo
기대를
and Kaiwing
해야겠다.
are just taking Doran
Yeah,
down
here.
while Driver
Guma just got
decides
deleted.
to go in, and then even when
이
Faker ends
한타에서
up coming in, just kind of TPs into his death, sadly.
게임이 가나 했는데 바로 이제 바로 먹혀도 아타칸 쪽에서 승리를 거뒀어요.
Kind of the backbreaker here, but I want to revisit the top laners.
All right, let's do it.
Because we've got
그
some
Guma
fun
had flash
top
that?
laners
Yes,
in
he could have
this.
flashed it,
We'll
but he
see
didn't.
if CFO are going to end up swapping.
Okay,
I know they
it
have
happens.
committed to Driver a lot, but right now we see the champion
Feels like
pools
silent
of
jump
these
scare then?
guys, right? Rest, Doran, and Driver, and we can.
You heard the
we can
sound.
actually,
He had vision in the bush, sir. He did too.
right?
But
Yeah.
it's fine.
Oh, you have the handwriting that I cannot read, so
It
good
actually
luck with
looks
that.
terrible.
I think even if he flashed it, I think the fight might have been lost anyways.
And
Nico
still
had a really nice
no
ulti,
shared
but
champion.
Exactly.
Still none. Any expectations for the second game though? Hopefully, like waiting to see which top laner we're gonna have. But on the side of Doran, when you consider the fact that CFO, with Driver, his best asset was not enough, what do you want to look at here?
Personally, I think this is when you try to put Rest in just so you can like chip at some of the champion pool, because the Jace is something that I've really loved from Rest. The same could be said with his Nidalee, but I mean, just being able to challenge the carry plays. If it's going to be about the top lane, hell, throw the gauntlets out. Let's actually play towards it. The fights have been pretty good for CFO. Junja, I think, was for me a little bit of a star there alongside Driver, so I just want to see a little bit more of that to empower them.
Yeah, and as you see, even
Water
the damage
MVP.
coming out of these 280 carries, I thought Guma very quietly had a great game, right? He was able to hit from the backline a lot. Remained pretty untouched thanks to kind of this Aatrox Sinjao combination.
I predicted 3-0 today. I don't know if we're going to see 3-0. CFO seems like they're popping off sometimes as well.
CFO will
도란 다왔는데 그래프가 이상하긴 함.
And then we'll see if they do want to make a sub, because I feel
no
like
substitution.
No substitution.
Yeah, okay.
We keep
이 게임이 1000 넘겼다. 36,000이었으면은 방금
in the LCP, they said
1000
they've
넘겼죠.
kind of committed to Driver a lot more, right? So we'll see what they have cooked.
It's Ornn time.
It's Ornn.
It's Ornn time.
Yeah, we got the Scion. Now we're gonna get the Ornn.
We're gonna go through all of them anyway, but we keep our eyes on top lane. Here, the world champions strike first here
오너가
in
나에게는
this series
세트정.
and take down CFO. Let's see if CFO can come back in game 2 right after this.
3, 2, 1. Oh.
캐니언 선수랑 상황이 좀 안 좋은 것 같은데 근데 아니 세트장이라고 하면 딱 생각나는 그 한 선수가 있거든요. 캐니언. 지금 1세트 끝나고 2세트 시작하려고 하는데 어서오세요 선생님. 웰컴이다요. Don't forget we just scream over Doran and it's all gonna stop there. Doran! Doran's a superstar. We love him. International Doran. 국제전의 도란. T1 MSI 우승할 때가 되었다. 예전에 SKT 시절 우승하긴 했는데 최근에는 없었기 때문에 22년 진짜 킹받았. 맞아, 핑이 35핑도 문제였는데 그게 인공적으로 35핑을 만든 거라서 오히려 더 막 끊기고 렉 걸리고 막 난리 났었다는데 선수들이 얘기하는데. 그러니까 인공적으로 핑 만들려면은 VPN은 써가지고 하는 건데 VPN 여러분 다 사용해보셨지만 이게 한 번씩 막 좀 이상하거든요. 그러니까 빡치긴 했어 그때. 여름까지 부지런하다가 롤리컵 때 근데 이번에는 모른다. 응? 지금 T1 폼이 많이 올라왔거든요. 할 말이 많다 이 말이야. What is this commercial? Red Bull. Red Bull gives you a wing, and then this one is Bird Blossom. Oh,
What a car.
oh.
Sweet dreams are made of this. When
7월에 잘하는 팀원. 3대0 나고 페비님 빨리 퇴근시켜드릴게요. 아이, 그러면 전 감사, 땡큐 베리 감사해요. 3-0, that way I can end it. 그 전술을 많이 보여주니까 다른 팀한테 최대한 빨리 끝내는 게 이득입니다. 이게 확실히 대회에서 전술 공개가 좀 안 좋아요. 상대가 이제 이렇게 하면은 저렇게 하니까 쓰니까.
At least the first band by
구엔 역시 밴데그.
those same bands towards Honkyu as well.
Third band, Krogler,
Again,
Gwen.
laning phase, I think still a good performance, but
바루스.
as so often with Victor, even with
도랑
getting
구엔 소문
early
났죠
items, right,
이미.
the early Roa, kill,
돌고북한테 술킬 당하고 하드캐리랑 구엔이거든. 바루스 구메이시 바루스 다들 아시죠? 얼마나 강력한지. 바루스 1티어 원딜이라서 또 칼리스타보다 훨씬 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있거든. 오히려 칼리스타는 살짝 티어가 내려간 듯한데 그래도 BLG 상대로 코이가 칼리스타로 되게 활약을 많이 했었죠. 찝해사나요? 찝해 밴데거든. TF ban once again. No TF for Faker. No global oldies for T1. Rumble ban as well.
The board again. Okay, Twisted Fate as well. Still a lot of high prio jungles available.
Vi comes to mind as a priority pickup here. The downside of Vi is that obviously does tilt your draft in a specific direction. So there's the opportunity to go. We've seen things like the Skarner be picked into it pretty often.
True.
Wukong, another pick that does well. Does look like that is going to be the B1 air, and then for owner, I'm going to probably say Wukong.
바이 가져가면은 우리가 50도 남아있고 그냥 무조건 우콩. We played Wukong into Vi by the way. 피나 Vi? 피나 선수 바이 상대로 오너 선수가 바이 상대로 그 50을 썼거든요. Wukong W is very good to counter. Kalista for Guma! 레나타 영생 2팬데 캐리어 선수가 과연 0-2 right now? 레나타's 0-2. But carrier Renata's different. 스킨 주인 1번 했던 레나타거든. 아니 레나타는 2번을 스킨 파이크한테 지금 바다한테 지금 챔프가 뭔가 솔랭에서는 인기가 많이 없어서 아무래도 그런 것 같아요. 일반인들이 많이 솔랭에서 하는 챔프는 아닌 거. 대회에서만 많이 나오는 픽이라. Guma carrying Kalista Renata, yeah, it's over, guys. Oh wait, Lucian bro? Lucian Brown? Lucian Milio? What are they gonna pick? 밀리오도 좋아 보이는데 레나타 공이랑 해서 밀리오가 밀리오 ult? 나미?
One of the picks that we have seen Kylling add to his
pretty
arsenal.
annoying for Renata as well.
Has picked it up once before. Of course, when you see
루나미 무섭다, 무서워.
a non-engaged support, you're always going to
Lucian
be
Nami is crazy.
a little worried. I think even that Leona in the previous game, a lot of the key
바텀은
catches
부술 것
did
같다?
come from him, but the Lucian Nami as a 2v2, obviously a force to be
라이즈
reckoned with.
가자. Faker Rise?
Right, and if you get that
Skin
lead,
owner.
the range, the Coleman
Kin
brings
Twin?
against champions like Kalista,
Faker
maybe even this
Rise.
Rise, if it's locked in.
Oh, what's going on here?
Right, need to see a
Yeah,
level
Kuro,
up
thanks for
in that
gifting
performance
50
on this
memberships. I really
champion,
appreciate it, Kuro.
especially against the duo of
감사합니다,
Lucian
요.
Carrier, and especially
Thank you,
against what looks to be Faker's
Thank you.
Rise.
모을래.
Or will be probably mid lane bans here, just continuing the focus
얼마나
on
뿌리시는
Honkyu
거야,
trying to
그러니까.
secure Faker. Good matchup as possible.
And I think
Thank you
the
so
nice
much.
thing about
Appreciate the general.
taking Corki in the game 1 as well is that it is Hankyu's 3rd most played alongside the Victor and the Azir. So you effectively also trend his champion pool. Where he wants to go next, it's a bit tough.
Banning
now
Galio.
Also taken away.
What else do you want to ban here? Top and middle champions? 탑 미드 챔프 남아있는 게 뭐가 있더라?
Obviously has the ability to shake off a lot of what Ryze does. Ryze also has no choice but to get close to him.
미드 3밴. 탈리아는 좀 하기가. banning 탈리아.
Somewhat mitigating the side lane impact, that, especially for a player like Faker. Right? We know he doesn't really play for lane, he's just playing for the skirmishes. He's playing for, in this game, most likely, Gumiyu Shankaria.
And also the combo with the Vi, right, can be potent. So Galio.
Ari or Aurora ban.
Bench.
Ari Aurora.
Coming through from the side of
대라는 것도 괜찮을 것 같은데.
Will it be
Combo with Vi.
I have to see what the
Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia going to get banned away here.
Okay, so don't want to fight fire with fire in terms of the short range kind of scaling mage matchup.
It's a classic counter pick that we have seen.
Also, if anyone can play it, and shout out to Hanku, of course, yesterday was his birthday, now 18. I think 18-year-olds the best. It was a Poppy ban though. Sorry, side note. The ban you cannot see on your screen in between Twisted Fate and Mbessa is a Poppy ban.
Wait, CFO didn't ban something on time. They didn't ban anything.
Now need to
괜히
see what
밀렸다고?
are the options going to be from the side.
시간이 다 됐다고?
Solo lanes.
Yeah, for T1 it's obviously going to
They didn't ban on time? That's crazy.
Loves this pick.
오늘! 역시 바이 상대로
a lot harder, and it's good into the Vi as well. Obviously able to slip
오늘
away.
loves playing
I've
Kong
seen
into
more
Vi, by the
oats
way.
on clones than I care for Dracos.
Yeah, at least the Nico isn't here this time around, right?
Oh, that's even
오너
worse.
선수 뭔가 든든한데? 오너 선수의 50이면은 no fucking way they pick Aesol here.
Seen this one before.
라이즈 상대로 이 아웃솔이 과연?
Aurelion Soul. Definitely
It's
an
really
option.
risky.
They want
It's
a
really
little bit
risky.
more time to decide what he's going to go for. It is blind pick.
아웃솔이면은 근데 너무 좀
Definitely doesn't feel too bad.
바이가 좀 붕 뜨는 거냐? 아웃솔 할 거면은 다른 거 막 스카너 같은 거 해줘야 되는 거 아니냐? I mean, Silas makes way more sense. I think Aesol's too risky. Yeah? Too risky.
In this case, I guess you didn't.
And you're probably gonna pick Ari Aurora here. Ari Aurora가 나올 것 같은데.
If I remember correctly, when they were matched down.
조이? 조이는 좀.
He's going to be the lock in here, so that does mean a lot more backline threat for all the
Aurора's win rate is pretty high this
T1,
tournament.
Her
Her presence has been
that I
quite
think
high.
can really easily fall flat if you
Especially
don't get
matched
a good
with the
start.
Vi.
Is now
big damage.
Dorn, what is it going to be towards the top side of the map here into the
Aurora, Resident Sleeper. Yeah, good night.
Predicted the Camille angle.
Jax
also a potential option.
But don't like this matchup quite as much into the Cassante specifically. We've seen a lot of Cassante picked into Jax.
뭔가 카밀 좀 기대하긴 했는데 카밀이 좀 리스크가 좀 있긴 하죠.
Harder to dive. And
Camille is risky, definitely into
this game. I think as will Faker and the Jax
enemy
is a lot
team
more
has so much
self-sufficient.
CC.
And once you get to some item breakpoints, once you get to 2+, you will be able to threaten the Cassante inside.
Okay, who won draft, guys? What do you think? 조합이 둘 다 좋아 보이긴 합니다. I think both comps have a lot to say, but
maybe not that much
I think we're gonna have like
utility for the Jax.
two losing lanes, two losing lanes.
Expectations.
바텀은 무조건 레나타가 나미같이 유틸 서포 상대로 밀려요, 여러분. 레나타's good into hard CC supports, like Norlis. But into Nami is very difficult because Nami can hit you from afar and has better sustain, more damage.
easy duo. To fumble in the early game and have it all fall apart.
레나타를 일방적으로 푸시하고 때릴 것 같아요.
Right, that's what it boils down to.
루시안 나미가.
If you miss a bubble on a hopping Kalista,
루시안 나미 아직 할만하죠. 나쁘지 않습니다.
Lucian pulls ahead,
티어가
has
좀
his ultimate available to just
높아져가지고.
blow through.
Oh, Lin, believe you. Thank you so much for the soul for the I love T1.
You know, I didn't believe her, but
아니 해외 T1 팬들은 진짜 어?
that she broke her keyboard from typing too hard.
텐션이 하늘을 찌르는데? 뭐 LCK에서 우리가 보는 T1 팬들은 살짝 조금 더
CFCO,
정중하게.
new top laner, subbed in. I shouldn't say new. Rest, the other top laner, subbed in. Not new, no stranger to this lineup.
하나, 둘, 셋! T1 파이팅! T1
Found
파이팅!
that very early gank towards the bottom side of the map. I would expect him to look for something similar, as we can see starting on the top side. And the big difference here is that last game, I think the power in early game was a lot more even. But Vi, pre-6, even though she's not as strong as when she gets her ultimate, has still great ganking power. Wukong, it's fine. Yeah, it's just not great. As we take another look here, and as mentioned, these two players very consistently swapping, and CFO really uses this in their drops and in their best of fives.
정말 강력하게 하려고 하는 거네. Lucian Nami both winning Electric is crazy. They really want to beat them up, huh?
More willing to cook. He is the spice. You know, he's the guy who's got the saucy picks, is willing to try out new things. Of course, he's playing Cassante this game, so...
Faker hovering both sides because
the sauce is vanilla, but hey.
He's scared of them and lane invading or what?
With specifically lethal tempo jacks, but with Grasp, he has Counter-Strike, so he can really be very, very obnoxious here.
Look to be a nuisance.
Doran?
Now just starts to retreat. Trying to slow this down just a bit. Gets away from what could be a pretty frustrating level 1 against the Cassante, obviously a much lower cooldown.
Oh, is Rust gonna miss XP?
Oh,
oh, I think he got 2 out of the 3, maybe even
아니,
only,
저거 맞아?
maybe even only 1.
What the hell is that?
Even with the flash.
Oh my gosh, bro.
He missed confirmation from production. Wasn't able to get in range. You can see a fast level 2 coming in for Doran, and that is brutal. It might look a little bit strange if you're not used to seeing something
what
like
a
that.
chat, but he missed XP anyways. 어차피 경험치 하나 잃어버렸어, 어차피.
Little bit extra, and now he is
진짜 내가
disastrously far behind.
Boston fan?
The only good news is it's a Wukong in the jungle who
Boston
just
fan
wants to
would have
farm
bought the
for
pot.
6. It's not an early
Cassante bought a
diver.
pot,
There is
not a
no
real
massive
fan.
threat on your life just yet, but for Red,
개웃기네,
this is
진짜.
a
아니.
miserable start to the laning phase.
레전드.
It's really because, as mentioned, I think we have seen Cassante, after all his changes,
저게
actually be a
탑이다.
pretty formidable laner, particularly early on, able to out-trade a lot of
풀 줄
champions,
때까지
Jax
안
included.
죽는다는 마인드.
And
근데
Owner
어차피 웨이브
making a read
받아먹는
that
건
since
똑같아서
Junja
경험치 몇
was slightly
개
delayed
흘려도
on
뭐
his play
상관없지
and
않나?
has Pryo in the bot lane, is going to look for a steal here. Will get spotted, but I don't know if he
진짜
cares.
모르.
Going over the
저게
wall.
좋은 행동이면 모든 탑라이너가 다 저렇게 하지 않을까요?
Junja still puts a lot of the small ones, but the big one did go to Owner.
뭔지 알지?
I can only imagine that
아,
they want to try and
뭔가
go for this
돌-
red buff as well. T1.
아, 얘
It's
좀
Kalista,
돌고국
Renata.
스틸.
They would love to scrap.
I mean, it's like
maybe
they don't smite
hoping
there.
for a steal. Still has
스마일에
access to
써가지고
smite, but
근데.
T1 looks like hoping for a Junja as he is forced to
준지아는
flash away
flash
from the
now?
handshake.
서포트
Yes,
AD
smite.
값.
I don't think he's going to get the opportunity.
이게
Oh,
T1이 근데
A nice little heist and a little bit of hope for Junja. That was a rough start, and now level 3 is there for Doggo and Kaiwing, and that's big. You can see
Kumar
Kuma
getting
electrocuted. On
electrocuted.
the way in, heal already used
Yes,
from
red buff.
Doggo.
안돼 들어가면 이거 난리 나요.
They get the barrier, they get the heal in exchange for just a heal
I mean,
of their own. So Junja's
Junja
flash
was like,
given up
"Thanks
a little
for
bit
the
difficult,
leash."
but for the bot lane
Yoink.
2v2 at least, a nice trade of sums.
Okay, good dodge from Faker.
CFO not going to
Okay,
give
Faker will
anything
carry.
to
Over
T1 for
guys.
free. Top lane matchup, a bit rough, thanks to Doran's early shenanigans, but really nicely done there by Junja to find himself a
어떻게
smite over the wall.
프로
Big
이게
deal, because
도구라고.
otherwise,
도구
I think he
그
really starts falling far behind. It also accelerates Owner's
유명하자?
area.
Bubble. Nice look from the side of Doggo. Carry it forced to flash out. Doggo and Kaiwing playing with the expectations of T1 there. Had expected a
mid.
recall to set the trap in the bush as Junja walks into Faker. Honq now looking for the setup, trying to find a bit more damage. Flash forward, Faker flashing out, and first blood!
There's Junja again! Gets his own buff. Sees his Crux taken, doesn't really care.
Just seems unfazed.
Makes his way over to the top side of the map, and just as Faker
What is going on,
has a
though?
suspicion, places
He
down
won?
the ward. Not only does he get the kill, but he also gets the flash.
Mike,
So that
silent
means
round?
at
Yeah,
level
I
6
was
there is a
just
huge
muting myself
opportunity
on
here for
purpose.
Divine to make yet another play.
I was trying to like save
on
your
this
ears for a little
rise.
bit, guys.
And it's pretty plain and simple. Faker caught
I mean, the
right as
gank
he
is just like
goes to
unbelievable
place the
here. But
ward.
what is
a
going on both
nice
sides?
little timing.
바텀에서 그리고 남이 Q 맞은 것도
From Junja.
탑에서 이제 Doran's gonna die. What the hell is going on, T1?
The hidden Lucian is the deadliest.
아니,
No one sees it coming.
잠시만요.
The Lucian gank? Are you kidding me?
And respect to CFO, they are cooking. We didn't see it in the pick in the form of the Cassante, but the angles that they are looking for, the quick flash over the wall. Credit to them, getting back into lane, getting the kill. Of course, they don't get to spend the gold yet, but this is a damn strong start from the side of CFO.
Mid jungle up, bot lane, gonna be feeling good. I haven't even mentioned it, but Doggo actually
T1 또
going for
도파민 챙기는 거야?
electrocute, which kind of insane when it
T1?
comes to the
Yeah.
the keystone.
Well, and you mentioned, right, that it's all about who pulls ahead in the early game. Doggo clearly very committed to pulling ahead in the early game.
That's kind of insane. Usually you see, if you want to really play for short aggressive trades, you see PTA.
Sure.
And if you want to really only play for calling, although that style hasn't been popular
진짜
recently, you go for first strike.
Bit of vision, but maybe not enough.
You have a suspicion that, and Owner is also, he's level 5 Wukong. So,
우리는 WWE 사소하다. 그러긴 해. 근데 it's okay. This is T1's comfort zone. Being down like 700 gold. Nice. Good proof from Carrier.
2v2. Well played by Carrier.
Comfort zone for T1 guys. Don't worry.
So he can actually afford to do this.
그 선택이 풀을 맞는 판단이었네. 이렇게 되면은 또.
Continued play and the buff that he
그러네.
got.
그 선택 다시 플래시 돌았고요. 그 선택이 다시 플래시 again.
Jojo actually pulling ahead pretty nicely here in experience. So
번쩍할 수 없는 탑에.
He will have his ultimate. Five will be able to make impact.
레스트 선수의 판단입니다.
See Hongq trading so aggressively. Faker zooming out to safety though. Power of the phase rush. Keeps him standing. Hongq doing very well in the trades. Good discipline from Faker. Just instantly walks out. Keeping an eye on the purple.
Owner getting the jellies for Faker. 오너 선수.
Behind Doggo overall.
젤리 평타 때려주는 거 너무.
So a quick level 6 could be the difference in this 2v2.
And thanks to Doggo's gank,
탑의 세계는 정말 다르구만.
XP. So even though Rest did use his flash level 1, didn't really mean anything, right? He wasn't punished for it.
Okay, good poke.
And with Doran dying, he's able to fully catch up. Slightly behind in gold, but not really going to be the end of the world.
라인을 향해 가야 되긴 하는데 뭔가.
Doran just gonna retreat. Crucially doesn't.
스킬 하나하나가 중요하긴 했어, 맞지만.
Yeah, would have been in real trouble if the wave was in a slightly different position.
Faker's gonna grab jellies here again. Faker 선수 젤리 지금 다 먹고 있죠. He's grabbing 10 jelly.
Has his flag
말금이 10개 다 먹었습니다.
Experience we talked about, but I think they spotted.
This is 0-5, Renato 0-2 in
with the
MSI.
sweeper, the ward, which means that T1's
I mean, if Gumayushi Kalista can't win, then no Kalista can win. Because Gumayushi Kalista's so cleanest, one of the cleanest for sure.
But it was the objective
I mean,
fight to really start
like Viper.
Faker caught out Q flash from Jojo. Instant bubble. 8 minutes in, they've already claimed the feat of warfare. Grubs are spawning and they're.
마이금이 10개를 먹었는데 마이금이 10개를 먹어 왜요? 이렇게
on the bottom side of the map. It looks like they'll just accept the trade. They'll accept the cross map, take first Drake of the game in exchange for these grubs.
He didn't realize like enemy support them and ADC are gonna be mid. I guess they swap mid.
Take it. One another. Drake now being started here by T1.
This is a
Looks
little
like
bit
the
tragic.
trade is going to be Drake for T1.
Well,
but
I mean,
kill
grabs
going to CFO, and those grubs are also on the way. As Doran,
it's fine.
Again, kind of mosquitoing around. But looks like
그래,
for now
Doran
we'll be
선수.
able to stall.
Doran will carry, guys.
Realm Warp available. We'll see if they actually want to commit to this. If the wave is cleared.
Krogel or Doran?
Doran standing guard. Loves his objectives, as we all know.
Very true. Seeing if maybe he can sneak a kill to get over Eager. Owner level 6 here on the bottom side. Quick heal coming out. Faker on the way in. Good tidal wave to start, but Doggo doesn't really have any mana. Nice ulti coming in from Guma to reset the tower aggro. Doggo living for an extra second. Decent damage, and Owner now forced to flash away, but they got what they came for. Hongq here trying to extend the fight. Hoping to find the punish.
Nice Q from him! Nice Q from Carrier! Oh my gosh, I think he might still be dead though.
Wants a bit more damage. Junja
okay,
again, keeping the play going. The extra movement speed coming
Carrier
in from
just
Kyle,
leaving.
the tidal wave, but they might not need it. Hongq on the chase. Carrier ready with the handshake to try and
Hongq was
disengage. Faker
flash,
looks like he will just be sacrificed here. Bubble to follow. Junja going to be donated
might
to
look
kill.
for more. Hongq's looking for more
taking it
here.
in the end with the pullback. And an excellent turn from the side
Bro,
of CFO T1.
아니 다이브 깔끔하게 안 됐어 근데. That dive just wasn't as good because Kalista started tanking. Kalista가 tanking 하면 안 되거든요. Kalista tanking power is really bad because he has to back out, but he's the one who's supposed to do damage there.
Sitting on Essence Reaver, Guma was, when that play started, just sitting on steel caps. So there just wasn't that much damage available realistically, which means that response from CFO, great yet again. Doggo just pulling further ahead as we take a look here.
Look!
Stall for such
yeah, Carrier started tanking, which is fine. And then Guma pulls him back, which is also fine. But then why is Kalista tanking? Oh, Owner has to tank it.
He doesn't get to join because they have already ramped up. And then Owner trying to kind of get him out, but I think they've pretty quickly realized. And I want you to look Faker's flash timing while this is happening. If he has his flash here, I think he flashes over the wall.
Aura is busted champion, like what the hell, bro? Ulti literally, he ulted over the wall.
Finds the Q flash, obviously nothing that Faker can do, and CFO running the early game, you're really getting the full
No,
value
that's a fucking
skirmishing on it. As
worry.
we said,
Don't worry.
if this
괜찮아,
Lucian
괜찮아.
gets ahead, the game becomes so much harder. Because contesting mid-wave when Doggo has any form of backup is hard. I say that as he's laning 1v2, does still need help.
Don't tilt.
Although, does he?
Some form of backup has appeared as Doggo is still really hurting. And I think, again, I want to call our minds back to the mid lane matchup. Because I think HongQ getting a lot of support, but doing well with the resources he's been given, and for the second game in a row, finding these leads over Faker
there's no
early
throw.
on. Now Rise is a champ who
straight up
scales
losing.
fantastically into later stages.
Throwing is when you have a
but
lead and then you throw in a
HongQ in
lead,
good
but
position to make the
there is
difference,
no
and
lead to throw.
It's insane
Unless
to
you're
me
talking
how
about CFO, but
consistent
CFO's not
Jojo
throwing
is the
either.
player we have to watch.
It's wild, right? Has really stepped up. As we see here, the gold at 14, even in game number 1, wasn't going the way of Faker, but he also didn't fall.
아파요. This Lucian hurts.
Doggo
Lucian.
The kills that were found, right? But he wasn't dying on repeat. He already has died as many times as he did in the entirety of that previous game. And unfortunately, I think for Faker, we're really seeing what we saw
this
in
Lucian is
BLG
scary.
domestically as well. After 2 years where his spring split domestically was really top
limit testing
level,
and perfect performance on pressure, all good.
The struggles
so,
that he found outside of specifically the playoffs seem to continue, and CFO making excellent use of that, continuously finding these plays on him.
But even if he doesn't have the gold leads in the early game, we saw what he could do mid to late on the Annie. Rise, set up with the Realm Warp, still a champion who scales fantastically as the Realm Warp now comes in. Owner looking to find his target. HongQ locked up for a moment and trying to make it out.
HongQ is also Nami and Lucian are coming down though.
So ulti
Nami Lucian이 먼저 내려와서
Fakers as well. So 2 for 1
도망을
trade in favor of
가능한가요?
CFO.
Yeah, the moment they see Junja, like we
man.
we
It's
don't
okay.
want that
Ult
heat,
for
that's
ult
too
is
much.
fine. Ult for
Doran
ult.
hasn't backed yet.
On the way.
Rest has, but if there's
Faker-
anyone
Faker's
here in
0-3.
top lane, he's dead. By the way, but they did see
Faker-
Junja, so I think Doran feeling a little
Faker's
safe. That's
0-3.
the only lead there
He did get perma
for
gank,
T1
but
right now. And some of the matchups, I think, to be expected, particularly again the jungle matchup and Junja.
게임이
with the way
간
he's
것
been
같은데
playing,
에이
Owner
아닙니다.
3-6 doesn't get to do that much, and we
괜찮아요.
need to start
상대
seeing
조합이 좀 많이
4T1
무섭긴
some of
한데
these skirmishes, because otherwise I think
괜찮아요.
CFO, the only thing they have been able to do is stack the Drakes. And
우리도
in
후반
about 40
나쁘지
seconds,
않거든.
they should be starting that.
도란,
Can
페이커
this team replicate some of the same
파밍하다
team fights that we
보면은
saw in the
팸
previous
나오다
match where they were
보면은
attacking from multiple
달라요.
angles? It's harder on the
복구도
run. This time you do
본레인
it explicit
구도
to keep you safe, but
맞아.
it's not the
그건
same
좀
level
있긴
of
해.
engaged
바텀
threat
구도가 조금.
that Nico brings through.
근데 애초에 근데 칼리스타 레나타가 요즘은 막 라인전 이기는 그런 건 아닌 것
Not even a
같아서.
full completed item from Guma as Keria is taking an
Pokemon.
immense amount of damage. Heal just
Bro.
for the movement speed. Try to get
If
out
your
of the
Monday
bowling.
completed, Pokemon.
This is what we're talking about. Once you get ahead on this Lucian,
Big
with the electrocute. The funniest part is that there was obviously a large time where Nami took electrocute back when that interaction still worked. You get rocket.
He's a bully.
Free spouse and Lucian is, oh my god, HongQ.
Forced to flash out, flash for flash trade, and again, this is something
That's
that we've
Drake?
seen.
아니 뭘
this
너
tournament
딜이
so
너무
far.
세
Just
그냥 상대
chipping away
팀이.
these cooldowns
Lucian
before
damage
major
is
fight.
crazy. Aurora
Drake
damage
gonna
is
be picked up
crazy.
by
What is
Jojo.
even going on?
HongQ sticking around in mid lane, knowing that that ulti was used in the previous fight. It's just 5 seconds
Oh,
away.
these bubbles are all
But
connected
Owner
from
already
Kaiwing.
getting chunked out.
아니, 오늘
CFO
카이윙 선수
running
뭔가
the
스킬이
riff
되게
right now.
날카로운데
2,000
네오라도
gold in the lead at
그렇고
14
이번에
minutes.
나미도 스킬이 잘 맞는 것 같아요. Like today, Kaiwing is kind of playing really well. Like the skill shots are all connected from Nami. And Leona last game too.
Not a given.
He
The
was
last
actually
time
hitting
around,
skill
they were
shots.
very firmly in control, but that mid lane turret falling early as
Owner caught out for a
Okay.
moment. HongQ. The burst damage is there, but Faker now wants to take down Kaiwing, but he might be the one who's in trouble. Flash forward, gets a little bit extra movement speed.
Go on!
The phase rush
Okay,
is in
well,
there, and HongQ grabs another T1.
Double kill for HongQ.
Try to get
That's
something
fine
back,
though.
but it just doesn't work.
flashing for that kill. Just
뒷목이
trying to
지금
desperately get anything.
my
Meanwhile,
neck
Junja
is so.
is just wrecking a
My neck
turret.
is in pain.
Breaking the vault.
뒷목이 땡기는데.
And credit to CFO again.
What the hell, bro?
Top lane changed, but top lane isn't where the action is happening.
It's
Although,
fair.
as I say that, Keria getting things kicked off. Q3
Okay.
to go for rest. It doesn't look like he's going to have an easy way out of this. Was hoping to find the ulti, and he will at least be able to take Doran over the
설마
wall.
이거
Nice
지는
healer
건
coming in.
아니겠지?
Omnivamp on the ulti, but he
No
gets
mana
away
on
from the
Doran, though.
Pathmaker. That's the crucial skill. Rest back and
W
can't cancel
roots
it
are early.
Q3 taking some time.
Oh
Doran in
my
trouble,
gosh!
but
If
manages to get the shutdown. HongQ
Doran,
on the
if you
way.
died there,
Doggo chasing as well. That's the
¿Cómo
call.
that? What the hell is that
The
damage?
electrocute Brock finishing
아니
it.
잠시만요.
He's John Wick.
What do you mean? I don't want to be both. What the
It
hell?
can't be both. Have to pick sides, Dracos. His owner tries to get anything on the cross map, but CFO
티원아.
running
이게
the rift in this game number
뭐냐고요?
2, and
What's going on?
in game number 1 we saw a glimpse of this early on, but then once the fight started, T1 was able to find back the pace. As it's really just Doran right now who is able to consistently find a decent impact, as we see the 6-man roster here of CFO obviously having kind of a breakout performance at first stand as well.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, the only one to make it back as far as representatives go here to MSI.
And so far making good on that as they pull ahead in this game too. T1, you highlighted it so well, right? It was the angles of attack, how well they fought, how well they leveraged their composition in the previous game. That
look at that heart. That's adorable.
You gotta respect.
Love that. Good for you, Doggo.
Now
It's a great
you're
picture.
so wholesome. CFO set up on Herald, and unfortunately, T1 are just disastrously far behind.
My rare gambling game is a
now
lot.
we look at
Negative
scaling.
2k chance.
We look at what does it look like as we go later into the game, and the answer is you have a Jax.
Guys, game's not over yet.
Wukong, they're powerful
Only
tools,
down
but
4,000
CFO
gold, don't worry.
aren't going to give you an inch. Coling coming through, clean combo again.
Start
Jojo
worrying.
grabs the
Start
kill.
worrying.
And again, they're just making these side lane picks look so effortless.
Now top lane's gonna fall as well. Might even
Start
be an
worrying,
inner
guys.
here at 17 minutes.
Immediately.
And if you think that there's not enough damage yet on CFO in about 2 minutes,
I mean, Rice can't
Colonel
live.
Drake is spawning as
Ulti across
ultimate.
the top.
Okay.
Doggo doing decent damage, but has
Okay,
the
well, that is some insane damage coming through. Come on, Beth. Oh my.
Doran?
야, 이거 졌는데?
He's arriving, but the room's already on fire.
잠시만요, 우리 3세트 가야 될 것 같은데요. 잠시만, 오지로질 하거든. What is even going on? I don't even know, but I think we lost, guys. What the hell?
Junja running the map, and the bot lane Doggo and Kaiwing
What the hell?
making such good use with these roams, with this map play. And T1 just
Baldy
continues to
Knight
get
coming
caught off
soon,
guard.
guys.
And
Baldy Knight coming
0,
soon.
1, and 8. This is the guy that we look at engaged champions
I
only.
mean,
Maybe a
they just do
Renata
so
in
much
there as
damage
well,
right now.
but really showing up on this Nami, making it work. Supportive role for sure, but overall, dominant performance thus far. I mean, just look at the bottom of the screen. 1.7, 1.1, 2.6. Massive leads for 3 of the members
그러니까
of
이거
the side
진짜.
of CFO. And not really balanced out by what Doran has been able to do in isolation.
Well, also Doran, realistically in this game, the expectations, okay, guys, I'll be fine early game. Obviously,
There
actually was
is
able
still
to make
a
an
win
impact.
chance, but
And then once I had 2 items, I'm a menace in the side lane. And then he gets there.
Kinda
we
rough
will
right
get there
now.
soon. It looks the rest of the map, and it's Dyer, his owner. Maybe looking, but that's a Cassante.
And you can see that T1 know that this is their avenue of attack, playing through Doran. But it's so hard when the enemy top laner is playing Cassante.
I guess
when he can just dodge
Kalista
so much of the
Renata
CC,
is
but
a
they're determined to
bait,
try
guys.
again.
There's a reason why they have
Recall
0
going in
wins this
from
MSI.
Faker, Q3 ready to go. Quick flash out from Rest.
They're trying to Cassante. They're trying to kill Cassante. 아니 다 죽어 진짜. 잠시만. They're all gonna die. They're all gonna die. They're all gonna die. They're all gonna die. They're all gonna die.
It's a stomp, Dracos, in game number 2. T1, so often they make a play, and you look at this, they can't keep getting away with this. Guess what? They didn't!
And it's the only time where ulting the clone is optimal. He's not in threat anymore.
As right there, Junja with the flash Q gets the Rise CC. The Realm Warp does not take T1 to safety, and as reinforcements arrives.
I heard a nice, respectable nice is Doggo's still just going.
Carry a flash.
Double TP and T1 are trying to fight their way through this deficit, and it's not working out. Doggo already on the way out. Blast Cone on the way in. Kaiwing supporting from the backside with a bit more damage. Faker untouched, but it does not matter because it's Doran set to fall. Easy pickup for Doggo. Kaiwing still chasing. Q over the wall from Junja. Vault Breaker to kick things off. The bubble hits! Kaiwing! Giving the kill over to Hong Q. Faker running, CFO unrelenting in their pressure as the double kill comes through the twofold hex. Rest chasing, owner falling, CFO running the rift.
That's gonna be the inner falling. Nothing that T1 can do. You can see the desperation, some of these flashes, some of these hard forced plays. It's not working out. The only solace for T1 is that they got a dragon and a grub. That's it.
Open mid lane.
No drakes. Sorry, no turrets rather. I don't think
이거는 스크림이었으면 소린이다 진짜. 스크림이었으면 바로 다음 게임 가는 건데 그 정도로 게임이 터졌는데.
So now massive advantage in terms of flowers overall on top of all of the gold 10,000. I mean, we could just list it off. CFO 100% in the driver's seat, and T1, I respect the instincts to try to fight your way out, but every time they've tried, it's just gotten worse. They have only dug themselves deeper.
새벽 3시에 일어나서 이게 뭐냐고. Waking up at 3 a.m. for this.
If you fall behind early with a comp like this, not that much you can do.
Shout out to the stats team who pulled this up for us. Faker has never died more than 8 times in an international games. 8 deaths.
He's 171. I just realized Faker's 171.
Chengdu. On the cusp of breaking that
Mr. Faker, why are you 171?
And CFO potentially the team to do it.
페이커 선수 7데스는 정말 귀한데 8데스 이상 해본 적이 없다는데 그게 대전에서.
It was T1 who fumbled a bit. They fought their way out. But CFO was such a commanding
Mr.
lead.
Faker just stand back and try not to die anymore. Fun to be a KDA player, because honestly,
in the early game,
game's looking doomed, guys.
Making his impact in bot, getting his own
KDA
buff,
player
immediately
angle.
setting Honky up for success, because the Aurora is the type of pick where if you don't at least get a good starter, you can't fall behind, or you really very quickly just don't do that much, or your damage doesn't feel as impactful, even if you get on top of the back line.
그냥 칼리스타 레나타 진짜 개똥인 것 같은데요, 아무리 봐도.
Well, T1's got to try something. Looks like we're going for another play on
이니시도 부족하고 라인전도 약하고 후반도 약하고 못 들어가는
거야. There's nothing here for T1. They have no idea.
I mean, that's what happens when you're behind. Turns out when you're behind, you don't have anything to do. Oh, the
blue buff, and that's about it. They now will see
surprise,
Doggo
surprise.
at the very least.
I don't know if you've ever played League of Legends, but when you're
members of
down
CFO
like
there to cover,
10k gold, you can't do anything.
Face checking these
Can't even
brushes
face
could
check
be
the bush.
Carry at least with the celestial opposition feels comfortable as Doran steps up top side.
Dracos,
chill.
It's a Blade of the Ruin
King. What do you mean chill?
Into free completed items.
What do you mean chill? How can I chill? We're 10k down to CFO.
Do you need to say anything else? I think we'll just let
say it. 10k down.
Maybe you have a
it's a
Longboard the tie.
This is an insurmountable lead. T1 would need
다음
a
뱀픽
miracle in
준비해야
this
될
game
것
to
같은데
come
아무리
back.
봐도.
And time is running short.
We'll see if T1 magic is powerful as GAM magic. I don't think that it is
Calista
in this one,
Renata?
Dracos.
All I'll say is as long as the Krug Lord is in
Should
the
have
game,
played the
you never know.
Caitlyn Bar thing.
200 gold lead.
Should have took out the Caitlyn Bar down.
Only lead they have now. It's the only lead they have.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I don't see it.
No, yeah. At this point, that glass is a shot glass.
All right.
There's not a lot
Owners
in there.
on a deep flank.
Doran, it's time to sacrifice
They
yourself
don't
to the
have a TP
Krug.
ward. I do think they need to get Doran and Faker there as well. And CFO Saware as well. They're not going to fall for it.
Doggo stepping up. Guma in
Guma,
trouble. Carry
he's going to get dashed again. Oh, okay.
Uses the heal, ready with the
Barrier
bailout.
heal. Nice.
But again, chipping away at those cooldowns before the next major objective. It's barrier and heal.
Faker,
taken out of the equation.
shockwave. We need
All
something like
flashes
that
up
happen.
Except for Honky on the side of CFO.
I don't know if that's going to happen. Our comp is just
better team fighting.
Not good when you're behind,
the key to success
complex.
for T1 in game 1. Now, the wallet diff should be insurmountable.
당연히 타워를 다 막지 상대가 바보가 아니죠.
The problem is that's not enough because outside of rest, every
먹으면
single
진짜
member on
개맛있는데.
CFO is so
타워
fat
밀면은
that
좋아요.
I can just see them carry the fight.
You know what?
그래서 그러면 아니 2세트잖아 여러분. 젠지랑 AL도 1세트.
We are grasping at the tiniest straws.
안 좋았잖아요 플레이가.
우리는
1세트 이기긴 했지만 2세트를 지는 걸로.
Like the really bad paper straws that immediately get soggy. Those are the straws we're grasping at.
No, I just
there should be no
I want to
way.
drink my tea. Don't give me a soggy straw. You need to steal Baron, all right? Start with that. So CFO, under no circumstance, and I don't think they will. I think they're gonna just deny vision.
CFO is
maybe
no
start
joke,
Baron
though.
immediately.
할인님 멤버십
You
가입
just want to
환영합니다.
fight here.
웰컴 유튜브
아니,
As long as
할인님
you don't give an
감사합니다.
opportunity for owner to somehow get a crazy steal here.
He's waiting.
There's just no shot,
할인님, thank you.
right? 41 to hold on. As soon as Baron goes down, you're done.
CFO.
Just turn on to the Wukong CFO.
Willing to flip
T1
it, it would
classic
seem.
incoming.
How will they keep owner from getting into the pit? Doggo, quick calling to chunk out Carrier. massive chunks. The TP now goes in. It's Doran in the backside of the pit. They're starting to retreat. Doran with the stun. Will back out.
Love to see it. Look for the turn.
TP down, taking their time. Discipline, the name of the game here. Faker finds a quick block up. Owner immediately goes in.
Oh my gosh, the TP from
Hongq goes golden. He's
oh
ready.
My gosh, just
T1, one last desperate gambit.
And mid.
Faker's the only man standing as Doran 2 will fall. CFO on the victory march to tie the series.
And the gambit unsuccessful. CFO. They're not gonna flip.
Okay, Faker didn't die 8 times. It's so good,
get
guys.
The shove out, maybe get a
Faker 선수 지렸어요.
Don't have to look for the end.
솔직히 그냥 끝내주는 게 맞다. 이거는 보내줘야 된다. 워낙 큰 사고가 터져가지고.
An attempt from Faker to flash.
KD player? What do you mean?
The stopwatch is there.
What do you mean?
And we see
He's not a KD
the
player.
immediate ult from Kaiwing as well to keep his
or
team
else he
safe.
wouldn't be fucking dying 7 times.
And the hits keep coming for T1 as our stats
he used to
team
be a
is
KD player as well.
ruthless. This is the worst T1 gold deficit at 20 at an international.
When I first played League of Legends, I was addicted to the yellow KDA, like 5 KDA
The
plus.
previous record was 2024 MSI versus BLG at minus 7.6.
Do they get this dragon? That'd be,
Hearts of Diamond 5, Diamond 4.
They need to get out as well. That's the bigger
Trying
issue.
to maintain good KDA.
Jojo ready to go over the wall. They see objective bounty has been claimed, and now they're chasing.
Wait, this is actually good, no? Carry
Well grouped. Realm Warp not quite available, but they will be able to walk away, getting something back. A brief glimmer of hope.
Right, 2.5 minutes on the Rebel Baron power play for
아직 끝나지 않았습니다, 여러분.
Getting these inhibitors truly denying
22대
T1 access
3이긴
and
한데
looking at the item finishes,
14,000
we are
골드
now
차이긴
4
한데
items for Dodo
14k
to 2
gold
for
gap
Guma.
for the...
Faker
This is
still
not what I
doesn't have any
imagined.
Utility, just has a little bit of beef.
What happened to T1, man? It's the Canada Air, guys.
Tanky items, but
what the fuck did Canada do to T1? This is not the T1 I know.
T1 walk forward, immediate Q3 to pull back. Coming in from rest. Hongq
Doran,
off to the side. Quick
Pokemon.
use. The Seekers to keep Doran standing, but it looks like he'll fall as well. Doggo completely untouched.
Good
The
ball.
base wide open. T1 pulling back. CFO, they've got the wall at 15k in their favor. T1, there's no way they can hold this. Confidence. An incredible pace of game from CFO in game 2. One final stand for T1.
People have been not sleeping on CFO. Yeah, CFO is really crazy good though, for real though. However, T1 is also crazy bad. Like, I'm not even joking. Go rewatch how they were playing in the LCK playoffs, by the way. LCK Road to MSI? This is not how T1 played in Road to MSI.
And after game number 1, if you go,
oh,
you
Mr. Faker!
CFO won a game.
Mr. Faker, Mr. Faker.
아니
진짜 뭐야?
a couple of key decisions.
뭐야?
But if you would have told me that this is one of the most one-sided losses that T1 has ever seen, couldn't have seen that one coming, Dracos.
I didn't, but maybe the analyst desk did. Let's hear what they have to say.
I didn't either, but given the way CFO played in game 1, I'm actually not that surprised to see them bring it in game 2 here, especially guys when you consider the way the game started, because things started collapsing very early on in the early game.
But it also initially looked pretty rough, right? Like, Rest having to flash in just to try to get XP.
Props to CFO,
that
y'all.
looked really rough. They were
CFO
getting shoved in on the bot side. And that
아니 오늘 진짜 캐리아 선수 그때 너무 컨디션 안 좋아 보이는데? 카이밍 선수가 컨디션 좋아 보이고 캐리아 선수가 컨디션 안 좋아 보여. 아니 이게 왜냐면은 남이 큐가 다 맞아요. 남의 큐 반응이나 무빙으로 피하는 것도 안 되고. I mean, like here, like what is Keria doing here? 여기에서 라인전이 끝났어. I mean, that's when the game boom, like the bot lane boom. At that point, I don't know what Keria was doing there. And then Faker just perma dying to buy game. 미드에서 갱을 너무 많이 당해줬고 여기서 도란 레인 수업, 라인 수업 대응이 안 됐죠. 바텀이 라인 서브를 들어오는데.
Really good. I like the composition from CFO. Just had the range difference. I was a little concerned. It's always a skill check whenever you have to deal with a Kalista Renata, but they passed that check.
Absolutely, and fantastic performance from Lucian Nami as a whole. When you look at the bot lane, we were talking about how Junjia usually is the one leading the pace in the early game and the one controlling the enemy team. I feel like this move, especially, maybe is something that helped the team.
T1 was like, red alert, we must escape. Junjai did not let that happen. The cancellation with his flash Q to stop it from happening, and here comes
진짜
Hong Q to
바이.
just get the job done.
준지야 바이.
Love this play. They already had a
홀리.
lead before this point. CFO just solidified it.
Yeah, that was the backbreaker actually, right? Because if they get out, maybe they can.
Driver's just jumping. He's like, wow.
Absolutely not.
드라이버 진짜 레전드네. He almost touched the ceiling, guys.
Absolutely popped off on his Aurora. I'm gonna focus on Doggo.
Cute,
actually,
yeah, that's pretty cute.
Because
Maybe
previously he did go to MSI with PSG Talon, right? But he was selected. He
Yo, thank you so much, Tristan. Thank you so much for the soul and the 43 months. Welcome back to the microphone.
Going into this, CFO did some YouTube content. They were interviewing their players.
Angry owner is over, guys.
You know, this MSI is super
Angry
important to
owner.
me because it's an MSI I earned like for myself.
앵그리 오너 나왔기 때문에 이제 끝나지 않았나. GG, goodbye CFO. Angry faker, angry owner.
Yeah.
Not an engaged support.
True.
Angry T1.
Little risk, but it worked.
Looked pretty good, especially in the composition
so
that
Honor.
T1 was playing, because we saw Honor trying to go
근데
in. We saw
피곤해
the
보이긴
rest of the
한다.
composition from T1 trying to go in. You always had
Honor
that
looks
landing
tired, I'm
wave
worried.
ready to bounce back and just push them back.
Yeah, I enjoyed it because I was always a little
Bring out the
concerned
Jinzhao.
to see
We already
if the
played
Renan
Jinzhao
ulti
game
was
1.
going to be a major factor, but I felt like Kaiwing always countered it just so like stopping any level of engagement.
남이 이제 불탄 거 보고 안심했더니 정작 불탄 거 우리 집이라고 불나는 거.
Feeling like he really earned getting to that stage is a big one. Just knowing that like. Technically, when he got
Guma's angry
unified
too.
at that time,
Angry
he put his name on the
Guma?
map, worked in the LPL, all these things, but he always knew he really wanted to get
구마
here
열심
on his
선수
own
뭔가
work, his
앵그리
own
앵그리
volition.
상태인데요.
Now CFO, anyone that was a doubter based on the first stand results, immediately proven wrong. That was a ridiculous lead that they were able to hold on to.
Well, and look at Doggo. I just highlighted his damage because he did
Oh, nice.
28.4k damage, right? And you see this is his personal you know, gold difference. That was the gold difference over time. Kind of insane. Both the Aurora and the Lucian popped off.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny too, because before he went into pro play, you know, hearing that Hong Q's name was Chihuahua.
Yeah.
And
Nice damage.
Belated happy birthday, Chihuahua. You turned 18 just yesterday.
Nice damage.
So it was the Chihuahua Doggo combo that really reigned terror that game.
Turned 18 yesterday.
T1 needs to
met
stomp here.
Faker
Yeah,
for the
angry
first time
T1 out.
Here today, and something that we highlighted on social media was the fact that when Faker won Worlds for the first time,
아니 뭐야?
6 years old.
Hello, Mr. Faker.
It's not only meet your heroes, stomp your heroes on lane and in game here. Amazing.
Hello,
statement from Hong Q.
Yeah, this is
It's adorable.
I can already hear the K-popified song in my head.
POV. POV, you're shaking hands with the
Alright,
goats.
talking about the next game, we have a series right now between these two teams, which is not something that I really expected. Honestly, CFO bringing in the vibes that they have.
옷가 까면 안 돼요. 이거 3대1로 끝내야 돼 그냥. We have to win 3-1 dominantly now. Come on.
It just has to be a little bit more of a challenge.
We cannot go game 5. Come on, come on, come on. I get it. CFO is way better than I expected. Than we expected. But T1 is literally just playing bad as well. Like we have to make a statement here.
Finding a draft that makes a lot more sense.
이게 그냥 여기에서
have to deal with the range advantage from T1 and also
옷가까지 가면은
if you're going to like the whole level 1 thing or level 2 thing around red buff, if you're going to do that, you have a ward over the wall, then pull it out. You don't have smite, then you really don't need to put yourself in that position because that was a really solid play that T1 had early on.
For the waiting room.
It actually did give up that bot lane prio, right?
Yeah.
And allowed the duo of Lucian Nami to get back in the game, so that was really important. I would just shore up these small early game things, right? Because we saw this in game 1 and game 2. I
Baker's
know
a real
T1 can
coach.
do
Come
it.
on,
They're
not saying
known
anything.
for their monstrous early games. So let's see.
We all know that.
And CFO don't want to make it easy for them because they're bringing back Driver
There he
here
is.
for game 3 as T1 has selected blue side. So let's see the approach they come up with here at MSI after the break.
Driver's back. Driver's back. 다시 드라이버 선수가 왔다요. 아니 계속 뭔가 정신이 그러니까 막 벤치에서 왔다 갔다 하니까 뭔지 알지? This is actually really smart from the CFO, by the way. They keep swapping out the top laner, so it's so confusing. 아니 크산테 잘하는 레스 선수 딱 들어와가지고 크산테 딱 하고 사이언 잘하는 드라이버 선수 사이언 하고 다시 이제 드라이버 선수 차례. 근데 옛날에 우리도 정글에서 막 뱅기 블랭크 이렇게 뱅기 블랭크 왔다 갔다 하면서 롤드컵 우승했던 적이 있었잖아요. SKT 시절. We used to do that too. Like T1 is actually very famous for having a 6-man, but this time we had Smash, but there was a lot of like drama and like unnecessary problems with that. I feel like people are just like so against like 6-man rosters now. But CFO is making it work. It's working for CFO. 피노 블랭크를 망했다고. 망한 거진 않고 그 시즌에 잘하긴 했지만 우승은 없었죠. 당연히 아쉽게도. Is there any rule that lets the other team know if a player? Yeah, I mean you know because you're when you're swapping someone, like it's notified to the enemy team. Yes.
Get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us.
Didn't Gam swap mid laners? Yeah, RS and
iPhone 16 Pro
both RS and Emo.
With Verizon.
They were swapping the two mid laners. But for Gam, like both their mid laners were bad. Like it was kind of bad, and like their champion pool is also similar too. But for here, Rest and Driver, the champion pool is different. I feel like T1 could have done the same with Smash, but like cause Smash has like Kai'Sa, Ezreal, and Zeri champion pool, so we could have swapped in Smash whenever we wanted like a Kai'Sa or Zeri game. But like T1 fans were just being like so angry because like they were against Gumayushi benched. I don't know. My opinion is that like Gumayushi is an amazing player, but like in Fearless Draft, having a 6-man roster is not that bad. You can use it to your favor, right? It's like it's part of the diversity that you can bring to the table, 100%. I also think like the T1 fans tend to be like very like parasocial and also a little bit overly. I'm wondering if they watch other sports. Like if you watch like soccer or football, yeah, it's very normal to get benched. Even the GOATs like Lionel Messi gets benched and stuff. Like it happens. It happens. And then you come back and you play again and you win your championship. It's not good. No, I was a little bit angry because like I guess like I'm so used to Koma's like 6-man roster tactic with Bengi Blank, Easy Hoon, Faker. Like this just worked out for SKT. I literally saw it work out. And then with Fearless Draft, like 6-man roster is fine, but I mean that's not even the problem. I'm not saying Guma's the problem here. The real problem is for T1 right now. Like the reason why we're having trouble is Keria is actually not performing very well. He's actually getting gapped here. Even game 1, like yes, he has some crazy Miko ults, but he also was getting perma caught out. His lane phase was not good. Like there's that, and then there's another problem. Like Faker is also kind of dying more than usual. Like usually Faker is one of those people who always lives like 10 HP. But as you saw, like last game, he was like, dying 7 times. 7 times! That's really high for Faker. Usually you never want your mid laner to die that much in general. Like if you're gonna die a lot, usually it's better for support to die a lot. Cause like support is just like whatever. But mid laner 100% you're gonna lose out on like a lot of XP. And you start falling behind quite a lot. He was getting perma ganked, yes. Probably had to play a little bit safer until like Owner and Keria can like move up towards mid and like try to get some vision down for him. Yeah, I think Vi was just insane as well. Don't get me wrong, CFO was just playing insane as well. Like it's not just like people playing bad. And also Doran, like he was winning lane, but he didn't really make an impact either, right? This Cassante just flashing in level 1 for the XP for the minions. I don't know, man. I don't know. Doran wasn't able to punish like Cassante flashing in, like no flash Cassante for 5 minutes. Nothing happened.
Incredible game from CFO. But as
Not
we've seen across this entire stage thus
Mr.
far,
Owner last
the
game.
expected favorites might drop a game, but no one has been able to transition it to that second win
okay,
yet.
to be
Will
fair,
CFO
Owner had like 3
be
losing
the first
waves.
to do it?
Honor had like 3 losing lanes last game, to be fair.
Adjusting expectations.
I always have to think about that.
That's
but yeah, 100% Vi was 100%
in this tournament, right? Have we I think seen a game that one-sided? But more importantly, even in all the free ones we've had at the main stage thus far,
completely
I feel like the one game was a lot harder fought. It was a lot more back and forth.
케빈님의 폭풍 피드백. 그러니까 이게 한 사람, 그러니까 이런 거 특히 이제 T1 경기에서 이런 경우가 많아요. 막 한 사람을 범인으로 주목해서 막 하는데 5명 다 뭔가 다 안 좋은 점들이 있었기 때문에 한 사람만이 문제가 아니라는 거지. 스매시 선수 얘기를 하는 거 자체는 드라이버 레스트 선수 이렇게 6맨 로스터 나오는 것 때문에 얘기를 한 거고. 그래서 이제 T1에서도 6맨을 많이 했었고 이제 꼬마 선수가 많이 기용을 해서 이제 꼬마 감독님이 많이 했었고 이제 이번에도 6맨이 가능했었지만 뭔가 이슈가 있었다. 근데 그것 때문에 진 게 아니라 그냥 토픽이 나와서 얘기를 한 거를 또 이제 설명을 하는 거죠. 부연 설명을 해야지. 지금 구마이시 선수 폼이면은 스매시 선수가 왔어도 경기를 한 판도 못 했을 거야 지금. 그 제리가 그렇게 좋은 메타가 아니거든요. 이제 제리가 막 그렇게까지 좋은 메타가 아니라서 칼사도 별로 안 좋아. 지금은 그냥 집중해서 전판에 했던 실수들을 다 같이 조금씩 실수를 했기 때문에 그거를 다 보완을 하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요. Look at it.
T1's tournament for a very long time. They still were generally able to get very high finishes. Not quite going the full distance, but yeah. As we get into this draw for game number 3, can't wait to see what CFO will bring after that dynamite in game number 2.
Now on the red side for the first time this series, T1 of course as the losers get side selection. First time on blue. See how this changes their approach, as a lot of the utility mid laners still removed from the pool.
캐럿 같은 것도 괜찮고 진짜 전판
mid lane bans as we are in Fearless.
전판 진짜 칼리 레나타 너무 일찍 뽑았나? 이런 생각이 들 정도로 너무 임팩트가 없긴 했어.
To a tankier top side, and I'm expecting not the use of a counter pick for top lane.
그래 이거 바드가 진짜 똥 싸기 정말 쉬운 챔프라서 컨디션이 조금 안 좋다 하면 오히려 더 최악일 수도 있습니다. 컨디션이 살짝 이런 상태? 확신이 없는 상태? 그러면 바드로 큐풀 이런 거 어떻게 갈기냐고. 스킬샷이 되게 중요한 챔프고 막 크랙 플레이 계속 해야 돼가지고 몸도 풍성이고 라인전도 약하고. Ari and Salas game now? You think so?
Understandably,
there's still a bunch of champions left.
A rough game like that. Definitely do. See if it is the Azir as you predicted to come through here. I think big for the side of CFO and their
I think we're gonna first pick jungle. I think
this series is that
we first picking mid as well.
And the Renata of
미드 챔프 선택할 만한 게 남았나 근데?
Surprise win with that Nami.
Yeah.
Azir.
More
if they don't ban Azir, we're picking Azir. 아지를 열려놓으면 그냥 아지를 선택하는 거야. There's no way they let us have Azir though. There's no way.
The Doran faces are cursed, but the Krug Lord sign is absolutely
Faker Azir, we win.
So good. And it was a big talking point coming to.
If they ban Azir, then we just first pick a jungle.
A couple of moments, but at large.
아지를 만약에 밴하면은.
Or game number 2, he's the only one of T1 that we couldn't really criticize as CFO.
No, so what we
make the same read, and I think targeting Faker in the draft, given how game number 2 played out and the colossal
first pick? 정글을 먼저 픽하지 않을까? 트런들? 오너 선수 트런들 했었대. 근데 뭔가 안 어울렸는데 우리 조합이랑. Gwen? Yeah, Gwen is open. I just realized. 그러네, they banned Zaya. They didn't ban Gwen. Gwen을 계속 밴하다가 갑자기 풀었죠. Krogler Doran will carry. Don't worry, guys. It's a win for T1. GG. 그래 이거지.
Storm off into the night.
They can play romp or they want.
Gragas a huge comfort pick for him.
제이스 하나? 그라가스가 그웬 상대로 별로 안 좋을 텐데. Gwen Dobby is really good into Gragas.
Remember, the previous matchup was an instant slam from T1. Callista, Renata, full
Gwen can W the Bomba combo, that's why. Bomba gets W.
Responses on red side.
No damage. I love TL.
When a high-stakes champion, if you fumble,
TL
make a mistake,
Trundle
absolutely take over.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Trundle.
You have been.
He's earned it.
You've been. Well, no one. if Canyon doesn't earn blind Trundle, no one earns blind Trundle.
No one earns blind Trundle.
Because I think that Jinja thus far for me has been the
100%
absolute
the best
standout.
performing player in this series.
트런들인데 제대로 한다?
If that was
오너 선수 앵그리 오너인데요. 앵그리 오너.
But blinding a Trundle like that, I don't think you can get away with that.
What the hell? First Zed jungle of the tournament, guys. 첫판, 제드 정글 MSI 첫 판입니다. 제드 자체가 첫 판이긴 하지. Channel the Valiant energy? Nah. Owner channeling his owner energy.
Faker and Zed that this is going to go towards owner.
I think if you think of Zed jungle, Talon jungle, who's the best in the world, you think of owner, honestly. There was a meta when Talon and Zed jungles were really meta every single game.
The blind Galio feels like, to me, another admission from T1.
Galio
they
mid?
just want to ensure that they get Faker on something.
Zed goes in, Galio goes on top of Zed.
With.
It's a good combo. Faker Galio?
Really need
wrap it up.
To go with this, right? They need someone that sets
wrap it up.
They need
T1
someone
free
that
win,
can
I
go
think.
in. Nautilus for me would be the prime one.
We have to watch out though.
Oh, come on, dude.
Swain! What the hell?
We're cooking with gasoline, baby.
야, 스웨인 트런들이면은 그때 진짜 안 죽겠다. 스웨인 트런들 am very scared, by the way.
CC, but immense dive potential, but there's not really a great dive target, and Drain Tanks seems to be the name of the game on the side of CFO. Swain, the Gragas, the Trundle, there's a lot of sustain in this
이론산 카운터라고요? 이론산이야 그냥 스웨인 개 좋은데? 아무리 봐도.
That said, eventually Doran
스웨인이
is going to have a decent time cutting through them, but that is really going to take a long time. T1 was not able to find it, but for me the most important is that it's owner on a carry. And the owner has been the carry on T1 for the long part of the summer split. It was mostly him setting up for the rest of his team, finding things like Zinzao so much control in the fight.
진이 딱 어울리긴 하네요, 조합이. Where are they gonna ban? They're probably gonna ban out another ADC? 원딜 세파를 더 배나는 거 아니야?
As highlighted,
maybe
he
Caitlyn
doesn't really have a target yet. Really, the best one is probably Trundle. I do have to say though, with Swain, it is a champion where if you start falling behind, it will feel very reminiscent of what happened in T1 in game number 1. We've seen this pick pulled out, I think, a decent amount as not just in the Galio, but into the Ahri as well for a little amount of time. But you do need to be able to actually drain tank for it to have consistent value.
Is Bard great here? Bard is amazing here. Bard is a counter to Trundle, by the way. 트런들 카운터가 바드이긴 해, 근데. 바드가 관문으로 도망가서 working portal out, so it's a counter to Bard. Counter to Trundle.
While the rest of his team dives forward, are getting more and more limited. Now,
carry a Bardo angle? Yeah, it's actually a Bardo angle, especially if that Jinx gets locked in. 징크스 쓸시 나올 수도 있긴 한데 바드 각이긴 해, 근데. 카이사 is a little bit rougher. 카이사는 조금 빡세긴 해.
If you do take that, because there is a lot of lane bullies still available. That's one of the ones that I was going to go for.
Caitlyn?
I like this
He's just trying to deny the Caitlyn.
Doggo.
He's trying to deny the Caitlyn for Guma.
Senna.
Gina는 팬입니다. Aphelios, Ashe. I think Ashe makes more sense.
Thinking about it.
Aphelios did get buffed this patch. 이번 패치 앞에 버프긴 한데. Are we gonna play like?
Come on. Not that. Nope. Not that.
Yeah.
Already off the wall. Might as well commit.
Come on.
Senna, Tom Kench. Senna, Tom Kench.
Okay, it's fine. It's
Senna, Tom Kench. I don't think you even need Senna.
Give us the 200 years, but we'll take the 200 stacks
what are we picking
instead if he can.
Senna Thresh.
And potentially controversial duo from a lore standpoint, but
I think enemy team's gonna play Bard.
Might work.
I'm worried.
Okay.
Anger carry on. Thresh first time Thresh in MSI. I haven't seen Thresh in like 5 years, by the way. Lolas was banned. Lolas was banned.
We can go towards Morgana. We can go towards Karma. Karma to me, the most versatile.
Oh my gosh, the Blitzcrank Bard. The Blitzcrank Bard.
Is it the crank for Karma?
Boost Father.
The crank Dracos.
We're gonna have a conversation about America.
I think Blitzcrank is really bad for them though. Boots는 되게 안 좋아 근데. Oh, bro makes more sense. You don't want to be playing Blitzcrank because you're gonna hook the Gwen into your team. You're gonna hook the fucking Galio into your team, right?
Certainly good with the amount of
Boots가 좀 안 좋긴 해 근데.
to stop the dive.
Gwen can also W the hook,
but
and Zed can also
now
dodge
going to be a bit more reliant on driver on this Gragas. This is by far the spiciest draft we've seen all of MSI 2025 so far.
제드를 믿는 조합이 아닌가. Zed has to play well here.
You had the sign and they didn't do it, so I'm sorry. You made a good
I don't know. Zed and Thresh has to play well. 제드 쓰레쉬가 잘하면
in this
이길 수
game,
있고.
look, I know there's stakes. but it's upper bracket. This is just going to
제드
be
스래시
awesome.
망하면은 그냥 망할 거예요.
Dude,
Dude, we lost the draft though. What the fuck is going on?
Obviously, the pick potential with the Thresh always going to be a big
I look at this
Still
draft
up the side
and I
lane
look at this draft.
We have Doran
This one?
on
엑소리아,
one of his
엑소리아
most
컴.
consistent picks.
얘는 여기는
And one of the
엑소리아인데
few picks
우리는
that can
우리 이거
actually
뭐냐고.
choose
우리
for
이거
the
뭐냐고.
members on CFO. Obviously,
그윽한
the theoretical
똥냄새가 나는 그
eventually
조합인데.
Senna does, but it takes so long.
스래시 세나는
On
도대체
the flip
무슨
side,
조합인지
for
모르겠습니다.
CFO, it's mid-game, mid-game,
What the hell
mid-game.
is Thresh
Turn
Senna
that
supposed to
early
accomplish?
bot lane oppressive matchup with the Caitlyn into
세나
some
할
skirmishing
거면은
with
탐캐치를 그냥
particularly that
뽑아서
Swain
뭔가
to
하던가.
try and not get T1 an opportunity to play the
Usually
game.
you wanna play like big tanky
T1 fans ready, they're excited.
champion with Senna.
But of course,
Master was popping off on Senna though. You guys remember Master
it's
Senna?
going to be thrilling. The thing is, I'm a
픽이 너무
frustrated. I have been
어지러워요.
for many
아니
years.
진짜
But if anyone on the face of this planet
이거 지면
can change
진짜
my mind,
초비상이라서 근데
is that man on your screen now with
서커스
the mod
해줘야겠지.
skin as well.
Bro, if we lose this, it's a good
Look for both supports here. No big surprises otherwise. To see
Spellbook
Junja
Thresh,
going for
Spellbook Braum.
PTA, which he's, as we can see there, obviously going to be great in the short trades.
And this is why junglers like blind trundle, is there's a lot of dopamine. It can be difficult without a tank on the enemy team, but
auto chomp auto.
Auto chomp
It feels great. He's playing into an 80 matchup as well. The big thing is obviously though that the ability to actually lock down the Z is minimal. And there really isn't
티어정리가
that many
복잡해져. 아니
ways
나는 진짜
to deny owner
제드
back
정글
on what to
세나
get the
스래시는
game,
정말
right?
충격인데?
There isn't, outside of driver, really a lot of immediate CC, and in his case I think he would also still often have to rely on the flash to really catch the Z off guard. But what a draft setup here, as Junja has been
CFO.
so consistent. Are they going to try
They're
to
doing the
again?
four-man
invade will
gang
definitely come through. This is a
on
brawl.
Breaker?
The level
No, they're
one is
just invading.
always going to be a menace.
이러면 반반 되는 거지. 오히려 좋아.
time on the
I mean, it's
receiving
okay.
end of
Pulling the
one.
wave on
They're
Thresh
level
is
one.
good. Pulling the wave
Jojo
on Thresh is
obviously
good.
really fast, single camp clear on this trundle. Maybe just wants to try to outpace owner. Zed, of course, in isolation though. Very easy for him to clear as we get the
wanna
picture in
highlight
picture.
as well, yeah. On the map, they are aware that owner is there. Not only that, they have also warded his own camp, so they will have a perfect timer
It's
of
fine, it's
where
fine.
the Zed is going to be at any
This
point.
is fine because
And the
Senna can
cool
heal
thing
up.
is,
It's fine.
even if you don't counter, what is going to happen is these
No,
two dudes are going
ghost
to get
on
as many
Sen-
pot shots.
no
pot
ghost
shots
on Caitlyn is
Carrier
good,
and
so.
on Guma. They're going to try and set up for a dive because the map is split vertically towards the top side for T1, bot side for CFO. And mid lane is not looking any better,
No, it
Dracos.
is not looking hot at all.
Alpha
Maybe once the
Faker.
phase rush is there, it gets a bit easier, and obviously support for ganks. Good CC in that lane.
They need to hit two.
For owner, but Junja on the way. Close, you can see bottom of your screen. Actually, they're pretty far away.
Ooh, sums are available, but heal was already used by Carrier.
Experience.
And yeah, if they were lower, maybe, but I think the dive would be a
I'm
gamble. You
tweeting,
do
guys,
really need
one
to stack
sec.
up the
I am
bomb passive.
tweeting.
Can do quickly with the auto resets on the trundle.
Let me
Still
like
level
focus on the
one.
game.
No
No,
one
I'm
here to
tilted.
cover.
I don't want to watch
Carrie
right now.
and Guma have to survive this.
I'm
This would be
closing my eyes.
disastrous. Junja starting to walk forward, lays down.
안
A
볼래요.
little bit of damage initially. Nice flash backwards as Guma's been taken out the dive. Flawless thus far. Kaiwing about to fall. Carrier tries to trade back. It will be a 2-for-1 in the favor of CFO.
개소네요.
This CS, it's an absolute disaster for T1.
개소네요.
They saw the
This is so
Caitlyn, we can
bad.
get away with the Senna. As it turns
Oh
out,
my goodness.
very much not the case.
I don't want to watch
As
anymore.
the double comes through for Doggo, and we saw how he played with a lead in game number 1. And to add insult to injury, Doran is just trying his best. The bot lane is rotating up. They might look for a counter dive, but reinforcements are on the way for
A
Driver.
little bit lower. Already burned his
Level
W.
up.
Should be a quick fall. Level up there. Owner, the Living Shadow, comes out, but he's not able to get the auto attack. Not able to get the content for the
아니,
weak, and there's a
진짜
bomb
이러지
here just
마세요.
waiting for him. One stack.
Oh my gosh, Doran's
Got the
gonna
Kabam
die.
ready to go there as Doran starts to run.
Doran!
Forces the flash
Nice
as
flash,
well.
good flash,
Deal.
good flash, good flash.
Gets the flash, but I think T1 should just be happy that they didn't give over another kill to this Caitlyn. Maybe looking for a cancel here.
How much
On
are they
to
willing to
Doran.
take? Built over Peacemaker,
There you
forcing him
go.
back. Nice advantage for Tempo as
Oh my
Driver's
God,
already
look
reset
at
to
tower
lead bot
state.
lane.
It's a disaster here in the early
잠시만,
game for
진짜
T1.
나-
CFO
oh
are just
my.
reading them like a book, running around the map. Junja again, 2 assists before the first full clear is done.
And also the fact
Oh
that in
my
that previous
gosh,
tower dive, both kills go to Doggo.
man,
It's so crucial because
so-
look at that serrated Dirk in inventory. So much damage in the short trades. Guma's not going to be the kind of
Someone tell me this is a meme. This is a fucking dream, right?
I don't think he's going to be.
This is a dream for sure, right?
Live in this lane. I think stacks are it's like 5 steps down the line.
A terrifying prospect.
There is a good amount of vision here. They see Junja
on the way.
Guma doesn't.
Good lantern.
Ooh, okay, does have the clan still, so would have been fine even if the passive does get procced.
Faker. Wandering down to place a little bit of vision. Owner is here on the bottom side, but Driver, again, there's no CC for Doran. So as long as Driver doesn't step too far forward here, he's in a decent spot. The cannon wave taking up a bit, but it's not quite a full freeze. Doggo does get rooted, and Owner just continues to wait in the darkness.
No flash.
Driver stepping up.
Doran doesn't hit the damage.
Cascord just hit level 6.
What is going on? 아니, what is this? 그냥 아니 정글을 돌아야 될 것 같은데요.
CFO want to get aggressive, but a good flay.
I mean, they keep trying to gank Grace, but Grace is
doesn't spend too much time there.
제드가 그냥 CS를 먹는 게 나을 것 같은데. I mean, I think he should just full clear into 6, by the way.
When it comes to either gold or CS, to the Trundle, you know the early game not been going the way that you've been looking for. We do see T1 trying to at least fight back a little bit here towards the top side of the map, but this wave state remains rough, and it means that Doggo can take so many pot shots, and again, it's a serrated Dirk, as you highlighted. And Driver, he's chilling. He's Gragas on weak side. He doesn't need to care.
And while Doggo's still wildly far ahead in terms of CS, range advantage for Carrier at least means they're able to walk up a bit in this lane. But it will just be Junja starting the objective, spotted on vision.
Hey, I tweeted, guys. I tweeted.
Know they have a window of opportunity if they want to get anything done. Faker already has pressure in mid lane, but
crashing out on X.com. Let's go. Crashing the fuck out.
Cask burned there.
아니 이건 솔직히 난 보기가 힘들어 지금. 경기에 집중이 잘 안 되죠. 경기 집중하면은 더욱더 멘탈이 나갈 것 같죠. 픽이 애초에 너무 힘든 픽을 해버려가지고. T1 is starting the game on a back foot because the draft is just so fucking bad. Like,
sitting on a giant's belt. And Owner, he's like, oh, is there a Raptor camp for me, please? Not yet. Spawning soon, though, so we'll be able to pick that one up. Should be able to get him at least close to level 6. Monkey gonna take a look here. I don't think, even if Owner hits 6, I don't think he is threatening. Nope, XP not gonna be enough. Looking like the red buff is next on the menu.
전 라인이 다 힘든데쇼. 아니 근데 픽을 저 다 힘들게 픽을 해버렸어.
Should be able to do so in time, but doesn't have smite. Neither does Jojo.
거기에다 바텀이 반반이 되었잖아요. 그 순간 그냥 트런드 다이브에다가
We'll see if Fake wants to look for a no play.
바텀이 안 죽을 수 있는 방법이 없었어.
Faker ready with ultimate.
뭔지 알죠?
이게
반반이 돼가지고 상대가 인베 들어와서 레드를 스타트면 아 트론들이 바텀 다이브하는 동안 우리 정글은 반대편에서 CS를 먹어야 돼. 그러니까 정글이 저걸 와주면 우리 정글은 그냥 경험치 2렙 차이 나는 거예요. Okay, Krugler Doran. Good dash.
Just trying to take control of that lane. Kaiwing making sure the backs don't come easy, willing to give up a bit of life just to stop these recalls. And Swain cancels from a different lane from a mile away, just making tempo so hard for T1.
Swain just has a free lane.
Canceling the back there, keeping T1
티어 정리가 진짜 안 됐다. 와, 진짜 왼쪽 조합은 정말 뭐지? Oh my gosh.
The objective here, I don't think there's anything that T1 can do.
Coming through from Thresh, I think.
Owner is just trying to farm up a storm.
서포 2명이나 마찬가지다. 근데 어저께 마스 선수의 세나는 달랐는데.
Not really from a individual player perspective, but just with T1, again, the fact that this core man unit of Owner, Faker, Guma, Carrier playing together effectively since 2021.
No, they gotta check the Canada water. They have to check the food that T1 is eating. There must be something in there, guys.
Yeah, the casks, the rest of the Gragas has been good.
T1이 먹는 그 물, 음식이나 물 확인해야 되는 거 아니야?
Surviving the ganks, great.
Something is in the Canada water.
Obviously, the cask cooldown isn't really gonna matter. And with Catalyst, Driver is also not friend whatsoever. But this core,
maybe it's a Team Horton coffee.
Obviously, very fine-tuned to one another.
Team Horton coffee.
Hasn't been often that they've been able to play a style like this. We'll see, because they have to, because
캡틀을 뭔가 어떻게 잡아야 되긴 하는데.
Doggo very far ahead. Now, I have been burned by Doggo.
네, 뭔가 급하게 하면 안 돼요. T1 조합은 또 급하게 하면 안 돼. 그러니까 이게 그 디피컬티가 그 어려운 난이도가
Decent damage on Guma. Lantern about to expire. Control ward laid down. Flash out from Guma. Nice bit of tech there, just putting that control ward down to make it impossible. You can zoom in, but it's still so hard to click.
It's a really good play there from Doggo and Kaiwing. Get both
You can zoom in to click on the lantern, by the way. 저렇게 랜턴에다가 와드를 박았을 때 마우스 휠로 이제 마우스 휠로 줌인을 하다가 그러면은 랜턴을 클릭을 할 수 있습니다. 꿀팁. Yeah, you can zoom in and then you can click on the lantern. The lantern and the ward is going to be separated once you zoom in.
The good news for T1
Just letting you guys know if you have that kind of situation
in solo queue. Is all about kind of this death ball.
Where you can't click on the lantern.
Alone is a lot. It can do a lot of work in those exchanges. Hongq, good trade with the Vision of Empire.
Results, TP. That's
Kaiwing. 돌아가는 길에 근데 더 걸린 거임, 님들아. 아니 그걸 빨리 눌렀으면은 됐을 듯 근데. 네, 랜턴은 빨랐어요 근데. 대처를 너무 잘했죠 상대가. 랜턴 너무 빨리 던지면. 와드뿐만 아니라 더까지 막.
It's great. It's fantastic.
This does buy Guma a little bit of time.
Observers have a different opinion as we randomly pan down to Superfan Gragas. It's good. It's in the running.
He saw streaming. You okay, Fevi? Blink twice if you need help.
Doggo and Kaiwing, pretty comfortable to just sit here. Faker, of course, itemizing early MR means wave clear.
Doran, angry Doran.
Base damages.
Misses.
Doran ulting.
And Driver, he's living his best life.
I mean, Thresh pick is just not doing much here, but...
And it's again, look at the vision that's there.
Carrier's going to start landing hooks, it's fine.
CFO is very keenly aware of where this player is at any given point in time. The TP, it's just Faker. And he can't really do too much to Hongq in the 1v1. And CFO, it's not quite the explosiveness that we got in the previous game. And this gold lead on Doggo,
the 6 hours is not why she needs help.
As we get deeper into the game, because I do want to draw your attention to the Zed that is sitting on an item. And that is going to become an increasingly big problem unless we see both Kaiwing and Driver do
Please
their best
stop trolling. Please tell me I'm not dreaming.
A bit in mid lane. And I think it's
Please tell me I am dreaming.
Have been. Hold that thought as Driver.
Krogler, Doran! Copy.
Taking some risk there, but we'll be able to walk away. Extra sustain from the Cattles, making it go.
Driver, oh my gosh, so close.
On the flash out to survive.
Has an item.
Oh
That's
my
a
gosh.
kill on T1. Maybe want to turn this into more. Don't find.
Okay, T1.
Doesn't find red of the yield.
도란이 이걸?
Low. Getting lower and lower.
Double stop from the Senna W. Kumaishi. Okay, Mr. Owner going in pretty neat. Oh, Jun just that. Jun just that. Oh my gosh, Doran missed
because Hongq is in the midst of 3, keeping the fight going, and it's Faker who's now in trouble trying to run away as the Galio. So far, the single kill. Carrier taken down. Faker forced to flash on the chase.
Junja lived as well. Because Gwen didn't have ulti. Because Gwen used ulti on Gragas earlier.
Hongq's pretty damn powerful. Healthy as well. Nice sidestep from Doran on multiple.
Okay, he's ulting. Angry Doran.
Going in.
도란아 진짜 어떻게 도란이 우리 팀에서 희망이 도란이랑 Doran, let's up his Doran. Holy moly, Doran has to do it for us. Doran has to do it for us. Doran has to do it for us. 아니 우리 팀 지금 이거 맞아 근데? What the fuck is going on with T1? Everyone's sleeping but Doran. 도란 혼자서 통나무 들려고 하는데 나머지 Carrier missing completely the hook. 여기에서 그랩 했으면 대박인데. CC 걸렸을 때.
Obviously, there's so much healing, and then the flash over the wall.
I mean, Carrier's in the middle of everybody.
So he doesn't actually get the
kill. Getting run down by a Swain.
Obviously takes absolutely zero damage. Guma can't threaten him.
I'm not feeling this epic.
So Hongq gets to live his best Swain life.
Zed just wasted so much time trying to kill Gragas.
Multiple people, cycling cooldowns.
Like, you're not playing at least.
The fact that T1 was able to get anything out of that, I think, kind of insane. I was caught off guard, so was CFO, but the lead for them still grown. 2 Drakes, 1.7k gold.
Oh, man.
Doggo continuing to step up.
The hooks are not connecting. I think they're going to get turtle and gold then.
To hit a piece of CC. And I think it's important to remember how domestically dominant CFO have been in 2025, and even the games they were able to find on the first stand stage. We didn't know how this would transition into MSI. We didn't know if this was just a blip on the radar. As so often when you look at
정글 미드 바텀 다 같이 최저점이라고 내가 아는 애들이 아니라고. 그러니까 지금 캐나다
didn't always transition.
캐나다 물 안에 뭐가 들어있나? 치차일 수도 있고.
But their composition
아니 이거 우리가 봤던 그 티원이 모습이 아니거든요.
I do think the same
확실히?
can be said for CFO though, because the laning phase obviously they played out extremely nicely, but some of the team fights can be looking rough. Right there, Doran was basically 10, 15 AP away from first killing Driver. And then
최선을
was
다하고
also quite
있다요.
close to taking down
Okay.
Junja.
Gwen is trying her
If that
best to
type of
carry.
attention is paid towards Doggo, it's going to be
스웨인은
how
어깨
well can the
잡죠.
rest
방금
of the
스웨인
team
잡았잖아.
facilitate and disengage. His owner does a
구엔이
W,
궁으로
which is fine,
없다.
but I want you to look at the itemization, right? Honky going for Rylai's
잡을
first,
수
obviously,
있습니다.
to both endlessly maintain his ultimate, but also to just provide more value for the team, provide that CC.
그러니까 왜 앞에
Driver
쓰레쉬 왜 안
obviously is
했어?
incredible
Why didn't we
disengage.
play
Gragas'
Aphelios
entire
Thresh?
kit can both set up
Why are we
or
playing
knock
Stellar
enemies away.
Thresh?
And then Brom
앞에
himself
쓰레쉬면
explanatory.
애초에 상대가 1렙 들어오는 것도 대처할 수 있는 거 아니야? 앞에 쓰레쉬 정도면?
I think CFO
세나
already gonna
쓰레쉬라서
struggle.
초반
Changes
1렙
like
너무
Swain also gonna
약하니까
fall off in relative
준
value.
건데.
One's owner, Doran, or Gu
앞에
might get to
쓰레쉬에다가
enough
갈리오?
items
이거
or stacks
충분히
respectively.
1렙에 대처 가능하지
CFO
않아?
in full control of the objectives on the map.
Yeah, why don't we
Drake
just
will
play
be
Thresh
sole
Aphelios?
point for them. And if they can
Or
hold
even
on to this
Jinx
control
might have been better than this shit.
before those power
100%.
points come through for T1, it's
For
Chemtech
Gragas and Swain.
and Trundle. Yep.
Yep.
Again, not always the ideal role, but this is about the best composition you
Doran
can
is
hope
mad,
for
yeah.
in a Chemtech Soul game.
Angry Doran.
Gonna be hard to take down, and we do see pace of the
29
game a lot
stacks of
slower
Senna,
for
50 minutes.
CFO, understandable, because I think they are going to be having their eyes fully towards that dragon, and for T1, I just want to hold on, get Doran to a second
it's
item,
not the
maybe
best,
for owner as
but I
well.
mean-
Gumiyushi obviously sitting at
20
CFO got all the objectives. Yeah, early game is just looking really bad for T1, that's
So
why.
it's going to take such a long time for
Weak
him to
sightings,
really be relevant in
Volt-
this game. The gold lead has
Senna
remained
Thresh
stable though, and that's something that
behind
T1
us.
is going to hold on to. But for CFO, as long as you deny owner access to the backline, that fight should look disgusting as Honky.
Tora!
Waiting to collapse. Honky
Oh my
now in
gosh.
trouble with the extra healing.
Is he
coming
gonna
through.
do
Might
it
buy him an
though?
extra second. Dorn trying to get fancy, but he misses! Honky! The laughter from the audience. Doran, a massive misstep.
And that too is Doran as he goes in on the play, hits a few more snips.
Uma in trouble, but he will be able to walk away.
16분에 미드 타워가 밀렸다고?
Don't love Doran his worst. You shouldn't love him.
They
at
got
his best
mid tower
either,
at
but this is
60
not the game where he
minutes.
can afford to make a fumble like that. He is the one strong
Doggo
point.
got all the turflane gold!
So right here, really nice
아
little sidestep
진짜
there from
장난하지 마요,
Honky. And then
진짜로.
right here, the
Someone
snip
tell me
that
I'm
is about to come through would have been
dreaming.
enough to take him
There's
down.
no way
You're
this is
just
happening.
losing to movement.
Yep.
He only casts
Doran,
one
just run
spell.
it down.
He didn't have mana. As we hear the crowd
Winning
go
game
crazy,
1 loses the
understandably,
series?
gold lead now
We
getting bigger.
actually cursed, I think.
That is Doran. No flash, by the way.
Don't win game
available
1, guys.
for this upcoming fight. And unless they're able to like take out Doggo immediately or somehow
It's
find a way
cursed.
to do a focus.
They're doing again?
Another ulti.
Deja
Team
vu?
manages to connect this time. Owner is here.
Owner missed
Honky
WQ.
doesn't have ulti.
Doran missed 2
Oh, he is dead.
The entire team collapsing. Honky wants to try and clear the way, but Owner's on the way, and he should just fall here. Grass back is good.
이번엔
Senna ulti
잡았다.
from across the map is a little bit of extra damage, but now it's the
하지만
Herald being
바텀
driven in
타워가
bottom
나가는
lane.
걸.
They managed to find the kill. Honky down, but Faker needs to back away. The counterpunch from CFO is good, but a nice pick for T1.
Well, yeah, they get the kill, but at what cost? You're losing so
시간을 가야겠다. 어.
Faker will be fine, but the bot lane turret most certainly won't be, as the outer has already fallen. Inner imminent here as well. Free grubs for CFO as Doran.
Driver on the way up, knows that ulti isn't available, taking his sweet time. Body slams are hitting. Cooldown's going to be incredibly low. Doran dashes over the wall, the quick flash to follow. Body slam and the kill. That cask connecting.
The gold lead keeps getting bigger. The Chemtech soul point is available. Stacks nowhere to be found. And Driver on the Gragas is belly flopping his way to
Bomba.
further reducing the only lead in terms of gold that T1 was still clinging on to, Dracos.
I want to like have a
Gold lead
chat
continues to grow. Soul
and talk about this
4
draft.
minutes on the cards. Otacon
Because like
in
what
one.
exactly are we trying to do with this
And
draft?
we know, you talked about some of the weaknesses of the comp, but so many of them are mitigated if CFO have setup. And because they're getting Prio on their
Aphelios
side
would
lane,
have
they will
rounded out
setup.
the draft.
Those
It would have
Caitlyn
been
traps are going
perfect.
to be a nightmare. No one is tanky enough.
아니 근데 진짜 이거 조합이
that
왜 이렇게
empowered
짰을까? 정말 신기하네요.
So we see the setup. Thus far, I don't expect CFO to really take any big risks.
We're already playing on the back foot once we drop like this, right?
That's going to be a lot worse when it does come through. There's Fresh. Great argumentation for Fresh haters, I gotta say. Thus far, not able to really make a big impact in this game.
벙커즈랑 같이 딱 뉴욕까지만 수용해서 오자. 아니 밴쿠버에서 뉴욕까지 어떻게 수용해가? 하와이까지만은 몰라서요.
And again, similar to what CFO wants, set up first. If Thresh has set up first,
아니 밴쿠버를 뉴욕까지 수용하다가 뉴욕에서
the flay can be such a powerful tool, especially against a champion like the Gragas, but it's just so hard.
한국까지 수용해서.
아니
잠시만. 이렇게 되면은 나 진짜.
Because of the prio means that T1 just doesn't get to create the volatility that we saw in that game number 1. As
Kuma scaling, guys, it's winnable.
Doing that at least.
For Carrier, the person making some of the massive plays that turned the game back in their favor, now stuck on Lantern duty. It does just make the game more
at this
difficult.
point, we're gonna have to come tomorrow with a Baldy Night.
T1 obviously not going to back down from the fight.
Okay. Ace in the hole still a little bit away, and of course there's
Baldy Night tomorrow, guys.
Carrier also with the heal.
He really wants stacks Dracos. That's my read
I
on
said
that one.
if T1 loses to CFO, I'm going Bold
Still only
tomorrow.
on 40.
I think we're gonna have to stream Bold tomorrow.
Not too much yet.
So for CFO, the things to avoid are obviously over-investing in the Otacon. Can be a big turning point, no matter the game state.
Faker.
Keep your carry safe. Doggo must be protected at all costs. Although this early in the game, even the damage from Swain still a really big deal, especially if he can finish Leandris before this dragon fight starts in 2 minutes. Same for Junja. Since Trundle gets later, obviously his damage is going to fall off, but level 12,
상대가 아타칸에서 던진 다음에 우리가 이기면 되는 거 아닌가?
We have to be respected.
Galio Giga engage? I don't even think we can't Giga engage. We're not gonna burst anybody. I think we have to play it a little bit safe. They have Brawl, they have Swain, they have Trundle, they also have a Gragas who's building tank. Spirit Passage completed, so we have to play it slowly.
Towards a breaking
As a matter of fact, we should probably just not fight right now.
The hook lands! They bait the trap! It's well executed.
Oh my gosh!
He does so much work. Extra damage coming in. He now needs to retreat. He needs to get the hell out
because that thrash hook was so good, but
T1 seeing
copy. 풀스펠 다 빼긴 했어. Maybe we can do 1 minute until dragon.
Well played. I think they're gonna have to pull. They need to get something out of this, right? T1 are gonna try
not
and turn
Atacon,
this
not
into
Atacon. We're slow at Atacon. We're slow at Atacon. We are slow at Atacon. Atacon 느린데.
To the gold lead when he's not in the area. It's so damn close. Driver already caught by the hook. Box going down.
T1 서커스 제발. T1 서커스. Caitlyn's not there. Fight.
Keep going forward, but they can't finish the job. Honkyu's standing. He needs to retreat.
Just run. Caitlyn's here. Get there, Russell. Get there. Okay, we got her. Faker. Okay, we're
the final moments of Honkyu's life.
Okay, owner has smite. Owner has smite.
Careful, owner. You need to make this deal.
Carry can swap to spots, maybe.
Going over the wall. Just a bit of poke. Owner knows if he overcommits, he won't be able to steal the
doesn't
objective.
have spellbook smite for this.
50-50, the coin flip, and CFO bet on themselves. Lantern laid down. Owner does not want to take the risk. It's Otacon to CFO.
Takes the hit. Otacon goes to
okay,
CFO.
that was like literally the best fight you could do.
Will come through for the dragon. As we take a look, obviously this starts with the most fat member on CFO not being in the fight, but this early on, the base damages are still a big deal. And you can see T1 wanting to try and push as hard as they can.
hitting a lot of hooks.
They don't have the damage to kill this Swain. Honkyu realizes this, goes back in, and eventually they will take him down, but the cost is massive.
The Atacon took so much damage for us.
Picks up 2 free kills.
T1이 아타칸 땡깅을 하기 시작해가지고.
And now T1 so much use there, and this fight they can't afford
Thrash
to
played
not
really
take.
well. Carry was hitting the hooks.
And credit
really
to
well
T1,
played.
they did manage to find a solid fight, but ultimately CFO were simply too far ahead and managed to buy just enough time for Doggo to get there. Now, have to walk into the brush here. You can see Faker taking big chunks of damage. Doggo ready to lay down just another trap. Carrier was good with the hooks previously.
It still feels winnable, yeah. I mean,
melee,
still
Thresh
winnable,
can do a lot of work, but this time CFO not ready to give them that edge. Gumayushi
3.3k goal behind.
But as is Kaiwing's ultimate.
Game.
It's not a bad trade for T1. If Guma can
Why
stay
draft
safe,
a
doesn't have
comp
this flash
where you have to
available,
wait
but T1 still no access
until
on the river.
25 plus minutes to actually start doing something?
That's going to mean
Senna,
Carrier's
by the
much
way.
squishier. Doran poking, prodding, looking over the wall. Soul on the line. For T1, it's just the first Drake, but for CFO, could be the backbreaker. Owner ready.
Doran's 2 levels down.
No flash for the Zed though. Trap connects. Doggo can't quite get into range. Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank. Is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out instantly into the back line. Looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still.
Caitlyn free damage! Oh my gosh, Caitlyn just killing everybody. Oh my gosh. Kettle 풀피로 그냥. Oh, that's a pentakill. That is a pentakill. 치욕스럽다 진짜. 치욕스럽다. 와 진짜. This is a. I am literally embarrassed, guys. I am embarrassed of this gameplay. I am embarrassed of my team. Holy moly, bro.
Nothing else. Soul to CFO.
What the hell is going on, bro? Arf Doggo, yeah. Doggo pentakill. Congrats on the penta, holy moly. What is T1 doing?
And in this priceless moment, you can see
They're
T1
confused.
fishing for the angle.
Carrier flashing in 1v4. Flashing in 1v4. In what world does Caitlyn even get?
Nothing there for T1.
They just go 2-ham. Carrier goes in, but there's no follow-up. Doggo is so ready for this.
I don't know. 스매시가 아니라 불치가 차라리 나왔을 때. Even Blitzcrank or Pike might have been better.
Even the ultimate.
But at that point, like, why are you playing Zero?
Leisurely.
Point is locking the fucking Draven or some shit.
A pillar from Junja. I'm sorry about giving
2025 is not a good year to be a T1 fan. What do you mean? It's a great year.
CFO
again
man. On track for a dominant win. Doggo now fearless. Third ever pentakill, finds it against T1 on an international stage in an even series. Are you kidding me?
Well.
How could he not be?
T1 is overgrouping, right? That's why Doran is still level 14. They need to respond. Might be goaded into another fight, but obviously CFO happy to take that.
I don't know.
T1 again feel like they have to contest 10k. They
this
managed to find the
is
hook
not it.
before the fight even starts. Owner
아니 그냥 쓰레쉬가 너무 픽이 미스인데요. 아무리 생각해도. Where's the 4-man top of living? No damage. Oh my gosh. Look at Doggo. 캐틀 봐봐. 캐틀 봐봐. Just look at Caitlyn, man.
Another ulti.
They can't cut for the beefcakes. There's too many.
And
this is just
they keep
crazy.
Trying, they keep hoping that they can outplay, that they can out-execute, but CFO are ready
Doran's
every
down 3 levels
single
now.
time.
지금 구엔 지금 3렙 차이야. Support is on 2 levels.
And was the expectation that it was Kaiwing that was going to be struggling?
Willing's on 1 level.
When it comes
이들은
to the
1렙 차이,
support,
탑은 3렙 차이, 2렙 차이
but instead, this fresh, dead in the water, first denied.
우리 EWC에 집중하겠다.
Kaiwing standing guard, keeping.
$200만 성금에.
His 10-0.
MSI는 50만 달러밖에 안 되기 때문에.
From everything that T1 is trying to throw at them.
And game 1 felt so much about what Junja could do in the early
오너
game.
노시시 챔 아니 그 오너 선수 제대 정글이나 탈론 정글 했던 판 가서 보고 오시면은
Has been that lethal threat. T1 looking out of sorts. Chance to rally in another game. Perhaps one more fight to rally in this one. Serpent's Fang there to reduce some.
제드 갈리오까지는 그렇다 치는데 바텀 픽이 너무 미스라니까 진짜. 제드 갈리오 구엔 할 거면은. I'm trying to play Zed, Galio, Gwen. That's okay. I think the top side pick is okay. You can still make it work. Bot side pick is such a miss, by the way. Senna Thresh is just really bad.
Praying for an angle into the back line. A single moment where
I really want to see the damage that Senna has done
this
game.
We saw them in game 1, but it's starting to feel more and more impossible.
Really does. 6k gold lead. The hooks not quite finding the mark. Guma still not getting close to the stack, but maybe 80 is where we can start seeing have a little bit of an impact in the fight. A third item, but
Doran splitting.
풀 뺄 때가 마지막
기회였다.
Got the bounty.
Forces the response.
문제가 캐틀을 잡아도 한 달을 진 것 같은 그런 느낌이니까.
Doran finds a way to escape.
상대가 트론들 스웨인을 그러니까 트론들 스웨인이 되게 단단하잖아. 근데 그냥 무시할 수 있는 그런 챔프들이 아니에요. 무시하는 순간 막
T1 is just going to be confined to their base. CFO
킬 아웃풋이 많이 안 돼서.
That's the flash.
Oh my gosh.
They might look for the end here, Dracos.
Doggo's still standing. He's the one that matters, but don't get me wrong. Hongq powerful as well. Doggo isolated for a moment. Faker tries to find the angle, but they backstep perfectly. Hongq ready to deny any potential engage. Lockup is already there.
Running away.
He's not able to get anything done. Ready to go in. Finds Doggo. Finds the death mark. Shield
oh
across the top.
my gosh,
Doggo
is too tanky.
Not enough, and in the back line of the base, it's Hongq continuing to run rampant. Doran doing everything he can. A few snips, but not nearly enough to cut down CFO. Domination again in back-to-back games as CFO move on to match points.
And 2 games in a row now, CFO is just straight up better. Every lane doing great. The team fight's impeccable. The objective control.
I'm going to bed. I can't watch anymore. You good night, or
on the cusp of being sent to the lower
I want to go to bed
bracket.
too.
Let's send things over to the analyst desk to break down that thrilling game.
Breaking down that stomp. What was this? Honestly, we talked about this today.
When is T1 showing up to MSI? I don't think they arrived yet, actually. Do you know when T1's arriving?
They had a statement.
여러분 T1 근데 언제 함? 경기 언제 하나요?
What was this?
This was them showing up and not
T1 경기 언제 하는지 아시는
mistakes that they got punished for.
이상하다.
Because this is a team
아직
they're
경기
unequivocally the
시간이
best
아닌가 봐요.
LCP team, right?
Yeah.
And you look
세나
at their
쓰레쉬가
gameplay
문제라니까?
domestically and you're like they get
아
in their
쓰레쉬
own
진짜 너무
way.
똥이다 진짜 챔프가. 저럴 거면 차라리 진짜 바드가 나아요.
They've been so clean
바드도
at times,
똥이지만
except for Game 1 was a little
확실히
back
체급이
and forth,
쓰레쉬가 많이 나아졌다.
they came
옛날에는 쓰레쉬가 정말 좋은 챔프라고 생각했는데
He played it once into Galio
세나 대신에 뭐가 나왔어야 했지? 아펠리우스?
came out with it
아펠리우스?
again here
아펠
today.
쓰레쉬?
Absolutely owned on this.
그 다음에 이제 바텀에서 상대 인베가 들어오는 거 무조건 대처를 했어야 됐어. 근데 세나 쓰레쉬라서 그냥 뒤로 뺐죠. 제드 세나 쓰레쉬. 상대가 뭔가 1렙부터 반반 가르려고 하는데 반반이 갈리는 순간 끝나는 게임 그렇지 않습니다. 어차피 미드에서는 갈리오가 스웨인 상대로 절대 킬각이 안 나오고 탑에서 그라가스 계속 뭔가 공략을 하려고 했는데 그라가스는
it's really hard to be
어차피
able to
탱탱 가운
take
다음에
a sustained fight against them. So I really enjoyed the
제드
draft
갱이
and the
너무
gameplay on top of it.
It all started from
아쉬워요.
bot lane with a very
안 돼.
early double kill for
제드가 못한 게 아니라 그냥
Jojo,
제드
and
챔프가
he
원래
kept on
그래요.
steamrolling
6렙은
on them,
찍어야지.
leading to
계속
a
파밍하고
pentakill at
성장을 해야
24
되는데
minutes in game.
파밍할 것도
Statement
없지.
series from him so far. But
캠프가
this
다 없는
taking
상태에서
game
갱을
spot
간
on.
거.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to reiterate again, because of this BP frontline, because no one can deal with this Swain, he ends up absolutely popping off. And I want to revisit something he said going into this series, right? Where he said,
we just have the strong side bot lane. I'm not even joking. We have the strong side bot lane. We have to pick a good 2v2 winning matchup. Perma push. Send the jungle fucking there. We cannot play weak side bot lane ever. Ever.
On top of that,
ever.
keep going back to it.
Never, never, ever.
Galio, Gwen, double AP, so they're just
바텀에서 2대2 겁내 강력한 거 지어준 다음에 바텀으로 계속 그러니까 정글을 바텀으로 보내야 돼요. I don't know why we are not being able to draft a winning bot lane matchup, but we should be trying to do that for next game.
Was the Zed pick because there's not a lot of CC, but as long as the Gragas played well in this situation, or as long as Doggo was on point, he was not going to be a target.
진짜 역대급으로 못하고 있어가지고 나 진짜 충격이거든.
In terms of just their raw gameplay.
What do we think of T1's
전 세계가
draft
충격이
here?
아닌가?
Because I know Dracos was talking about the fact that Thresh is not a champion that we want to see. I appreciate the shout out from Keria to his coach playing the Samsung white skin for Mata. That was it. Otherwise, the champion completely useless.
Yeah, he had a really rough time in this game. I see the idea
Keria's
with,
playing
again, the
so
Galio
bad
for
this
Faker, an
series.
iconic pick, was really stymied by this Swain response, right? But you can see the vision. You have Gwen, you have this Zed. When they get rolling, they can absolutely make picks and destroy.
I mean, we
on
can
side
complain
lanes.
about
In
picks,
particular,
but
the
Keria is
Gwen
also
something
playing
that I think
really
Doran
bad.
has looked
Like, yeah, I know he's
absolutely
playing weak
stellar
sided
on,
here,
especially
and he
in
got the
playoffs
but like
qualifying
even after the
here.
dive, like the Thresh
But it's
just
this
didn't do
3-4-5
anything.
coming
I think it's
out of
also
CFO
just
that I
the
think
champion
is
being
good.
bad, yes.
And also the way they built on,
But
for
also
example,
like
bringing back
Keria's
the driver, okay,
skill
he's
shots
the
are just
Gragas
not
guy.
connected.
Guess
He
what
feels
he's
like
playing?
really off.
Gragas.
And even just the 1-2-3, like just simply from the Gragas
Positioning is
frontal and
off,
then the
like,
Swain on 3,
skill shots off.
dealing with like what Gwen, Galio,
Who's he going to hook?
Galio and
Anybody.
Zenith.
Remember
I
that
think
one
it's
fight around
really
Atacon
smart, and I'm interested
where
in
we
what
were
the
actually
rest of this
like doing
draft
something?
is going to
That's
look
when he
like.
was actually hitting
Now,
hooks.
You're on
After that, he
series
didn't hit
point.
hooks.
For
Before that, he
CFO.
didn't hit hooks.
No one would have imagined
Right?
that, other than like the select
And then like
few that
1v4
was
flash
always going
forward
to be
onto
a fan
Caitlyn.
of
Yeah,
CFO
Caitlyn
as
has
a
no
team.
flash.
What are we looking at here for the potential
Unfortunately.
last game of CFO or
can't really
for
do that
a
into
comeback
full
on the
people.
side of T1?
They have
Because
full tanks,
first, I don't
full
know
front
which
lines.
top laner is TFO gonna bring here.
Yeah, we're
Are they
gonna
gonna
find out.
swap again? What is the plan? We do not know yet. But do they have enough resources? Do they have enough weapons to strike again in draft? Because so far they've been really creative and answering to each and every one of T1's idea
Surprised
in
they're
draft
not actually did
perfectly.
that much damage.
I mean, the big thing for me is that
I guess he was
kept-
hitting like
A,
bunch
they
of tanks
kept
in the front
highwaying on
lines.
stuff that he's comfortable on, but also then he came out with the Nami, right? Looked super practiced on it, looked great. For
채팅창
T1,
더러워서 못
again,
보겠네.
I want to see them get
채팅창이
rolling early because I feel
누가
like
뭐가
in this
더럽지?
game specifically, they
Where are my
had,
molds?
CFO had a really good idea of what
매니저!
they wanted to do. They did the invade.
Yeah.
They did the
아까버려!
3 camp into gank to really try to get this Caitlyn ahead. It ended up being
팔부림 좀
a 2 for
부리도록
1, but
하겠습니다.
both those kills went to Doggo, set him up in a great position.
Yeah, even just, you pretty much mentioned it, like the bot dive really sucked for T1, not being able to defend it was awful. And then of course, ever since the failed 50-50, looking for like the Gwen dive top lane onto Honku just to see if he can get the kill.
T1
That
is
didn't work out
allergic
well,
to
and he
drafting?
started
I don't
just
even
really
know.
fall behind from that point. As long as those elements work, then they really
더러운
can
건
put
T1
this game
뱀픽이다.
And we're running
팩트
away.
벤입니다.
Back in. They really want to make it
아니
complicated.
팩트 막
for
그런
T1, so obviously
그냥
they
막
have a
뱀픽이나 뭐
plan.
이렇게
They came
한탄할 수
in
있는데
ready. They have the support from the
대놓고
crowd as well. Let's
다른
see
팀
if CFO can
들먹이면서
close out this
갈드컵은
series
시작하지
right after the break.
맙시다요. So many cute T1 signs here. Someone wake me up. It's a dream. This is a dream, guys. 뱀픽 아니 이거는 LCK에서도 통하지 않는 뱀픽.
That actually is working.
T1
They're very
went from
heavily
beating
leaning
Hana
towards-
3-0.
and that very clearly they're still able to get massive value out of the fact that
나의 기운을 받으러
Drago
가라.
comes in, plays his Gragas, and just vibes for the whole game.
I think the fact that to them, even after a win with Rest, they felt comfortable swapping back to Driver is a testament to this. Because a lot of teams, when you find a win against a team that is expected to win, the expected favorite, you just keep going. And now they're swim swapping like it's nothing. And after that last game, playing a lot of stylish picks, finding a way to make a composition, which we talked about, had some
man.
weaknesses, had some clear holes, work, level of
Disastrous
confidence
drafts,
must be
disastrous
sky
gameplay.
high as we head into this game.
And there's so much coming together. There's Junja's early game.
Yep.
There is both Driver and Rest offering their champion pools. There's Honkyu being the better in the 1v1 matchup in really every single game. Obviously, partially aided by Junja, but also by his own accord, the impact he's able to have in these fights. And then the bot lane has been
Come on, Carrier.
perhaps
Lock
the most
in, Carrier.
one-sided of
You got
the
this.
day.
I believe,
Doggo
I
in
believe.
particular, not a
Once
stranger
Carrier
to
locks in,
breakout
it's over for
performances,
them.
but to do it against Gumayushi and Carrier is insane. And for T1, it's also important to note that they are the representatives of the LCK, but they were not the favorite coming into Hanwha Life. Peaked very hard, and I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, we're back here. We've been here countless times.
Yeah.
There's T1,
It's a
the
script
ebb and
we've
flow.
seen a
We've
few
seen-
times.
We get to internationals, they get it together. But what we're witnessing here is a lot of the reason why T1 was third and why they weren't a favorite whatsoever. It is Carrier not showing up on the day. It's Faker really struggling in lane, and if he doesn't have an impact, T1 looks a lot
Faker
worse.
is literally
And
AFK
as
right
we
now,
go,
unfortunately.
We're in this
Hopefully
final
he
draft with match
pulls it
point
back.
for CFO. We'll see if T1 can
Game
bring
4,
us
we have
to
to
the
pull
game
it
five.
back!
And
Concentrate!
I'm not gonna lie,
Lock in!
I would love a game
Winnable!
five, Dracos, come on!
Everyone is struggling. I
That's
don't
what all
even
the
think
T1
it's just one
fans in the
person,
house
but
as we get in. Match point for CFO.
the world
T1
falling
once
back
again
3
on the blue
levels
side,
is rare.
CFO
As
on
owner
red.
is that zero
You highlighted it
impact.
beautifully. T1, a team that always, when it counts,
Gumayushi is just Gumayushi.
to
I don't
find
know.
their form.
Like I think Gumayushi is
Always
possibly
in
the
the
best
right
player on our
moments,
team because like
they
he doesn't have any control over
Well,
like how his support,
Sadly for
jungle,
them,
mid,
they're out
top
of
are
the moment.
playing.
This is the
Feels
right
like
moment. This is
ADC
the
now.
moment where you
Right
have
now.
to deliver
You know what I mean?
that incredible performance.
ADC POV, you
for another
don't really
shot
have control over what the
for a
fuck is going
single
on with your
game to
teammates.
decide if you'll stay in the upper bracket or go down to lower.
Let's go
One
T1
best of
now.
5 away from elimination.
Board time? Board
GF
time?
banned,
Is that what
York
it is?
banned as well.
They keep banning Xayah every single game
Champion
though.
shared by both Rest and Driver, hence the double bans here. Talia, Xayah banned again.
Like that. Definitely one of
계란이
Gumayushi's
되었어,
strongest
그러니까.
picks. Also, Carrias Rakan, notorious
네, 원딜을 원래
for
그런
very
거긴 해.
similar reasons.
팀원들이
It's also been
잘해줘야
the
뭔가
draft for CFO, and I don't like pointing towards
픽부터
draft
세나
too
같은 거
much, right?
픽하면 안
Because I
됩니다.
feel like it
우리
takes away
지금
from the
스몰도
gameplay.
이런 거 하면 안
For
돼요.
CFO, the gameplay has been there, as this is a
진짜 뷰시면
very
130만.
obvious B1 Rumble
No.
angle with that ban of the Ornn Galio already taken away, so we'll see if CFO recognize and want to ban it. But T1, they're going to have to rally here, or CFO are going to get the free
ban,
and
what are we
one
first
upset. And
picking then?
even in game one, you can argue that CFO,
오른 밴이면은
for a lot
선픽을
of the
뭐 할
decision
건데?
making,
럼블?
looked better. It was the
Are we picking
skirmishing of
Rumble
T1
first?
that got them back in, that got them that
럼블
win.
선픽? 갈리오 지금 없긴 해. There's no Galio, so we're
Played
gonna
that
like.
a little bit more
Wait, no.
respectful. Could have just been looking at a sweep, as it's going to be the comfort for Faker taken away
Rumble.
instead.
Rumble up.
Rumble
Varus
first pick,
still on
no
the table.
Galio.
Banned in other games. Locket here has been used in some regions as a top lane counter pick. Rest known to bring the spice, although I think for now that might be a bridge too far. Certainly not a pick you want to give away. We're looking at a T1 draft where Guma has a lot of potential powerful picks, both the Varus and the Jhin, very much in his wheelhouse.
For Rest, a couple of considerations here. Mbessa, insanely strong when you can get to your spikes. Saw that even earlier today. Although didn't lead to a win for Mern. We still saw the impact in the fights, as there is still a good amount of junglers available here. Junja gonna be picking up the Skarner here. As Owner will have an opportunity to try and look for a counter pick, but not that much is still available here. Faker's pick, I think, also certain to come through, but what are they gonna go towards? Like Orianna is a consideration. If you can find a good AD jungler, can also just go for comfort for Guma. Pick up that Varus, but into
살짝
an
유래가
Mbessa
된다.
that is already
바루스
a little
가져가면
spooky
좋을 것
Dracos.
같은데? Varus?
CFO
Okay, so we're guys.
prioritizing
구마이시 Varus.
comfortable options here, but giving away
구마 Varus! 5승 2패 중인 바루스 거기다가
powerhouse
구마유시
picks.
스킨 트림 스킨 오너.
Casting some doubt onto the start of this
Owner,
draft phase.
owner,
Now the
talking
Poppy
of
to
owner.
follow, a good tool for
Poppy?
disengages.
Or is that could be carriers as well.
Yeah.
서포트
I think
뽑힐
this
수도
is
있고
looking to be a
정글
flex.
뽑힐 수도 있습니다.
With the form that Carry has been in today,
We can flex it,
seen
fine.
him pull off
Poppy
some
flex, y'all.
absolutely
Poppy jungle sounds fine
ice
too,
level
actually.
gameplay with this Poppy, but today's been very, very muted. Kyring really getting the better of him together with Doggo. So I'm guessing this is going to go towards Owner. As the Jhin, I would love this here, because even if T1 end up clawing their way to a game number 5, this is a pick that they would have loved to have. One of Guma's other big comfort picks. And with the Mbessa, you have a lot of backline threat. Going to take away a possible setup there. Doggo on the Jhin, going to be able to play off the rest of his teammates very nicely.
Definitely will be.
감사합니다. Thank you very
Skarner as well.
much.
Some pretty solid engage options for CFO and some good follow up with the Jhin.
bad.
A little bit more CC
아,
might be
2,000원
needed
감사합니다.
from
2패
the side.
긴장감에서 멘탈 극복하려고 일부러 패한 게 아닌가?
A lot of range,
어,
excellent disengage tools. I
일단은
really
뭐
like what
일부러
they've got
패한
here. It's
것까진
not the
아니지만
spiciest draft, but it's just
가면
so
갈수록
powerful.
티온이 폼이 끌어올려오는
still
그런 서커스 팀이기 때문에
So
믿어보죠.
many
일단
engage
조합은
left.
좋아 보이거든? Okay,
And
the comp
obviously,
actually
Roland
looks
do
good
not
this
like playing
time.
into Poppy. That is important to note. But Nautilus is still
Coach is
available.
cooking, guys.
Alistair
Coach is
still
cooking.
available.
Coach woke up. Maybe coach was
Khan is
sleeping
still available.
until now?
All options here. Rel hadn't even finished the
Rel
suns,
banned.
or it's already banned away.
Rel is like countered by
So we
Poppy.
do expect Owner to go towards an AD top laner
We're gonna
or
see
AD
Bard ban.
jungler here. rather.
Kaiwing's gonna play Bard.
Again, if it is not the Poppy, but you
I
can
mean,
see
no,
if
if they
CFO
play
kinda
Bard,
hedging
just play
their
Pike.
bets, which
파이크로
does make
바드
sense.
잡아먹어서 괜찮아요. 받으셔도
T1
되세요.
continuing to put pressure on
We can play like
Kylan's
Thresh,
champion
not
pool
Thresh.
again.
Blitzcrank?
Universally agreed upon weak
감사합니다.
pool, but
Pop.
we've gone so late in the draft and so few of the engage options. that
아니,
they're
바다
likely to
감사합니다. 빅
ban.
프로듀스.
Still
Thank you,
looks
Tayo.
like the Alistair up and available.
Oh no, thank you.
Obviously, can really struggle into the Poppy.
And we're kind of getting towards
정신
picks
차리지
like
못해가. 정신 차리고 있는
Fairy,
것 같은데?
like
일단
Viego,
벨픽을 좋아해요.
haven't been quite as
I think it's
successful.
good.
Clearly, the read from CFO
누나
is that this
위기일 때
Poppy is going
울자고.
towards carry out.
내가 눈물 버튼 누르면 자동으로 눈물 나오는 그런 사람은 아니라서.
Things like the Nocturne, things like the Lee Sin.
근데 진짜 지면은 눈물 나오시든.
Moments from owner domestically
Alistair
on that
bad.
pick. Both those picks really as the Alistair's taken off. Okay, so what is left?
Could be a
I
part
thought we were gonna see like Stylus or something.
as well if you want to go towards that.
야, 소라카는 진짜 괘씸하거든요. 소라카 나오면은 그냥 감전받으러 대가리.
Characters on the enemy team.
야! Soraka is so crazy by the way. That's so bad. Blind pick Soraka.
Of course, yeah, the Varus and the Rumble. Oh, the tension is high, man. We're both so
I
serious.
know.
It's only draft, and we're so stressed out. Okay. Maokai.
마오카이 top? 뭘? 봐도 날 줄 알았어! 저 나쁜 놈! Okay, nice.
No.
Okay, all right. The timer.
No, I know.
Okay.
I'm with you. I really,
진짜
kind of like
바드
the part. I
나왔으면은
do think
오히려
the
비상.
Nolo struggles a lot more into
야, 아니고
the
좋을
Poppy.
수도 있어.
We can
뽀삐
obviously go
서폿을
for
돌리면은
the
바드가 뽀삐 상대를 좋아하고.
for the queue.
Border
Find your
incoming?
way into
No,
the fight, but I still don't think that it's the
All
most
the way
fun
to
matchup.
border.
And again, it feels like they're hedging their bets
바드-
because they're afraid to pick
바드
bar and
나오면은
get
초
counter
비상
picks
뜰
for it and see that
뻔했습니다요.
which is in the jungle. So they're just
Bardo would have been
picking
kinda
something
crazy.
reliable. Might not be the best in some matches, but it certainly won't be the worst. The Bard definitely a pick that can be exploited in the laning phase. So
Silas.
now Faker's Silas.
Blind Silas to come through here.
셀러스 할 거면
Just last
알리스타를
year, right, where we saw this
배나지
guy go
않아도
Super Saiyan
되지
on this
않았을까?
pick, finding incredible angles.
생각을 할 수 있지만 한타
Game.
전에 이미
4-5
라인전 단계에서 이미
obviously
띠껍죠.
Faker having
스카너
an
알리스타.
incredible performance, but even though he
다이브도
was struggling in
강력하고.
spring, I think today he actually just has been invisible. And even in the series where T1 was
2대1대
struggling,
훅킥 어쩔 수 없어.
Crowd
근데
Spring still was able to often make an
상대가
impact.
레드 사이드에서
Well,
막
in game one, it was
카운터
Andy. He
가지고.
was the utility pick, right? Setting others up for success. And Silas isn't necessarily that pick, but now we have
So
to
it is
game four
Poppy
to
jungle.
punish a mobile
no,
champions.
Poppy support.
So what is
Carry
the
a
option for
Poppy?
Monkey?
캐리어 뽀삐는 뭐
He really
예술이거든요.
wants to throw down, can
일단
go towards the
쓰레쉬
Akali.
같은 챔프랑은 좀
Matchup.
다르거든.
One of
뽀삐가.
the OGs.
체급 자체가 많이
How confident is he
높아.
feeling? He's gotten the better of Faker
뽀삐가
in
정말
every
좋아요.
lane thus far.
Maybe
이번
Ari as
MSI에서도
well,
승률이
looking to
굉장히 높은 챔프 뽀삐.
take it
거기다가
away.
자르반?
Double AP top side,
조금
limited lockdown.
이렇게 생각할 수
Poppy does
있지만
not interrupt the flank with
럼블이랑
step back
페어링
presence. This
한다면
is a bold
럼블
bet.
자르반.
But instead it's
럼자는
the
뭐
Casio. I think almost universally considered one of the hardest champions to play in the game, League of Legends. Your actions have to be perfect. Every click has to be flawless. Honkyu really betting on himself, and it is a solid matchup. Silas, a single misstep, the miasma
페이커
comes
선수
down, and
상대로
it feels impossible to
카시오페아?
play this.
He got run
카스키아
down.
into
It's a short
Faker?
range comp as well from T1. The Casio feels like a smash hit, and after a couple of great drafts, I think CFO are looking at this, feeling great.
It's
Only
a
thing
good
that
draft
we have
from
to be
CFO,
worried about
yes,
is towards
but
the top side, some early
I
game
think Rumble
volatility.
German
The
is
2v2,
not the
the
best.
3v3.
Maybe not the best right now.
Once those ultimates are available, the flag and drag into
일단
Silas getting on top of someone.
사일러스랑
the
궁
Rumble
가져갈 거 되게
combined
많아요.
with
There's a lot of
Jarvan
ults
combined
that
with
Silas
Poppy.
can take.
That can be a problem.
However, the
But
lane
with
base
how
is gonna be
CFO
hell
have
for
been
Silas.
playing,
사일러스 근데
T1, they
라인전이
gotta get
되게
through the
어려울
laning
것
phase first.
같은데.
And Honkyu's first Casio ever. Again, betting on himself. The confidence there, already pulled out to Swain, has already shown us so much, but you highlighted the Jarvan. The potential for Owner in this early game to take over off a few early ganks and punish those immobile carries.
감사합니다.
T1 have clear avenues of attack, a much stronger
Vamos
composition
T1!
overall.
COP
Can CFO
4000
weather the
땡겨서
storm, make
정말이다.
the
땡겨
upset
pedro.
happen?
Vamos!
T1 bring us to silver
T1,
scrapes.
T1, T1. Okay, we'll have to cheer for them. No more depression. I was depressed
I can
game
only
4,
hope so,
but game
Dracos.
5, I mean game 3 I was depressed,
Game
but game
number
4 I
four
think
is
our draft
afoot.
is not bad, no?
Can't wait to
Draft
see
is
if
actually playable.
CFO
Much better than last game.
T1
Much better
going
than
to bring us to
전반보다 근데
game
조합이
number
진짜 한
5.
100배 좋아져가지고 이건 진짜 T1 응?
An incredible
기대해
series
볼만
thus
합니다.
far. CFO
Let's go.
showing us so much more than we ever expected.
1-2, yeah. T1 is
Now
down.
need to see T1 dig deep, rally in this moment.
Carrier keyboard
Incredibly
200
veteran
diff colors.
lineup.
Super shiny.
Not a team to crumble under the pressure.
Team that has very
No
few
crazy level
finishes
1
below
splings,
third
thank you.
place in their time as a core four-man unit together. Obviously did miss out on
하나, 둘, 셋. T1 fighting!
Carrier
T1 fighting.
found by the snake.
Twin Fang Star from Honkyu burning through a little bit of that mana. Level 2 is where Faker has to be really careful.
We need to give them energy.
Tension is palpable here. Audience.
T1's gonna come
Going
back.
Crazy. Love to hear
we
it.
got fan
Agreed.
chant leaders for CFO and
Coffee.
T1. Love to hear
That's
it.
right. T1, 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 T1.
As per usual, T1, really anywhere they play, playing with home advantage. But the CFO fans,
and the thing
are
is,
just gonna let it get away with it.
We talked about it being T1's house. Just feels like every arena is, but CFO gaining a ton of fans in this series already.
Oh, the chains.
Not connecting is going to be big. Hook just a little bit out of range. The lollipop doesn't quite mean it can connect, and every single lane feels tense, Chronicler. We've seen what happens in these early games.
Yeah, the leads for CFO, when they found them, have just been pushed so insanely far. And you can see Dogo and Kaiwing going to be getting themselves the
Faker
earlier
is
level
off today.
two,
A couple of skill shots not
this
connecting.
time, though, there isn't
No
a
problem.
dive waiting for them. Will be okay. They
We
also
good.
have
We
Owner
chilling,
towards their
guys.
side of the map. This Jarvan gonna have to find a decent amount of early impact. Owner thus far not able to showcase both the skirmishing power as well as his ganking prowess that T1 heavily relied upon in particularly early to mid part of spring. For CFO, they're chilling, right? Even if
Faker
gets on top of you, HongQ.
Sidestep, good flash out. Faker
Oh my gosh, Faker lives, Faker lives, HongQ the flash,
keeping it going. Faker standing on the edge, hoping to be a HongQ back, and it's first blood for T1.
Nice! Really good skill shots coming through, really good trade from Faker, really good ulti, really good gank from Owner.
Even with HongQ flashing
Tying
the
it out.
chains,
Oh, the Mone, I'm scared
Faker
Faker's gonna die
with
there.
just
Cassie
the
Peel.
tiniest bit of health, walks it up, and
좋아.
Owner flashes Cassiopeia. That's easy pickings for a Jarvan.
Should be, and this is exactly what you need from a Jarvan.
I mean,
the
I was
timing.
scared Zara's gonna die and go 1-for-1.
HongQ
just
thought he could outplay. Overconfident or didn't see.
I think it's just
That
as
potion.
Faker was going to go in for a trade, he sees Owner shows up. She's like, my guess he's playing for the kill, knowing that actually getting out is
Okay.
Top side now.
Trying to make
Faker?
a an impact rest.
Stunned there. Doran starting to burn Rest down. Rest living for an extra
Nice!
second. Flash out.
Faker! Angry Faker!
Monstrous in the first few minutes of this game.
Mid-shy.
Faker conceding a bit in lane to make his presence felt on the map.
Going to be missing out on a decent amount of CS for this, but that's a kill going over to Doran. Courtesy of Faker.
Interrupt there. Carrier taking a decent amount of damage. Hammer Shock firing back. Arrow does connect. Good trade from Guma. HongQ trying to zone Faker off. Junja moving through, but Owner already in the midst of CFO's jungle, taking away
He
the
did lose like 13 CS for that though.
Cooldowns. Should be fine though.
CS 13개 버리고 로밍 가고 있긴 해 근데.
Connects Carrier not ready this time around.
Carrier?
Only ticking damage coming through. Carrier forced to flash out. CFO trying to make the fast play. Had the opportunity for a recall, but instead opted to
Okay,
stick
good
around.
trace from Guma.
And
But he
Guma-
switched out.
Not running the lethal tempo.
Another
Understand.
hook connecting. Damage there. Cooldowns there, forcing flash and barrier.
What a win.
아니 바텀 이거
There
진짜
for the bot lane,
어떡하냐?
CFO again. This time in 2v2.
What is going on with bot lane from
Almost
T1, bro?
leisurely throws out the hook, finds Guma.
Arrow. Doggo has to be careful though. He has cleanse. He doesn't have barrier. HongQ solid trade, but
Okay, top side is playing way better
poison,
though.
so the extra damage not
Top
coming
side's
in.
playing better.
HongQ just continues
HongQ
to trade
no flash, HongQ
aggressively.
no
Owner
flash.
on the way forward.
Look for
Rinse and repeat on this
EQ,
gank.
bum,
Sidestep
bum.
from HongQ has to
Bum,
be
bum,
good.
bum,
He just doesn't have
bum.
the movement speed. Owner moving
Oh,
up there.
wait,
Quick
not
finish,
enough
though. Careful
damage.
to go to the tower. And HongQ firing back. Gets the kill. Faker goes in and makes it a 1-for-1. But T1 again over eager. They're keeping the pace in their favor. They're keeping the gold in their favor, but a small fumble.
I think they have to though, because you do have to make sure that Faker gets to catch up in
Guys,
this lane, right? So
put
trading
your
the
hands
1-for-1, I think
together.
in this instance is worth it.
자,
Allows
T1
Faker
빼면
to
돼.
shove in this lane. We'll see Kaiwing catch
딱지를
it.
끼고 이제.
Looks like a full
기도-
rotation actually coming through as, again, HongQ, kind of the same. The ward not quite timed out. Does stall there with the side steps.
Start to pray,
Even with
guys.
the flag and direct, there's not enough damage for Owner. That second turret shot in particular, I think, catching him off guard. But then Faker with the flash W level up as well.
Okay,
He
we got
actually
the
was,
feat of warfare.
shockingly close to going
무료
down there
캔서
as
스택
well.
먹었죠?
As now 100%
좋아.
kill participation. Faker
사소해.
trying to make his way back into form after a rough first 3 games.
T1 not a team afraid to play on slim margins as CFO set up
아까부터
control on this
무릎도
dragon.
땅에
Doran
붙이고
on the
있어.
6 lane assignments. Keeping the bot lane of CFO on the bottom side is Doran.
자, 여기서
Well,
치면
Nuance do
우리
what he
지금
can to
미래가
defend under tower,
없거든요.
rest a bit behind in terms of
그래도
overall XP
한번
because of the
1코가 더
previous
있긴
play, and
한데,
Carrier in a good position to force a dive. Guma no 6 though.
Rest does have his ultimate available, so he can actually buffer that get a good amount of
Don't jinx it, guys. Don't jinx it.
invulnerability to CC and Guma.
The observer's teasing us.
I don't think he's going to hit 6.
Flag,
I don't know without 6 if they can do this. They need a first
potential
member.
Hex flash over the wall.
They need someone else. Are there reinforcements?
Hex flash in, wall, trying to make sure that he can't get out. A quick burn down.
야, 기도 통했고요. Okay, okay, Doran. Okay, Doran's fine.
Faker forced to trade, has a Skarner ultimate
fine,
of his
it's fine.
own. Altis might just
It
get
might
traded
not
out
be
before
fine. It
pulling
might
out
not be
here to
fine.
follow. Faker
It
caught out.
might not be
Adds it on,
fine.
steals with the Impale, manages to catch 3, but there's no follow-up there, and down goes Faker.
가주지 말지. 그냥 웨이브 받아먹지
It's a
미드에서.
1-for-1 trade across the board. Top side going away of
카시오피아 너무 잘
T1.
크는데?
Even though
Faker's
Doran
moving too much.
survives,
I think he needs to
Faker
stay
ends up
sit
going
mid
down,
for a
and
little
while
bit.
that's going on,
He needs to sit
Honkyun,
mid a little bit.
22 CS lead by
근데
the way,
럼블을
just
믿어야 되는
slamming
같은데?
mid lane waves into the turret. This game very chaotic here, Drake, because his owner gets found yet again.
Faker
eating
should
some
just grab the
chicken,
wave, I think,
and
and
he'll
sit
just,
mid
I
from
guess,
the
get
tower.
red buff instead. Has to abandon
Yeah,
ship
exactly,
because if you see the pings come
Like,
down.
Rumble was weak siding anyways,
good
like,
chicken.
we're making topside play,
It
so...
is. Yeah.
Even
But
if
this
Rumble
is
dies
T1
out,
with
so
one
be
kick
it, you
goalie.
know?
T1
That's the thing, when
matching,
you're, like, weak siding,
fighting
you
fire
don't
with
go there.
fire for it feels like the first time in this
'Cause
series.
you're already
Honor has been on the
outnumbered,
back foot the vast majority
so
of these
there's not
early
much
games.
you can do
Jarvan
to help.
demanding that aggressive play. And Owner certainly delivering as Rest.
No flash.
The one who's really suffering here.
Honky's
Level
former name
6
was
for
Chihuahua?
Guma.
Don't go in
Not
Chihuahua.
walking up at all. X flash.
And then you have
Was a heal
Bulldog.
for carry, a little bit extra movement speed.
Ginger, I think, going to be looking
Imagine
to steal
Bulldog
at least one
during
grab.
stuff, it's
Owner
so funny.
finds one. Does
Bulldog,
T1 actually
Chihuahua,
wanna
Doggo.
possibly flip the game? Carry doesn't have his ultimate yet, so turning this into a numbers advantage, not going to be easy. There's also Jin, right? Always have to be careful. He can join fights a lot faster than you might initially think due to the range and ultimate. Doran does have to pee.
패자조에 T1만큼 무서운 팀이
CFO, are you going to contest
양점이
this?
승자조를
Okay, they just
올려주잖아.
want 2 grubs. They'll be happy to get it and walk away. CFO
괜찮은데?
ready to force the fight.
Good plan.
Jojo taking one back now. They're set to grab 2 grubs. T1 willing to risk the flip. Arrow.
그만! 이거지 그만 바르스! 그만 일시 그만 일시 그만 일시 그만 일시
You can hear
그만
the swear words from Cadril himself.
그만!
It's
Cajal losing it. Cajal's losing it.
It's a little
of
reminder.
what once happened. This
Come on, can you steal it?
On a small,
우리는 강타가
tiny, it's fine.
하나 더
Little
있거든.
thing. It's a purple
동부주 강타도
objective
있지만
in the pit. We'll
And
take it.
바루스
But the most important thing, as fun as that was, is that
W
CFO
kill.
does deny the triple, right? Junja with a
스틸
great
신구만이씩.
50-50 smite wins it, denies them the
This is
opportunity
why
to
they
actually get full
permaban
value
구만이씩
from
there
those
is.
grubs. And simultaneously, CFO did pick up the dragon. Next one up in about 2 minutes.
It's going to be Hextech though, so a lot of the damage, a lot of the burst souls not on the board. Certainly would have
심장이
favored
너무 빨리
T1,
뛰고
but
있어서
grab that first Drake.
my heart is like
See what the soul spawn is going to be.
it's beating too fast.
It's the early game,
심장이
yeah, very
지금
volatile.
쿵쾅쿵쾅.
Slowing down a little bit here.
그래서
Imagine T1 just wants to keep the pace up. CFO have made very clear that if they get to decide what happens on the map, they are more than a match for T1 now, running away with 2 consecutive early games. This third one, T1 at least have a little bit of grip.
And we
T1
have
is
seen
too
in a
busted
close
having
game
3
where
smites on
T1
one
have
team.
so many
Yeah.
playmakers, as they do in this
Yep.
game 4. They're able to attack from a lot of angles, and CFO weren't able to weather
Okay,
that
well,
storm in game
Faker's down like 30 CS. It's okay
See
though.
if T1 can replicate that success here.
He did give
Still
a big lead to
for
Dora.
Honkyun in the bottom
Rumble is very
lane.
much
Cassio, a
ahead.
champion that
근데 이게
build all these
탐
scaling
로밍을
options.
해줘가지고 탑이
Be
되게
a
잘 풀렸죠
massive threat
럼블.
later, but again, it's the
Rumble's doing
execution
really well.
where so many Cassio players fall short. You're spacing every Q. Everything has to be perfect.
That's Carrier on a flank angle here.
도란까지 사스마.
Retreat, gonna go through the
그러네,
wall.
도란
Carrier
선수
finds the
카밀
knockback into the
아타칸
wall.
스틸은
Junja, instantaneous flash out.
레전드였지.
Carrier also healing, or rather, there was the spell book. Obviously, the teleport has the heal now available for the upcoming fight.
Yep.
And important is that Junja doesn't have flash, both offensively, because it means that he can't go for a big flash impale play, but also that Carrier now has the opportunity to much easier knock him out, right? That's one of the things we're always going to talk about when any objective is started. When there's a Poppy in the game, it's so easy to just turn any situation into a numbers advantage, start the objective. They have forced to walk in, healed them out. It's top side. Doran in this matchup with the early kill, actually doing very well in the 1v1, and neither top laner outside of that has really seen.
Wait,
a lot
we're
of
losing
potential.
this series.
And Doran
Yo,
again,
what's up?
the strongest point on the map.
Welcome.
for T1 in terms at least of an individual gold. It was Faker who used what little advantage he had from that early kill to set Doran up for success. And now Rest put incredibly far behind, 20 CS down. This game very unplayable for the Ambessa at this stage.
정비 좋아.
Just has to catch waves.
Okay, I think we actually can win the fight though.
Well, Doran can't just TP
한타 스펠 다 있고 할만합니다.
Look at the owner's ult.
We'll get first move.
Silas is far though. Silas 멀긴 해 근데.
Into this fight as well. There's Doran.
TP coming through from Doran.
Flash ult available for
Can go for a skill,
but potential to turn initial hook, lock down onto Carrier, trying to start the fight, but
oh my gosh, Carrier got. Oh wait, that's so good. The ulti from Rumble so good. 잡았고.
Finally, the curtain call comes out.
Oh, Dogo almost got sniped by Varus. Nice, T1
gets toasted.
Okay, that Rumble ult was beautiful by the way. 그러니까 뽀삐가 궁이 끊겨서 좀 아쉽긴 했지만 뽀삐 그런 ulti, so it's a little bit tragic.
T1 the response this time ready.
역시 럼블 자르반 타워는 무시 못하죠. 럼블 자르반 컴보? Crazy.
Always going to be feeling
Owner trapped them in the pit, and then Rumble just ulti.
And on cue. But the mid game is where we saw both domestically a lot of their troubles arise, and also
look
going back to game number 1, Dracos.
Definitely true. We take a look back at this
They hooked on Carrier.
The
Carrier 선수한테
is phenomenal.
와, 진짜 럼블.
Across the top.
Rumble was perfect.
It is exactly what T1 wants from a team fight.
Happily giving his life to ensure that the fight is won. Guma
so
unthreatened
crazy.
In that one. It's the value of the Jarvan combined with the timely route of Doran. Rest there a little bit disjointed with the rest of his team. I don't think it would have mattered with that engage, but maybe they could have traded more evenly. Look for a refight. It's another Chemtech. And for Silas.
Oh no, Calf Killers, thanks for the soul for the fish.
Obviously going to be feeling pretty good.
Definitely will. Nice cancel on the recall.
Nice.
Coming in from Jojo. So bit of a tempo lead.
아까 자르반경의 주력 딜러 풀까지 다 맞아, 풀 다 빠졌어. 그러니까 한타 이긴 것만이 아니라. So not only do we win the fight and get the dragon, we also got the flash from home queue. So Cassiopeia, Doggo, no flash.
Bit more caution from home queue. Not entirely sure where Owner could be lurking. And Owner, we talk about kind of the brawlers, the skirmishers, the Xin you mentioned earlier. Champions with a ton of that individual agency potential to outfight. And Jarvan a lot more of a linear champion, but still having an incredible amount of impact in this game. 7 out of 8 kills he participated in, and really has been the driving force outside of that one gang topside from Faker.
It's huge because champions like Jarvan, if you don't have flash, so you can't really.
I love Jarvan's design.
Get out of his ulti.
Still so much skill express. You know, when you will, the flash, flag and drag combos that you can pull off. Obviously, you know, all champions, so we don't see him until we're like in game 4, maybe game 5.
Yeah.
He's
not a game 1.
He's not a game 1 champion. No, unfortunately not.
It's 2025.
I already hear the silver scrapes, guys.
It's fun.
I
don't mind it, but you know, the classics hit for a reason.
It's very true.
It's the gold late.
He also has the Fnatic skin, which is kind of funny.
If he ulted GG?
Good for you, Owner.
No, I didn't. Come on.
No one will see that.
So at least one person in the audience with a Fnatic jersey, so there's their shout out.
No.
It's Junja. Maybe an angle on Doran.
Ready to go. Immediate ulti. The combo now coming through, trying to burn through Orner before he can get the ulti down. He just barely manages to get it off, but it's not where he needs it. CFO, quick shutdown, finding an angle.
Doran ulting the tower.
Ulti going across, but Owner is here to respond, and they're looking to turn it back. A good ulti coming in.
Faker, Owner. 바로 그냥.
Happy with that trade. Unless Carrier also goes down.
Carrier's here.
Oh, Carrier.
Carrier has E. Nice E.
Ulti, but only hits a creep. Trying to zone them away from the tower.
Okay.
Just tanking. And Faker in the meantime breaks down that
Faker! Faker's awake now! Let's go!
T1. Doggo ulting, but Guma's just gonna walk it in the E.
Guma!
Connecting as well.
Guma's space gliding!
Not wanting to use the summoners, but with the barrier and flash could have fully committed there.
뭔강이냐고 진짜
Look at this fight.
Faker missed everything, but didn't matter.
But they do know they have a numbers advantage here. Finds the ult.
Really perfect Cassiopeia
here.
ulti.
The stun onto Honkyu, which
and
is
then he dodges
the only reason why he actually ends up surviving. If Honkyu doesn't get hit by that,
아니 카시오페아 궁을 페이커 선수를 맞췄는데 상대 카시오페아 궁을 등을 완벽하게 등을 돌린 상태로 피했죠. Faker literally hit Cassiopeia ult himself. And then dodged the Cassiopeia from Honkyu.
T1 mid lane turret immediately being taken by Guma as well.
Do you guys remember Faker Riven mid? Like he played mid Riven into Cassiopeia, perfectly dodged it.
1,000 for Guma. Faker with an advantage of his own despite going down
so much
CS earlier on.
Underpower. Like this is like years ago. This is years ago. It's a really famous clip. You guys should look it up.
And we saw in previous games how
카시오페아
that can bite them, how that can turn against them. But this is the kind of game where the gold favors them, the map control favors them. Relatively even in objectives.
Yup, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, look it up.
Where this team is
crazy.
at their scariest.
Faker mid Riven into Cassiopeia.
40 seconds on the Dragon. 80 carries.
진짜
have their
카시오페아.
flashes available.
이 정도면은 근데 사일러스 다 따잡은 정도가 아니라
Take the initial blow, re-engage.
오히려 사일러스가 더 세졌는 게. I think Silas not only caught up, I think he's actually ahead of
T1 obviously going all the way,
at him,
all the
he's
time.
actually
Just
had the
try and
levels,
find a target,
yes.
blow them up
Oh, yeah,
before
let
a
him go
response
too.
is available. Utilize the power of the Poppy to create a numbers advantage, and then combine that Jarvan ult with the Rumble. They need to be careful about the backline though. Guma, even though he has sums available, if Rest gets on top of him, might still be in some serious trouble. And he is the most fed member.
Oh, Mega Blast Cone.
On
vision there.
T1 is Guma. Should be okay here.
Nice use of the banner coming
여기
in.
사고만 안 터지면 됩니다. 이대로 그냥. 4.4k lead for T1.
T1.
Just make sure we don't throw at them. We're good, right? We're good.
Slow and steady.
They know they have mid prio easy with
장난
He's
페이커 선수 지금
level up.
앵그리 페이커 출전했고요.
Second item done. Swifties with feats as well.
이번 판 다들 너무 잘해주고 있습니다. 앞담에서 살짝 불안불안했던 거를 그래도 많이 복구했어.
Ulti from Honkyu, big to watch.
Oing.
The ulti from Carry, arguably even more important. He would immediately go in, knowing they have the man advantage for a brief moment in time. They're going to get the dragon and now look at the fall, but Honkyu over the wall to perfect ulti, but I don't think he has the damage quite yet.
아니야, 괜찮아. No damage, no damage. Bye bye. Bye.
CFO, they're a little early with Rest. He arrives in time, but
아니 방금 근데 카시
still
개
with the
잘
numbers
썼는데
advantage.
카스피아
Thanks for the
also so
ult from
crazy.
Carry. Now Doggo,
Oh
not
wow,
long
it's just a
for
massacre
this
now.
world.
Now this is the type of gameplay I was expecting from T1 every single game.
Doran living.
Doran donates his life.
Doran died,
but
but okay.
T1 still gonna be happy. That's a 6-point, or actually with the turret, upwards of 7k lead.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, Dracos, and it's looking good.
Crazy Cassiopeia ulti, no damage. Rumble ulti. 럼블곡 너무 이뻤고요. 와, 럼블 그냥 불로 지지는 거 봐. Rumble just literally barbecue flamethrower on them. Holy
and
moly.
I am feeling good about some silver scrapes.
Seems like Vancouver is as well. We do seem very close to scraping silver. At this point, if you're CFO, you don't want to let it get to a game 5, but your options to come back in this game are so limited. The death ball of T1 is lethal, and you talked about their strategy is absorb and fire back, but you just can't absorb.
No, you're getting knocked out.
Damage.
On the first blow, unfortunately.
Yep, damage is gonna
It's like if you're in a fight and you get a
4k damage from Dora.
It's like we can't see the other guy.
Dora 지금 주사위 굴렸는데 200이 나온
It's
거야.
not looking too hot here for CFO.
Roll the dice.
And with how insanely powerful multi-members are, this is the real issue, is that even if you somehow get on top of Guma, if you don't attend to Doran, he will toast you. Same for Faker, still sitting on 2 items, and now with a level lead, despite everything that happened in the previous game, Dracos.
T1 have a clear blueprint to push this lead forward. 2 Drakes now.
Did someone already play the vape?
Right,
yeah, they played it. Honky played it.
Faker pushing in the side with TP
CFO played it game 1 and then we won.
Name of the game here. Rest really can't afford to walk in. The objectives are getting shredded. Honkyu trying to make good into the side lane, ready to backstep a Faker, tries to turn it.
Oh, Honkyu dodged it this time.
Goes through.
It's the Faker! What do you mean? 아니 잠시만요, 이거 스틸하면 안 되는데. Wait, please no doors, please no doors, please no doors. Oh my gosh, they got it, they got the Atacon. Oh my gosh, Doran is dead too.
It is the GOAT who throws it away, who goes in when he does not need to.
Guma looking for an extra kill, will not find it. And Faker as you highlight, doesn't need to go in there. All he needs to do is make sure that the Casio can't join the fight, that he's a level up, thinks he can make it work, but mid-chains gets ulted, and then Honkyu reads him like a book, turns it around, and here Carrier not able to actually get Ginger the flash from the Skarner to ensure the play works out. The Jin laying down supportive fire, and the Smite of Skarner being the difference maker there.
And the choice for Owner was let his AD carry die or be in range to flip the objective. He chose to save Guma, but at the cost of losing this Otacon, that's still a 5K gold lead. T1 still far ahead, but so many flowers in the favor of CFO.
Of course, Fevi just
isn't quite as big as it looks. And it's the kind of misstep they
Fevi
can't afford
posting
to
on
make
Twitter
again.
yet again
Casio
mid-match.
is only
Okay.
continuing to get stronger and stronger.
Same for Skarner, same for Mbessa.
Fevi, alright, boom, boom, boom,
Only an
boom,
item
boom, boom,
away.
boom, boom,
I think
boom,
that free
boom,
item
boom,
break,
boom.
but particularly if you're
Alright, going boom.
able to get like something
근데
like a
진짜
death
아시는
stance,
분
basically
지금
impossible to take you out in
T1이
fights, especially if
CFO가
they can
2입니다. T1이
get their
지금
hands on
이거
maybe
지면은
Contact Dragon.
해외 패자랑 부활전을
Honkyu.
들어가거든.
That play towards the
지면
top
안
side
됩니다.
might end up being the turning point, might
Good
end
card
up
here
being
workout.
what
I don't think this
allows
is good.
CFO to not let this go to a game 5.
I don't know if this is good for my
about
heart,
to be
guys.
up.
I
Guma
don't
doesn't
know.
have Barry, but does have his flash available. Summoners
I'm tired. Can I cry?
mostly
No, Galaxy.
available
No crying.
across the board. Not
No crying.
quite
Hold on.
there yet for Junja.
Put your hands together again,
Same,
guys.
I think,
그
for
기도를 안
Honkyu,
해서
but his
그렇구만.
should be available if they can
Put your
stop
hands
for just a
together.
little bit.
CFO making sure they keep vision in the area. 14 seconds.
We stopped
to that
praying and
crucial
now we're
objective.
throwing. Okay, we gotta go back to
Approaching
praying.
control point armor penetration there.
We gotta
for
go
Guma.
back to praying,
A lot of
guys.
damage here on the poke.
CFO desperately trying to find a way back in, hoping for another good fight.
Where is the
And
blow
Junja
letter?
doesn't have flash,
Rumble
so
went
carry out
ulti.
should be
Sonyeon
easier
to
for
survive.
him. T1 though, they can play this slow.
존냐를 가도 PP 조절을 안 갔네,
Rest is gonna
럼블이.
try and look for
딜이
backline access on
부족하긴
the flank.
하겠는데,
Only
그러니까
three
딜이
items
부족하지는
relative to the
않을
opposition, one of the
텐데.
strongest players in the team. Junja taking a big chunk. Lock up there. They're gonna
Nice! He doesn't even need blow letter. It's fine.
But in the meantime,
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We win this. We win this. Guma died. Guma died, but it's fine. It's fine. 괜찮아, 괜찮아, 괜찮아. It's fine. It's fine. We win this. We win this. Okay, 오늘 공연. 나이스! Boom! Doing going ham.
Better in the exchange. Faker. Full confidence. Curtains called. Doggo has to back away. Owner
still going.
Ready.
Owner,
Flash,
angry
drag.
owner, angry
Doggo
owner.
back into the tower. Doran going golden. Honkyu trying to
Someone
turn
tank
the
it.
lines,
Oh,
but
someone tank
Doran's
tower
gonna
for the
get it.
What is this? What is this? What is this? What are we doing? Why are we so deep? 용을 먹어야 되는데 뭐 하는 겁니까, 근데? Oh my gosh.
Tanking. Carrier moving in. He has a big shield and down.
Carry on! Carry on! I mean, I don't know. Dragon's gonna be good for them then.
We'll have to see
근데
if
이러면은
T1 can
상대
still make a play
정글은
towards it. It looks
살아나서.
like they're definitely going to get this turret if Faker and Carrot can get out.
Are they gonna TP?
Contest should be
No,
possible,
they don't have TP.
but
They don't have TP. They don't have
look
TP.
at the fog. No TP available, so I think they made it out.
They're chasing, but they didn't get the objective.
What a
They're still holding on. I mean, it's incredible.
A little bit deep.
And also a little bit messy.
What do you say?
Just a little bit deep. 아니 그냥 용을 뒤로 가서 용을 먹으면 안 된다라는 생각이
He just gets
드는
blown
거야.
up immediately.
I'm just thinking we win the fight, we just turn around and grab the dragon. But then we try to like dive them under second tier tower. Like
in top of Kuma's. Yeah, why not? It's T1. Star Baron.
Skywing did grab the shutdown kill on
They
the Guma,
really
though,
want me to
which
have
means
a
much
heart
less
attack
gold into the back
mid-match
pocket
or
of
what?
Rest.
Now we're throwing a Baron?
It's 25 minutes. We cannot do Baron.
Hello?
As T1 have learned, CFO though, they still get the TP. So that is a win for T1. Does mean that Honkyu won't have that summoner available. T1
Never
instead
team
look like they want to turn it into a movement towards the dragon here. Do note that Owner is just clearing his top side. Wanting to get to a third item, unheard of generally for a jungler. Is the
생각을 하지 말자.
from Guma going to again
Okay,
be
okay,
something that
guys.
T1 will rely on. Soften up these members, but CFO,
Fuck.
3
Into
items
play.
done. Honkyu sitting. And Leandri
Seekers as well.
has the Seekers. So even if Owner finds an ult, that might not be enough.
T1 denying as much as they can, taking as much space
시즌은
as
강하다.
they can.
그러니까
Scuttle down does give CFO.
MSI는 모든 팀들이 강하다는 걸 코이도 그렇고 다 좋은 모습을 보여주는데 CFO
gets to open the fight with the curtain call.
무서운데?
And he manages to find the ult. CFO hesitating for a moment. Jojo
Tank
wants to flip
it,
it.
tank it.
Ready to risk the 50-50.
Carrier, tank it.
Trying to zone him away.
Carrier, tank it.
Good diligence coming in. And they're going in for it. They manage to find the ult. Faker is taking his corner ult to his own. And it's
Nice exhaust on Hongkyu! Good exhaust! Hongkyu's dead! Hongkyu's dead! Oh my gosh, the Zonyas! Zonyas! Oh my gosh, we're losing the fight!
They're making it happen! T1 taken down in the pit!
T1 gets obliterated by CFO! They get the dragon, but at a cost that surely is too much. The CFO make their way, the Flying Oysters on their way to the Baron.
And you thought it'd be simple. You thought with the Mbessa gone, it'd be a flip. T1 have the discipline not to flip it, to keep Junja at arm's length. It's a flash in. The risk, owner secures. It feels like everything you could want
that was
for
fine.
T1,
That exhaust was good too.
Where they find a way to crawl their way back in.
Look, Guma just got completely destroyed by Mbessa. Mbessa한테 그냥 바루스가 닦였어. 바루스랑 플래시, bro. 바루스 다이브 하다가 플래시 막 쓰이고 막 그래 그거.
Gets on top of the Varus, and as we highlighted, once he does, there is no way out.
The potential for CFO reignited is the goal now within touching distance. The last time Asia Pacific, the LCP, the LMS, the mini names they've had historically, ever won a best of 5 against Korea. Taipei Assassins, Azubu Frost, 2012 World Finals Toys. We know the Oriana skin, you know the Nunu, you know the roster.
This is 13 years.
Unprecedented.
나쁜 말 금지입니다, 여러분.
But they are on match point and is T1.
칼부림 받기 싫으시면은 응원을 하자고.
Kaimin
is getting caught out. Kaimin, thank you. Kaimin, thank you. Kaimin, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 감사합니다, 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 감사합니다. 노티럭스 감사합니다. Thank you very 감자. 홀리 몰리, 홀리 몰리. 갑자기 여기서 노티러스가
These fights have been back and forth, and
brother Kaimin, check his PayPal.
it really feels like it comes down to how much can Hongkyu do, and can they keep Doggo safe? Rest has also been able to get onto the T1 backline very
바로 먹고
consistently.
저렇게 잘려가지고 못 굴리죠? Wait, they actually didn't get
never
any.
gonna really
They didn't get
feel
anything,
safe
right,
at any
from
point.
Baron?
Any fight can be
Other
turned
than Baron
around
gold
very
itself.
quickly.
Because you get 1,500
You
golds,
overstep if,
300
say,
each per
Hongkyu,
person. 5
Doggo
people,
or
right?
Rest gets knocked
5
away,
times
and
3,
T1 gets to
15.
still pull the trigger on a fight.
But
Which,
other than
let's be
that,
real,
they don't really
Jarvan,
have anything. They didn't
you
get
know, they're
anything,
getting away.
guys. 바론
They wanna force
버프로
the fight,
아무것도
they
못했죠?
can.
바론에서 나오는 골드 빼고는.
But the gold lead basically negligible at this point. And I'd
CFO가 진짜
argue
잘하는
that
거 맞는 것 같긴 한데.
with Skarner and Bessa
T1들.
and Cassio, you're not feeling too
이길
bad
수
about
있다요.
going into the later stage of the
이번
game.
판은 뱀픽도 그렇고 이번 판
Definitely aren't. But again,
이길만 하다요.
pressure of execution.
Varus is actually
Clear
really
what T1
fed.
want
We
to
just
do. So many
need
good
Varus to have
proactive
flash
engage
up and we're
options.
good. 바루스 플래시 돌았잖아.
They
이번
have to
한타
consider Guma in the back line.
굉장히 좋다요.
For a long time, the strongest relative member on the team, although Doggo has been catching up.
Catch of Night now done for Guma.
That's big. Pope taking it away, though.
No objective on the map for a little bit of Rebel Baron power play, fairly minor. Denying
How
it though
is
is a big
Guma
deal,
8
and it mostly
kills,
just means that
40
CFO
CS ahead, and
stick
somehow
around in the
he's
game. Now, we
only
do have
400
the
gold
Chemtech
ahead?
Soul
How does that even
possibly there
happen?
for T1.
Jin got all the Turpling gold or what?
But if it was a Hextech, if it's an
Fuck?
Infernal, even a Mountain, I think the value would be without question.
Riot's
Now,
bounty.
Initial start, Hongkyu off to the side. Keep your eyes on him. Equalizer cross trying to zone Hongkyu off. It's a good initial start. Owner in trouble though. And the knockback from Carrier is big. Rest of them, it's the entire T1 lineup, and he lives for an extra moment. The curtains are called. And T1 are retreating.
Faker tank! Faker tank! Faker tanky! Okay.
TP used for CFO. Single TP.
No skew on the bro shenanigans.
Hongkyu actually
Right.
TPing back into the fight after Carrier knocked him out.
Yesterday, Skewman dodged the
And in the
Jin.
end, it's a lot of summoners being exchanged, but
It's
no
truly
one going
tragic.
down, and really
So
this
tense,
just felt like a
y'all.
precursor to the Drake fight that might decide the
Series
game.
is giving me heart.
Piling though, crucially no flash. Flash is up for everyone on the side of T1.
Carrier
So many
ult is good,
resources.
yeah.
And it's going to come down to the slimmest of margins. Alt
We have to
cooldowns,
lock in, we have to
flashes,
lock in, we have
who
to
has
lock in.
Zanya's, who doesn't. Pot picked up by the side of Rest.
그러니까 이거 솔직히
500
바론
gold, it won't build
먹고
towards another item, but he needs that immediate
아무것도
injection of
못했지?
stats. That's the state the
CFO
game is in.
couldn't
He
do
knows
anything after
any
Baron.
fight
It's good,
could
we
be
just
the
have to
final fight. of this
Dragon
game.
Soul.
And for CFO,
용
very
영혼이다
well
이거.
could be the final fight of
그리고
this
심지어
series.
방금 한타에서
coming on
바루스가 전멸 안 썼잖아.
T1 do
게이드.
have the luxury of
Varus
trying to
still
play
has smite.
for maybe
I
a
mean
mid
flash.
push,
So
something
I
else.
think
There isn't a
team
Baron
fight
on the map,
is
obviously,
still
but
winnable for us.
it's only the second Drake if CFO
Still
do
winnable.
get it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see T1 play fully for
We
the
need a
fight,
good
not
German ult. We
necessarily
need a good Rumble ult.
to actually get this objective. Faker sitting on an hill right now, but is spotted by Rest.
스카너
Rest, by the
대박
way, was
궁에다가.
looking for that flank. If he can get on
I
top
mean Silence has
of Guma again.
Faker.
2.7, getting lower.
Silence ulti.
Objective taken. T1 know that they don't have to overcommit for it. It's Faker on the side. Faker finding Rest. It's a big start to the fight. Jojo realizes this is not the angle they can go for. Pick to start. Done once more.
Okay,
T1
okay, go
hungry
for
the
more.
chase.
Okay, don't go too
Rapid
deep
retreat
though.
from CFO, but T1 still
Go for more,
chasing.
yes, but we don't.
There's no turret. Faker's going to keep on
Faker's
chasing.
gonna flash. Oh, Faker's going in. Faker's going in.
Flash forward, ulti
No
down,
flash
flashing
toggle!
out. Faker looking for the angle, stealing away the Nautilus ulti. Will
No
lock
flash
up
toggle!
but they don't
Oh,
quite have
that
the
goes
fall.
really
It's gonna
far.
be Kai Wing drop. They will take him
Oh,
down.
Faker's E2 didn't
Good
connect.
kills inside of T1.
까비,
They don't get the
사일러스가
Drake.
뭔가
the
E2
gold
플래시로
back in
해서
their
들어갈 수
favor.
있긴 한데
They can't push
다음
though.
한타를 위해서
With Honky still
독에서 진을
alive.
잡는다고 해도
Same
게임이 안
footage in.
끝나잖아. 그러니까 이
Again, it's Summons to March,
사일러스
just the
플래시
flash
다음
now
한타를
gone
위해서
for
I don't
Doggo
know.
in the next fight. Yes, he has
I
climb,
think
but it's not going to do anything.
yes, Faker could have
Against the
flashed in
Flying
and killed the
Dragon,
Varus,
it's not gonna do anything against the
killed the
ultimate
Jhin, but
of the
I think
Jarvan.
at this point you probably won't flash out for next
Faker
fight.
finds the pick.
Because even if you kill Jhin
45
there, the
seconds on
game's
the
not gonna
Baron.
end.
Junja looking for Faker. Goes golden, but Honky lays down the miasma.
Wait,
Faker's
we need
got
help, we
nowhere
need
left
help.
to go.
No, we can
Tries to
turn
back,
this.
Stealing away ulti, stunned up. T1!
Okay, we can't turn this.
It's
We
cost
can't
them so
turn
many
this.
times. Is this the right
Okay,
fight?
one, okay,
they have
one.
to be asking themselves, but they don't.
Never mind, we can turn this! Kill him! Yeah! 복수! 아니 그러니까 이게 턴을 상대 턴이긴 해도
Let's be careful. Rest is on his way.
I don't know, they were
Level 17
so
and
deep
Bessa.
for that.
A threat
상대
indeed.
턴이긴 해죠. 네.
Faker
그래도
goes down, but the timers are favorable for
너무
T1. 10
건방졌다.
seconds on Nash. Bases are going to come in. I know this Team Drake, they are going to gun straight for that objective.
didn't imagine
CFO still have an opportunity,
didn't imagine the
obviously
series
easy for
being this
Junja
close.
to make his way into this pit. There's
아니
Giga Conti,
CFO가
Skarner.
우승 후보인 거야 뭐야?
Not going to be given a base.
아니 이렇게
Guma
이렇게
going down to the
힘들다고?
poke.
잠시만.
Rest tries to retake
Have to
control
focus, guys.
of
Have
the
to
mid lane.
focus.
CFO ahead on tempo. Faker respawning in 6 will be first on the map. Neither mid laner having
Why is
access
my
to
team
TP,
like
although
this?
Faker's a little bit
T1
closer.
fan POV.
No death cap for Faker.
4
Absolutely
AM?
huge. A
Drink some
spike
coffee.
for any AP character that
Drink
at this point in the game
some
feels
caffeine.
like a necessity, not going to be available
Can't go
for
to bed
him. I
now,
don't know how
guys.
much gold he's sitting on, but not having that available can be the difference in this fight.
43개.
You won't need to wait for Zanya's. Such an important cooldown.
Could play it slow as well, but
No flash for Owner, no flash for Carrier, although hard to tell with the exhaust heal. Might have it available in a few seconds after he does drop it mid-fight. Junja not having flash makes it pretty easy to knock him out of the pit. You highlighted it before. A vulnerable target for the Poppy. Ultimate as Junja starts to go in on
Guma?
the Guma smite.
Nice!
The
Wait,
ultimate
Junja
completely
missed!
works.
Junja
T1
missed!
see that as they're trying to kick the fight off. Guma uses
Scatter,
ultimate,
scatter,
manages to
scatter.
land, but it's Rest
Oh wait,
to
wait,
the
wait,
backside.
wait, Rest
Guma
is going in,
immediately
Rest is going in.
comes
Oh my
back
gosh,
very
Faker got
clutch.
one-shotted.
The fight
Faker got
falling apart
one-shotted. He
this
didn't have
time. T1 has to
Zonyas.
make the difference. Doran has to burn
Doran,
it down.
nice! Oh no! Carrier! Owner! Oh my gosh, Owner went in really deep
An
though.
ulti,
Owner.
knocked back into the wall. The Cassio
Nice!
still going.
Wait!
Doran trying to burn him, trying to take him out. It's Guma to follow. Going golden.
잡았다. 이건 잡았어요. 이건 잡았어. 그 다음에. Next.
Willing to trade blood for silver, giving everything they have to go
What
to
is
game
even
5.
going on?
Rest
What
running.
is going on, guys?
Zealous' flash.
What am I wanting?
T1.
What am I wanting right
No,
now?
they can't really
What
do
am
the
I
objective
wanting
and
right
be
now?
conscious about their jungler. So they want an exit kill. Not going to be given one though. As Rest needs to be respected. The mobility.
Okay, Faker has Zonyas
Absolutely
up now.
crazy. That does mean though there's no
Yeah,
flash.
Faker just
On
exploded.
Honky as we take a look, Junja.
아니 이게 준지아
Hero of his
선수가
region.
들어왔는데 와 궁을 못
So many
맞춰버려가지고
consecutive first place finishes doesn't find
Mr. Faker
Guma.
got rooted though.
And then Carrier steps in front to ensure that Rest doesn't get on top of the Varus immediately. And Doran in
와,
the back
오너
line.
선수 진짜
together
오래
with
버텼다.
Owner.
And Carrier has
Already doing
perfect
great
home run.
work. But with
Professional
the
baseball player.
arrival of Carrier and that ultimate taken away, the biggest damage
Bonk.
dealer that at that point is still available for CFO.
바루스 플래시 사용된 건 좀
T1.
아쉬운데. 아니 Varus는 flash
They want
now
to bring
for
us to a
next
game
fight.
5. That wasn't enough though, because as big as it was, as good as the getting that flash Ashes
Baker
still need to do more.
Definitely do.
Mr. Baker!
Whether you're here in the stadium or
Doran
at
with
home,
a
take a breath.
6,800 though? 도란 지금 궁 뿌리면 얼마나 아플까?
Still in a comfortable position.
Imagine
The
Doran
onslaught of
Star,
poke,
how much
something
damage
that
is it gonna
CFO
do?
to contend with. Every single fight has been bloody.
3 digits.
Summoner spells, maybe the most important resource
Okay.
in this game.
Gold
Fine.
is basically negligible.
We're good,
At this
guys.
point in the game, doesn't really matter. Faker
피피
still
써줘
no
진짜
death cap
근데.
by the way.
Jojo coming to the wall, threatening posturing,
피피 써줘 빨리 가면 좋겠는걸.
popping the
Should be
Yomus.
big. As soon as that
We
Edge of
need
Night's
blue
down,
ladder though,
Thorn on the
because we
side,
have multiple
Honku,
AP
the
champions.
crucial member.
T1 not looking like they are in a
Okay,
position
Guma no
to
flash. Guma has
make
to
a
play
play.
super
He's
safe.
gotta have the death cap.
He has TP, but there's one good ward behind. Potentially an angle to flank
One in
near
the
the
pit.
wolves.
We can give the dragon, but we need to go for the fight. 용은 줘도 한타를 봐야 되죠.
The team, Honku waiting over the wall. 2K willing to flip it, and they managed to get the chem deck. Drake 3-3 across the board, but T1 now wants the fight. Rest off to the side. Faker trying to find the lockup.
Faker! Oh my gosh, the Ambassador ulti! Oh, it's fine. We win. We win.
Everything that he possibly can, but it's already down for Jojo. Faker finding the kill, going in on Dago. He gets another 3 down for CFO at TP mid.
Oh my gosh, Doran's angry. Angry Doran.
They need to execute CFO here. They need to
Angry
take it to
Doran.
game 5. Honku,
wait.
On the way in. The
Okay, we're good.
on the flag and drag.
Okay,
Honku
it's not
gets
good.
an
It's not
second
good.
carry knocked up. Honku
Okay,
still
Honku.
raining down damage.
Nice, carry
coming
on.
up. Oh, he goes down.
Okay, we kill everybody. Okay, end. 끝내. We don't even need Baron. We don't even need Dragon. We just end. Just end.
The CFO, despite their most valiant efforts, can't actually take down T1 in the 4th game. They're gonna have side
진짜
selection.
아니 이것도 근데 솔직히 바텀 2차 타워 다이브만 안 하고 그냥 욕 먹고 운영했으면은 이기는 판인데 이렇게까지 비벼질 판이 아니었는데. 이겼잖아 한 잔에. It's okay, we won. 결국은 이겼다는 게 중요하거든. Everyone is playing better. Carry is playing so much better. 캐리어 선수 다폼 올라왔고 페이커 왔다 갔다 하긴 했지만 훨씬 좋아졌으니까. Everybody is playing better. 오늘 자르반 드리블 미친 드리블 좋았고 도마요시 선수는 뭐 이번
game series, I'm really happy about this.
바루스
What a game, because even if T1
고우춘 스틸부터 해가지고
CFO kept on fighting,
미친
but
바루스.
didn't stop the recovery
Fucking crazy
after
바루스
the early game that
좋았다고.
they had was absolutely phenomenal, especially for his ambassador. Let's
심지어
roll back in here
도란이
because
하지만 이 서세트는 근데 도란이 혼자서 다 했다. 도란 literally 1v9 carried over the morning,
This is
guys.
what we wanted to see from
뽀삐 캐리.
T1, right? We'll get into some of the later team fights,
진짜.
CFO clawing back, but really what
감사합니다.
started
감사합니다.
were these
저는
early
감사해요.
plays, right?
감사를 감사.
Honku
이쯤
going
되면
in
진짜 우리
on the
놀라게 해주려고
Casio,
일부러 진 게.
thinking he's able to get the better
어허.
of Faker. Guess
어머.
who's there? Owner.
그럼
And
바로
Owner has
금지.
his back,
5,000원 감사.
and
한
that
번에.
gets Faker ahead. He goes topside.
Yep.
He
와
gets
진짜
Doran
진단세.
ahead. He pays it forward.
CFO
and that's
상대로
where
진단세는
this is
정말
exactly
예상
what I did
못했고요.
want to see from T1.
I mean, we
And
have
we
to
will
still
get
win,
there
guys. We
because
still
it
have to
was a
win game
long
5.
back and forth game.
It's
That
not o-
final
it's
fight
not
to me
over
was
yet,
interesting
guys.
because
It's not over
Silas
yet.
comes in and joins the fight
아니
late.
여기서
So,
마지막
of
한타
course,
봐봐.
Dragon
I
goes
mean,
over to CFO with the secure, but just watch Honku joining in and carry us get the hell out of there. So then no carry
아니
there.
진짜
That's a
뽀삐공
4v5,
너무 좋았고.
and it's just straight up T1 finishing the fight.
감사합니다.
Yeah, and this felt like the most one-sided fight that they were able to get, because previously
홈큐
all the
갱맘이
fights
잘한다는
leading
이유가
up to
보이긴
this,
하네요. 아니,
of which there
홈큐
were
선수가
many,
진짜 17살인가?
they
엄청
went really back and forth where a few carries, a few players on
감사합니다.
each team
Thank you, very
would get
감사.
eliminated. Was kind of the final game
카시오페아가-
clinching fight after. Again, honestly, I thought T1 had this game absolutely
여기에서 만약에
wrapped up.
벽공만 안 당했다면은
Yeah, the game is just
진짜
getting incredibly
잘못하면은
chaotic.
1대3 당하는
Just
거
one of those
아니냐라고
moments where
걱정을 하는
CFO,
정도로.
knowing that Silas is still on the top side
어리고
of the map,
싶다.
we're able to have stronger positioning. Like Casio just wasn't in position. And usually in the last Dragon fights, Nautilus is in position to try and
저는
like cancel
감사합니다.
out anything
뭐야, 두 번
that
보내셨어요.
Poppy is
PK님.
trying to do.
감사합니다.
So that was just one of
4,000원
those moments where CFO just didn't have the right play or positioning there.
5,000원,
And that
4,000원?
just sucks for them because they were really clawing it back.
They were really crying it back, but that's the thing. Like with a game like this, they have to take
너무
every
힘들어요,
chance they can.
진짜로.
They have to
Oh
take
my
every
gosh.
fight they can. And
우리들이
for this
이렇게
Dragon,
힘든데 선수들은
they
얼마나
had to
힘들까?
commit, but
I don't know.
rolling back to the beginning of the game.
The beginning was so
Talking
good.
about this, Honku
초반에 되게
committing a bit
좋았는데.
too much she doesn't know owners here.
Yeah, and I mean, Hongkyu absolutely showed up in this game, right? Like, he later had some insane plays, thought he could go in.
I mean,
then again,
happening here.
paying it forward to Dorian.
이건 엇가져
Yeah,
그냥
even,
뺐어.
honestly, he saw owner. Like, the ward expired, but it expired when he saw the J4. He just thought he could take the 1v2, or he was just so focused on that single play, and Faker ran away with it. So the early game goes in T1's favor. And
This
you're
is
like,
bad
okay,
for my
it's
heart.
starting
Come
to
on,
build
T1.
now.
Absolutely, and especially when
I'm
you
just
look
worried
at the
about Game
composition
5
that
draft.
T1
I'm really
had,
worried about. The only thing I'm thinking about is the draft and what we're gonna
in the early
pick
game
here.
with this rumble, you
이게
know
벌써
that
5세트
it's gonna
뱀픽이
be
좀
useful in fights
불안불안하거든요.
because
So
we had a lot of good
무슨 챔프를
opportunities for
픽할까?
Doran to have amazing equalizers and actually grabbing every fight that T1 could
It's
get.
time
And
for the
me,
border.
in the early to mid game, that's exactly
It's
what
time to bring out
set
the border,
pace. Really nice TP from Doran, really nice equalizers, but you always
I mean,
had
Kumash
CFO
is just
fighting
getting
back.
over here.
Hongkyu getting the
구마유시 선수가
Jojo's here,
플래시가
so he's
없는
able to survive.
상황이라서
Him and
안페사가
Doggo
진입하니까
just
답이
basically
없네.
gliding on the outskirts of the fight. So that was the moment. You're like, okay, final fight for T1. They take this fight, they end the game. It was not that case at all. The DPS from Cassio and Jin were just that big.
다들
And he didn't even go for the mosquito
Game
the
for
Yomus and
Bordo
all that.
angle?
No, he went,
Bordo?
not at all. When Collector's IE was building towards LDR, he was a really strong Jin at that point in the game.
Looking at the game and looking at the one that Guma Yoshi had,
MF
I feel
Lilia
like
Bart?
DRX just
MF
woke
Bart?
up in the
Lucian
middle
Bart?
of the night with those steals with Varus. What a monster performance from him.
We even saw the like patented Guma steal on an objective, right?
Oh, true.
With the Varus.
Throwback
so,
to World's Finals.
yes.
1K
I mean,
DPM. Look at the
game
DPM,
did
guys.
get kind of difficult for
1065.
him in some of these fights when Rest was able to get
와.
through onto the back line, but I thought he played really,
Game
really
5
well.
carry
And
a Bart,
again,
please.
We talked about two of the players that really helped.
Kairin
T1
can also
get
play
here
Bart,
and
so I'm
really,
worried that
really
enemy
stepped
team
up.
gonna play
It
Bart
was
though.
Guma and it was Doran.
100%.
포킹 바루스로
It's actually
그런가?
just
포킹
hilarious
바루스
because
천
you're
딜이
right, a
넘는다.
lot of those fights that we didn't see in these
상대가
replays,
탱커가 많이 없긴 했어도.
Dorn was just cooking them.
Yup.
You're
Literally
like,
cooking them.
literally cooking them, just like 1v4,
체감이 안
burning them
된다고?
alive.
천
You're like,
넘으면은
okay,
되게
this
많이
seems
한
like
거야.
Rumble is, you know, balanced. And then you see Mbessa on the other side of the fights. You're like, okay, Mbessa is destroying Guma.
왠지 남는 게
and he's
대리
not
앞에
dying.
직스.
These are champions that we're not gonna see again.
맞아, 루시안은
here
이미
being
플레이가
in
됐지.
Fearless draft, despite the fact that the goal
Caitlyn
difference
played,
over
Lucian
time
played.
really goes into T1's favor.
Damage
There you
grab.
go. You have to really appreciate the fact that they kept on fighting. It was a close game.
There it
They
is.
kept it close. There it is. This virus damage that we were talking about. We're
Boy
gonna
grubs
head
damage.
into game 5 in a few minutes. That is not something that I thought I would have
Doran.
said at the beginning of the day.
Top
But the
gal.
Oysters kept
Top tie, top
rolling
tie.
back and fighting here in this series.
I'm
Can
losing
they
my
take
voice, by
down
the way,
the
so
current world
apologize.
champion, or is it gonna be T1 finally being able to close out this series? We'll be right back after this.
지금
Vancouver, turn out Silver Scripts!
목소리가 다 쉬었는데? 뭐 쉬었다요? Okay, wait. Bring it on. 뽕! 뽕뽕! 뽕뽕뽕! 뽕뽕뽕! 뽕뽕! Oh man. Let me dance. 또 다시 시작된 실버 스크랩스. 정말 오늘 T1 CFO전에서 실버 스크랩스가 나올 줄이야. Didn't expect silver scrapes in the T1 CFO game. But I'm thankful we get to hear it right now. 하지만 지금 실버 스크랩스까지 가서 정말 다행이죠. 와우. We were about to get fucking 3-1 by CFO just now. Thankfully it didn't happen. Wow. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. 제발 이거죠. Get your phones out, guys. 방구석에서 폰 들고 이러고 있으면 좀 미친 사람 같긴 한데. 다들 나오나요? Game 5 border? I think so. Or the game fall surely. 아, 팔 아파. 팔을 너무 휘적휘적 많이 했어 지금. Where's Mark C to sing drone scripts? Where is Mark C? Dash Mark C? Who else is like not here? 징크스 바드? 징크스 바드는 정말 아닌 것 같아요, 사장님. 징크스 바드는 아니다요, 진짜로. CFO had the best chance to be a banger. Oh, booming ball? You actually predicted correct poorly. My apologies, I don't know your game. I wasn't familiar with your game. 신장 박동수 150 찍었다고.
And we are back here in Vancouver ahead of Game 5 between CFO and T1. What an amazing series it's been.
Faker swapping target to Doggo, they're won that fight. Yep, a lot of things from the fight, but definitely the Faker flanking there was super huge.
I would not have expected it to be even anywhere
what was your
close to
prediction
this.
at the beginning of the day? Because we have to own up to our predictions.
It may have been 3-0 T1. Is
I was 3-1 T1.
I was 3-0 T1. I couldn't have been more wrong, but honestly, CFO coming back with the energy that they brought at first stand. Not only they bring the upset, but they bring them with style.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is that last game, right?
Yeah.
It looked all in T1's favor until CFO really started clawing back in these team fights. We were like, okay, how is Hongkyu going to look on this Casio? There's some things about this composition that's a little bit more difficult to execute in some of these fights, and they did so well.
8 p.m. You're complaining about 8 p.m. I've been up since 3 a.m. I woke up at 3 a.m. and now it's almost noon. 11:30 a.m. By the time Game 5 is over, it's gonna be like 1 a.m. Oh, it's gonna be 1 p.m.
1 Trundle and the Galio. That has been something they've been kind of dealing with. Another aspect has just been the top laner swap.
CFO picks blue
This
side.
time around, they're sticking with rest.
뱀픽 진짜 중요하거든요. Game 5. 남아있는 챔프가 많이 없습니다.
As beautifully as they do. With the recovery that Rest got with Mbessa, he's gonna stay here. So Emily, are we hyped about Rest on the top lane against Doran, against the Kroglor?
I've been up since 7 a.m. It's almost 5 a.m.
Kind of like weirder picks, I guess, to driver. Like,
Good
I
play,
don't think you can necessarily think of them as just tanks and just carries, because that's a little bit too simple. But he sometimes has some interesting
2 hours of
his
sleep.
sleeve. And what I'm looking to see
not even
if
2
this
hours,
is
you have to
potentially
be
a
open
Jace
a little bit,
angle,
though.
which I think is the other big pick, in addition to something like the Cassante that we haven't yet seen from him.
I feel like the pressure is gonna get to CFO now.
It's interesting because even in the last game,
the pressure on T1 is probably like way bigger.
Driver, it was still banned.
CFO is like coming through as an underdog, so no one actually expects it to win here. Everybody expects T1 to win.
Series, there's just
so all the T1 players are probably feeling
it. Really expected here. I don't know if they expected it to go as far as it did. And so these team fights have been crazy,
T1 is used
and
to
they
the
need
pressure.
to be locked in
That's
for this one.
And then for T1, I really loved what I saw
that
early in
true.
that last game. That's exactly what I wanted to see.
I have
right?
0
like,
times
get
now.
Faker going, get him into side lanes. That was great. Keep it up.
Gamble on your channels.
Don't throw a team fight. Don't throw a team fight.
Okay, so we got our predictions and how bad we are. I'm not flipping just yet, but I need to hear from Vancouver.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have any CFO believers?
No.
Do we have any T1 stands? Are they closing out the
series? T1 stars! Me.
Sentiment there.
A lot of support to the world champion. What are we looking at though on the side of CFO? We have a few seconds left here. We've talked about Junjia.
상대팀도 부담스럽긴 한데 언더독은 또 도전자 입장이라서 그 부담이 조금 그나마 적긴 하죠.
I want to be able to see him
지켜야
play
되는
something
사람이
like
더
that that
부담스러운
gets on the map
법이야.
actively, defends his lane. That's a pick that I'm looking for.
It is fearless draft. We might as well. Faker meditating on stage, but what is a world champion to some flying oysters? Let's find out right now. Casters, over to you.
Meditation.
Thank you so much, Lord.
연상력 나왔다. 이거
The
끝났다.
energy in here, electric. The pressure on both these lineups.
Meditator.
Elimination
That's a GG for the enemy team.
God, it feels
Goodbye.
like
It really does.
And a reminder that it's okay to breathe. There
No.
will still be an early
It's okay to
game.
breathe.
There will still be time.
Okay, guys, breathe.
before
No
the
breathing?
Nexus falls.
Is breathing allowed?
You may use your full seat, not just the edge
Is
of it,
breathing
for this
allowed,
brief
guys?
moment in time.
No, we're not even a draft yet. I'm going to 100 as fast as I can, Dracos.
I feel you. That's how it feels, and that must be how it feels to the players on stage. The pressure on them to reset, to take a breath. As we enter picks and bans, powered by Omen and HyperX. CFO back to the blue side. Talia once again hitting the bench. T1 don't want to see it. It's Game 5 Fearless, so there's not a lot left.
Bands!
In a lot of different positions. It's time to start cooking.
Lesion.
Stage.
Lesion.
See what T1 have up their sleeves. Red side
Lesion
means
ban은 왜
someone
하는 거야,
is getting
근데?
counterpicked.
Is Junja gonna play Nidalee?
Player
Junja Nidalee.
pretty lethal with
설마
that
Nidalee
option.
픽하는 건 아니겠지? Rest also plays Nidalee top,
As
by
we
the
get
way.
to game 5.
They could swap Nidalee
So
top
many of the
or
mainstays
jungle.
no longer available. Few of them
막
going to
이제
remain
이상한 건
banned.
알 것 같은데.
After seeing the impact that Owner had
조심해야
on the
될 듯.
Jarvan, I think the Lee ban, very obvious. Whereas, despite what the
I'm
scoreline
scared.
may
Please don't
tell you,
overcook the draft.
everyone that watched that game
뱀픽이 정말
knew
중요할
that
것 같아요,
Honky
여러분.
was a raid boss. Those bans toward him, keep them coming. As it was mostly Faker's impact outside of the
banned
lane,
as well.
able to very quickly make his impact
상대
known
뱀픽은
on the
근데
rest of the
뭔가
map.
많이 뚫린 거 아닌가
And again,
이러면.
just a new generation of mid
They're
laners.
banning like Renekton and Lee Sin.
Unreal. When
There's a
Faker
lot of
went to
stuff that
Worlds.
didn't get banned.
Made
Like
that
what?
run. The SKT back in the day. T1 debating what the final ban is going to be. Renekton, TF, Lee Sin.
What if T1 ban Azure? Because they're gonna take away Azure first pick.
Big top laner still
Blue
open.
first pick Azure, and then there's no
Gnar,
mid champions
Camille.
left to play into Azure. So
So we could be looking towards
gamble, yeah.
but in
We're doing channel points.
game 5 like this, we'll see, in theory, the
우리
ability to
탑
get all the
돌아.
value out of being on red
우리
side
탑
is
돌아.
there.
Jace
Rest playing Jace.
makes me nervous is what Jace does.
Yeah.
Jace a champion who can take over games. Jace a champion who can fall apart most certainly.
야, 갱플 선픽은 좀 굉장히
bringing that
괘씸하거든요.
spice.
First pick Gangplank is crazy.
Oh.
We
First pick
are
Orange even
looking-
crazier.
we knew it wasn't going to be blind GP. It's going to be the Ornn, guaranteed engage. Despite the fact that, shockingly, this deep into this series there are still Rakan, Alistair, Rel,
Rakan,
all on the table. But
Taya
this
Rakan.
guarantees that you
No?
will have the opportunity to try and make
Maybe
some
not right
big
now.
engage
Probably
plays.
need
And
to
this
play
series is more
jungle.
about the team
정글
fights.
미드.
Yes, and this is a tendency we've
남은 거
seen from
먹어야
CFO
되는데
before
뭐
domestically when
남았지?
their back was against the
조각?
wall, they defaulted to scaling. They put their
Jace!
faith
Doran
in that late game
Korea!
team fighting. And in game 1, they did
Doran
almost
Jace,
weather the
Doran
storm. They
Jace.
did have that better
Doran
early game.
Jace, guys. Doran Jace.
But now with Jace
오,
locked in, potentially
너는
with Zidane
세주야!
combo alongside of it,
오,
this is going to be
너는
tough.
세주야. Owner Sejuani duty.
A lot of comfort
There's
here.
there's a whole ass song. Owner
Jace for
Sejuya. It's
Doran.
like, Owner, you're
Theoretically, could be
Sejuani.
flexed. We have seen some LCK teams do it.
아니 Owner
I
Sejuani는
guess
정말
would be maybe an
든든하긴
maybe
한데
carry or support pickup
나머지
here.
픽을 좀 봐야 되겠죠.
on free. But first, what is CFO going to go towards? Great pick.
Rakan.
The pick
Taya.
away. I like it a lot.
아,
Ensuring
이래 자이라카 우리가
there's no
가져가야
popping in the game anymore.
되는데
You pick away one of Guma's best champions.
time to take out the Bard.
And a champion they banned most other games. And finally,
가자
Kaiwing
가자. Time to go
had
Bard.
the Nautilus previously, now has that reliable engage source. Keria, this is where we need to see those counter picks.
And into Rakan. We've seen things like Maokai. Poppy, obviously, after that last game. Pretty sure CFO will be
Okay,
happy they're off
Sejuani
the tables.
Orianna.
This is another old,
Orianna 좋은데?
reliable.
Orianna's good.
for
Orianna's
the
good.
GOAT
Orianna's
as he
good.
picks up the Orianna here.
Orianna better good, better good.
All delivery system
이러면 이제
obviously
미드
in the form
밴을
of the
하면 좋을 것
Sejuani.
같아요. We can just ban out mid laners
then
or ban out
I
junglers.
guess
jungle
maybe
ban,
some
mid
additional
lane ban.
bans to try and ensure that Faker has a decent matchup. Because what he did on Silas in that game 1, despite the skill shots not always landing, the pressure that he
preach.
provided was undeniable. And even though
Yeah,
in some
Faker
cases, like the top lane
shockwave
play,
finds them all.
might have been better if he played it a bit more slow. T1 wouldn't have had the early game if it wasn't for him
롬자 오자에
immediately
다
ganking
나왔다.
Doran.
녹톤 밴.
What was it, level
Not
4?
bad.
After he got an early
라칸이랑 진입 가능한 그 정글러 이런 거 따르는 거 좋아요.
On you.
Not true. What else is there that can like kind of
favorite
with Rakan,
in the series,
ban them all.
or at least more
ban
coming into the day.
all of that.
Yeah, now a lot feels uncertain.
That's a great point, Dracos.
But Orianna,
Draven
you said
Blitz?
old reliable.
Oh my gosh, please no.
It would be
That's
hard to
so
think of a player in
bad.
the world
Draven
currently
is so
playing
bad
who
into
probably has more
Orin.
games on
Rakan,
this pick
like, the can't
than
win.
Faker does.
Goes for a lot of champions as the Lulu taken away yet another, even though the champion has seen repeated round of nerfs. This is, I think, the type of situation where you will always just be able to get good value.
라칸
You're going to
자야.
be very happy about a
오른인데
CFO.
파이크를 하는 거는 자살.
Makes it a lot harder to actually
자살행위
block
아닌가?
the Ornn ultimate.
살자행위인
Very
것
taken away
같은데.
here.
인게임에서 물론 조심해야겠죠.
Trying to limit early game playmakers and comfort.
Tristana? No, I think Tristana is really bad into Zyra.
Kindred
Zyra
available.
pretty much counters it.
Could be an angle. Can go towards more tankiness. We saw the Mundo come out from Junja as well. What is that mid jungle going to be? 80 carry, I think most likely here, and then carry up, probably cooking
Pick
up
Bard
something
here
for the
and then
R5.
last pick.
That is the Jinx. Already a lot of
I guess we're
support
seeing
available
Jinx
for
Tom
this
Kench.
pick, and
Jinx Tom Kench인 것 같아요. Thresh has already
Guma
played,
knows
Braum has
very
already
well as
played.
well. Zaya really
브라움,
struggles with the
쓰레쉬
range
이런 거 다
advantage. Is a
픽이
big
되기
deal.
때문에 아마
Powerful
높은 확률로
scaling,
이거
Orianna
탐
the
캔치 나올 것
Jinx.
같은데. We're gonna see Tom Kench here.
Is it something that CFO want to match, or do they want to play for an earlier stage of the game? A lot of hovers.
스킨 주인이잖아요, 여러분.
A lot of hovers.
He's not only owner of
Tristana
Varus
locked in,
skin, he's
maybe
also
Lilia
owner of
to
Jinx skin.
follow.
Hello?
Gives them the magic damage that their
2023.
composition needs.
Jinx,
Decent into the tanky
T1
junglers.
Jinx. T1 Orianna,
Magic
T1
damage jungler
Jinx,
at this point.
T1
Likely the
Jinx.
mid lane Tristana. I mean, likely, yes, the mid lane Tristana.
Wrong player, but T1 Jinx,
Italy?
yes.
Could be looking towards that as well.
Sejuani will be unkillable.
나피리가 열려있었는데 나피리를 밴 안 했어? 이건 미스다. 이건 미스다. 자이라! 야, 이거 괜찮은데? 자이라는 오히려 좋아. 나피리는 좀 안 좋았는데. I think Zyra is fine. Zyra is fine. 삼캔짜면 그만이가. 그리고 Zyra? Yeah, I think Zyra is fine. I also don't want to play into Rakan Napiri. 약간 나피리는 좀 빡센데 자이라는 괜찮은 것 같은데? AP 밸런스를 위해서.
As no surprise. So to summarize, top lane prio definitely there for T1.
I mean, Zyra
Rest just looking to
or
absorb the blow.
Tristana is like
Mid jungle, the setup isn't great.
Not really
but if you can start getting ahead early, this clear speed of the Zyra
No, Bard
obviously
for Saz, yeah.
really
It's
tough
hard to
deal
play
with.
Bard
And
though.
bot lane,
100%.
the laning matchup is favored, but no one should be dying.
When you're
in that
ADC's
2v2.
Jinx, you can't play Bard because like
not.
Bard can't really
But
save
we've seen
Jinx.
a lot of lanes, a
원딜이
lot of situations
징크스인데
we
바드하면
didn't
여러분
expect to be
살릴 수가
explosive.
없습니다.
Turn into bloodbaths, turn into fist fights early.
조합은 둘 다 좋다.
We got
오.
double 80 carry
할
scaling
말이
on
많은
one side,
조합이죠
the
서로.
Orianna and the Jinx
Both
on
comps
the
are
other.
definitely winnable. Like
Both sides.
strong
Some
comps
solid
either
engage
way.
options. CFO certainly favored there, but in the
뭔가
straight
특사
front to
미드가
back.
좀 무서운데? Tristana mid looks kind of scary though.
Control mage,
Orianna?
kind of the
I'm
OG
scared for
scaling
her.
hyper carry alongside Sivir.
I'm scared for Mr. Faker.
It's a lot to deal with.
앞점프 빡 조지면서
As we go into game number 5, a lot of the games blown up early, but I think this one
Mr. Carry a
might go the
Kench? Yeah,
distance,
Carry is queen of
Dracos.
Kench.
And all I ask is for a competitive game with a fair share of blowouts in this series, but come on, for game 5.
아니 텐션 진짜 레전드. 이게 해외 T1 팬들입니다, 여러분. 저런 텐션은 정말 국내 그 T1 경기에서는 저렇게까지 텐션 저렇게까지는 안 나오는데.
I had the chance next to me, but I think they need more.
인싸 형님들 해외 그 있잖아 그 특유의 자유로운 분위기 북미의 자유로운 분위기.
T1 fans, I hear you, but CFO, I hear some chants here.
다른 사람 시선 따위는 신경 안 쓰는 그런 분위기. 한국은 뭔가 카메라에 잡히면은 다들 이제 막 얼굴 가리거나 이렇게 쑥스러워하거나 이러거나. 하나, 둘, 셋, T1 파이팅!
One last time!
Wow!
It's happened and it's
Okay,
already
did I
a
kill your
sick
ears
game,
yet?
dude.
All right, no action. First 15 minutes. Let's go.
All right, we're looking at Junja's early clear. You mentioned it before.
fighting.
If an AP jungler
Fighting
gets
high.
any kind of early advantage, exponential
bond, here we
scaling
go.
on that clear speed.
5경기 가자. 5세트.
On the opposite side for Owner, much more playmaking, yes, most certainly, but historically the AP
Crowd
options
is going
were
crazy.
good into the tank junglers. But we saw with the Jarvan, Owner needed to make those early plays happen, and he did.
Faker pulling the wave.
Snowballing. T1 in this game is Hongq determined to play aggressive. Rocket jump level 1.
Gonna deny a
Okay,
minion
not
from
bad,
Faker.
not bad.
PTA procced.
나쁘지
gonna be
않죠?
decently happy with that. Getting a good amount of Doran's blade value. So Rest also going for the Unsealed Spellbook. Really further leaning into what we kind of expected, which is try and interact as little
Gumo
as
using his
possible
own
with
skin, by the
Jace.
way.
As in he goes again with the E.
Level 2.
페이커 선수는
Natural charge laid
T1
down.
우리
Some
하나가
damage on
아니고
the Faker,
기본
keeping the
스킨.
push going.
Faker not using
Owner for
skins
now
as
focused
usual.
on his own clear.
Huge chat.
Oh, and look at Junja. That rep buff
아니
dying. while he was
우리나라
already
라인전 되게
basically
잘하는데 이
at
정도면.
his
우리나라
Raptors,
laning really well,
showing
no?
his knowledge of the Zyra clear.
Good news for T1 is it looks like they spotted the movement from Zyra. They had
Just on
vision
my
in that
phone.
brush, so
I'm covering
seeing
it.
that
Like,
Junja is
here it
about a
is.
camp ahead right now. That is just the difference in
역시
these champions, their relative clear speed.
Korean
that much more
Jace.
opportunity to either reset or get an early gank off.
이게
Skywin
제이스다
on the bottom side of the
이놈들아.
map. Person with the most
한국의
setup.
제이스?
Hongq early base into TP.
네, 콩콩이 때문에
into dropping a
그
ward where
딜교환을
Owner got him a bunch of times.
잘하고
In
있습니다.
the last game, this is game 5. You don't
Good
want to give
trades,
up
good
any
trades.
free early advantages. Junja, there's the full clear. Owner, he's still on his red. One of the big reasons why we see the Zyra sub
What is that clear
3-minute
speed?
Clear.
On Q. 2, 3 autos, waiting for the 4th to get the reset. Faker chunked out. Does still have his TP, but
Junja.
on Q.
Oh
Trying to
my
keep it here,
gosh,
trying
that
to
Faker's
jam
gonna
here. Jojo
die.
on the way. Plant, just a bit of damage. This is where it gets hard. Hongq ready to rocket jump over the wall if he
I don't
has
think you
to.
can back there.
Faker losing so much. Because he had the TP, the health trade might not have mattered, but because they pushed this wave in, CFO able to grab that first
아니
play, only
2분
further establish that gold advantage for
57초에
Hongq. If he gets this
정글이
wave
다
in,
클리어가 되는 게
likely to
말이
get the free
돼요?
reset as well.
Literally 2 minutes 57
To
seconds.
come through.
Zyra finished clearing the jungle.
Oh, Rest.
Dash out, but on the edge of death there.
He's healing up.
20?
Yeah.
다이브하는 거 좀 에바죠?
Especially against
웨이브가
Owen with
없어.
the W
No
available.
wave by the way, no
I
dive.
don't know if you want to run the risk. It looks like that's not the case. But again, these early game, it's textbook. You
Crowd
load
win
into
the
the
gank.
draft,
Oh, they
just
have like
on
white
as
noise
prio,
playing in
try and harass as much
your
as possible.
headset, by the way.
You have so
Like
much
really
tempo
loud white noise
as Zyra
constantly
into
playing in the
Sejuani.
headset.
And
So
even
you
though
can't
they don't
hear
get
the
Faker,
crowd at all.
they're not able to get his flash, which I think
Don't
also
worry.
would have been a really big win. They're able to get a play.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons
An
why playing on
early
stage is really hard.
Experienced lead CS.
Because you have to
still
constantly listen to
somewhat
like
relatively even, I say. So it's dead even here between Hongq and Faker.
1,000
They
B
balance it out.
sounds in your ears.
Kylling needs to be a little bit careful here. Base damage from Tom
Yeah,
Kench.
Spellbook Warren is
very
pretty
powerful.
normal, by the way.
Kench.
Spellbook TF and
Kench
Spellbook
is
Warren.
just- Also, as a side note, we do
Spellbook
have
Zoe,
4
like, these are pretty
unsealed
common.
spellbooks. A first in an international game. So that's both supports, Rest, and Owner. So if
good luck calling
yeah,
smite fights, Dracos.
don't. So yeah, there's going to be up to 3 smites at any given point in this game. So
Painful.
we'll just keep our eyes on the kill feed, shall we, to see who actually gets it. Once again, another very positive topside trade.
도랑,
Kylin not
도랑,
able to body block
도랑.
that.
우리 탑은
Ooh,
도랑.
and it's looking like
도랑,
early game
도랑,
link in the
도랑.
accepting mid. His Owner might be caught here.
Satchel charge, good damage down on the Owner, but they don't really have great follow-up at this point. Instead, they're going to turn back onto Faker. Junja, grasping roots, does manage to get him. A little bit of damage onto Faker. They don't quite want to commit for anything else, but Faker doing what he can to weather the storm here as Kylin and Doggo.
This is what we're talking about. It's just a range advantage. You know Hongq is looking, but Faker actually getting a good amount of free poke there. Shields down now. Rocket jump is available, but he can't do it with the turret the way it is.
Ready to wrap around in the mid lane. Meanwhile,
Korean 제이스! 이게 T1 제이스다 이놈들아! 뭐야.
There he is.
아 제이스
A
진짜
matchup he had to win almost
너무
800
든든하고
gold
와
already in
도란
his
너무
favor.
잘해주고 있고요.
Crocker Lord arrives exactly when he means to.
The rest
The
is just
head-to-head
getting
was already
beaten
going
up.
well, but as Ornn,
그래 오른 선픽은 좀 에바지. Oh my
a bit
gosh.
of a beating,
First
but
taking
we've
오른?
upgraded from a bit to
Not
kind
into
of a
Korean
knockout
top laners.
punch here early
Not
on.
into
Doran
Doran.
finding the solo kill. We'll see CFO answer, knowing that a lot of attention was paid for T1 towards the top side of the map. They're all on recalls as well, but they do this
Can
pretty
we steal
slowly.
this?
Owner's there.
Junja looking for the
No,
root,
I
looking
don't
for
think
the
Owner
knock-up. Owner
should
taking a
come
decent
in.
amount of damage, but I don't really think they have enough to
It's fine,
finish the
it's
kill
fine.
before
Just
anyone else
bounce.
arrives. Keria does have access to the Abyssal Voyage, moving in.
Dragon. It's going to reset.
Reset.
Oh, it's
devastating
resetting.
for the
This is
side of
huge,
CFO,
no?
just able to grab that aggro.
잠시만
Here
이러면은
comes Keria.
몰라요?
Hongq's on the way here too.
Yes, smites.
Keria in the midst of the
Keria
team.
going
Keria with the
in.
smite And then the end of the day,
잠시만! No!
And the dragon goes to Kaiwing. The one smite, I don't think we noticed. Guma flashes but doesn't get the final auto as Dora.
Oh my gosh,
Dora.
Dora.
Okay. Respecting the all potential of an Ornn with level 6. He's also taken Ignite from the Summoner Spellbook. Boy, I hate this room, but it's so hype.
And if you were worried that the tension would be there in game number 5,
Spellbook smite, Spellbook
T1
smite.
with the gold lead, it's almost entirely Doran. It's on him to push this lead forward and either break that tower or give his lead to someone else, support another lane. See if he wants to just keep the pressure on Rest.
One of the
Gage, nice combo, pull back on the Faker, good initial dive. Carrier coming in, but he's only level 5.
Carrier!
He can't finish the kill on the Orianna. Carrier needs a way out. Gleaming Quill gives him a bit of health. Trying to get behind the minions.
Ooh, if Carrier has his Devour there, I think Kaiwing dies, but not going to be the case.
Really low though. I don't know if he can afford to stick around. Doesn't have ulti, neither does Faker.
I do think, looking at the compositions again, with how a lot of these early fights play out, T1 with both Jinx and Jace actually have so much effective range. Can be hard on the Zyra to really get the most value right there.
Good positioning, good matching from Carrier.
There's so much you can do, but this time around, Junja is going to be relying on Rest and Kaiwing setting him up. Kaiwing, especially after that early play, he'll be feeling good about, but Rest definitely struggling in the lane. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. His owner starts up the grubs here early on.
The other big thing is this Jace is a constant pressure point, which means setup is that much
what
harder.
the hell? She's just leaving the red to
Zyra that you have to fight into her.
Owner's like, not again. Doesn't even have smite. Doesn't matter.
Wants to get it. Junja now on the way. Honq on the way. Carrier only level 5. Can't save the day, but they're looking for a little bit more. Honq goes right in and is going to try to take down Owner. It's a solid ult to kick things off. Owner going to fall. Goes over the wall. Satchel charge. Just barely lives.
Owner lives! And he got the big
Excuse me, no, the last one taken away. I thought the Jinx got
He got 2 boy grubbies, by the way. 고무줄 2개 다 먹었어. 스마를 저거 락한 상대를 뺏길까봐 일직선 가지고 첫 번째 먹느라 두 번째 거는 스마도 없이 그냥 기압으로 먹는 거야. He didn't even have smite. He just secured the second one using his W. And somehow lived!
He went slightly ahead.
Owner!
Spots them with the sweeper. Kaiwing goes in, doesn't find his target, and now they're forced to back away. Honq, push back. Faker! Out of safety. Faker now on the chase flash of his own. One more auto, we'll seal the deal. One more auto, and he gets it!
Faker!
For the first few games, Faker finds his form in game 5, the laning phase.
Oh my gosh, bro. 4경기부 쐈을 때부터 심상치 않았거든요, 페이커 선수.
That's the reps on Orianna
그럼 다 올라가지? 트타를 상대로 솔킬을 따는 우리나라는 정상적인 구도가 아니거든. He didn't die earlier in lane and now he finds it. Level 8 Orianna finds the 1v1 solo ball. That's huge by the way. Tristana 1v1 is supposed to be winning that matchup. Honq needed to flash the Orianna ulti at me. Orianna 궁을 트타가 피해야 됐을 때 플래시죠. 1대1 하려면.
And for Junja, there is so much he needs to do, right? Like, he can't help the tank. Needs to try and play towards his top side. That's getting pushed in as Rest.
Rest in trouble, drops the Ignite early.
Because of his W.
No waves are there,
no wave right now.
Do anything crazy.
Junja looking for top. A punish would be huge here.
Carrier level 6.
Carrier.
No ult for Kaiwing.
Can't try to take Guma out. Junja locked up, goes through, good side
beautiful, beautiful gang.
That hurts for CFO.
Sidestepping.
There's not too much of a cross map.
Beautiful
but it is
E
be
from Jinx.
Another chicken
Jinx
camp
being
picked up by Owner here. And Junja, because he's
to cancel the tempo. T1 know they're in the lead. They know they've got these winning lanes and they just want to keep pushing.
There's Owner.
T1이 돌아왔구만요. T1 is back.
Owner ready to go.
Or are they?
Sees the TP coming in.
Did I just mega ult them?
I
might have mega ulted the
now
guys.
ticking over to level 6.
Faker doesn't have flash, so there is a lot more playmaking potential here for CFO. They need to answer towards this top side though because of the play that they found to cancel.
Doppler going down.
T1 just keeps on pushing. So Junja needs to deal with bot side because they're getting pushed in. Because Guma has range advantage. Kaiwing and Doga can't do too much. Then obviously Rest is
bot lane finally winning their lane. 아니 드디어 바텀이 2대1을 이기고 있죠. 대박.
Just now got solo killed by Faker means that that lead is gone as well. And that's why
another back cancel.
Every lane losing for CFO this time. Every lane is winning for T1.
So many explosive early games as Guma.
Oh, nice smiling enough.
Ulti to follow, so much
fine,
damage
just
now
walks
onto
out.
the Jinx. Junja can't quite
I'm
follow
scared
it
that
up,
he's
but a
gonna
big
get dove though.
Carry immediately
다이브
spinning up the
당할
top
것
side,
같아서
knowing he needs to be there to
근데
defend his AD carry. Ghost burn.
Carry doesn't have
Flashing
TP, so he
out
just has to
Brave.
back out, I think.
I don't think he can. Reinforcements are on the way though.
Carry is coming, carry is coming, carry is coming.
Might be
Carry is coming. Okay, get Junja, get Junja!
Ulti flash over the wall coming in from Junja, sees the Tom Kench, but
Okay,
in
eat him,
comes
eat him,
the
eat him.
Rakan just in
Eat him,
time.
eat him.
Kuma
Nice,
playing
nice,
on the
nice,
edge,
nice.
however. Devour there to keep Owner standing. Doggo wants to finish that kill, but they can't get anything. And the wave now deleted. They're likely to tank this.
Carry on! Carry on, nice! Oh my gosh, wait.
Feathers fly.
What? That double ulti was kind of weird.
They're still stuck. There's no TPs available. No one can help him.
Someone help carry on! 함께시 살려.
Missile dive coming
Okay,
out.
no, he's fine.
Doggo has to be careful though. Carry does a lot of damage. The Q healing as well is going to be clutch, but a few plates.
Why
to
don't
the
we
side of
just
CFO,
do
and
opposite
unfortunately,
side and
Faker's
grab
still
the
pushing in
dragon?
mid lane.
And what they will deny a lot of resources
그냥
from Goma.
반대편에서 용을 먹으면 안
Still
된다라고 하면
feels
안
like
되겠지?
a trade as opposed to just a win for CFO.
괜찮아.
They're still going to be
미드
happy
바텀
about it.
밀고 있잖아요. We're getting mid bot lane, so it's okay.
Long Q should be fine here. Carrier.
Use the rocket jump.
야,
Ulti
오리아나랑 제이스 크고
forced.
있어서
Carrier put down a lot
괜찮아요.
of pressure there. Rest doing what he can in this bot side
It's
matchup.
scary, man. Giant catfish walking towards you.
I mean, if you hit the Q, you're going to hit the W.
Doran CS lane. Look at Doran CS
Tough
lane.
situation.
A lot of minions
Doran.
going by the wayside here
Doran.
for CFO, but
도란 지금
those kills
괴물이거든요.
and the fact that
Monster
Goma
Doran.
doesn't just get to run away with this matchup, put some resources into Doggo. Definitely.
He
a good
also
call
in
there
grasp, so he's getting
from the
free
LCB
grasp
representatives.
stacks every
Certainly
single
helps
time he
out.
trades, by the way.
Again, range
우리는
is
그냥
the big
딜교환 할
issue. Trying to get
때마다
range. Some
지금
defensive
도란
tools of your
선수
own.
체력이 차고 있죠.
It's not like T1 have the greatest
체력이
engage
더욱더
options, but
증가하고 있죠.
if Jinx can keep you at arm's length, it might not matter as Kai went.
Carrier.
Fox Carrier. Carrier pretty
Okay,
damn
Carrier just
tanky, and
walks out.
Faker hungry for blood on that
Faker
top
is
side. Didn't hesitate to go
angry.
on in the last game. Won't hesitate to do it again here.
Ulting for tempo is Rest.
Rest looking for the angle, but it's just not enough. Down he goes. Defeat of Warfare, the rocket.
와, coming!
Not going to connect.
Good try, Guma. Good try.
T1 starting to run away with it. CFO.
Carrier has the cross available.
앵글이
The
페이커.
return play well highlighted.
대상형
Lock it to-
돌아왔구나.
I don't think there's a dive angle here, but CFO are desperate to find something. Junja's damage is okay, but
대상형.
Does have the Leandries.
고전파.
I feel like they're pressed into this. On the other end of the map, Owner's taking Dragon.
Yeah, look at
Doran is just
everything.
pushing. They
Tower.
gotta try.
CFO, they need this to work.
Faker just sidestepping everything. Faker sidestepping everything.
Faker not going to get caught though.
아니 페이커 선수가 지금 모든 걸 다 피했어.
They lose the first turret. Reinforcements arrive.
오늘 TP.
CFO. T1.
나 갑자기 왜 세준이가 저기 생겼지라고 했는데 오너 선수가 아니 오너 선수가 본프시 든 것도 나 지금 알았어. 와 레전드. It took me 14 minutes to under.
He sees the play coming. Doggo goes up, comes right back down.
Oh, Doggo is just that. Oh, T1 is just. This is the T1 I expected. This is the T1 I expected, by the way.
But it's too damn late.
와 이거 no one dies. Carrier doesn't even die. 캐리어도 안 죽어요 저거.
T1. An
GG.
incredible fight, and it's starting to feel like
GG.
there's nothing left in game 5
Welcome back,
for
T1.
CFO.
And as the arena erupts, the pressure is relentless. Topside turret falls. Mid lane falls.
Good boy.
The dive. A failure in CFO.
How's he alive? Look at Faker.
They
Look
got
at Faker.
so insanely close. I understand why they go
와
for this play
캐리어
again.
perfect
They're losing
eating.
on all the other sides
W
of the map.
in.
It's a
자야
Hail
has
Mary,
ulti.
but
자야가
T1
공을
is
빼야
ready.
되고.
Even though Doggo's
And
timing
then
is good.
Faker
the
avoids it
exhaust
by.
means that Carrier
그러니까
just
탐캐치
stays
궁을
alive.
내리는 거를 방향을 잘
Doran shows
잡았고.
up, and then Hongq feels priced in. Maybe he can get a kill.
와
The
캐리어
fact that he
킬을
doesn't
맞춰가지고
even get the
체력이
catch.
차면서
Even if
스타가
it
슬로우가
wouldn't have made
걸리는
the play better,
상태고.
it's insult to injury, and
마무리가 안 되죠.
Junja can only watch.
Faker! That's my goal!
Taken down
That's the
one
goal
by
right there.
one by T1.
Mr. Faker! Mr. Faker!
Even as Faker is stone cold.
Mr. Faker.
And you gotta give credit to
On
Carrier.
bench the Kench,
The
yeah.
Poppy game, so many
Carrier's
incredible
playing
moments.
so
Hard
clean
to
now.
replicate that on Tom Kench,
Ever
but he was
since his Poppy
exactly
game.
where he needed to be. The exhaust,
It's the engaged
devour,
Kench, man.
perfectly timed to keep Faker standing.
캐리어 선수 폼도 진짜 말이 안 되게 좋아졌고.
Lock up there.
Oh, wait,
Ulti going in on the
Faker's
Faker.
not
Faker likely to get taken down. Jojo will live. Big shutdown, but in the meantime, the
No,
rest of the map
I
falls apart.
ulted,
Rest in trouble as Owner
I
goes
ulted.
1v1
Oh
versus
my
the
gosh,
Ornn.
I jinxed him,
And
I
Doran
jinxed
still
him.
just keeps pushing
I
these
complimented
waves
too much
forward.
now.
Rest using
칭찬을
the
너무 많이
unsealed
해가지고
heal.
징크스를 걸어버렸어.
Trying to do what he can, but there's 2 towers being assaulted. CFO, they're finding 1
칭찬
or 2 kills
let
back,
me
but
shut
look
up.
at the difference in gold. 5,000 in the favor of T1. They can play team deathmatch all they want, but T1 are playing the entire map.
And yes, We see the bounty. It's going to be picked up here by Hongkyu, most likely with the E. Although, oh, he might be paying because Junja's looking to get ahead of the play, looking to get ahead of the punish. Maybe just trying to execute, but I don't know if that's going to happen with the J. Same for Hongkyu, but he's stuck Dracos.
That he is. Junja also cut
What's going on?
He gets taken down.
아, 다이라가 저기 왜 있어? Why is Zara there? I don't know.
The kill. They give it to Faker. And that is not what you want to see. You do not want to see 3 members of T1 standing in front of you while you have a blinking red health bar waiting for the appropriate carry to come get the gold. It feels like the writing is on the wall.
But
I think he's trying to run the other way. Because he got caught up, he's trying to run the other way. He got executed. Oh, he got caught by Jace.
Can be set up by the rest of his team.
그래, 이게 게임이지 진짜. 이런 경기 3판 연속 나올 줄 알았는데 목감을 갔다고. This is what I expected. 3 times in a row and a 3-0 storm from T1. But it took 4 games for T1 to wake up. They were sleeping.
Once again, the carries just cannot get their damage down. CFO still stepping forward, uncertain if they can keep this fight going. T1 happy to take the tower and retreat.
지금은 6,000 골드 차이면은 이대로 던지는 행위만 안 하면 안에 무슨 섭도 맥쇼도 actually do it. 아타칸 같은 거 급하게만 안 치면 될 것 같아요. 붙이게 들어가면 되다.
And you wished for a close
Jet lagged,
game
maybe.
5.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's my bad.
And you're not gonna get
8-2
it.
Barcelona. Let's go.
Well, hey, never say never.
Never say never.
I'm
7-1 Brazil.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Glass half full.
We do need.
방금 그 발언?
We do need some shenanigans. Yeah, something needs to happen.
Some oopsies.
I'm looking at maybe another Dragon Steel.
It's possible.
Maybe an Otacon.
Definitely possible.
Baron. Yeah.
You've listed
Definitely
lots
knows
of places
ball.
where people
I used to be the
games.
biggest football fan. Before LoL esports, I used to watch a lot of football.
That's a classic.
I think
Yep.
when you think about T1, we said it before, they're a team that always peaks at the right time. And usually I think about it as
Champions
series.
League and everything.
But right now I'm thinking about it as games because in Game 5 they've been clutch. They found Junja. Nice McHale's coming through from Kaiwing to keep him standing, so T1 not able to find that pick. Reset, but they do get some major cooldowns.
McHale's gone.
Mikael in the brush. Ward over the wall too. Ball there. Owner still stepping
Owner
forward.
just going
Gary
in.
ready to back him up if he needs to. Shockwave only connecting onto rest, not the ideal target, but Faker just and the rest of T1 just don't want to let them back into their own jungle.
Oh, the EQ didn't
Trying to keep the
connect.
pressure on, but it's Hongkyu. Not afraid to step forward.
우리 하나 궁 써가지고 앞점프한다 이제.
Still with Locket, still at heal, still at Devour.
Just have to reset. It's fine. 어차피 저기에서 뭐 먹을 수 있는 게 없죠. There's nothing to take in the top side anyways. Just swap
T1 can't just have someone be a little bit too far forward. There is so much shielding, so much safety.
Wait until Tom Kench and Orion is back, and then we can either contest.
It's also incredibly difficult because the exhausts that are coming in from having double
용싸움에서 궁이
summoner spell
없다.
just make it so
그러긴 해,
easy.
근데.
If anyone does even manage to
워낙
pop off,
유리해서 싸움 보여도 될 것
It's about
같은데.
the exit here.
I think we can go for the
T1
fight
for the
here.
kills.
Give the
2.3K.
dragon, go for the fight.
Where's the objective going to go? 1600 Dragon getting lower. Ornn called. Owner trying to retreat.
Owner?
Hongkyu into
Poking
the
one?
back line. The rest of CFO a little bit split. Faker about to
Hongkyu,
fall.
Hongkyu, nice, Faker lives, nice, 1 HP.
Amidst the team, Feathers ready to go. T1 continue to
1
advance
HP,
anyway.
1
Unconcerned
HP.
Doggo pulls the Feathers back,
Owner on a
finds the
flank.
root.
He's behind them.
Owner
Boom.
ready to go.
Gary is running him down.
Owner playing with his food, keeping him slow to shock blast. Massive damage.
GG.
He glides.
Oh, Tom. Gary is going into the base.
He's in the base.
He's looking to break it open.
아타칸 먹고
Not what I expected to see
미드
at 20 minutes. The Tom
밀면은
Kench
탑이랑
solo
미드
push, but here
밀고.
we are, T1.
아타칸. We're good.
When they find the lead,
Oof. I was like hella sweating the series, but I think we can relax a little bit, guys. T1 fans can relax a little bit. CFO fans, I'm sorry. Good try.
Try and contest this
You
Otacon.
almost had us.
Picks off one of the list or possibilities.
Honestly, CFO
on our
fans should be
list.
happy.
It's
Like
not gonna
they're
happen.
playing so fucking good. I don't know.
Hongkyu close to a second item, but
I don't know. I
still
thought
so
Koi
far
was gonna
away.
beat
Doggo
CFO. I
has
think
his,
Koi's gonna
but
lose.
he,
CFO's
again,
crazy
is
good.
always going to be reliant.
Koi's playing good
Zaya,
too.
when you're
though.
playing into
They
Oriana, when you're
almost beat
playing into
BLG.
Jinx, his character just has very, very limited effective range.
I mean, there's no way. 7.3,
Sitting
7.3k guys.
on
We can sit
his
back.
IE. Faker's just going
이제야
death cap
조금
second.
한수.
he's locked in. He knows they have the damage
또
advantage. If he gets a
안심하고.
good ulti off, it does not matter if he dies. They will
Relax.
wipe the fight. Doran,
Can relax.
Opportunity?
he's
편안하게
5,000 gold
안고.
ahead individually.
We haven't talked about him in a bit.
He could just give money to any one of his teams. They'd all be an item ahead of their opposition.
Thank you very 감사.
That's an
MVP가 누구라고 생각하십니까?
more
Like the ornaments don't balance this out.
돌아가면서
Like
캐리한 것
1,000
같은데?
gold
근데 도란 선수가 저는 개인적으로
There's no ornaments.
탑 차이가
I don't know where he goes to
이번
farm. He's another support.
제일 크지 않았나?
Whoa.
탑 차이가.
And Doran on the Jace.
전판 럼블부터
Poignancy of the moment.
캐리어 리기.
Not lost, I think, on any T1 fan opportunity now.
Meron.
Ready. Started with his early solo kill, bolstered by help from
Licking
Owner.
with the tongue.
CFO just desperately
Death count,
holding
baby.
on. Only a game and a half ago.
그래도 도란이
It seemed
제일
like they were
뭔가
on the verge
안정적으로
of
잘해준
doing
선수로
something
딱
that had not
고르라고
been done
하면
in
아무래도 도란
13
선수가 생각이 날
years.
것 같아.
Now it's feeling very far away as T1. Again, sometimes they misstep. When it matters, they always seem to show up. You can see death cap completed for Faker, double items for Guma. Just bits and pieces for Honky.
누나 T1 경기 너무 늦게 시작하는데요. 그러니까 아니
Again,
T1
the
경기
range.
12시에 시작하는 거야?
I don't even know how they walk up into this team. Even without the Tom Kench, these fights would be hard as Doggo loses so much of his HP.
We're good. 괜찮아, 탐켄치 먹어주면 그만이야. 그만이 is fine. It's okay, Guma 펜타. 평타.
He was decent. They're trying to hold on, but T1 they
오늘 펜타.
They just don't have the money.
Dogo's going home.
They don't have the items. Donor is just standing there leisurely tanking
No,
the
like
turret and
Zaya
Doggo
does no damage. Can't even kill 탐켄치. 탐켄치 서폿이 왜 이렇게 근데 안 죽어? 그리고 너무 단단해요. 탐켄치 서폿 is so tanky.
Safety in this game 5. T1 only 23 minutes in.
No.
Fastest game at MSI?
No. Not like this, Dracos. 3 seconds. I don't think they can actually end. Junja on his way. Maybe.
Doggo getting chased down by Doggo getting chased down by the leaking tongue.
Just yet.
메롱.
And at this stage of the game, 10,000 gold for T1. It would take a miracle for CFO to find a way back in. T1 will give them the respect.
Guys, we're for the Nexus to blow up. Come on, guys. 10k gold lead. What T1?
But the map is just getting smaller and smaller.
They don't get to play the game, right? It's why we always talk about when you get to this
T1 ever
point.
thrown a
you don't
10k
have the
lead
items to
recently?
take
I don't
anyone
think
down
I've ever
unless they
seen them
massively
throw a
overstep
10k
in
lead
T1.
with
They've been
this.
playing pretty deliberate as I say that. Faker will be found here by Rest. Has his own ornament now.
3 members of T1
Oh, for the enemy team.
Baited beautifully all along, T1. The wave
Wow.
Double 80 carries, Kaiwing. Carrier, unafraid, unthreatened.
The magic was so close here in Vancouver.
와, CFO 진짜
But it
근데
looks like reality has
잘한다.
set in. Draco says the Nexus is about
와, Doran just deleted Tita.
Sending a reminder, you
Tita
might
그냥
take one game.
삭제됐고요.
You might take 2, but you are not taking the series.
T1.
The world champs
reigning world champion. We don't talk about game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4. We talk about game 4. 아, 1, 2, 3세, 4세트는 다들 잊어버리시고요. 이긴 판단해도 솔직히 내용이 그렇게 좋지가 않았어가지고. Let's go.
T1, as a reminder.
T1.
Blew through the LCK, road to MSI. We're unmatched. Obviously,
하지만
we
이겼죠?
denied the match to
하하.
Genji, that rematch, who knows how it might have gone. But both home alive and
viewership을 위해서
KT
일부러?
fell swiftly.
Yo, thank you for the sub, really appreciate it, Kiwi.
Not so much.
Boop.
Definitely
I love you guys.
T1. Better on the day, rallied, found their form when it mattered most.
사랑해요,
Doran
T1.
in that final game.
결국 이겼잖아요.
Wrecking crew. We knew the matchup would be hard, but he made it
We
impossible.
could have lost. Good try, CFO. Doran MVP for me is Doran. 도란 선수 MVP.
Right smile on Doran's face.
BLG 나와,
T1,
젠지.
obviously, it's kind of the opposite. Coming in as the
감사합니다.
heavy
Thank you so
favorites,
much.
most predictions would be
감사합니다.
3-0, a cautious 3-1. If you wanted to have
결국
but
결론이
despite all the
중요한
twists
거다.
and turns,
Conclusion
we
is
find
important.
ourselves with a
The
bracket.
process?
I think many
secondary.
a pick 'em was expecting.
We made it. That's
For
what matters.
and for T1,
T1 BLG, T1 BLG. BLG 많이 무서운데? 근데 오히려 CFO가 BLG보다 더 뭔가 날카로웠던 것 같기도 하고. BLG는 코이한테도 지불하. 유럽한테도 지불했어.
It's insane. It's completely nuts. We take a look at the post-game
Faker.
breakdown AWS. It's a
Angry
story
Faker.
of dominance. It's a story of Faker. Again,
대상형.
how is
Angry
this the
Faker
same
나올
player who went on like a wacky Silas journey? How is this the same player we saw in Game 2? And this is just a reminder.
Game 2 Rise? We don't talk about
that
Faker's
he's not
Rise
a player you can break. He will always find a way to come back.
4.1k for Rakan.
What a back and forth. What a series.
What do we even say? Like, what?
Mid-gap.
It's just incredible.
Top gap.
Ultimately,
Support gap.
CFO. I think all of the LEC and LTA reps are looking a little scared. Junja, terrifying player. Doggo as well. A lot of players stood up today.
Every single player on that team had their moment today.
Certainly did.
The question is, can KOI beat this CFO?
Especially.
I don't know, guys.
Incredible
viewership이
stuff.
안 나. 그러니까 지금 viewership 200만 넘었을 것 같은데 방금 마지막 판에. I think game 5 maybe 2 million viewers or more.
Faker and Gumayushi and T1 who reign supreme, but it was a battle very hard fought. Congratulations to you both. But I do have to ask as a first question, Faker, tell me about that game 5 and what do you think the key to victory was? Because CFO had a really good showing here today.
우선 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 CFO도 굉장히 좋은 저력을 보여줬는데요. 5세트 승리에 있어서 어떤 점이 가장 주요했다고 생각하시나요?
일단 미드에서의 플레이가 좀 중요하다고 생각했고 초반에 조금 안 좋았는데 중반 이후에 좀 저희가 준비했던 대로 잘 된 것 같습니다.
I think the mid lane play was crucial. Although it didn't really go well in the early game, we were able to kind of come back and make better plays later on. So I think it was the key.
Okay, Gumayushi, you were quite unexpected in getting here in terms of T1. Not that many fans were hoping to or expecting to see you here. Did you have to get used to the stage, you think? And how good do you think you can play here at MSI?
사실은 많은 분들의 예상을 깨고 이번에 MSI 진출에 성공하셨잖아요. 지금 무대 적응은 완벽히 잘 되신 것 같으신지 그리고 이번 MSI 자신감은 어느 정도인가요?
일단 첫 경기라서 무대 적응은 좀 차차 해나가야 될 것 같고 자신감은 좀 하면서 찾아갈 것 같습니다.
We just had our first match, so I think it's gonna take a little more time to get used to the new stage and everything.
그래.
Will also
워밍업이었다고. 워밍업. 여러분.
Definitely will. Now, Faker, you were up versus Hong
It's okay.
who was
warm-up
6
game.
years
Warm-up
old
game.
when you won your very first World Championship, and I know that you're also one of his idols. Is there anything you want to say about his performance today?
오늘 생각했던 것보다
Canada Air?
상대
Canada Water?
홍큐 선수가 굉장히 잘했다고 생각했고
Ooh,
그래서
he's
좀
praising
어려운
Hongkyu.
경기였는데 오늘 이렇게 승리할 수 있어서 기쁩니다.
I mean, Hongkyu played even better than I expected, so it was actually a rough kind of a series for me, but in the end, we had a really good game together.
Okay, you definitely did. You
Hongkyu
put
선수
on a
잘하긴
beautiful
했어,
show.
진짜.
When you're here in Canada, that means you can play in NA solo queue to practice, and I know you have some experience with it, Faker. How would you feel NA solo queue is currently to make sure that you get good practice in?
NA solo queue.
북미를 오신 만큼 캐나다에 오신 만큼 북미 서버 솔랭을 하시면서
북미
연습하실
솔랭,
것
북미
같은데
솔랭.
이미 몇 차례 해보신 경험이 있지만
NA
연습이
solo
얼마나
queue?
도움이 되는지
Oh
한번
my
알려주시면
gosh.
좋을 것 같습니다.
저는 항상 솔로 랭크는 도움이 된다고 생각하고
솔로
비록
랭크는
좀
도움이
핑이 높기는
된다?
해도, 그래도 되게 재밌게 하고 있고 또 NA 그 플레이어들이 굉장히 채팅이 많더라고요. 그래서 보는 재미가 있습니다.
NA players type a lot?
Well, any kind of solo queue game is a good practice. Well, although the ping is a little higher, but still, it's helping a lot. And also, one thing that's really fun about the NA solo queue is that they chat a lot, and I'm having a lot of fun reading all the chats.
키보드
and having
워리어라는
interactions.
거잖아.
He sees all of it. Amazing. The Wolves are a little dangerous, though. Gumayushi, even here in Canada, there are so many fans of yourself, of T1, of course. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone here and the people at home, of course, supporting T1?
Faker just called out
여기
NA solo
캐나다
queue players
현장에도
for
정말
yapping.
구마유시 팬분들 그리고 T1 팬분들이 많고 열렬한 응원을 보내주고 계십니다. 현장에 계신 분들 그리고 온라인에서 또 시청하면서
NA solo
응원해주신
queue
모든
bad,
분들을 위해서 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은
I didn't say it.
좀
I did
아시아
not say
쪽
it.
시간으로는 되게 이른 시간이라고 알고 있는데 이른 시간에 일어나서 저희 응원해 주시는 모든 팬분들에게 너무 감사드리고 또 현지에
Always.
찾아주신 분들이랑 또 현지 팬분들
Always.
모두에게 너무 감사드리고 MSI 꼭 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 있기 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 새벽 3시,
First off,
새벽
for the
4시에
fans
일어나서
in Asia
당연히
time zone,
응원해야죠.
I heard they have to wake up so early in the morning to watch us
살짝
perform. But
피곤하긴
I'm
해서.
very grateful that so many fans are tuning in live to
목각해서
support us.
점심시간은
And
오히려
also
좋아.
for all the fans out here, thank you so much for coming down to support us. I will make sure to
기분
do my
좋게
best in
점심
order
먹고
to
올 수
make the
있겠는걸,
best
여러분?
outcome here in MSI Vancouver.
Happy lunchtime for Korea. And T1 fans.
And there's just one more question I need to
sleep in
ask, and I'll
peace.
ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting
BLG.
matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG? Faker first, perhaps.
이제 다음 경기는 BLG를 상대하실 예정인데요. 아직
That series made
BLG가
me
정말
hungry.
월드에서의 그런 악몽을 떨치지
Some to
못했을
eat
수도
lunch
있을 것
after this
같은데요. 마지막으로
Don't you
BLG
hear?
상대에게 한마디 할 수 있다면 뭐라고 하시고 싶으신가요?
PLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무
아니야, 이
재밌을 것
정도면은
같고.
인연이야, 악연이야, 뭐야.
경기는 내일 안
BLG
나올
계속
거라고
만나, T1. T1 keeps beating BLG again and again and again.
Well,
Meeting
I was
them again
actually
and again.
not expecting a rematch to happen this fast. But, you know, I hope we can have a good game together. And I
At this
believe
point,
it's
like,
not going to be as tough
they're in
as
love.
today.
T1 and BLG, it's like destiny. It's fate.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
뭔가 더 덧붙이실 말씀 있으실까요?
It's like RNG from the
작년
past,
월드의
yeah.
악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
You guys are going to relive the nightmare of last Worlds finals.
Whoa! Well, we will see T1 against BLG in their next matchup. One more time for
Good
T1,
job,
Faker,
Guma.
and Gumayushi.
Guma with the smack talking. 슈퍼스타 역시.
Wow, thank you so much, Dogs. Thank you so much. Some
컨디션
strong
회복만
words.
하다 이미 근데 회복을 한 것 같은데.
Coming from these two, I'm
회복을
not
한것
used to
같아요.
hearing stuff like this.
가면
in
갈수록
interviews,
컨디션이 점점
especially
올라왔어.
They had a difficult series, but they have a statement to make against BLG in the next round.
Yeah, it's funny. They're like
아무튼
mixing a little, like,
우리는
respect
여기까지
to
하도록
CFO. It's like not
하겠습니다.
even
Think
gonna be
we're
as tough as
gonna
today.
call it for the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching
Talking
together
about
with
this
me.
incredible series,
Cheer
I
for
feel like
T1.
none of our predictions
Cheer for
were
Koi
right.
as well, but Koi lost. Rest in peace.
What surprised you guys the most?
I'll be
We had
back
to fight
tomorrow,
again.
guys.
There's a
Same
lot
time
to
as
say, but
today.
what is the
내일도
takeaway from this series
새벽
on
4시
both sides?
스타트라는 거.
I mean, I think T1 did
새벽
wake up a
4시에
lot more
보도록
in the
하겠습니다.
early game in their
다들
final
봐주셔서
two games,
감사하고요.
right?
그리고
But
이거
they looked a little sluggish in some of those early games against CFO, and CFO really came out swinging.
이거는 다시 보기로, 그러니까 따로 그 MSI 영상들은 다시 보기로 남겨주도록 하겠습니다. 다시 보기는 유튜브로 보시면 될 것 같고요. You guys can watch the VOD for the watch party if you want to see my reaction and stuff like that. Watch it in my YouTube channel. Go check out my YouTube channel if you haven't followed it yet. Please go drop a follow, subscribe on my YouTube. And you can rewatch any of the MSI games you want to there. I'm not going to upload a separate video because all the VODs are saved there anyways. 다시 보기로 그냥 남겨두는 게 더 나은 것 같아요. 영상을 따로 안 올려도. 그러니까 만약에 제가 같이 보기 콘텐츠를 방송 라이브로 진행하지 않는다면은 따로 이렇게 올렸을 것 같지만 유튜브로 다시 보기가 남기 때문에 그런 식으로 다시 보시면 될 것 같아요. Thank you for watching yet again. I'll be catching you guys later.
LCP proving
Goodbye,
once again that what happened at first
Goodbye,
end was
guys.
not just
다들
a
맛좋아하시고요.
one-time thing.
Have a good
We can
night.
expect a
For the
lot from
other side.
this CFO
Good morning, good
lineup.
night.
And I gotta
I'm
say,
gonna go eat lunch.
MKOI is gonna be next for them. I love my boys, but man, I'm not confident after that.
I cannot
Crazy
wait for
cinema
that.
banger series.
Are you kidding me? Both teams are just going to be bashing their heads into each other.
Yes, and even just the final game, we were like, okay, they went away from